Chapter 1. Set a small goal to catch up with the Super Saiyan. Year 753 of the Age of the Gods. The champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament is Tien Shinhan. Amidst the shattered remnants of the arena, reduced to a square pit by the Kamehameha, the exuberant host declared the final outcome of this martial arts competition. In the preceding battle, Tien Shinhan and Son Goku, both exhibiting a power level of 180, engaged in an intense and unyielding struggle. Ultimately, in a hair's breadth of a landing time difference, Tien emerged victorious, claiming the title of champion. Having briefly succumbed to unconsciousness after being struck by Goku's headbutt, Tien awakened to the jubilant announcement of his victory. As he surveyed the familiar faces around him, Goku, Kaiatsu, Master Roshi, Krillin, Bulma, Launch, and even the limping Yamcha leaning on his cane. His gaze was tinged with bewilderment. Have I transcended? And have I found myself in the world of Dragon Ball? The memories of time dust swiftly intertwined with those of Tien Shinhan. Moments later, their consciousnesses melded seamlessly. Time dust was Tien Shinhan, and Tien Shinhan was time dust. So, I am Tien Shinhan now, and I stand at this moment of glory, just after my debut in the Dragon Ball storyline. By the way, did I break Yamcha's leg during the tournament? In the fierce confrontation with the protagonist's son Goku, Tien, through sheer strength and a stroke of luck, clinched the championship title. This was the pinnacle of his life. Yet, with such a peak came the inevitable descent. The arrival of King Piccolo, the invasion of the Saiyans, the Cell Games, the resurrection of Majin Buu. This once formidable martial artist, capable of rivaling Goku and even surpassing him ever so slightly, would gradually fade into the periphery, ultimately relegated to the role of a mere support character, struggling even to partake in battles. Despite the gradual decline in his power, Tien's unwavering aspiration for a higher and more profound mastery of martial arts remained unchanged. With the melding of Tien's and time dust memories and foreknowledge of the unfolding Dragon Ball narrative, how could he passively witness such events unfold? Change is imperative. This time, I, Tien Shinhan, shall not be relegated to the status of the weak. The pinnacle of martial arts awaits. Step by step, I shall pursue greatness and ascend to the highest echelons. At the very least, I must first match the combat prowess of the Super Saiyan. Determined to become a powerful warrior, Tien set himself a modest goal on his martial arts journey. With a goal in mind, it was no longer mere daydreaming, but rather a practical plan for execution. Tien, equipped with the knowledge of the storyline, followed the exuberant host and received the tournament's prize amidst the cheers of the crowd. He began to formulate his own plan for martial arts supremacy. Understanding the narrative of Dragon Ball, Tien analyzed why he gradually fell behind Goku within the story, eventually dropping out of the elite ranks of the Dragon Ball warriors. That on one hand, the physical limitations of humanity on Earth differ significantly from those of the Saiyans. However, the remarkable strength that Son Goku has attained is not solely attributed to his Saiyan heritage. It is, more importantly, a fusion of his relentless pursuit of surpassing his limits as a martial artist and the inherent qualities of his Saiyan physiology. After all, this unique constitution is shared among other Saiyans. Yet Goku stands alone in his exceptional prowess. On the other hand, during the impending battle against King Piccolo, Tien Shinhan made an erroneous decision in the initial stages. In preparation for confronting King Piccolo, he chose to invest time in mastering the Mafuba technique, which ultimately resulted in failure. This choice deprived Tien of invaluable combat experience in the first clash against the Dragon Ball villains, setting the stage for his gradual decline. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of errors. This time, however, Tien, armed with foreknowledge of the Dragon Ball narrative, is determined not to repeat past mistakes. Let's go, everyone. I'll treat you all with my prize money from the martial arts tournament. Having just received his reward, Tien eagerly beckoned Goku, Krillin, and the others to join him for a meal. Not only is it a meal he seeks, but he also wishes to fill his stomach quickly. Tien is acutely aware that King Piccolo's first minion, Tambourine, will soon arrive at the tournament venue. In the storyline, Goku was defeated in his initial encounter with Tambourine not due to a lack of strength, but rather because he had just engaged in a fierce battle at the tournament and was too famished to replenish his energy in time. This applies equally to Tien, whose strength is now on par with Goku's. Therefore, restoring their stamina is of utmost importance. Ding dong! The elevator carrying the group reached the second floor of the grand restaurant. As the mechanical doors opened, Tien momentarily lost his focus, momentarily mistaking the sound for a sudden influx of notifications. only to realize it was simply the elevator. Arriving. Yet, in the world of Dragon Ball, myriad extraordinary encounters abound. For Tien, who is well-versed in the storyline, the absence of a system is of no concern. Armed with the memories of the plot and driven by his fervent martial aspirations, he is well prepared to seize the various adventures that the Dragon Ball universe offers, ensuring a boundless future ahead. This is not mere blind optimism or misplaced confidence. Rather, he has undergone a profound fusion of memories, and at this moment, he embodies the essence of a true martial artist. Once seated at the dining table, Tien wasted no time with pleasantries. He promptly seized a menu and began ordering. 30 bowls of steamed rice, 10 portions of braised pig trotters, 5 whole roasted lambs, 30 pounds of beef in sauce, 20 white-cut chickens. Oh, and make sure to bring extra soy sauce and vinegar. In less than a minute, Tien had finalized his extensive order, urging the staff to expedite the service. Every dish he selected, aside from the staple rice, was rich in protein, ideal for replenishing energy. "Whoa, Tien, it seems you've ordered all my favorite dishes," Goku exclaimed, unable to contain his drool as he listened to Tien rattle off the names of the delectable meals. Gurgle, his stomach, in protest, began to rumble. In contrast to the myriad of meat and vegetable combinations, the famished Wukong at this moment simply yearned to indulge in a hearty meal, relishing the taste of meat. However, while this entirely carnivorous fare might appear somewhat monotonous to Master Roshi and Krillin, it was nearly intolerable in the discerning eyes of the beauty, Bulma. "Tien Shinhan, do you think we should order some vegetable dishes? After all, there's a vibrant, youthful beauty here who is preparing to embark on a diet," she suggested. Yet, due to the fact that Tien Shinhan was treating Bulma, despite her internal struggle against the meat-laden menu, endeavored to express her dissent with a measure of subtlety. To bolster her protest, she enlisted the company of the golden-haired Launch, who sat beside her. "Launch, don't you agree? A dining table for young ladies ought to feature a few vegetable dishes, wouldn't you say?" Much to her disappointment, Launch was currently entranced, gazing shyly at Tien Shinhan, who had just set down the menu. Not only is he formidable and commanding on the martial arts stage, but even his choice of dishes exudes such masculine charm. "I wonder if he would be interested in accompanying me to collect protection fees after our meal?" Launch mused, her eyes sparkling with infatuation as she stared at Tien Shinhan. Bulma, observing Launch's lovesick demeanor, couldn't help but facepalm. While Tien Shinhan certainly embodied a manly seriousness, it hardly warranted such obsession. This woman was hopeless. Bulma regarded Launch's misplaced priorities with exasperation when Wukong suddenly exclaimed as if struck by a revelation, I left my Dragon Balls and Power Pole in the martial arts tournament lounge. He'll go fetch them." With that, Wukong rose to retrieve his belongings. "Wukong, you just finished a match, why not take a moment to rest?" "He'll go get them for you," Krillin immediately volunteered, eager to assist. "Wait, Krillin, the food will arrive. Soon it wouldn't taste good if it gets cold. Let's finish our meal first, and then we can all head back together. After all, the items are just sitting in the lounge. It won't hurt to take a moment," Tien Shinhan interjected, stopping Krillin in his tracks. "This errand was not for you. If you go, it would merely set the stage for Krillin's demise. Once we have satisfied our appetites, defeating the formidable Dambalin will be a trivial matter." Tien Shinhan was determined not to watch Krillin walk into danger, simply to adhere to the narrative. After all, Krillin stood right before him, a living presence, a stark contrast to the distant screen and dimension they had once known. Regardless of how the plot might twist, the adventures within Dragon Ball remained unaffected. A true martial artist is not only powerful, but also understands the value of safeguarding what is precious. Sacrificing loved ones? Offering friends as tributes? Such acts are not requisite. A genuine champion must attain strength without regrets. This is the essence of Tien Shinhan's martial way. Chapter 2. Disassembling limbs. Quite well. Oh, is that so? That makes sense. Moreover, even if the Dragon Balls are taken away, they can be retrieved later using Bulma's Dragon Radar. In that case, I shall remain here to partake in a meal first. Upon hearing Tien Shinhan's counsel, Krillin gently stroked his smooth scalp and found it quite reasonable, thereby abandoning his earlier notion of running errands alone. Nearby, Goku observed as Krillin, who had just prepared to rise, settled back into his seat, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief akin to a stone that had been suddenly lifted. Now return to the ground. Here comes the white rice. However, swiftly, Goku's peculiar feelings were overshadowed by the voice of the restaurant server. Bucket after bucket, white rice was brought over by pairs of servers, instantly captivating Goku's undivided attention. Noticing this, Tien Shinhan nodded in agreement. Regardless of how quickly the other meat dishes were prepared, they would inevitably take some time, for this establishment did not rely on pre-made meals. Conversely, the demand for white rice was substantial, and a considerable amount had already been cooked in advance, ready to be served immediately. Tien Shinhan, gazing at the bucket of white rice placed before him, disregarded the fact that the other dishes had yet to arrive and embraced the wooden rice container, commencing to devour the rice. Unbeknownst to him, Damblin could arrive at any moment, and he must replenish his strength as swiftly as possible. Previously, he and Goku had fought until they were utterly exhausted. Not only Tien Shinhan, but Goku too, upon seeing the other bucket of white rice, immediately brought it before him and stood on his seat to begin his feast. Initially, Goku had intended to wait until all the dishes were served, but seeing Tien Shinhan already indulging, he naturally would not deprive himself of his growling stomach. Isn't this a bit excessive? Bulma and Yamcha gazed in astonishment at the sight of Tien Shinhan and Goku voraciously devouring the white rice, momentarily rendered speechless. They had witnessed those capable of eating, but never had they seen anyone so ferociously consume plain white rice. Ha! It appears that the two of them were utterly exhausted and starved from the earlier battle. Come, let me serve everyone. Krillin, observing the ferocity with which Tien Shinhan and Goku were eating, was initially taken aback. However, he quickly chuckled and offered to serve the others with a sense of consideration. Dear guests, allow us to assist you. Nonetheless, the grand restaurant chosen by Tien Shinhan was of considerable quality. Moreover, given the substantial number of dishes he had just ordered, he was undoubtedly one of the establishment's esteemed patrons. The servers, aware of their obligation to such valued customers, would not allow Krillin, a mere guest, to serve himself. Except for the fact that Tien Shinhan and Goku were directly devouring from the buckets, they were still able to assist the others with their servings. In no time, a small bowl of rice was placed before Krillin, followed by another in front of the dumplings. The dumpling, glancing at the rice before him and then at Tien Shinhan, who had already consumed nearly half a bucket of rice, declared, I shall begin now, brother Tien. Let us indulge in dumplings. Tien Shinhan replied with a hint of enthusiasm. His appetite, though not as formidable as that of the Saiyan Son Goku, surpassed that of the average individual, befitting his status as a martial artist. After consuming a substantial portion of rice, he felt merely 3/4 full, yet he no longer experienced the weakness that had plagued him moments prior. Truly, he was the man I had chosen. Even while dining, he radiated an irresistible masculine charm. The golden-haired launch rested her chin on one hand, while the other clumsily maneuvered chopsticks to sift through the bowl of rice before her, her gaze towards Tien brimming with increasing fascination. Alas, this woman is beyond saving, Bulma mused silently as she observed Launch's behavior, inwardly sighing. Oh, to have a hearty appetite is indeed a blessing. A young martial artist must eat well, train diligently, and rest appropriately. In contrast to the astonishment of others, Master Roshi looked upon Tien and Goku devouring their meals with a sense of satisfaction. These youths are the future of Earth's martial arts. Reflecting on this, he glanced at his own bowl of rice and found it somewhat bland. Thus, he retrieved a cherished magazine featuring swimwear from behind him. Skillfully flipping to page 32, he was met with a vision of pristine whiteness, and crimson, heated blood began to flow from his nose. In that moment, Roshi perceived that the rice before him no longer tasted bland, but instead seemed to emanate a subtle milky aroma, soft and delectable. Here comes the braised beef. Just as Tien and Goku were nearing the end of their rice, the ordered dishes began to arrive at their table. First was the braised beef, followed by poached chicken accompanied by soy sauce and vinegar. Then came the braised pig's trotter, while the roasted whole lamb would take a little longer to prepare. Each dish was served in generous portions, enough not only for Tien, but even for the voracious Goku, who could eat until nearly full. The only lament was that the prize money from the martial arts tournament would be entirely depleted by this lavish meal. Yet, when weighed against the value of life and the pursuit of strength, such monetary concerns seemed trivial. Now that most of the dishes have arrived, let us all partake, Tien urged, continuing to replenish his strength while encouraging Master Roshi and Krillin to dig in. Half an hour later, Tien felt he had consumed nearly enough to satisfy his hunger, his energy significantly restored. The remaining fatigue, however, could not be easily dispelled by a single meal. Given the current circumstances, a restorative sleep seemed unlikely. Nevertheless, in this state, he felt more than capable of handling the weakened Demon King Piccolo's damperin. Everyone has eaten sufficiently. Let us return to the tournament arena to collect our belongings. In the original narrative, he and Goku would have been waiting for Krillin to return, idly anticipating their meal. unaware that Krillin had already met his demise at the hands of Dambaran in the arena. However, now, with Tien deliberately hastening the dining process, they had all eaten their fill. Wukong set down the last leg of the roasted lamb, smacked his lips, patted his plump belly, and joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you for your hospitality, Tien Shinhan. I am quite full now. Let us be on our way." The group then set off together, heading towards the venue of the martial arts tournament. The distance from the restaurant to the tournament site was not far, and within merely 2 or 3 minutes, Tien Shinhan had led everyone back to the arena. However, the scene that greeted them was no longer the bustling crowd they had left behind. Instead, it resembled a hellish battleground. Boom, bang, crack. Above the arena, a green-skinned monster, with its back turned and wings spread wide, was ruthlessly unleashing waves of energy to slaughter the martial artists on the ground, evidently intent on exterminating them all. On its back hung a package, the very one Wukong had forgotten in the lounge. Upon witnessing this, little Wukong leaped high into the air, launching a fierce punch directly at the massacre-wielding Dambaran. Having regained his strength, Wukong's speed was astonishing. Dambaran barely sensed a chill before Wukong's fist was upon him. Fortunately, little Wukong could not fly, while Dambaran had wings. Utilizing his aerial advantage, he narrowly evaded the devastating punch aimed at his vital points. Nevertheless, the arm that had just been bombarding the ground with energy waves was shattered by Wukong's blow. "How dare you obstruct the task assigned to me by the Dark Lord? You shall pay for this insolence." Dambaran growled through gritted teeth, clutching his severed arm as he glared at Wukong, who was now descending back towards the ground. He realized that although this boy's punch was formidable, he could not fly. He had merely jumped to an impressive height. However, now that Wukong was in free fall, lacking any foothold in the air, Dambaran was confident he could exact his revenge. "You won't get the chance." Just as Dambaran prepared to strike at the airborne Wukong, a chilling voice suddenly emerged from behind him, followed by a searing pain that pierced his heart. Crack! With a sharp sound, Tien Shinhan, having utilized the Crane School's aerial technique to soar behind Dambaran, struck decisively. It is worth noting that while Tien Shinhan was now a true martial artist, his earlier ambitions had been to become the world's deadliest assassin, like Tao Bai Bai. Techniques for dismembering limbs and inflicting severe damage were second nature to him. Green blood sprayed through the air as Tien Shinhan brutally wrenched Dambaran's wings from his body. "Ah!" Dambaran cried out in agony. On the ground, Yamcha, leaning on his crutch, watched this unfolding scene in the sky and was abruptly reminded of the terror he felt when Tien Shinhan had broken his leg in the ring, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Fortunately, his girlfriend Bulma was right beside him and quickly offered her support. "If you're going to toss that crutch away, I can get you a wheelchair instead." Bulma, supporting Yamcha, pondered for a moment before turning to inquire. Chapter 3. The time-sensitive Tianjin Rice. Yamcha was momentarily taken aback, finding himself deep in contemplation. "Very well, I shall opt for the electric version." After a brief period of reflection, Yamcha made his decision, recognizing the convenience of an electric model over a manual one. As Yamcha engaged in a discussion with Bulma regarding the exchange of a cane for a wheelchair, the sky bore witness to the fall of Dambaran, who had been deprived of his wings. Observing this, Tianjin Rice nonchalantly discarded the 2 wings in his hands as if they were mere refuse, swiftly raising his right index finger to target Dambaran. Murderous martial artists, indiscriminate slaughter. Perish. Just as Dambaran regained his footing, he turned to behold a dazzling beam of concentrated energy hurtling towards him. DD wave. Tianjin Rice spared no effort. A momentarily charged DD wave beam pierced through the monster's form. Dambaran dead. The ordinary citizens and martial artists, who had fled in terror during Dambaran's rampage, felt a surge of gratitude towards Tianjin Rice upon witnessing this scene. Yet, the lingering fear of Dambaran's earlier terror kept them at bay, even after his demise. Whence did this creature originate? Why had it unleashed chaos upon martial artists and innocents alike? Goku, who had just descended from the sky, intended to rejoin the fray, only to find that Dambaran had already been vanquished by Tianjin Rice. Approaching the lifeless body of Dambaran, Goku curiously kicked it a couple of times. This peculiar green creature felt oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Master Roshi gazed blankly at Dambaran's corpse, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him, though he could not recall why. Meanwhile, Krillin seized the opportunity to turn Dambaran's body over and retrieve Goku's belongings that had been strapped to his back. "Hey Goku, the Dragon Balls and the Nyoibo are in this pack." As Krillin handed the pack back, a slip of paper fell from Dambaran's body. Spotting the note at his feet, Krillin intended to show it to Master Roshi, hoping he might recall some clue. No need to think. He is a minion of King Piccolo. Tianjin Rice, Unwilling to waste time on Master Roshi's reminiscence, promptly elucidated Dambarin's origins. What? King Piccolo? Master Roshi was instantly stricken with fear. His beard, turning white as beads of sweat, formed upon his gleaming forehead, as if he had heard of an extremely terrifying matter. Goku, Krillin, and the others looked at Master Roshi with a mix of seriousness and curiosity, eager to learn about the formidable King Piccolo. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan had already begun to act. Following the plan he had devised to grow stronger, Tien Shinhan aspired to wound King Piccolo before he could successfully wish for rejuvenation. Currently, his combat power was at 180, while the aging King Piccolo's power hovered around 230. Coupled with the latter's underestimation of the younger martial artists and certain unique weaknesses, Tien Shinhan felt a glimmer of hope that he could achieve the first step of his plan. Bulma, could you kindly lend me the dragon radar? As Master Roshi was still preparing to recount tales of the past, Tien Shinhan had already approached Bulma, requesting the dragon radar. Huh. Oh, very well, here you go. Given Bulma's inquisitive nature, she would typically inquire about the reason for such a request. However, sensing Tien's earnestness, her curiosity merely piqued, and she promptly produced the dragon radar. Thank you, Tien exclaimed as he took the radar and exchanged greetings with the others before soaring swiftly back to the large restaurant they had just dined in. I've heard from Master Karen about the situation with King Piccolo. His target this time must be the Dragon Balls. I will return shortly after retrieving some items. With that, Tien had already flown several hundred meters away as his words lingered in the air. Dumpling watched as Tien disappeared into the distance, faintly sensing the urgency in his heart, which caused him some concern. Nevertheless, since Tien had instructed him to remain with the others while they listened to Master Roshi share stories about King Piccolo, he decided to stay. Did that rascal Master Karen actually share the tale of King Piccolo with Tien? Master Roshi pondered, somewhat astonished that such a mischievous figure would recount his youthful exploits to a disciple. Yet, he had no doubt about the truth of Tien's knowledge. Aside from what Master Karen had conveyed, he couldn't fathom any other means for Tien to have learned of King Piccolo's legends at his age. Long ago, a terrifying demon lord emerged on Earth, King Piccolo. He harbored grand ambitions to dominate the planet, wreaking havoc upon humanity until my master, Master Mateto, and I appeared. Goku and the others listened in awe to the tale of King Piccolo, while Tien had already returned to the very restaurant where they had just dined. Excuse me, sir? Have you left something behind? A server inquired. Please let us know, and we will assist you in finding it. The staff had a vivid impression of Tien, with his 3 eyes and the substantial business he brought, and they recognized him immediately upon his return, eager to offer their assistance. Shaking his head, Tien made his way directly to the kitchen. I haven't forgotten anything. Rather, I wish to purchase something from your kitchen. Oh, what might that be, sir? The servers responded. Perplexed. A rice cooker, Tien declared, and in an instant, he had entered the kitchen and seized a rice cooker. As he passed the kitchen doorway, he also snatched a note from the door. Before the kitchen staff could intervene, Tien produced the remaining bills from his pocket and placed them on the counter before the bunny girl at the front desk. No need to search for change. With that, Tien took off in a flurry, leaping into the air with remarkable speed. He came in a rush and departed just as swiftly, a man as fleeting as the wind. The waitstaff gazed in awe at Tien Shinhan as he soared into the sky, his figure gradually diminishing. It was only when a new wave of guests arrived that they turned back to their duties. So, is that the end of the story? In the midst of his flight, Tien Shinhan had already stowed the rice cooker into a multi-purpose capsule. It wasn't that he intended to keep the rice cooker a secret from Goku and Krillin. Rather, he wished to avoid the inevitable barrage of questions that would arise upon its sighting. With time of the essence, especially if they were to defeat King Piccolo before he regained his youth, Tien Shinhan opted to conceal the rice cooker in advance. Have you retrieved what you needed? Tien Shinhan, Goku and Krillin inquired with curiosity. Well, since we've concluded our discussion, let us set forth. We must swiftly vanquish King Piccolo. Tien Shinhan nodded, then turned his gaze towards Goku. Goku, will your Nimbus Cloud keep up with my flight technique? While Tien Shinhan's invitation to embark was directed at the entire group, it primarily concerned Dumpling and Goku. Dumpling, like Tien Shinhan, had mastered the flight technique, making travel convenient. Goku, with his Nimbus Cloud and comparable fighting prowess, represented a crucial ally in their quest to defeat King Piccolo. That should work. Nimbus, come here. Goku nodded, his spirit ignited at the prospect of confronting King Piccolo. After all, he had witnessed the recent slaughter of innocents and martial artists firsthand. Coupled with Master Roshi's tales of King Piccolo's malevolence, Goku recognized the necessity of defeating this formidable foe. All right, Dumpling, come along. We are off. Tien Shinhan, pleased with Goku's eagerness, signaled for Dumpling, and they both ascended into the air. Wait, you're heading to confront King Piccolo already? Children, hold on. He is not easily defeated. It was only after Tien Shinhan, Dumpling, and Goku had soared several hundred meters into the sky that Master Roshi emerged from his state of trepidation. Ironically, the one most affected by the tales of King Piccolo's terror was Master Roshi himself, who had experienced the villain's might firsthand. Now, he wished to caution Tien Shinhan and Goku against acting recklessly, but it was clearly too late. Master Roshi, they've already flown away. Krillin observed the diminishing figures of Tien Shinhan and the others in the sky, feeling somewhat helpless as he reminded Master Roshi. You could have spoken up sooner. Now that they're far off, it's too late to intervene. Chapter 4. The Quest for the Dragon Balls. Tien, where shall we search for King Piccolo? Goku, filled with fervor, soared through the sky on his Nimbus cloud alongside Tien. It was only then that he realized he had no idea how to locate King Piccolo. Despite his fervent desire to defeat the villain, they first needed to find him. After all, King Piccolo's objective was to gather the 7 Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon and wish for his youth to be restored. With the 4-star ball in their possession, it was only a matter of time before he or his minions sought them out, regardless of whether they took the initiative to find him. However, given King Piccolo's formidable strength, they needed to prepare as thoroughly as possible before engaging in battle. Just follow my lead, Goku. Your power will be indispensable when the time comes, Tien stated, directly revealing King Piccolo's intentions. After all, little Goku was innocent and would not question how Tien had acquired such knowledge. Goku's reaction aligned perfectly with Tien's expectations. Upon hearing this explanation, he refrained from further inquiries and instead felt his determination surging. Don't worry, Tien. I will give it my all. After all, Master Roshi has said that King Piccolo is a truly wicked villain. Little Goku flashed an OK sign towards Tien, who smiled in response before once again focusing on the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. The screen displayed several signals indicating the presence of Dragon Balls clustered together, suggesting that they were quite distant. In this peculiar time, the gathering of Dragon Balls could only imply one thing: King Piccolo's whereabouts. Meanwhile, a solitary signal flickered at the center right of the display. Judging by the distance, it was approximately 5 kilometers east of their current location. For an ordinary person, even with maximum effort, it would take around 20 minutes to cover such a distance. Not to mention the complications of navigating hills and obstacles on foot. However, flying made all the difference. Within merely 2 minutes, Tien, along with Goku and Kairatsu, arrived at the location of the lone Dragon Ball. From their elevated position, Tien spotted a rotund figure adorned with a katana at his waist. Missen Robii? Recognizing the resemblance to his memory, Tien immediately identified him. Simultaneously, he noticed the Dragon Ball hanging around the man's neck. Goku, let us first collect the Dragon Ball from this fellow. You take one, and I'll take the other for safekeeping. This way, even if King Piccolo tries any tricks, he won't be able to gather the Dragon Balls suddenly. This plan had been devised by Tien before he had even asked Bulma for the Dragon Ball radar. With Goku safeguarding one Dragon Ball and Tien securing the one obtained from Missen Robii, they had a prudent double assurance. The plan that Tien Shinhan had resolutely set to strengthen himself encountered an unexpected twist right from the outset. All right, then I shall persuade him to hand over the Dragon Ball. As he spoke, Tien Shinhan, Jiaozi, and Goku had already descended to the ground. Upon witnessing the trio's descent, Yajirobe instinctively leaped back a couple of steps, his hand resting firmly on the hilt of his katana. Even though he had yet to fully master the utilization and perception of ki, the proximity allowed Tien Shinhan to sense that this individual before him possessed formidable strength. Although stout in stature, he moved surprisingly nimbly. Seemingly timid and inept, he exuded an unmistakable air of latent threat the moment his hand gripped the sword's handle. Hello, little chubby one. Could you kindly part with the Dragon Ball around your neck? The naive Goku directly inquired without hesitation, asking Yajirobe for the Dragon Ball. Upon hearing that Tien Shinhan and his companions were after the Dragon Ball, Yajirobe appeared puzzled. He glanced around before recalling the ornament adorning his neck. Dragon Ball. Oh, you mean this glass sphere? I noticed it was quite unique and aesthetically pleasing, which is why I picked it up to wear. To think you would come all this way just for it indicates it truly is something special. Just hand it over? Not a chance. And how dare you call me little chubby? I am not fat. I am robust. Thank you very much. My name is Yajirobe. Yajirobe outright rejected Goku's request, instead clutching the Dragon Ball even tighter to his chest. Tien Shinhan had anticipated this outcome, yet he was keen to avoid wasting any more time. Jiaozi, he called. What is it, Tianji? Through the telepathic communication of the Crane School, Tien Shinhan discreetly conversed with Jiaozi. Upon witnessing Yajirobe's immediate refusal, Tien Shinhan quietly reached out to his companion nearby. After a brief exchange of tactical plans, Jiaozi nodded in agreement. Some possessions only invite disaster. Tien Shinhan succinctly explained. That Dragon Ball you hold is sought after by the Demon King Piccolo. With your strength, keeping it will only lead to your demise at his hands. He recalled that Yajirobe had heard of the terror associated with the Demon King Piccolo, so he aimed to see if he could frighten him into relinquishing the coveted Dragon Ball hanging from his neck. Of course, even if he could not directly intimidate Yajirobe into changing his mind, diverting his attention would grant Jiaozi a moment to stealthily approach him. Like Tien Shinhan, Yajirobe was already well aware of the horrors attributed to the Demon King Piccolo. Upon learning that the glass sphere around his neck was something Piccolo sought to collect, he suddenly felt as if the treasure had transformed into a hot potato. If Tien Shinhan's words bore any truth, then he could not afford to keep the Dragon Ball. Yet, surrendering it so easily was a notion he was reluctant to fully embrace. Could it be that this three-eyed bald gentleman is deceiving himself? Major Bihei found himself momentarily engulfed in doubt. Now is the time. During his hesitation, Dumpling had stealthily approached within 10 meters of Major Bihei. The superpower was activated. At this proximity, Dumpling's abilities could exert a greater binding force. Although Major Bihei's swordsmanship was formidable, Tien Shinhan realized that while he could surpass him with his current strength, it would consume considerable time and energy. Thus, he opted for a more cunning approach. What is this, my body? Suddenly, Major Bihei sensed the binding force enveloping him and swiftly turned to face Dumpling. However, before he could fully break free from this constraint, Tien Shinhan had already darted to his front. Apologies. With a swift, shadow-like motion, Tien Shinhan effortlessly knocked Major Bihei's katana from his grasp. Without his sword, even though Major Bihei had managed to free himself, he could only watch helplessly as Tien Shinhan reached out once more and snatched the one-star Dragon Ball from around his neck. Got it. Dumpling, Goku. Let us proceed to Korin Tower. Having easily acquired the Dragon Ball, Tien Shinhan beckoned Goku and Dumpling to continue their journey. However, before they soared away, Tien Shinhan turned back to offer a word of caution. Out of goodwill, I suggest you leave this place promptly, or else the minions of King Piccolo may soon arrive. Tracking the Dragon Ball's previous location. Initially, Major Bihei was infuriated by the thieving actions of Tien Shinhan and his companions. Yet upon hearing that King Piccolo's minions might be on their way, the terror associated with King Piccolo overwhelmed him, swiftly replacing his anger with fear. As he gazed at Goku and the others, who had already diminished to mere specks in the sky, he wrestled with his thoughts, but ultimately resolved to trust Tien Shinhan this once and vacate the area without delay. Not long after Tien Shinhan and the others departed, a green-skinned creature with dragon-like features descended upon the very spot they had just vacated. According to the dragon radar on the airship, there should be a Dragon Ball at this location. How could it have vanished so suddenly? The green creature, Sinbaru, was perplexed, unable to comprehend his fruitless pursuit. However, he soon noticed a smoldering fire pit, complete with a makeshift grill that still retained some warmth. Clearly, someone had been here recently. They must have left not long ago. With this thought in mind, Sinbaru immediately flapped his wings and took to the air, beginning his search while employing the energy-sensing abilities he had inherited from King Piccolo to aid his tracking. Naturally, due to his limited strength, the range of his energy perception could not encompass the entire planet. Nevertheless, even so, he detected two significant energy signatures. One direction revealed a single presence, while another indicated 3 individuals. Which path should he pursue? Chapter 5. The Mind-Reading Technique of Master Karen and the Magic Beans. After a brief moment of hesitation, Sinbalu swiftly made his decision. He would pursue in earnest. His intellect may not have been particularly high, but he could certainly discern the difference between more and less. In the next instant, Sinbalu flapped his wings and quickly set off in the direction of Tien, Kaiatsu, and the others. Unbeknownst to them, the trio was unaware of the pursuit trailing behind them. However, as they were already hastening on their journey, it mattered little whether they knew they were being followed. Alas, poor Sinbalu, who had resolutely chosen to chase after Tien and his companions, soon found that after flying for some time, the distance between them only seemed to increase. Could it be that they were also flying? And at this pace, it appeared he would need to exert himself fully. Sinbalu had initially believed he would catch up to Tien and the others quickly, only to find himself falling further behind. Even with all his might, closing the gap proved to be a slow and arduous task. Half an hour passed, then an hour, and before long, nearly 3 hours had elapsed. Just ahead lay Korin Tower. Goku, Kaiatsu, let's push a little harder, Tien urged, and the trio's speed increased once more. This only served to infuriate Sinbalu, who had thought he was on the verge of catching up. only to witness Tien and his companions accelerate unexpectedly. In that moment, the distance between them remained in a frustrating state, neither expanding nor contracting. At last, the three arrived at the foot of Karen Tower. According to the usual protocol, one would need to climb from the base of the tower. However, Tien's objective for this visit was to swiftly obtain the magic beans from Master Karen. As one of the unique treasures of Dragon Ball, the magic beans were almost akin to a cheat. No matter how severely one's energy was depleted or how grave their injuries, as long as one had not died on the spot, a single magic bean could restore them completely. Compared to the aging Demon King Piccolo, Tien and Goku's greatest advantage was their youth. If they could acquire the magic beans in advance, they would have a significant chance of exhausting Piccolo to the point of defeat. This urgency was precisely why Tien was so eager to reach Karen Tower. If they lingered leisurely near the martial arts tournament arena, even if they were fortunate enough to escape with their lives, they would undoubtedly be defeated by Piccolo. In such a scenario, a single defeat would grant Piccolo the opportunity to gather the Dragon Balls. Therefore, even a single failure was unacceptable for Tien. He must strike down Piccolo at their first encounter. Lacking the protagonist's halo, he could not gamble on the notion that he might be rescued like Goku was in the original story after being defeated by Piccolo. Though Goku would likely wish for his resurrection afterward, the time spent waiting for revival would be wasted. The disparity in strength could not afford such a luxury. This battle demanded victory, not defeat. With an unwavering determination to succeed, Tien Shinhan and his companions soared directly to the Karen Tower, disregarding the established climbing protocols. Someone has flown up here directly. Master Karen, who had been blissfully engaged in playing with a fluffy little ball in the grand hall of the tower, instinctively concealed the toy behind his back upon noticing their arrival, wishing to keep his fondness for such trivialities from his time as an ordinary feline a secret. It is Goku, and these two are. Normally, Master Karen would not harbor a favorable disposition towards those who disrupt the rules of climbing the tower. However, Goku had previously demonstrated remarkable prowess during his training here and had established a good rapport with him. Thus, upon realizing that Goku was among the visitors, Master Karen softened his tone, which he had not intended to be overly welcoming. So it is Tien Shinhan and Dumpling. Goku, you need not introduce them. I can glean others' memories. Master Karen possesses a unique ability to perceive the memories of those around him, enabling him to discern whether those who ascend the Karen Tower are virtuous or malevolent. Before Goku could introduce Tien Shinhan and Dumpling, Master Karen had already gleaned their names, along with the unsettling news of the resurrection of the Demon King Piccolo from his seal. The Demon King Piccolo, sealed away over 300 years ago, has resurfaced in the mortal realm. This indeed presents a grave predicament. Previously, formidable martial artists like Master Mateto could contend with him. Yet, it seems that no warriors of such caliber have emerged in recent centuries. Your memories. How curious. There are portions I cannot discern. As Master Karen delved into Tien Shinhan's memories, he began to encounter previously unseen blur, which left him profoundly astonished. His telepathic abilities, honed over 8 centuries since becoming a sage, had never before met with resistance. Unexpectedly, Tien Shinhan's memories posed a challenge to his mind-reading prowess for the first time. Nevertheless, recognizing it as an inscrutable barrier, Master Karen chose not to dwell on it further. What mattered more was to vanquish the malevolent Demon King Piccolo. Very well. Your purpose in coming here must be to seek a means to defeat him, yes? Unfortunately, the ultra-divine water I possess is merely ordinary tap water and cannot enhance your strength directly. I wonder what strategies you currently have to confront the Demon King Piccolo? At that moment, Master Karen could not think of an appropriate method to assist Tien Shinhan and his companions. Yet, he surmised that since they had made the effort to come to the Karen Tower, they likely had devised a plan to tackle the Demon King. As it turned out, his intuition was correct. While Goku and Dumpling may not have had a specific strategy, Tien Shinhan had indeed arrived with a premeditated plan. Now that Master Karen had inquired, Tien Shinhan took the opportunity to articulate their intent. Master Karen, might I inquire if there are any senzu beans available here? To confront the aging menace of the Demon King Piccolo, we might harness our physical advantages to their fullest potential. By amplifying our strengths, we can exploit the weaknesses of the aging adversary. As for the senzu beans, if that is all that is required, there are indeed plenty available. Master Karen is quite generous. Although the senzu beans are remarkable, they are cultivated by him personally. Furthermore, over the past several centuries, there have not been many battles on Earth that necessitated the use of senzu beans for recovery, resulting in a considerable accumulation of these beans. Behold, this small jar is filled with senzu beans. If that is insufficient, I have 2 more barrels stored away. As he spoke, Master Karen turned and returned with a small jar of senzu beans, presenting it before Tien Shinhan. Here, take them all, he exclaimed. Ha, that is splendid, Master Karen. I shall not be polite, and I will express my gratitude once we have vanquished the demon King Piccolo. Tien Shinhan gazed at the jar brimming with senzu beans, estimating there to be well over 100, and his eyes sparkled as he stored them in his capsule. Such an extraordinary treasure is certainly not something to be declined. If Master Karen offers, he shall gladly accept. Should you succeed in defeating the malevolent demon King Piccolo, it is I who must thank you for safeguarding the earth. Master Karen waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned about the gift of a jar of senzu beans. This indifference is not surprising, for in the Dragon Ball saga, Mutant Rashi has been known to treat senzu beans as mere sustenance, with Master Karen offering no objection. Let alone the fact that Tien Shinhan requires the beans for the plan to defeat the demon King Piccolo. The power of the demon king is indeed formidable. Given your current combat abilities, you may not yet be his match. In truth, aside from the lack of any exceptional super holy water, I do possess a legendary liquid purported to enhance one's combat prowess. However, this possibility remains confined to the realm of myth for now. The super god water is highly toxic and requires extraordinary vitality to unleash its effects successfully. So far, no one has survived after consuming the super god water. The choice between engaging in direct combat with the demon King Piccolo or testing the effects of the super god water lies with you. Master Karen sensed the determination to defeat the demon King Piccolo emanating from Tien Shinhan and Goku. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately disclosed the existence of the super god water. Yet, deep down, he did not genuinely encourage them to pursue this course, considering that no one had ever succeeded in the challenge before. Haha, at last, I have caught up with you. Hand over the Dragon Balls. Just then, an unexpected visitor appeared outside the Tower of Karen. Perched upon a stone pillar at the edge of the tower's railing, the newcomer, Yamcha, erupted into laughter, relieved to have finally caught up. I did it. I managed to catch up after 3 long hours of chasing. Chapter 6, The Arrival of King Piccolo. As the narrative unfolds, Sinbaru, after expending over 3 arduous hours, finally caught up with Tien and the others. However, King Piccolo was growing increasingly impatient. The locations of the remaining 2 Dragon Balls were evidently not far, yet Sinbaru had taken an inordinate amount of time. Moreover, the energy of Dambalin had completely vanished. Could it be that yet another anomaly among martial artists had emerged? King Piccolo pondered restlessly aboard the airship of the Pilaf gang. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Those martial artists could hardly be your match, one of the henchmen suggested. It is likely they have been fleeing with the Dragon Balls, which is why Lord Sinbaru has taken so long. I once encountered a troublesome martial artist named Son Goku, who was quite adept at evasion. Nevertheless, now that Lord Sinbaru has acquired a portion of your power, retrieving the Dragon Balls is merely a matter of time. Pilaf, adorned with blue skin and clothing emblazoned with the words fried rice, was once the proud King Pilaf of the trio. However, now, in order to avoid incurring King Piccolo's wrath, he found himself compelled to flatter and ingratiate. As King Piccolo absorbed Pilaf's flattery, he slightly nodded, a gesture that relieved both Pilaf and his companions, the Shiba Inu Asu and the Petit Mew. Yet, in the next moment, the expression of King Piccolo shifted abruptly, a growl of frustration escaping his lips. The Pilaf trio, witnessing this transformation, fell silent, fearing that a careless word might render them fodder for King Piccolo's wrath. Sinbaru's energy has also dissipated. He exclaimed, "This useless waste. We can no longer afford to wait. Immediately locate the positions of the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. It seems I must take matters into my own hands to gather the last 2 Dragon Balls." Amidst the trembling of the Pilaf gang, King Piccolo articulated the reason for his sudden fury, commanding them to navigate the airship towards the location of the remaining Dragon Balls. Indeed, King Piccolo had grown weary. Although he could exert himself, he still preferred to rely on Pilaf's airship. The deaths of Dambalin and Sinbaru had instilled a greater sense of urgency within him. Preserving what little stamina he had for battle was paramount. "Very well, Your Majesty, we shall commence the search immediately," Pilaf replied, hastily activating the radar on the airship to detect the Dragon Balls. In a short while, 2 luminous points converged on the radar, appearing in the eastern section of the screen. "Reporting to Your Majesty, the remaining 2 Dragon Balls are together, and they are a mere 3 kilometers away." Pilaf relayed the findings without delay. 3 kilometers? King Piccolo mused, somewhat astonished that the remaining Dragon Balls were situated so close. Furthermore, this location corresponded closely with the area where he sensed Sinbaru's energy had vanished. With such a short distance, there is no need to worry about expending too much energy. The great demon King Piccolo nodded, acknowledging that in terms of speed, the airship could not compare to his own flight. Without hesitation, he leaped from the airship and soared directly toward Tien and the others. Meanwhile, after Tien departed with Goku, Bulma promptly released a small aircraft from her capsule, embarking on a quest with Master Roshi and Krillin to locate Tien and Goku. Had Yamcha's leg not been broken, he could have contributed as a formidable force. However, at this moment, Bulma could only hope that Master Roshi and Krillin would lend their support to Tien and Goku when it mattered most. With the Dragon Radar taken by Tien, Bulma and her companions had no choice but to search aimlessly. Yet, after considerable contemplation and analysis, Master Roshi ultimately directed their focus toward the Korin Tower. Although the small aircraft was somewhat slower, the trio had managed to avoid any skirmishes along the way and had now flown close to the Korin Tower, including the previously robbed Yajirobe, who initially considered fleeing in the opposite direction but then hesitated and changed course. He found himself racing on foot, even though he was panting heavily. And given that Tien and the others had procured the Senzu beans and dealt with Shinbaro, he had only just crested the last hill before the Korin Tower. Standing atop the high peak, he could see the towering Korin Tower ahead, as well as the enormous airship floating in the sky and the small aircraft piloted by Bulma and her companions. Unbeknownst to them, Tien, the great demon King Piccolo, the Pilaf gang, Bulma, and Yajirobe had all converged around the Korin Tower through their respective means. For an ordinary elderly individual who does not regularly exercise, 3 kilometers would typically be enough to leave them breathless. However, the great demon King Piccolo, at over 300 years of age, was no ordinary elder. He was once a terrifying overlord who nearly ruled the world centuries ago. Despite his aging, he could effortlessly traverse 3 kilometers in mere moments. In less than 2 minutes, the great demon King Piccolo had arrived at an open area near the base of the Korin Tower, where he encountered Tien and Goku, who were perfectly poised and appeared to be expecting his arrival. The father-son duo, Bora and Upa, who resided near the tower's base, had retreated to a safe distance at Tien's warning, avoiding the impending conflict. "So, you are the ones who killed Shinbaro?" The great demon King Piccolo sensed the formidable energy emanating from the two, effectively locking onto his targets. "Huh, you ask knowingly. It is not only Shinbaro who will perish, but you as well, great demon King Piccolo." Tien's words were a direct provocation aimed at inflaming Piccolo's fury. Such rage might temporarily heighten Piccolo's aggression, yet it would also lead him to lose control over his own stamina in the heat of the moment. The battle strategy of Tien Shinhan is quite clear when his combat power index is inferior to that of his opponent. The tactic of exhausting his adversary through provocation is the most effective. By inciting his opponent's rage, he aims to swiftly deplete their energy, thereby exposing vulnerabilities for a counterattack. Indeed, upon hearing Tien Shinhan's dismissive remarks, the demon King Piccolo was instantly consumed by fury. Good. I initially thought that upon hearing my name, you would grasp the terror I embody. It appears I have been absent for far too long enough for some insignificant wretch to dare speak so brazenly before me. In his wrath, the demon King Piccolo abandoned his previously determined strategy of conserving energy and immediately elevated his aura to its peak. With a staggering combat power index of 230, he surpassed both Tien Shinhan and Goku by a notable 50 points each. This disparity in power was nearly a third of their respective strengths. For Master Roshi and Krillin, who had just landed nearby, the overwhelming pressure was palpable, rendering even movement a challenge. With the Dragon Ball warriors each possessing combat power below 200, the sudden emergence of a villain 50 points stronger than them was truly terrifying. It can be said that while Piccolo is the weakest antagonist in the Dragon Ball series, he also represents the first foe to instill a sense of despair among the Dragon Ball warriors. Tien Shinhan found himself standing before the Demon King, struggling even to breathe. The glaring difference in strength left him astounded. Fortunately, he had anticipated the gap to some extent. Although it exceeded his expectations, he quickly regained his composure. Four-way fist. Transforming from 1 into 4, Tien Shinhan immediately conjured 3 identical replicas of himself. At that moment, the 4 figures launched an attack on the Demon King Piccolo from 4 distinct directions. He can create tangible clones to fight. Intriguing. However, they are too weak. The current 4-way fist was still in its nascent stage, recently conceived by Tien Shinhan, although it allowed him to amplify his numbers in battle. Each clone diluted a portion of his original strength. Overall, the change in power was minimal, and each clone was weaker than the original. This technique was effective against weaker or equally matched opponents, often transforming a one-on-one confrontation into a chaotic brawl. Yet, when faced with a stronger foe, it felt more like a foolish act of self-sabotage. The battle-hardened demon King Piccolo quickly discerned the flaws in Tien Shinhan's use of the four-way fist and ruthlessly retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks. Your technique is commendable, but you've chosen the wrong opponent. How foolish. Within mere exchanges of blows, Piccolo had already repelled Tien Shinhan's original form, while the three clones were either sent flying or obliterated. Foolish? Piccolo had overlooked a crucial point. The very weakness he so easily perceived did Tien Shinhan, the martial artist who had devised the four-way fist, not comprehend it? Piccolo derided Tien Shinhan's lack of combat experience, deeming his choice of technique utterly foolish. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that a clone, previously sent flying, had not been destroyed. Instead, it cleverly concealed itself within a nearby thicket, waiting for the opportune moment. In a swift motion, Tien Shinhan, having just been repelled, launched another assault to prevent Piccolo Daimao from sensing the hidden clone. Meanwhile, Goku, upon his initial encounter with Piccolo Daimao, was momentarily paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of pressure, hindering his immediate response. However, upon witnessing Tien Shinhan's bold advance, he too broke free from the terrifying aura of Piccolo Daimao and initiated his own offensive. Chapter 7. King Piccolo, what is this? The Rui Stick. Extend. Sun Wukong brandished the Rui Stick he had just retrieved from the package. As he swung it, the stick elongated swiftly, sweeping directly towards King Piccolo. Humph. Overestimating oneself. Stop right there. King Piccolo kicked away the approaching Tien Shinhan and swiftly extended his right hand. His fingers, like iron pincers, firmly grasped the lengthening Rui Stick, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. Not only that, but King Piccolo began to wield the Rui Stick, turning the intended assault by the young Wukong into an act of defense. Under the immense power of King Piccolo, Wukong could only be lifted into the air, helplessly spinning as he clung to the stick. To avoid being disoriented, Wukong was compelled to release his grip temporarily. Abandoning the attack with the Rui Stick, he resorted to hand-to-hand combat instead. Seizing the opportunity, Tien Shinhan launched an unarmed attack from the left. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, exchanged blows with a surprising degree of coordination, despite having no prior practice. In that moment, King Piccolo was assailed from both sides by the combined efforts of Tien Shinhan and Wukong. Although the combat prowess of both was inferior to that of King Piccolo, their synchronized assault proved to be somewhat overwhelming for him, causing him to falter and retreat several steps. This is promising. In the distance, Krillin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had just emerged from the oppressive presence of King Piccolo, contemplating whether he should assist Tien Shinhan and Wukong. After all, he had witnessed their previous failed attempts to break through. To his astonishment, the two suddenly demonstrated a remarkable synergy, as if they had fought alongside each other for years. They even forced King Piccolo to retreat. This alleviated much of Krillin's fear, and the despair he had felt under King Piccolo's pressure began to dissipate. If they could continue like this, they might even defeat King Piccolo. Krillin excitedly raised his arms in celebration, yet he dared not make a sound, fearing that any noise might disrupt the intense assault being executed by Tien Shinhan and Wukong. It was truly remarkable that they could engage King Piccolo to such an extent. Master Roshi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of relief and admiration as he observed the unfolding battle. 300 years ago, when King Piccolo wreaked havoc on Earth, he and Master Shun had also engaged with him. As fellow disciples who had trained together for years, they had never performed so impressively. In fact, they had fallen under King Piccolo's onslaught, relying solely on Master Mateto's Mafuba technique to achieve victory. The synchronized offensive between Tien Shinhan and Goku, along with the situation they had managed to create during battle, was entirely unforeseen by Master Roshi. However, unlike Krillin, he did not harbor blind optimism. He was acutely aware that the rapport between Tien and Goku was not a product of long-term training, but rather a fleeting state of combat. This combat state was exceedingly fragile, capable of vanishing at any moment. Furthermore, even if the two maintained their synchronicity, Master Roshi, who was far more formidable than King Piccolo, did not believe they could secure victory. As Master Roshi had anticipated, King Piccolo's initial disarray was merely temporary. He had adapted to the onslaught of alternating attacks from Tien and Goku, yet he was taken aback by their unexpected cooperative assault. However, such surprise was short-lived. After approximately 2 minutes of hasty defense, he acclimated to their joint offensive rhythm. Was that all there was to it? Regrettably, they were still no match for King Piccolo. With a derisive laugh, King Piccolo let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, his limbs elongated, a manifestation of his unique ability as a Namekian to stretch his arms and legs during combat. Tien, recalling intelligence on King Piccolo's capabilities, deftly evaded the sudden extension of his left leg as it coiled towards him. Meanwhile, Goku, caught off guard by the sudden lengthening of King Piccolo's right arm, found himself ensnared. In that fleeting moment, the constriction around Goku's arm tightened fiercely, akin to a python tightening its grip on its prey. A cry of anguish escaped Goku's lips as the pressure inflicted excruciating pain upon his bones. Ha, let's take care of one first. Although King Piccolo lamented the fact that he could not ensnare Tien, the sight of Goku's suffering elicited a cruel smirk from him. Yet, King Piccolo was unprepared for Tien's counterattack. While evading his left leg, Tien had already readied a retaliatory strike. A wave of energy flickered through the air, its concentrated force surpassing Tien's usual combat prowess, and it pierced directly through King Piccolo's right arm. Seizing the opportunity, Goku opened his mouth wide and, with a sudden lunge, bit at the gaping hole in King Piccolo's arm created by Tien's attack. King Piccolo inwardly cursed Goku for resorting to such unrefined tactics in a martial arts battle. The one now howling in pain was no longer Goku, but King Piccolo himself. Goku's bite, in conjunction with the wound inflicted by Tien, resulted in a significant portion of King Piccolo's right arm being severed. Just then, a flash of a blade streaked past from a distance, sharp, swift, and strikingly bright, though regrettably, it was a moment too late. Majir originally intended to seize the opportunity to sever Piccolo's arm and rescue Goku amidst his inner turmoil. However, to his astonishment, Goku and Tien had already executed their escape with remarkable coordination. Thus, his strike met with nothing but emptiness. Who are you? Roared the enraged Piccolo, whose severed arm now lay in tatters. Witnessing Majir Bey's audacity to launch a sneak attack from the shadows only fueled his fury. Although the ambush failed, the mere intent to take advantage of the chaos was enough to seal Majir Bey's fate. What? Heh, do you believe I'm merely passing by? Please. Continue. Majir Bey lamented silently, realizing he had truly overstepped this time. Had he known Tien and Goku could save themselves, he would have remained hidden in the bushes. What folly it was to play the hero. While he maintained a facade of jovial explanation to Piccolo, he hastily retreated towards the distant thicket. Damn it. Once I eliminate these two, you'll be next, you fatso. The death ray. Piccolo unleashed an energy beam towards the thicket where Majir Bey had vanished. But it failed to strike its target. Yet, in light of the palpable threat posed by Tien and Goku, who had decisively severed his arm, he resolved to postpone the demise of this little fatso. To have broken my arm, it seems I have underestimated you, he bellowed. However, if you believe this will lead to my defeat, you are gravely mistaken. With an anguished roar, beads of sweat formed on Piccolo's withered visage, and he erupted with an even more formidable aura. In an instant, a new arm, tainted with an enigmatic substance, sprouted from the site of his severed limb. Self-regeneration. The half-arm he had painstakingly severed had regrown with astonishing speed. How could this be? Krillin watched in disbelief, his earlier excitement abruptly extinguished. Piccolo was far more formidable than he had anticipated. I knew it would come to this. It seems I must resort to that technique, sighed Master Roshi as he set aside his cane and began to mobilize his body. Yet, while the others sensed the dire straits of the situation, Tien astutely detected Piccolo's unstable energy. Although it appeared that Piccolo had grown stronger amidst his rage and regeneration, in truth, his power was nearing its limit. No matter how boastful his words or how dismissive he was of his opponents, the beads of sweat on his forehead and his labored breathing betrayed the waning strength of his aging body. Now is the moment. Piccolo, what do you see here? With Tien's call, Piccolo instinctively glanced toward the thicket. Suddenly, Tien's clone, which had been stealthily concealed among the bushes, sprang forth. More importantly, before him stood an electric rice cooker, its side adorned with a seal. This familiar scene prompted the usually cautious King Piccolo, who merely intended to discreetly assess the situation, to abruptly turn and fix his gaze upon the doppelganger of Tien Shinhan. The reminiscent scenario, with the seal that had confined him for over 3 centuries, suddenly re-emerged, leaving King Piccolo so terrified that his complexion turned a shade of green. Chapter 8. A bag of magic beans and a pot of rice. Is King Piccolo calling for his father? How could this be? Wasn't Master Mateto already deceased? Having been ensnared by the demon seal wave for over 3 centuries, King Piccolo bore a formidable psychological scar from this sealing technique. Previously, he had dispatched Damble into the martial arts tournament not only to collect the Dragon Balls, but also to eliminate all the martial artists on Earth. This was to prevent any potential user of the demon seal wave from emerging and sealing him away once more. After enduring 3 agonizing centuries within the demon seal wave, he had finally escaped, and he certainly did not wish to be sealed again. If he were to endure another 300 years in that confinement, he feared he might perish within that metaphorical rice cooker. Thus, The mere appearance of a rice cooker startled the formidable King Piccolo, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Not only was King Piccolo astonished, but Master Roshi, who was also aware of the demon seal wave, could not help but rub his eyes in disbelief. Initially, upon witnessing King Piccolo repel the combined efforts of Tien and Goku, he had prepared to risk his life to use the same technique for a mutual demise. However, to his surprise, Tien had already taken the lead with the rice cooker. Could it be that Master Shun had taught Tien this technique? But would Master Shun even engage in such self-sacrificial methods to seal demonic beings? Master Roshi pondered how Tien had acquired this skill, as he believed he was the sole master of the demon seal wave on Earth, aside from Master Mateto. Soon, however, he discerned a clue from the rice cooker Tien had presented. The issue did not lie with the rice cooker itself, but rather with the peculiar seal affixed to its side. The seal bore no inscriptions of the special runes associated with the demon seal wave. Instead, it simply read, "Restricted area, unauthorized personnel keep out." At that moment, Master Roshi realized something crucial and quickly shifted his gaze toward Tien's actual position. He saw that Tien had seized the opportunity while King Piccolo had ascended into the air. In midair, Tien's hands formed a triangle, stealthily aiming at the bewildered King Piccolo below. It was the Kikaho. In that instant, upon observing Tien's movements, Master Roshi finally comprehended his strategy. The so-called demon seal wave was merely a ruse, designed to distract King Piccolo, who was already shaken by his psychological trauma, allowing Tien to launch the Kikaho as his decisive strike. Meanwhile, King Piccolo, having been startled into a cold sweat by the rice cooker, also took note of the oddity of the seal. "You little brat, do you dare to deceive me?" Realizing the deception behind the demon seal wave, King Piccolo sensed a powerful energy gathering in the air. This was bad. Aware that the situation was dire, he attempted to evade. Unfortunately, Tien had timed his attack with impeccable precision. He was aware that the illusion of the magic sealing wave would not deceive King Piccolo for long. So he began to gather energy the moment Piccolo turned to face his doppelganger. By the time Piccolo realized what was happening, Tien had just completed the charging process for his Kamehameha. He concentrated most of his stamina into this powerful attack, while still preserving enough energy to maintain his flight technique. In combat against Goku, he might have held back slightly to avoid causing serious harm, but against King Piccolo, he harbored no such reservations. With a triumphant shout, the immense energy of the Kamehameha surged forth. Boom! Left with no time to evade, King Piccolo had no choice but to withstand the onslaught. Despite a 50-point disparity in their power levels, the charged Kamehameha could exponentially increase its destructive force, potentially multiplying it several times over. The enhanced Kamehameha had previously enabled Tien to hold down the second form of Cell, who found himself trapped in a crater created by the blast. Despite Tien's own diminishing strength, although the Kamehameha had yet to be improved, its potency remained formidable. The mere 50-point difference in power levels was trivial in the face of such a charged attack, especially considering that King Piccolo was caught off guard. On the ground, a perfectly square crater emerged as a result of the Kamehameha's strike, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that sent fierce winds swirling around. While Master Roshi and Krillin managed to remain steady, Bulma, with a power level below 5, was nearly swept off her feet by the gust. Fortunately, she quickly sought refuge in a nearby small aircraft to avoid being tossed away. Watching the thick smoke rising from the crater, Tien furrowed his brow. Without waiting to assess the situation within, he swiftly retrieved a Senzu bean from his capsule and consumed it. His energy was instantly replenished, and he began charging once more. As the smoke dissipated, King Piccolo appeared at the bottom of the crater, disheveled, drenched in purple blood and sweat. Though he seemed intact at first glance, it was evident that he had once again utilized his regeneration ability, expending considerable stamina in the process. Damn it! Just when King Piccolo had felt relieved that Tien's magic sealing wave was a ruse, he found himself facing this powerful technique. However, he reasoned that an attack capable of pushing martial artists beyond their limits must come with a significant cost and could not be easily used in succession. Under normal circumstances, if Tien were to forcefully unleash a second Kamehameha, the cost would not merely be stamina, but a direct reduction in his lifespan. Yet, unbeknownst to King Piccolo, Tien had prepared for this eventuality. With a supply of Senzu beans in hand, Tien, the epitome of a true warrior in the Dragon Ball saga, was more than equipped to handle King Piccolo. At the very moment when Piccolo the Demon King was poised to counterattack, Tien, having consumed a Senzu bean to restore his vitality, immediately unleashed a second Kamehameha wave. Bang! Just as Piccolo had leaped from the depths of the pit, he was struck once more by the energy blast. This time, the air above the pit was devoid of the thick smoke that had previously lingered. Tien, undeterred, consumed another Senzu bean to replenish his strength and began to gather energy for a third Kamehameha. However, this time, Piccolo at the bottom of the pit was left with only half of his body intact. His visage appeared visibly aged, having deteriorated countless times more than before. It was evident that he lacked the strength to invoke his regenerative abilities once again. TCH. He had thought he could withstand 3 Kamehameha waves, but unexpectedly, he faltered after just 2. Upon witnessing Piccolo's condition, Tien reconsidered his intention to unleash a third Kamehameha. It was not out of mercy, but rather because Piccolo's strength no longer warranted the need for such a powerful attack. I refuse to accept this. I cannot believe I, Piccolo the Demon King, have been defeated by a mere youth like you. Piccolo roared in frustration. He believed that his defeat was not due to his own inadequacy, but rather because this young man had no sense of martial ethics. How could he employ the mafuba, a deceptive technique, to ambush a 300-year-old Demon King? In a fair confrontation, he was convinced that even with Tien's Kamehameha, there would have been no time or opportunity to execute it. Alas, his fate was sealed, and regret was no longer an option. Chapter 9. The Gathering of Dragon Balls. Tien's Wish. As the ominous Demon King Piccolo sensed his impending doom, he mustered the last vestiges of his life force, channeling it into a solitary egg he had expelled. However, due to the meager remnants of his vitality, the egg was no larger than that of an ordinary chicken. With a final surge of energy, the Demon King propelled the egg into the air, causing it to vanish from sight in an instant. If Tien, now rejuvenated, wished to pursue it, he could have easily done so. Yet, he chose to observe the scene, showing no intention of chasing after it. In contrast, young Goku was eager to leap onto his flying Nimbus to give chase. There's no need to pursue. That egg will be the caretaker for your family in the future. Tien laughed, stopping Goku in his tracks. Caretaker? Goku scratched his head, puzzled by the notion. Tien refrained from elaborating further and turned his gaze back to the remnants of the Demon King Piccolo. Although only the upper half of Piccolo remained, and it appeared he had succumbed to exhaustion after expelling the egg, Tien was not inclined to leave him unattended. He gathered his strength once more, channeling the majority of his remaining energy into a powerful ki blast directed at Piccolo's lifeless body. Boom. In the wake of this explosive attack, Piccolo's remains were utterly obliterated, ensuring he could no longer pose a threat. The battle was concluded. Witnessing the once nightmarish Demon King Piccolo being outsmarted and vanquished by Tien's clever ruse, Master Roshi felt a swell of admiration. Brave and cunning, Tien. You have proven yourself to be an exceptional martial artist. And Goku, you are commendable as well. Both of you have a promising future ahead. As the esteemed martial arts master of Earth, Master Roshi offered heartfelt praise to the two warriors. Haha, what about me, Master Roshi? How do I measure up? With the Demon King finally defeated, Krillin's anxieties dissipated, and he shared in the joy of Tien and Goku's accolades, eagerly inquiring about his own evaluation. You, on the other hand, you still have much training ahead. Master Roshi pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. I knew it, Krillin exclaimed. But I won't give up. Goku, Tien, I will soon catch up to you both. Having witnessed the previous battle, Krillin recognized the disparity in skill between himself, Tien, and Goku. Yet, this difference did not dishearten him. After all, his performance in the martial arts tournament had outshone Yamcha's. Though the Demon King was defeated, the egg he laid before his demise could very well be a progeny of his. To prevent Earth from plunging into turmoil once more, Tien, Goku, and Krillin must persist in their training. What do you say? Would you like to return with me to Kame House for training? As Master Roshi mentioned the egg laid by the Demon King, the smile of reassurance on his face faded, and he extended an invitation to the three to embark on a journey of further cultivation. Very well, I shall continue my training. At the next martial arts tournament, I aspire to achieve a better ranking. Even claiming the championship is not beyond the realm of possibility. Krillin immediately nodded in agreement, feeling that his training still had room for improvement. Goku, upon hearing this, hesitated, glancing back at Korin Tower and then at the enthusiastic Krillin. He found himself uncertain whether to return and train alongside Krillin or remain at Korin Tower for his own training. Master Roshi, I appreciate your invitation. However, I have heard that Goku previously trained at Korin Tower, and since we have fortuitously arrived here, I would prefer to stay and train at Korin Tower for a while. Tien asserted, his choice decidedly clearer. While Master Roshi's signature Kamehameha technique was impressive, Tien had already extensively studied it during his time with the Crane School. He had even developed a unique technique specifically designed to counter the Kamehameha. Thus, for Tien, training at Korin Tower was evidently more beneficial. Remaining at Korin Tower for training was a plan Tien had previously devised. Having successfully defeated King Piccolo was merely the first step. His journey to become stronger would not be easily disrupted. That sounds good. Korin Tower is indeed a sacred place for training. I have also trained here for a time in the past. Here is the plan, Krillin. Once you meet the conditions during your training with me, you should also come and challenge the training at Korin Tower, Master Roshi suggested, nodding in respect of Tien's decision. In terms of martial arts talent, Tien, who at such a young age had already developed unique techniques like the four-way fist, even surpassed the equally remarkable Goku. According to the teaching methods of his master, the Crane School, Tien's current deficiency lay in the foundational aspects of martial arts, such as understanding ki and training. In this regard, whether he trained at Korin Tower or at his own school, Master Roshi believed there was little significant difference for Tien, who had reformed his ways. Will Krillin be coming over as well? Grandpa Roshi, then I shall also remain at Korin Tower for a time, young Goku responded. Relieved to hear that Krillin intended to train at Korin Tower and that Tien, his formidable rival at the tournament, would also be staying. All right, it's settled then. Master Roshi affirmed with a nod. At that moment, Tien suddenly retrieved the Dragon Radar to check its readings. The interface displayed that, apart from the Dragon Balls carried by him and Goku, the remaining 5 Dragon Balls were all grouped not far away. Tien promptly employed the flying technique to hover in the air, directing his gaze towards where the Dragon Radar indicated. In the distant sky, a colossal airship was turning around, evidently having noticed the commotion and was preparing to make its escape. What is going on, Tien? The others inquired curiously. It's nothing. It seems that King Piccolo has delivered the remaining Dragon Balls. I was just about to make a wish. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly recalled that the Demon King Piccolo's objective was to gather the Dragon Balls. However, this time, instead of collecting them, they had unwittingly delivered the remaining Dragon Balls right to him. The 3-kilometer distance between the airship and Tien Shinhan vanished in a mere 2 minutes. The Pilaf trio frantically maneuvered the airship, hastily altering its course. Yet, just as they had begun to change direction, they felt a formidable pressure looming behind them. You have 3 seconds to leave the airship and the Dragon Balls behind, Tien Shinhan commanded with an authoritative tone. Moments ago, he had obliterated the Demon King Piccolo with 3 powerful energy blasts, and the Pilaf trio had witnessed it all from the airship. They were acutely aware of the ruthlessness of this 3-eyed individual. Thus, upon hearing Tien Shinhan's command, despite their unwillingness, they dared not show any signs of defiance or hesitation. Swiftly and efficiently, they left all 5 Dragon Balls behind, each of them donning a parachute and leaping from the airship, embarking on an impromptu extreme parachuting adventure. Seeing this, Tien Shinhan nodded in satisfaction, quickly gathering all 5 Dragon Balls and stowing the airship away in a special high-capacity capsule. Moments later, he returned to Goku, now possessing a total of 6 Dragon Balls. Goku, I must trouble you to lend me the remaining 4-star Dragon Ball for a moment, Tien Shinhan said, arranging the other 6 Dragon Balls in the open space among the group before inquiring of Goku. Haha, Tien Shinhan, if you want to make a wish, just take it. There is no need for borrowing. Here, take it. Although the 4-star Dragon Ball was a cherished heirloom of Goku's grandfather, he readily offered it upon hearing Tien Shinhan's intent to make a wish. With all 7 Dragon Balls gathered, Tien Shinhan exclaimed with excitement, "Come forth, Shinran," uttering the long-awaited words he had yearned to say since childhood. Chapter 10. Breaking the limits of humanity. Small goals no longer distant, as Tien Shinhan summoned the Eternal Dragon. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant radiance simultaneously. The light coalesced into a beam, bridging heaven and earth. Dark clouds swiftly enveloped the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. As the entire atmosphere transformed into a tempestuous scene, suddenly, a slender, azure figure surged amidst the tumultuous clouds, exuding an extraordinary aura as it hovered before Tien Shinhan. Oh, summoner of the Eternal Dragon, regardless of your desire, you shall be granted a singular opportunity for its realization. Speak your wish. One must admit that the dragon's entrance was nothing short of spectacular. The roiling clouds behind it were sufficient to influence the skies above the entire planet. Moreover, its proclamation brimmed with gravitas. The notion that any wish could be fulfilled sounded almost omnipotent. Even for Tien Shinhan, who had witnessed the dragon's appearances numerous times in memory, the sight of it in the flesh was awe-inspiring. Even Midgey's bee, who had been lurking in the underbrush, could not resist the urge to emerge and behold the dragon. Yet, despite the dragon's flamboyant arrival, Tien Shinhan understood that his wishes were not boundless. The aspirations he could express were limited by the might of the deity who created the Dragon Balls. Just as one could not wish for the annihilation of an adversary beyond the deity's capability to defeat, so too were the limitations on wishes pertaining to combat quite substantial. However, in terms of enhancement, the dragon's powers were indeed remarkable. In Tien Shinhan's recollections, there were instances in the latter arcs of the Dragon Ball saga where individuals wished to become the strongest in the universe, and astonishingly, such wishes came to fruition, granting them power that surpassed even Goku's Super Saiyan Blue state. Yet, this immense boon came at a steep price. The invincibility acquired through wishing was not a reflection of the individual's inherent strength. Thus, their body could not withstand it, resulting in a sacrifice of lifespan. They were invincible, yet their life was reduced to a mere day. Consequently, Tien Shinhan had long dismissed the notion of wishing to become invincible. Such desires bore excessive repercussions. Moreover, the invincibility granted was fleeting, existing only at the moment of the wish, and it was only reasonable that someone could soon surpass it. Aspiring to be a true, formidable warrior, Tien Shinhan would not opt for such a misguided path of instant gratification. With the spirit of a true martial artist, he believed in his capacity to grow stronger through his own efforts. Only through relentless self-improvement could he pursue genuine invincibility and ascend to true strength. In terms of perseverance and ambition, Tien Shinhan was confident in his resolve. The sole constraint on his combat prowess within the Dragon Ball narrative was not his abandonment of martial arts, but rather the inherent limitations faced by earthly martial artists. Humanity possesses its boundaries. Whether it be he, Krillin, or Yamcha, all had demonstrated capabilities comparable to Goku in their earlier encounters. However, as time progressed, they ultimately became marginal forces. This indicates that the issue lies not within their individual capabilities, but rather within the constraints imposed upon them as inhabitants of Earth. As for the desire to transform one's body into that of a scion, Tien had long since dismissed this notion, recognizing that strength does not solely derive from scion physiology, but rather from Goku himself. Thus, scion traits are not the crux of the matter. Moreover, hastily wishing to alter one's identity as a human could result in uncontrollable side effects, potentially hindering one's martial journey. Tien firmly believes in his philosophy as a martial artist and is convinced that his own body is the most suitable vessel for his martial pursuits. Therefore, the sole wish he seeks to fulfill is to transcend the inherent limitations of his physical form. Since human bodies possess inherent constraints, he resolved to shatter these limitations. This had been Tien's plan even before gathering the Dragon Balls. At this moment, under the eager gaze of the onlookers, Tien addressed the dragon with his wish. Dragon, my wish is to break free from the limitations of my humanity. Tien proclaimed his desire with unwavering resolve. He believed that without the constraints of human limitations, his martial path would be boundless. Regarding his combat prowess, in the absence of restrictions, Tien was confident in his ability to continually enhance his strength. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Tien's wish opened a pathway to an unbounded pinnacle of martial arts. Excellent. Your wish can be granted. The dragon remained silent for a moment before swiftly providing a feasible response. In the next instant, a golden light radiated from the dragon's form, coalescing in its eyes before enveloping Tien in a luminous embrace. Bathed in this golden glow, Tien faintly heard a cracking sound, as if an invisible constraint had been abruptly shattered. Your wish has been fulfilled. The cost is half of your lifespan and all of your hair. I've become bald, yet stronger. Tien instinctively thought upon hearing the dragon's declaration of the price. As he touched his head, he suddenly realized that he had always been bald. Thus, the loss of hair was hardly a significant sacrifice. As for the halved lifespan, while this cost appeared daunting, it was within Tien's expectations. Thankfully, he had not wished for outright invincibility, which would likely have resulted in a far graver consequence of having but a single day left to live. As for the remaining half of his lifespan, Tien had plans to address it and was not overly concerned. Liberated from the constraints of human limitations, Tien began to sense a gradual increase in his combat strength. Although this augmentation was slow, it served as a tangible indication of the breaking of his restraints. Regarding how to accelerate the enhancement of his power, Tien had an inkling that thorough practice and training might be a commendable approach. Just as Goku possesses the trait of immense power surges when near death, Tien too had now acquired a characteristic of steadily increasing strength. Thus, both of them are destined for a splendid future. Tien Shinhan possesses unwavering confidence, believing that he shall surpass the limitations of humanity and will undoubtedly rival Goku. The initial modest goal is to catch up to the power of a Super Saiyan. Previously, this aspiration seemed rather distant for Tien Shinhan. However, with the successful wish to break his own limits, this ambition no longer appears unattainable in his heart. Glancing at the nearby Korin Tower, Tien Shinhan finds himself eager to commence his training. Yet, before embarking on this journey, he gazes skyward at the Shinran. which has begun to disintegrate following the fulfillment of wishes, and promptly employs the instant transmission technique to grasp one of the Dragon Balls that is turned to stone. Though it has petrified, he manages to seize it, returning it to you, Goku. Moments later, Tien Shinhan hands over the 4-star Dragon Ball he had opportunely captured. As promised, it was alone, and naturally, it must be returned after use. In a year's time, this stone Dragon Ball will revert to its original form. Haha, thank you. Tien Shinhan. Even in its stony state, I still wish to keep it close. Young Goku expresses his joy at receiving the 4-star Dragon Ball back so promptly. Not at all. I should be the one expressing gratitude for your generosity in lending it to me. Tien Shinhan insists that the thanks should be directed towards himself. Congratulations, Tien brother, on realizing your wish. However, what did you mean by breaking your own human limitations? Is it truly worth sacrificing all your hair and half your lifespan for such a cause? At this moment, Dumpling, who had been hiding in the distance, flitted over, pleased by Tien Shinhan's successful wish. Yet, he harbored doubts about Tien Shinhan's desire, particularly regarding the heavy toll it exacted. Setting aside the matter of lifespan, the sacrifice of hair was something he could never fathom. After all, unlike Tien Shinhan, who was already bald, Dumpling cherished the one precious strand of hair atop his head. Especially once he removed his hat, he valued that solitary hair greatly. Even if it meant growing stronger, he could never bring himself to part with his only strand. Chapter 11. The Tower Climbing Contest. 100-fold enhancement. Breaking the limiter allows my martial arts to transcend all boundaries. So how about it, Kaiatsu? Would you like to give it a try? Perhaps when the Dragon Balls are restored next time, you could make a wish like mine. Tien Shinhan jested, revealing a hint of truth. If Kaiatsu could become even slightly stronger, he would be more than delighted. After all, to Tien, Kaiatsu was a true ally. However, upon hearing Tien's words, Kaiatsu immediately covered his hat in shock, not wishing to lose the last strand of hair he had. He chuckled, The notion of limitless martial arts is quite inspiring. It seems your aspirations, Tien, surpass my expectations. Thus, he encouraged Tien to train diligently alongside Goku on the Korin Tower. I, too, shall return to Master Roshi's island with Krillin to commence more rigorous training. Master Roshi exclaimed, filled with admiration for Tien's unwavering determination to grow stronger even after defeating King Piccolo. In his youth, he too had been inspired by witnessing his teacher, Master Mateto, sacrifice himself to seal away King Piccolo. Yet, after achieving the status of Earth's martial arts master, he had grown somewhat complacent over the past 2 centuries. Tempted by the allure of captivating magazines that had rekindled old habits he had once worked hard to overcome. Tien, Goku, I will surely catch up to you both soon. Krillin declared, brimming with ambition to match his friends in their martial pursuits. Very well, I shall await your progress. Tien nodded, while Goku wholeheartedly encouraged Krillin to strive for excellence. Youth truly is a wonderful thing. Master Roshi mused, stroking his beard in satisfaction as he observed the scene before him. Now, let us take our leave, Goku, Tien, and Kaiatsu. Meanwhile, Bulma had inspected the aircraft and, finding it in perfect condition, bid farewell as she departed with Master Roshi and Krillin. Let the training commence. What do you say, Goku? Shall we race to see who can reach the top of Korin Tower first? As Tien watched Bulma and the others' aircraft shrink to a mere speck before vanishing from sight, he turned eagerly towards Korin Tower, eager to commence his training. He was eager to discover whether breaking the human limiter would indeed alter the pace of his cultivation. Sounds good, but Tien, this is your first time climbing the tower, isn't it? I have climbed it before. Won't that make the competition a bit unfair? Little Goku expressed his enthusiasm for the contest against Tien, who was his equal in strength. However, recalling his prior experience, he felt compelled to caution Tien. It's of no consequence. Climbing the tower relies on raw strength. Experience may have a slight impact at first, but one will quickly adapt. If one cannot overcome such minor differences, what right do they have to call themselves a true martial artist? Tien replied with boldness, for in battle, fairness was of little concern. During the competition, it is only natural to exert one's utmost abilities, as long as no one resorts to cheating. Even the slightest differences in conditions are challenges that one must overcome. Gyoza, simply do your best. If you find yourself truly exhausted, you may utilize your supernatural powers or aerial techniques to ascend directly. Your training primarily focuses on your powers, so basic physical conditioning will suffice. Tien Shinhan has not forgotten about Gyoza, as he must compete against Goku in the tower climbing challenge while also gauging the effectiveness of his own training, leaving no room for distractions. Rest assured, Tien brother, I will manage my limits, Gyoza nodded, indicating his understanding. Thus, the tower climbing contest commenced in earnest. 3, 2, 1. Tien Shinhan and Goku stood behind a horizontal line 3 meters from the base of the Korin Tower. With Gyoza's 3-second countdown, both competitors surged forward simultaneously towards the tower. Upon touching the Korin Tower, they immediately grasped its outer surface and began their ascent. Initially, due to their differing experiences in climbing, Goku darted upward like a soaring monkey, swiftly scaling dozens of meters. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan, in the same span of 10 seconds, managed to ascend only 5 meters, even slipping back down 2 meters due to his lack of experience. The gap between them widened by several hundred meters within a mere minute. However, during this minute of contemplation, Tien Shinhan grasped the technique of ascending the tower, remembering how Goku had occasionally utilized his tail for assistance. An idea sparked in Tien Shinhan's mind. 4 demon fists. Unlike the 4 bodies fist, which divides into 4, the 4 demon fists is another formidable technique mastered by Tien Shinhan. When he executed the 4 demon fists, 2 additional arms sprouted from his back, allowing him a total of 4 arms to aid in his climb. Coupled with the climbing technique he had just discovered, Tien Shinhan's speed surged dramatically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a rocket shooting upwards, after approximately 5 more minutes, Tien Shinhan had completely closed the gap he had previously fallen behind. "Ah, Tien Shinhan, you've caught up," exclaimed Goku, astonished. "For arms? That's more than my 2 hands and a tail combined." Tien Shinhan's 4 demon fists had already been witnessed by Goku during the martial arts tournament, where the latter had suffered considerably against it. It was unexpected that Tien Shinhan would employ it in the tower climbing challenge as well. Yet, this was neither a violation of rules nor cheating, as both Tien Shinhan's 4 demon fists and Goku's tail were integral parts of their inherent abilities. "I never anticipated the 4 demon fists would prove so formidable during the climb," Goku thought, resolute. "However, I shall not concede easily." Seeing Tien Shinhan surpass him, Goku refused to lag behind and began to unleash his full speed. Tien Shinhan, not one to be outdone, matched his fervor. What had begun as a solitary and monotonous ascent transformed into an exhilarating contest fueled by their rivalry. For a moment, Tien Shinhan held a slight edge. Moments later, Wukong gritted his teeth and surged ahead of Tien Shinhan. In this fervent competition of ascending the tower, both Tien Shinhan and Wukong experienced a more profound cultivation compared to when one ascends alone. Although neither has yet perfected the utilization of their energy, they possess an acute awareness of their own capabilities. According to the Combat Power Index, Tien Shinhan measured his strength at 180 points upon his initial fusion. However, by the time they reached the pinnacle of the tower half a day later, he sensed that his combat power had remarkably surged by nearly 50 points. This meant that his battle prowess had now ascended to an impressive 230 points. With such formidable strength, even without employing the deceptive magic sealing wave, the aging demon king Piccolo could no longer stand as his adversary. Simultaneously, Tien Shinhan's previous conjectures were validated. Rigorous training unequivocally enhanced the efficacy of his abilities after surpassing human limitations. During the tower's arduous trials, the rate of his strength enhancement exceeded the original effectiveness of his abilities by approximately 100-fold. Chapter 12. Maximizing the Opportunities of the Super Divine Water. "You are truly remarkable, Tien Shinhan. I must concede my defeat to you." Upon reaching the Korin Tower, Tien Shinhan and Son Goku managed to ascend within merely half a day. Notably, as Tien climbed higher, his combat prowess significantly increased through the rigorous competition of the ascent, allowing him to ascend with ever-increasing speed. Ultimately, he emerged victorious, reaching the summit of the Korin Tower with a substantial lead of several hundred meters. As Goku reached the top, rather than lamenting his defeat, he was immediately filled with admiration for Tien's incredible strength. Goku possesses an unwavering spirit. He is unafraid of loss and finds exhilaration in the presence of stronger opponents. It is this relentless pursuit of strength, coupled with an innocent heart that does not fear failure, that underpins Goku's continuous growth. Indeed, the very next moment after expressing his admiration, Goku declared his determination to not give up and vowed to catch up to and even surpass Tien Shinhan. This spirit of competition ignited a fervor within Tien's heart as well. Their mutual rivalry and efforts in training would undoubtedly enhance their abilities at an accelerated pace. Just like this tower climbing challenge, they accomplished the feat in a mere half day. Such an achievement astonished even Master Korin. Never before had anyone ascended so swiftly. Could this be the essence of competition and mutual advancement among martial artists? Initially, Master Korin held high hopes for Goku's talents, as he had demonstrated far greater prowess than the Turtle Hermit had during his ascent. However, it now appeared that another extraordinarily gifted martial artist, Tien Shinhan, had emerged in this generation of Earth's warriors. If the two were to train together, they might well create unprecedented miracles. Ah, Master Corinne. I was so caught up in competing with Tien that I completely forgot about the task of climbing the tower itself. I was astonished to discover that it only took half a day this time, Goku replied, surprised by Master Corinne's words. He recalled that during his initial ascent, it had taken him an entire day. Thus, it was remarkable that he had halved that time. You both have grown considerably. Even the mighty King Piccolo has fallen to your strength. The deities in the heavenly realm have heard of your exploits and wish to meet you, Master Corinne continued. However, regarding the super divine water we discussed earlier, do you wish to take on that challenge? While the effects of the super divine water are steeped in legend, I believe you possess the potential to turn myth into reality. Of course, the choice remains yours. After all, should you fail, the super divine water is notoriously toxic. Master Corinne marveled at their progress and subsequently mentioned the affairs of the heavenly realm, reiterating the earlier conversation about the super divine water. Initially, when Simbalu arrived, Master Corinne had already shared the news of the super divine water with the two. However, due to the impending battle, they had not made a decision at that moment. Now that the fight had concluded, he would not deprive them of their right to choose. The super divine water presents inherent dangers, yet it also harbors the potential for extraordinary opportunity. For the two individuals exhibiting extraordinary talent, Master Karen did not hold back. The Heavenly Temple? What sort of place is that? Goku's attention was captivated by the mention of the Heavenly Temple and the deities by Master Karen. Tien, already well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding the Heavenly Temple, began to ponder whether he should immediately utilize the ultra-divine water. This opportunity of the ultra-divine water had already been incorporated into Tien's well-thought-out plan for enhancement. The usage was undoubtedly certain. The dilemma lay in whether to employ it immediately. According to Tien's recollections of the Dragon Ball narrative, only Goku had successfully attained a power increase after consuming the ultra-divine water. Furthermore, the enhancement was quite significant, allowing the once feeble Goku, who struggled against the aged demon King Piccolo, to grow strong enough to ultimately defeat the youthful version of Piccolo. Such an improvement was nearly akin to doubling one's combat prowess. However, some argue that Goku's survival and considerable power increase were not solely due to the inherent enhancement properties of the ultra-divine water, but rather because its potent toxicity plunged young Goku into a near-death state, thus triggering his Scion ability to grow stronger upon recovering from the brink of death. In Tien's perspective, the reasons behind Goku's power augmentation were attributable to both the ultra-divine water and the Scion physiology. This conclusion was not merely drawn from Goku's subsequent performances, but also from another individual who had consumed the ultra-divine water and similarly survived, Mr. Popo. Although Goku drank an entire cup of the ultra-divine water, Mr. Popo only ingested a single drop. Yet, he too was among the two Earth martial artists who survived after consuming the ultra-divine water. More importantly, after ascending the Karen Tower, Mr. Popo remained there, leading a languid life of indulgence in the magical beans, without engaging in extensive training. Nevertheless, even in such a state of neglect, when Vegeta and Nappa arrived 9 years later, he possessed the strength to sever Vegeta's great ape tail. While the attack was a surprise at that time, the transformed great ape Vegeta boasted a combat power exceeding 100,000. If Mr. Popo's inherent strength did not surpass 1,000, he would have lacked even the ability to sever the tail of the great ape. Tien had encountered Mr. Popo in his current state. His strength was slightly inferior to that of his former self, estimated at around 150 points. Remaining idle on the Karen Tower, indulging in food and drink, his combat index surged from 150 to over 1,000 in 9 years. Such a rate of improvement may seem slow in comparison to warriors who trained diligently. However, given his lazy demeanor, it was indeed a remarkable enhancement. The source of his growth during those 9 years, despite minimal training, likely stemmed from that single drop of ultra-divine water. Therefore, Tien was resolute in not missing this opportunity to unlock his latent potential. Even if it ultimately proved ineffective, he felt compelled to at least give it a try. Naturally, seizing opportunities necessitates thorough preparation rather than reckless haste. The toxicity of the super divine water is undeniably profound. To withstand its potent venom, one must possess formidable physical strength, mental fortitude, and vital life force. In terms of physical prowess, Tien Shinhan is not lacking. His mental strength, particularly given the fusion of two souls, surpasses even that of Goku. However, he has recently sacrificed half of his lifespan in a wish, which is akin to losing half of his vital life force. Under such circumstances, immediately utilizing the super divine water would not be the wisest choice for Tien Shinhan. Thus, as Goku learned of the situation at the Heavenly Temple from Corinne, Tien Shinhan after careful contemplation, reached a decision. Since the deity wishes to meet us, let us first ascend to the heavenly temple. As for the super divine water, we shall challenge Corinne after our audience with the deity. Tien Shinhan's plan was clear. First, to seek the deity's guidance to further enhance their current abilities, then to find a way to replenish his life force before ultimately confronting the super divine water. Such thorough preparation would maximize the potential benefits of this opportunity. Indeed, it is prudent to receive the deity's instruction before attempting the super divine water. Your physical potential should be greatly amplified. Corinne nodded in agreement. The legendary properties of the super divine water are said to awaken the latent potential within the body, and allowing Tien Shinhan and his companion to first receive the deity's guidance would indeed augment their inherent capabilities. Chapter 13. Is 30 million combat power still distant? As Tien Shinhan resolved to ascend to the Temple of the Gods first, I decided to challenge the ultra-sacred water only after returning from the temple. Upon hearing Tien Shinhan's choice, little Goku immediately expressed his desire to join him in this endeavor. Indeed, it is a prudent decision. Master Karen nodded in agreement and gestured upwards. By simply extending the Rui Bang upward in the center of the hall, Goku could connect to the Temple of the Gods above. Master Karen then imparted the method of reaching the temple to both of them. However, they did not set off immediately. Kaiatsu, who had been closely following them in their ascent, needed to catch up first. While waiting for Kaiatsu's arrival, Tien Shinhan turned to Master Karen. Since Goku has already undergone your training, I wonder if I might also receive some guidance before we head to the Temple of the Gods. With time to spare, Tien Shinhan sought to take this opportunity to learn from Master Karen. Despite his appearance as a plump white cat, Master Karen possessed an extraordinary lifespan of at least 8 centuries. Such an ancient being, though perhaps not the strongest in combat, undoubtedly harbored profound mysteries. Having previously climbed the tower, the benefits of a second ascent would be diminished. However, Tien Shinhan had yet to receive any instruction from Master Karen. Your ability to defeat King Piccolo indicates that your combat power is already on par with mine. While I cannot claim to have extensive knowledge to share, I can certainly offer insights into bodily coordination and agility. Master Karen modestly explained his capabilities. Although he might not match Tien Shinhan in sheer power, agility and bodily coordination were indeed his specialties. Eagerly engaging in conversation, Master Karen welcomed the opportunity to assist Tien Shinhan, especially after he had recently vanquished King Piccolo, alleviating a significant crisis on Earth for the gods and immortals. Thus, Master Karen retrieved the ultra-sacred water flask and hung it from his staff. Witnessing this familiar scene piqued Goku's interest. I want to join the quest for the ultra-sacred water too, Master Karen. I want to participate. Little Goku recalled the 3 arduous days he had spent trying to seize the ultra-sacred water from Master Karen previously. This time, he was eager to see how quickly he could shorten that duration. Despite knowing that the ultra-sacred water was merely ordinary tap water with no real effect, the training challenge intrigued little Goku nonetheless. You two together? Then my burden will be quite substantial, Master Karen remarked, feeling a slight sheen of perspiration form on his forehead as he glanced between the 2 eager challengers. Faced with 2 formidable opponents, he felt the weight of responsibility as an immortal. Should he falter and lose the ultra-sacred water at the outset of the challenge, he would find it difficult to maintain his dignity. At the onset of the challenge, he had already begun to take it seriously in an unprecedented manner. Like a ravenous tiger, Tien Shinhan lunged towards the position of Master Karen. Just as victory seemed assured, he struck only a fleeting shadow. The real Master Karen appeared somewhat hastily 2 meters ahead, his staff's holy water jug swaying slightly. At this moment, Master Karen's demeanor was far less composed than during his earlier test with Goku. Nevertheless, he successfully evaded Tien Shinhan's initial attempt to seize the jug. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Goku transformed into a human cannonball, barreling towards the very spot where he had just materialized. Compared to Tien Shinhan's predatory leap, Goku appeared even more frenzied. He was no longer content to merely grasp for the holy water, but aimed to knock it off the staff with his head. This reckless attempt at snatching the jug placed tremendous pressure on Master Karen, who had anticipated a somewhat easier encounter with Goku. How intriguing. Clearly, Master Karen's absolute speed should not surpass mine, yet he deftly evaded my grasp just as I was about to touch the holy water jug. Is this the fusion of key perception and physical agility? Having missed his initial strike, Tien Shinhan quickly discerned the subtleties at play. The understanding and application of ki is pivotal to ascending to a higher realm among Earth's martial artists. It was evident that the challenge posed by Master Karen involved the remarkable nuances of ki perception, laying the groundwork for its more concrete application within the Temple of the Gods. With this realization, Tien Shinhan grew increasingly captivated by the ongoing training challenge. Through this rigorous mental and physical endeavor, Tien Shinhan, having shattered the human limitations, experienced a further enhancement of his innate abilities. After half a day, both Tien Shinhan and Goku successfully secured the holy water jug. Meanwhile, Master Karen collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his white fur drenched in sweat. Utterly devoid of any celestial grace, he resembled an ordinary drenched cat, having just fallen into water and been fished out. The excess weight he once carried had noticeably diminished after this half-day of exchanges and challenges, rendering him significantly more agile than before. Alas, such a challenge cannot be repeated. I feel utterly exhausted from the exertions of you two little rascals, Master Karen gasped, waving his hands in surrender. Goku lay on his back, limbs sprawled in a state of euphoric fatigue, relishing the afterglow of exertion. Tien Shinhan, equally drenched in sweat from his rigorous training, reveled in the profound physical exertion. However, more than the immediate sense of well-being, he was astonished by the significant enhancement of his strength brought about by this training session. After the half-day challenge for the holy water, he estimated that his combat power had surged to an impressive 300 points. Such formidable strength. It is not merely the aging Majin Buu that poses a challenge. Even if Majin Buu were to acquire the Dragon Balls and wish for youth, Tien Shinhan would still possess considerable fighting prowess. In my recollections, I had originally spent 3 years striving to attain such a level of power, coinciding with the commencement of the next martial arts tournament. Indeed, divergent choices yield entirely different outcomes. Achieving a power level of 300 points 3 years in advance signifies that Tien has successfully altered his fate, inching ever closer to his initial goal. The power level of 300 has been attained. 3,000, 30,000, 30 million points. How far could they be? Perhaps it may seem distant for an ordinary Earth martial artist. However, for Tien, who has transcended the limitations of humanity, such feats are entirely plausible. Brother Tien, I have finally ascended. At that moment, shortly after he and Goku departed, Kaiatsu also reached the summit of Korin Tower. Accompanying Kaiatsu was the robust Yajirobe. Upon witnessing Yajirobe's arrival at Korin Tower, Tien was suddenly reminded of something. After exchanging greetings with Kaiatsu, he turned his attention to Master Korin. Master Korin, may I take most of the senzu beans? Rather than allowing them to be squandered by Yajirobe, I hastily requested Master Korin to entrust a significant portion of the senzu beans to my care. Chapter 14. The Honest Yajirobe. The restorative effects of the senzu bean can only be described as divine in concept. Whether it is a weakling or a super saiyan with power exceeding 100 million, even the god of super saiyans, a single senzu bean consumed will restore them to peak condition in an instant. Aside from ailments that cannot be cured, any injuries or fatigue incurred from battle or training can be entirely healed. This extraordinary treasure, in the original story, was wasted by Yajirobe, unbeknownst to Tien. Now that he is aware, how could he allow Yajirobe to squander so many senzu beans? Do you wish to take most of the stock? The opportunities to utilize senzu beans are rare, and they can be regrown. Very well, if you wish to take them, then take them freely. Master Korin does not place much importance on these senzu beans, as he can cultivate more. Otherwise, in the original narrative, Yajirobe would not have consumed them so freely. Now, with Tien, such a significant contributor, desiring senzu beans, Master Korin naturally has no reason to refuse. I have heard that consuming a single senzu bean can sustain one for 10 days. Is this rumor true? I would like to try a senzu bean. Yajirobe had previously heard tales of the senzu beans. His ascent of Korin Tower alongside Kaiatsu was not solely for training. Besides wishing to meet the legendary Master Korin, one of his primary goals was to obtain senzu beans. After all, on Earth, if he wished to satiate his hunger, he must hunt for his food. The occasional struggle of going hungry due to a lack of prey was not uncommon. However, if the rumored effects of the senzu beans are indeed true, then remaining at Korin Tower would ensure him a bountiful meal with ease. You are a friend of Tien and Goku, right? If you wish to consume senzu beans, I see no issue with that. However, I have already promised Tien, so if you want to partake, you will have to settle for the leftovers he takes with him. Master Korin, prior to this, did not recognize Yajirobe, but with his memory-reading ability, he quickly discerned that Yajirobe was part of the group opposing the evil King Piccolo. Although Yajirobe's strike had missed, he at least had the intention to fight and was not a villain. Master Korin, thus, agreed to his request without hesitation. Thank you. Master Korin. Yajirobe chuckled, then hurried over to Tien's side. Tien, could you possibly save me a few more senzu beans from the stock? You know I don't have much money, and my appetite is quite large. Hunting is no easy task. Yajirobe wore a charming smile. hoping Tien would reserve more Sinza beans for him. Rest assured, you will definitely have the chance to taste the Sinza beans. Tien internally scoffed. Indeed. If he hadn't spoken up, the Sinza beans would likely have been squandered by Yajirobe once again. However, for now, a moment later, Tien, Yajirobe, and the others followed Master Corinne into the grand hall where the Sinza beans were stored. Within the confines of the storeroom, there resided 2 grand wooden barrels, each nearly a meter in height. Typically, such barrels are filled with fine wines, yet these particular vessels were brimming with celestial beans. Goodness! These immense barrels contained no fewer than 5,000 beans, if not 10,000. Tien Shinhan gazed in astonishment at the stockpile of celestial beans before him. Although he had encountered these extraordinary treasures before, he had never witnessed them available in such abundance. In the original narrative of Dragon Ball, this vast supply of celestial beans had been squandered by Mijiram, who could only manage to obtain a mere handful each time. This clearly illustrated the extent of his profligacy. The mere thought of it ignited within Tien Shinhan a desire to deliver 2 resounding slaps to Mijiram's face to vent his frustration. However, the Mijiram before him had yet to commit such egregious errors. Furthermore, with Tien Shinhan present, there was no opportunity for him to waste such a significant quantity of celestial beans. Tien Shinhan produced his multifunctional capsule and seamlessly stored both barrels into it. Hey, leave 1 barrel for me, Tien Shinhan. Mijiram exclaimed in a panic upon witnessing the entirety of the celestial bean stock being claimed. Leave 1 barrel. With that, Tien Shinhan could no longer contain himself. There were only 2 barrels of celestial beans, and to suggest leaving 1 behind was absurd. Was it to be used as sustenance? How could he dare utter such a request? In a swift motion, he delivered a hefty slap to Mijiram's pudgy face. The flesh upon Mijiram's visage quivered and contorted under the force, sending him careening through the air. With Tien Shinhan's combat prowess having surpassed 300 points, Mijiram, who had previously been a formidable opponent during the World Martial Arts Tournament, was now incapable of enduring even a single slap. As he landed, battered and breathless, he was left dazed, struggling to comprehend why Tien Shinhan had suddenly turned so violent. Tien Shinhan, what's wrong? Brother Tien. Not only was Mijiram bewildered, but Goku and Chaos, witnessing the scene unfold, exchanged astonished glances at Tien Shinhan. They too were perplexed, although Mijiram was not particularly close to them. They had fought alongside him for a brief period. Even if Tien Shinhan held disdain for him, it seemed excessive to resort to such harsh measures. Amidst their astonished gazes, Tien Shinhan soon retrieved a celestial bean from his capsule. Haha, it's nothing. ISNT at Mijiram, who wishes to experience the celestial bean for himself? These beans are meant for healing and replenishing energy, and I thought it prudent to inflict a minor injury upon him to enhance his appreciation of their effects. Otherwise, how would he truly grasp the benefits of the celestial beans? As Tien Shinhan cheerfully elucidated the reasons behind his actions, he tossed a magical bean to the beleaguered Yajirobe, who was propped up on one hand while the other shielded the imprint of a slap on his face. Upon hearing this, Yajirobe's eyes brimmed with grievance. His desire to taste the magical bean was meant in the context of a meal, not as a remedy for his wounds. Yet, having already endured the sting of that slap, he found himself unable to retaliate against Tien Shinhan and thus resigned to consuming the magical bean for healing. At the very least, this would alleviate the searing sensation left by the blow. Under the watchful gaze of Tien Shinhan and the others, Yajirobe ingested the magical bean offered to him. Soon enough, the mark of the slap vanished, and the excruciating pain it had inflicted dissipated. However, while the magical bean could mend physical injuries and restore vitality, it could not rectify the psychological trauma it had wrought. Except for Yajirobe himself, no one comprehended the extent of the psychological impact that Tien Shinhan's unexpected slap had caused him. Having learned this profound lesson from Tien Shinhan, Yajirobe promptly abandoned his initial notion of consuming the magical bean as a meal. The magical bean was meant solely for instantaneous healing and rejuvenation, not to be squandered as sustenance. Chapter 15. Come. The time for training is the moment of power surge. The healing effect of the divine beans is truly remarkable. The vibrant red handprint vanished in an instant. Little Wukong believed Tien Shinhan's explanation wholeheartedly, and at this moment, he continued to exacerbate the situation, directly piercing into Yajirobe's inner turmoil. How could that handprint not be red? It had sent me flying. The more Yajirobe contemplated, the more aggrieved he felt, even beginning to doubt whether climbing the Corinne Tower was a grave mistake. So that is how it is. I had wondered why Tian Gu suddenly intervened. It turns out he did so to help him experience the effects of the divine being. Zhaozi, similarly innocent as Wukong, had no doubts about Tien Shinhan's explanation and was now struck with a realization, reflecting on the matter with a newfound clarity. Only the Korin sage, squinting his eyes, seemed to see through it all. Although he did not particularly mind the consumption of divine beans for healing, he couldn't help but stifle a chuckle at Majiro's current pitiful demeanor. What an amusing bunch of martial artists. So, Majiro, would you like to try the divine bean once more? If you require assistance, I would not mind helping you again. No. The healing effect of the divine bean is excellent. I have already experienced it firsthand. Upon hearing Tien Shinhan's offer for further assistance, Majiro immediately recoiled, placing his palm back over his face. He had no desire to endure the sensation of being slapped anew. While hunting on the ground may be bothersome, it was certainly preferable to being struck by Tien Shinhan. The divine bean he had just consumed not only healed his wounds, but also bestowed a sense of satiety. However, Majiro found it hard to accept the notion of sacrificing his face for such satisfaction. Rather than endure that, he preferred to continue hunting on the ground and fend for himself. Korin sage, pardon me, I have changed my mind. I believe it is best to keep the entire stock of divine beans with me. Tien Shinhan, no longer concerned with the now compliant Majiro, turned to explain to the Korin sage. Haha, it's perfectly fine. Whether you take most or all of them, it matters not. After all, I can plant more with a bit of time, so feel free to take them. The Korin sage waved his hand dismissively. The yield of divine beans may be low, but in comparison to his long lifespan, he did not mind waiting for the stock to replenish. Before Tien Shinhan and Wukong, the last person to ascend the Korin Tower was Master Roshi over 300 years ago. Now that this batch of divine beans has been given to Tien Shinhan, it remains uncertain how many more centuries will pass before another martial artist ascends the Korin Tower. In the sage's mind, there was ample time to replenish the divine beanstalk. Tien Shinhan, grateful for the Korin sage's words, then lifted his gaze towards the summit of the Korin Tower. Since Jiaozi has also arrived, it is about time we head to the heavenly temple, retaining the precious treasure of the celestial being. Tien's thoughts shifted back to his pursuit of further strength through rigorous training. At Korin's place, aside from the divine water he was not yet prepared to challenge, there was little left to enhance his power. Thus, the heavenly temple became the next destination he was eager to reach. Korin nodded in agreement. Had it not been for waiting on Kaiatsu, Tien and Goku could have set off long before. After some discussion, Tien, Goku, and Kaiatsu proceeded to the heavenly temple, while Yajirobe, feeling hesitant to join Tien in the excitement, chose to remain temporarily in Korin's tower. This time, Tien and his companions did not need to continue climbing. Instead, they stood above the Nyoibo, waiting for it to grow thicker and longer. It was akin to riding in a 360-degree open elevator, soaring through layers of mist and clouds, until they were delivered to the heart of the heavenly temple. The moment they arrived, they were greeted by a stout little figure, shrouded in darkness, with only the whites of his eyes and the color of his lips distinguishing him from the shadows. Wow, what a dark person! Goku exclaimed, startled. Greetings. I am Bubbles, the servant of the deity. You may call me Mr. Bubbles. As Tien listened to Mr. Bubbles' introduction, familiar memories surfaced in his mind. Although Mr. Bubbles referred to himself as a servant of the gods, he was, in fact, also a companion to them. In truth, he had existed far longer than the deities residing in the heavenly temple. Before the current god took his place as Earth's deity, Mr. Bubbles was already a fixture within the temple. In the narrative of Dragon Ball, following the fusion of the current deity with Piccolo, Din ascended as the next generation's god. Yet Mr. Bubbles remained. Furthermore, many previous generations of gods had been accompanied by Mr. Bubbles, making him a steadfast presence amidst the ever-changing pantheon. Thus, Mr. Bubbles' enigmatic nature was evident. Just by gazing into his wise yet naive eyes, one could sense he had glimpsed the secrets of the universe. Hello, Mr. Bubbles. I am Tien. I am Kaiatsu. I am Son Goku. With Tien initiating the greeting, Goku and Kaiatsu quickly followed suit. Mr. Bubbles nodded in acknowledgement. The deity is currently occupied with other matters and cannot meet you at this moment. The reason for your summons to the heavenly temple is to offer you further training as a reward for your valiant efforts against Demon King Piccolo. Are you willing to accept? Mr. Bubbles spoke directly, proposing a rigorous training session for Tien and his friends. This straightforward communication resonated perfectly with Tien and the others. As devoted martial artists, they sought the pinnacle of martial prowess and would naturally not decline. However, unlike Goku and Kaiatsu, who were oblivious to the underlying truths, Tien was aware that the deity's absence was not merely due to pressing matters. It is not merely because the Demon King Piccolo is the malevolent essence that was severed from him when he ascended to divinity. The celestial god and the aged demon king Piccolo bear an uncanny resemblance to one another, making it unwise for the former to reveal himself too readily. The current celestial god finds himself in a state of indecision regarding his appearance, while simultaneously wishing to enlist Mr. Bobo to assess the talents of Tien Shinhan and his companions. Should the trio excel in Mr. Bobo's evaluation, the celestial god would resolve to present himself before them. This places an additional burden on Mr. Bobo, as further training and cultivation is something we greatly desire. Tien Shinhan, however, does not dwell on the matters concerning the celestial god. He is eager to partake in Mr. Bobo's training. For him, who has transcended human limitations, each segment of training bestows a significant enhancement to his combat prowess, and he is unwilling to forego any opportunity for valuable cultivation. For ordinary humans, time equates to money. Yet for Tien Shinhan, who has shattered the confines of humanity, time translates to combat strength, particularly in the realm of training, which signifies a dramatic surge in his capabilities. Chapter 16. The activation of limit-breaking traits, growing stronger in the face of adversity. The key to advancing in martial arts lies in the perception and application of qi. The power you currently possess within you is already formidable. However, to fully harness this strength, one must master the techniques related to qi. Mr. Bobo wasted no time. Upon seeing that Tien and his companions were eager to participate in the training, he promptly commenced their practice. Techniques of qi? What could that possibly entail? Both Goku and Kaiatsu felt a twinge of confusion. They had each already mastered the Kamehameha and the Dodon Ray. Surely, that must qualify as an understanding of qi techniques? Thus, they voiced their uncertainties. Mr. Bobo shook his head upon hearing their inquiries. Merely being able to execute energy blasts signifies only a rudimentary grasp of qi, the methods of its condensation and release. While these do pertain to qi techniques, they merely skim the surface. Once one truly masters the subtleties of qi, two martial artists possessing the same level of energy will exhibit drastically different performances in battle. It may be difficult for you to comprehend this concept through mere words, so allow me to prepare a battle for you. After the encounter, you shall come to understand the deeper intricacies of qi techniques, Mr. Bobo elucidated. Of course, Tien was already well aware of the principles involved, so it fell primarily upon Goku and Kaiatsu to grasp this notion. Noting the continued bewilderment in their eyes, Mr. Bobo decided to facilitate their understanding through combat. Excellent. I relish the opportunity to experience this through battle. Little Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm. Nothing thrilled him more than to spar with friends or foes alike. While he might not have paid much heed to discussions on mastering qi techniques, the prospect of combat ignited his excitement. As preparation for the battle, I will require a single hair from each of you, Mr. Bobo stated candidly. He would utilize each hair to manifest a clone for the trio. These clones would possess identical combat abilities, but would differ in that they had a fundamental understanding of qi perception and application. Though Goku and Kaiatsu might still struggle to grasp the deeper significance of qi techniques, this battle against their own clones would embed the lessons in their very beings. However, upon hearing this request, aside from Goku's eager acquiescence, Tien and Bobo exchanged bemused glances. Mr. Bobo, do I appear to be someone with hair? Tien queried directly. Kaiatsu, standing nearby, removed his hat and pointed to the lone sprout atop his head. Indeed, while I may possess a single hair, I would be loath to part with it for any exchange. Mr. Bobo, having plucked a hair from Goku's head, looked at Tien and Kaiatsu with a hint of concern. Would it suffice if I used an eyebrow in place of hair? Or perhaps another part of the body? Fortunately, Tien quickly thought of an alternative solution. After all, Mr. Bobo's ability to create clones seemingly requires only a specific part of their bodies. The absence of hair can be compensated with eyebrows or fine hairs. Although it may be somewhat shorter, it ultimately proved successful. Moments later, each of the three fighters stood before their respective clones. Currently, Tien Shinhan's combat power significantly exceeds that of Goku, making it a rare occurrence to face an opponent of equal strength. Without hesitation, Tien Shinhan immediately engaged the clone before him. With fierce punches and kicks unleashed, the clone effortlessly countered each attack. Solar Flare. However, when Tien Shinhan suddenly employed the solar flare to obscure his opponent's vision, the clone still managed to evade the attack. Was this an example of sensing qi? It was as if the clone possessed a pair of omniscient eyes, unaffected by light or darkness. Although aware of the miraculous nature of qi perception, the profound experience of battling such an opponent rendered it all the more vivid. In a similar fashion, Goku and Chaozi, upon launching their first wave of fierce assaults against their clones, found themselves at a disadvantage as well. After dodging the initial onslaught from the three, The three clones seemed to have coordinated an attack, simultaneously retaliating against their respective opponents. Boom, boom, boom. The forceful punches and kicks rained down, and Tien Shinhan, who had yet to master ki perception, could only rely on his eyes to confront the clone's assault. With identical speed, matching force, and overwhelming ki sensing ability, the sudden onslaught from the clone pressed Tien Shinhan considerably. The strength and speed of the opponent's movements allowed him to fully appreciate the magnitude of his own 300 points of combat power. Yet, this was insufficient. Far from enough. Under the pressure of intense training, Tien Shinhan's innate ability for extreme breakthroughs was fully activated. Amidst the clashing of fists and feet, his combat prowess began to rise rapidly. Unlike Goku and Chaozi, who struggled in a balanced, or even disadvantageous, confrontation, Tien Shinhan showcased remarkable adaptability and growth in his battle against the clone, not merely in the techniques of ki, as he distinctly surpassed his previous self in power within a mere second. In just half an hour, the clone that initially managed to suppress Tien Shinhan using ki techniques was utterly obliterated by a series of powerful punches and kicks. There was no alternative. In this half hour, Tien Shinhan's combat power soared astonishingly. This high-intensity training under pressure proved far more stimulating than the previous tower climbing or the frantic competition for the super sacred water bottle. At this moment, Tien Shinhan's power had reached 330 points, and he had also made significant progress in mastering ki perception. The clone, possessing the same strength as Tien Shinhan did half an hour ago, was no longer a worthy opponent. Is it truly possible to defeat one's own clone so swiftly? Observing the situation with Tien Shinhan, Mr. Bobo, maintaining his wise demeanor, let out a slight gasp of astonishment. The clone you created is indeed remarkable, yet its physique appears somewhat fragile and susceptible to damage. It seems I must trouble you once more to manufacture a new clone. I have only just begun to grasp the threshold of breath perception and require further training. Despite having shattered a clone, Tien Shinhan found himself yearning for more. He had yet to fully master the art of breath perception, and the exhilarating surge of newfound power had become somewhat addictive. Another one, you say? Very well. Your current combat prowess likely surpasses my own. I shall give it a try. Mr. Bobo, taken aback by Tien Shinhan's request, nevertheless did not decline. His duty was to assist Tien Shinhan and others in initially grasping the techniques associated with breath. Perception, condensation, and convergence were all encompassed within this realm. Now, with Tien Shinhan citing his incomplete mastery of these techniques as justification, Mr. Bobo naturally endeavored to provide continued support. Chapter 17. Not enough. Next. Not enough. Another one. Still not enough. One more. Within the brief span of half a day, Wukong and Chaozi had just achieved their personal breakthroughs, having initially grasped the techniques of ki and vanquished their own clones. Meanwhile, Tien had managed to defeat 5 or 6 clones in the same time frame. Were it not for Mr. Popo's repeated assertions that the last clone of Tien was the pinnacle of his combat power, Tien might have continued unabated. This was not due to any awakened penchant for battle frenzy, but rather because the exhilarating sensation of rapidly enhancing one's strength in a closely matched confrontation was utterly irresistible. At that moment, Tien seemed to comprehend why, in the Dragon Ball saga, Wukong would sometimes deliberately allow his opponents to unleash their full strength before striking. His pursuit was not merely the annihilation of foes, but the relentless enhancement of his own prowess. If the adversary was too feeble, the impetus for self-improvement would diminish. Only by facing formidable opponents could one truly elevate their capabilities in the heat of battle. Now, having shattered the confines of human limitations, Tien fully exemplified the principle of growing stronger in the face of adversity, thriving in both training and combat. In just half a day, he had soared to nearly 700 points of combat power after defeating 5 or 6 of his clones. Such rapid advancement was beyond the wildest dreams of his former self. After all, years of arduous training had only elevated his power to 180 points. Indeed, different environments yield varying rates of growth. Choosing to wish upon the Dragon Balls to transcend his human limits had proven to be a sagacious decision. Naturally, along with the increase in strength, Tien, like Wukong, had also initially mastered the art of ki perception and application. He had even vanquished his last clone with his eyes closed, realizing that seeing with the heart meant sensing the ki of the opponent. Whether in offense or defense, ki perception was an exceptionally valuable ability. With numerous applications for techniques such as ki suppression, mastery of these would require continued training for Tien and his companions. Your talents are quite remarkable. Just as the three had completed Mr. Popo's training, a voice, slightly aged, resonated. Following this, a figure clad in divine attire appeared. Wukong and Chaozi turned to behold the source, and were taken aback. Ah, it's Demon King Piccolo. Although Piccolo had been vanquished by Tien, and Wukong could now easily defeat him, the sudden sight of Piccolo still elicited an involuntary gasp. The oppressive aura that Piccolo had exuded during their previous encounter was no ordinary weight for Wukong to bear. Beside him, Jiaozi stumbled in fright and accidentally sat down on the tiles of the Divine Temple. Wasn't the Demon King Piccolo already vanquished? How could he suddenly appear in the Divine Temple? Mr. Bobo, what on earth is happening? Goku and Jiaozi, their faces etched with astonishment, turned to Mr. Bobo for clarification. You are mistaken. The esteemed figure before you is the deity of Earth, the Supreme Kai, not a villain like the Demon King Piccolo, Mr. Bobo promptly explained. Although his explanation was lucid, Goku and Jiaozi couldn't help but scrutinize the Supreme Kai's face, murmuring to themselves. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the Demon King Piccolo. Why was one a deity and the other a demon? The duo found the reality perplexing. Noticing that Goku and Jiaozi remained skeptical, Mr. Bobo glanced at the Supreme Kai. After all, the specifics regarding the origins of the Supreme Kai and the Demon King Piccolo were crucial. Whether to inform Tien and the others was a decision Mr. Bobo felt ill-equipped to make. The Supreme Kai, sensing Bobo's gaze, smiled and nodded. Fear not, they mean no harm. However, allow me to recount the sequence of events myself. Before I unveil the truth, there is something I find rather intriguing, the Supreme Kai remarked, turning his attention to the composed Tien. While Goku and Jiaozi were in sheer disbelief at the sight of someone who appeared identical to the Demon King Piccolo, Tien displayed no trace of surprise, as though he had anticipated everything all along. Why do you seem so unfazed? The Supreme Kai inquired, puzzled. Your aura differs from that of the Demon King Piccolo. Tien replied calmly. This response left the Supreme Kai even more astonished. He had expected Tien to offer some philosophical insight, but instead, Tien had directly utilized his newly acquired ability to sense energy. This revelation indicated Tien's profound dedication to martial arts. As this realization dawned upon him, a hint of satisfaction graced the Supreme Kai's face. Throughout the day, he had quietly observed the trio's training and battles from his abode within the Divine Temple. Their performances had exceeded his expectations, compelling him to reveal himself. Among the exceptionally gifted trio, Tien's prowess shone the brightest. He could perceive that Tien's energy had more than doubled in strength compared to just half a day prior. Such a rapid enhancement of power was unprecedented since he ascended to the role of Earth's deity. Contemplating his own aging form, he glanced at the youthful Tien, and a thought sparked in his mind. Perhaps it was time to entrust the position of the Supreme Kai to a worthy successor. Yet, whether this notion could materialize remained to be seen through direct interaction with Tien. Well, how swiftly you have applied your newly acquired ability to sense energy, the Supreme Kai remarked, impressed. In most instances, discerning an opponent through their aura proves to be more reliable than mere visual observation. However, this world is replete with wonders. And while aura perception serves as an auxiliary means of combat, one must remember not to become overly reliant on it once mastery is achieved. The deity expressed his satisfaction with the trio, simultaneously imparting the crucial caution that aura perception is not infallible. Upon hearing this, Wukong and Jiaozi were somewhat perplexed. Such a convenient ability, which offers greater distance and comprehensiveness than sight, could it truly lack universality? Of course, this skepticism stemmed from their inexperience. In contrast, Tien Shinhan, possessing memories of artificial beings and the intricacies of aura suppression, instantly grasped the profound wisdom embedded in the deity's words. Whether through sight or aura perception, both serve the purpose of enhancing combat and strengthening martial arts. Mastery is essential, yet one must not become excessively dependent. Chapter 18. Preparation for the Super Divine Water Challenge. Seeking the Fountain of Youth. After a thorough explanation from the celestial being, Goku and Kaiatsu finally grasped the intricate relationship between him and the Demon King Piccolo. It turned out that the Demon King Piccolo was the malevolent aspect that the celestial being had deliberately severed during his transformation into the Earth's deity. In essence, the celestial being and the Demon King Piccolo were originally one and the same, forcibly divided into the embodiments of good and evil. Should one of them meet their demise, the other would inevitably follow suit. Fortuitously, the egg that the Demon King Piccolo had expelled was not destroyed. Had it been, the celestial being might have perished in that instant. Reflecting on this connection, Goku recalled the enchanted egg and, with a relieved pat on his chest, expressed his gratitude. The celestial being remained silent, having closely monitored that fierce battle. In truth, he had mentally prepared himself to perish alongside the Demon King Piccolo. What surprised him was that after defeating the Demon King, Tien Shinhan, who possessed sufficient energy to shatter the egg, refrained from doing so. Did Tien possess some foreknowledge? The celestial being found Tien difficult to decipher. However, one thing was certain. Tien was not a being of malevolence. Confirming this was sufficient for the celestial being. With the celestial being's guidance, the training regimen for Tien and his companions escalated in complexity. Their mastery of energy perception and application became more organized and comprehensive. 3 months flew by in the relentless pursuit of improvement. Goku, Kaiatsu, and Tien had fully grasped the essence of energy perception within Earth's martial arts. Both Goku and Kaiatsu experienced significant enhancements in their combat prowess during this period. Goku's strength surged to approximately 400 points, while Kaiatsu advanced from below 100 to around 150 points. Had Tien not made a wish to break his own human limitations, his innate talent would likely have matched Goku's current strength, also hovering around the 400-point mark. After all, Goku's Scion ability to grow stronger when near death had not been triggered in these 3 months. Based solely on their martial arts talent, Tien and Goku were relatively comparable. However, before Goku could activate his Scion prowess, Tien had already taken the initiative to transcend his limitations. Breaking the confines of humanity, Tien not only found himself growing stronger each day, but also fully realized the potential of his extreme breakthroughs through rigorous training and combat. The threshold of 1,000 combat points was effortlessly surpassed by Tien after enduring 3 months of arduous training. Due to the absence of a power detector, Tien could not accurately ascertain his combat index. Yet, using his initial strength of 180 points as a baseline, he calculated that his current power had reached at least 6 times that, nearing an impressive 1,100 points. Possessing such formidable combat prowess, even though my earthly physique may not be as innately suited for battle as Goku's Scion constitution, I should still be more than capable of confronting the challenges posed by the super divine water. However, to err on the side of caution, it would be prudent to seek out the fountain of youth to replenish the vitality that may be lost. Mastering the essence of breath control techniques has elevated me to a level akin to that of a martial arts grandmaster among Earth's practitioners. Yet, Tien Shinhan remains devoid of any sense of arrogance. Given his awareness of the Dragon Ball narrative, he perceives that this so-called Earth martial arts master is merely at the threshold of his journey. A mentor opens the door, but personal effort determines the path. The training undertaken at Korin Tower and the Heavenly Temple forms the fundamental basis of Tien's aspirations for strength. With this foundation now firmly established, it is time to advance to the next stage. An opportunity like the super divine water must not be overlooked. Nevertheless, to mitigate the risks associated with such an opportunity, Tien has already devised a strategy, the Fountain of Youth. According to Tien, the longevity of Master Roshi and Master Shun can be attributed to their consumption of the Fountain of Youth. This implies that the fountain undoubtedly embodies immense life force, which could extend one's lifespan significantly. Tien was pleasantly surprised to realize that their training had progressed so swiftly. Indeed, training in a group is far more effective than solitary practice. Goku, feeling reflective, remarked to Tien, initially believing he might need to train here for 3 years before mastering breath sensing, is astonished that it has only taken 3 months. Tien, taken aback by Goku's sentiments, also contemplates his original plans. According to the established narrative, young Goku indeed trained at Korin Tower for 3 years before reuniting with everyone at the next martial arts tournament. Yet, it appears that training alongside Tien and Kaiatsu has significantly accelerated their progress. Indeed, the presence of competition can unleash greater potential within individuals. Shall we proceed to challenge the super divine water directly? Goku inquired curiously, recalling that both the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo had suggested they could temporarily conclude their training. Initially, they had agreed to confront the super divine water after their visit to the Heavenly Temple, and he had thought it would only be a matter of days. Unexpectedly, 3 months had elapsed. Tien cast a glance at young Goku. The current state of Goku, compared to his earlier self when he consumed the super divine water, is considerably more powerful. The once diminutive Goku, who had no issues after drinking the super divine water, is now at a stage where he can safely do so without risking his life. However, for himself, it is better to be thoroughly prepared. Aware that he lacks the protagonist's halo, Tien pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Master Korin stated that, in addition to stamina and mental fortitude, a robust life force is also essential to confront the super divine water. My lifespan has been significantly diminished, prompting my desire to seek the fountain of youth and replenish my vitality before embarking on further challenges. What say you, Goku? Will you join me in this quest? Tien, it seems, is indifferent to the addition of another soul partaking in the elixir. However, upon hearing this, Goku merely shook his head. I have not lost any of my lifespan, thus, I have no need for the Fountain of Youth. Moreover, I have heard that Master Roshi himself once drank from it, and yet still aged considerably, did he not? Since you, Tien, intend to spend some time searching for the fountain, I shall take this opportunity to return to Master Roshi's island. I wish to observe Krillin's progress in his training, as he is indeed Goku's closest friend. Feeling a profound sense of accomplishment from my training in the Heavenly Temple and now possessing a bit of leisure time, I instantly thought of Krillin, who is diligently striving on Master Roshi's island. If I can lend him a helping hand, I certainly shall not hesitate. The days spent training alongside Krillin on Master Roshi's island will forever remain the most cherished memories of my youth. Very well, as for the Fountain of Youth, it seems you truly have no immediate need for it, Goku, so let us each pursue our own paths. Tien did not press Goku to search for the elixir. If Goku truly desired it, he would have sought it out long ago amidst the many adventures in the Dragon Ball saga. Since he feels no urgency, Tien would not insist. Conversely, Tien's current state necessitates the elixir without doubt. Both individuals had their own plans moving forward, and after bidding farewell to Kami and Mr. Popo and exchanging greetings with Corinne in the Corinne Tower, they descended directly to the surface. Where shall we search for the Fountain of Youth, Tien? Upon returning to the ground, Kairatsu spoke with a hint of confusion. The master he referred to was, of course, their original teacher, Master Shun. Like Master Roshi, Master Shun had also partaken of the Fountain of Youth. Should we inquire with him? He likely cannot recall its location either, considering that the fountain may not even be on Earth. Nevertheless, Kairatsu need not worry. There are more than two who have drunk from the elixir. There exists a third individual who has imbibed the Fountain of Youth, and she surely knows its whereabouts. A subtle smile graced Tien's face as he had already conceived whom to approach for information regarding the fountain. Oh, Tien, who is this third person who has consumed the elixir? Kairatsu exclaimed in astonishment, not realizing that aside from Master Roshi and Master Shun, there was yet another who had partaken. To be precise, she was the very first to drink from the fountain, long before Master Roshi and Master Shun. She is none other than Master Roshi's sister, Fortune Teller Baba. As for affairs on Earth, whether within the realms of the living or the spirit world, it is unlikely there is anything she is unaware of. Tien had anticipated that wishing to break the limitations of humanity through the Dragon Balls would result in a shortening of one's lifespan. Seeking the Oracle to inquire about the location of the Fountain of Youth was indeed a plan meticulously devised by Tien Shinhan even before he made his wish upon the Dragon Balls, anticipating the consequences of his potential sacrifice of lifespan. Chapter 19. The Fortune Teller's Unfailing Profits. Let us hasten to seek out the Fortune Teller, Tien Shin, exclaimed Jiaozi, his curiosity piqued by how much knowledge Tien Shin had acquired. Ever since they became disciples under the tutelage of Master Roshi, the two had been inseparable in their training. Consequently, it appeared that Tien Shin was privy to far more information than Jiaozi. Yet, in Jiaozi's mind, Tien Shin was an utterly dependable entity, so he thought little of it, and simply followed Tien Shin's lead. Moreover, even if Jiaozi were to ponder deeply on the matter, he might not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion, considering he had once been stumped by Krillin's basic arithmetic during the martial arts tournament. Patience is key. Although the fortune teller possesses an almost omniscient understanding of Earth's secrets, she is exceedingly avaricious. To solicit her divinations, one cannot arrive empty-handed, Tien Shin advised, gesturing for Jiaozi to remain calm. They must first amass a considerable fortune before seeking the fortune teller's counsel. Where shall we earn such wealth? Jiaozi pondered, momentarily perplexed. His memories were predominantly filled with training, leaving him devoid of any profitable schemes. He had heard that labor could yield earnings. Did this mean he and Tien Shin must first toil for a while? While Jiaozi's mind wandered, Tien Shin had already devised a plan. Let us first pay a visit to Bulma. The aircraft we seized after defeating King Piccolo should fetch a substantial sum in exchange. Though Tien Shin could simply borrow money from Bulma, given her family's financial prowess, an exchange would be more preferable than a loan. The aircraft left behind by the Pilaf gang was equipped with a radar, and Tien Shin surmised that Bulma would be interested in reclaiming it. Even if she had no use for the aircraft itself, she could dismantle it and utilize the special materials to construct a second Dragon Ball radar. Furthermore, the aircraft served little purpose for Tien Shin and unnecessarily occupied a valuable space in his capsule. Bulma's residence was situated within a bustling urban area, quite distant from the desolate wilderness surrounding Corin Tower. Fortunately, Tien Shin's strength had significantly increased over the past 3 months, enhancing his flight speed. Even with the occasional need to assist Jiaozi or allow him to rest, Tien Shin reached Bulma's home within half a day. Much of this time was spent navigating through the towering structures of the city in search of her abode. It is Tien Shin and Jiaozi. Were you not training with Goku atop Korin Tower? Have you come to see me because you missed this beautiful girl? Where's Goku? Has he come as well? Bulma greeted them, her gaze searching for Goku's presence as they suddenly descended into her backyard. Our training has reached a temporary pause, as Goku has gone directly to Kame House to find Krillin. I have come to discuss a matter with you, Bulma, Tianjin replied. With a faint smile, Tien Shinhan reflected that, compared to Krillin, Bulma encountered Goku even earlier. The bond of friendship between the two was undoubtedly quite close. Upon hearing that Goku had gone directly to Kame House, Bulma remained unconcerned. She was not the type of girl to harbor grudges. She did not begrudge her close friends, and since Krillin was also a companion of Goku, she felt that Goku was free to seek out anyone he wished. Is that so? Goku remains unchanged, wholly devoted to his training. It is likely that he sought Krillin for matters pertaining to his practice. By the way, Tien Shinhan, what brings you to me? If it's a confession, that one do. Although I just had a quarrel with Yamcha, and we've recently broken up, I still wish to give him a chance to reconcile. Bulma and Tien Shinhan were not particularly familiar with one another, but after experiencing the battle against Demon King Piccolo, they had become comrades who had faced life and death together. Although it was solely Tien Shinhan and Goku who fought, while she merely observed from the sidelines, it cannot be denied that she was present during the battle in which Demon King Piccolo was defeated. No merit, yet still effort. A confession? Haha, Bulma, do not jest. I have come to sell you something. Shaking his head, Tien Shinhan realized that Bulma, at her age, had thoughts that diverged from his own singular focus on martial arts improvement. As he spoke, Tien Shinhan tossed out a universal capsule. In an instant, a massive airship appeared above Bulma's backyard. Selling something? Initially, Bulma felt a twinge of annoyance at Tien Shinhan's swift denial of a confession. Did she truly seem so unappealing? He dismissed the playful idea of a confession far too quickly. Just like Goku, he was a straightforward warrior, utterly lacking in romantic sensibilities. Nevertheless, these fleeting emotions vanished the moment Bulma beheld the airship above. It seemed you truly did come to sell something. With such a large airship present, Bulma quickly realized that Tien Shinhan had indeed come for this purpose. The airship itself was not particularly significant. Given Bulma's capabilities and resources, she could easily construct one herself. What truly mattered was that within the cockpit of this airship lay a radar detector, which I believe would assist you in creating more Dragon Ball radars. Tien Shinhan did not mince words. He was not here to overly embellish the merits of the airship, but instead pointed directly to the genuine reason that would entice Bulma to make a purchase. As a seller, Tien Shinhan, your approach of disparaging your own product may not be entirely adequate. However, as a comrade transferring goods to a friend, you are refreshingly candid and truly genuine. Indeed, as you surmised, I am far more interested in the materials for the Dragon Ball radar than the airship itself. I shall purchase this airship. What price do you propose? The process of selling the airship went more smoothly than Tien Shinhan had anticipated. After some discussion, he ultimately secured 10 billion yen from Bulma as the price for the airship. 10 billion yen should be ample to impress the fortune teller. Upon successfully acquiring the funds, Tien Shinhan bid farewell to Bulma and swiftly set forth towards the location of the fortune-telling elder, as he recalled. This elder had established a palace amidst the deserts of Earth, situated at a distance comparable to that of the city circle and the Korin Tower, albeit in completely opposite directions. After departing from Bulma's residence, Tien Shinhan found the fortune-teller's palace in less than 3 hours. For a grand structure within the desert was quite conspicuous, eliminating the need for excessive time spent discerning its location, as would be the case in urban areas. Tien Shinhan, I presume your purpose in visiting is to seek out the Fountain of Youth? To unveil its whereabouts, you shall require 10 billion yuan, the fortune-teller declared. Shortly thereafter, she summoned Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi to the grand hall of her palace, seated before a crystal ball. 10 billion? I was under the impression that a single divination would cost no less than 10 million yuan, Tien Shinhan replied, taken aback, realizing that such an exorbitant fee would only suffice for a single inquiry. The fees vary according to the nature of the request. The location of the Fountain of Youth is a closely guarded secret on Earth, hence the elevated price. Moreover, you happen to possess exactly 10 billion yuan, do you not? The fortune-teller's words struck Tien Shinhan with clarity, suggesting that she might have foreseen his arrival and even the extent of his wealth, explaining her audacious demand. Nevertheless, Tien Shinhan was resolute not to acquiesce to such extortion. I have heard that, aside from monetary payment, one may also engage in combat as an alternative to pay for your divination, correct? He posited, opting to resolve the matter through martial prowess rather than financial means. Unbeknownst to him, the fortune-teller's expression did not betray surprise at his words. Rather, a gleam of satisfaction crossed her face. It was evident that her earlier exorbitance was a calculated invitation for Tien Shinhan to choose the path of combat. She was eager to witness the extraordinary battle that this youthful martial artist, who had triumphed over the formidable King Piccolo, could bring forth. After all, aside from her avarice, she harbored a profound admiration for the spectacle of combat. Regardless of whether Tien Shinhan chose to pay or to fight, her gain was assured. Chapter 20. One punch is enough. Very well, should you defeat my 5 warriors, you shall earn a complimentary divination. The fortune-telling matron chuckled, her anticipation for the forthcoming battle evident. However, let me be clear, even if only 2 of you have arrived, you must still vanquish my 5 warriors in succession. The disparity in numbers is a consequence of your own insufficient participation. The matron added, preempting any objections from Tien Shinhan regarding the 2-person limitation in a wheel battle. Haha, since you, dear matron, have consented, there is no issue. As for the difference between 5 warriors and 2 individuals, I assure you, there is no need for Jiaozi to enter the fray. I am more than capable of handling this alone. Tien Shinhan recalled the matron's 5 warriors. Their combat prowess was not formidable. They could even be defeated by his past self before overcoming Piccolo the Demon King. The only aspect to be cautious of was their unique abilities. Given his current strength, Tien Shinhan's concern was to avoid delivering fatal blows, rather than strategizing for victory. Such confidence in youth. Yet, excessive self-assurance can easily morph into arrogance. I am aware of your triumph over Piccolo the Demon King. The matron's words hinted at something deeper, which piqued Tien Shinhan's curiosity. Could it be that beyond the 5 warriors engaged in battle with Goku, the matron had other, more formidable challengers in her ranks? Her emphasis on his victory over Piccolo, did it imply that the adversaries she would dispatch would at least rival the strength of Piccolo the Demon King? With this thought, Tien Shinhan approached the situation with newfound caution. Nevertheless, his confidence remained steadfast. After all, even if the next 5 adversaries possessed strength on par with Piccolo, he felt assured in his ability to defeat them consecutively. The chasm between a power exceeding 1,000 and a mere 500 was indeed vast. In that case, I shall eagerly anticipate the warriors under your command, dear matron. Tien Shinhan smiled faintly, urging for the battle to commence. Very well then, you too, follow me. The matron, noting Tien Shinhan's unwavering confidence, said no more and turned to lead the way. Shortly thereafter, Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi arrived before a martial arts arena within the Grand Hall. This is the place. To be thrown from the arena or rendered incapable of continuing the fight signifies your defeat. There are no other rules. The matron succinctly outlined the regulations before activating her special ability upon the crystal ball. The orb beneath her glowed with a pearlescent light. Challengers have arrived. Prepare for battle. You 5, this opponent is of great significance. Understood, matron. Voices echoed from the opposite side through the crystal ball's magic. Before the radiance of the crystal ball faded, Tien Shinhan noticed a beam of light emerging from above, spreading and enveloping the arena. What is this? Tien was somewhat taken aback, fixating intently on the layer of light hovering above the ring, eager to discern its special effects. However, as soon as the first warrior arrived and Tien ascended to the stage, he comprehended the purpose of this luminous barrier. It was designed to amplify gravity. Tien could sense that he was now subjected to a gravitational force 3 times that of Earth. In such an environment of sudden heightened gravity, Tien, unaccustomed to this pressure, immediately felt his movements constrained. In contrast, the first contestant, the Batman warrior, evidently had trained in this environment before. Although the triple gravity posed a significant challenge for the Batman, his agility remained largely unaffected. In this setting, the Batman held a considerable home field advantage. Tien recalled the fortune teller's earlier mention of a heavyweight opponent, realizing it was a subtle hint to his warriors that this battle would alter the gravitational dynamics of the arena. Reflecting on the fortune teller's words through the crystal ball, Tien understood this was a carefully orchestrated scheme. In a scenario where one side adapted while the other did not, even if the challenger possessed superior combat prowess, he could easily falter due to the unfamiliar fighting conditions, potentially leading to defeat. However, Tien was different. While the fortune teller was still measuring him against the formidable power of King Piccolo, Tien's combat strength had already surpassed 1,000. Observing the Batman before him, he noted that the warrior's abilities did not differ significantly from his memories. If the Batman intended to rely solely on his familiarity with the combat environment to overcome Tien, then his calculations would surely come to naught. The Batman's combat power, barely approaching 100, was insignificant in comparison to Tien. Realizing that the fortune teller's reliance in this contest was merely the alteration of the arena's gravity, Tien recognized that the battle was already decided. Without a moment's hesitation, Tien delivered a powerful punch to the Batman, who had dashed to his side for an attack. The Batman was struck squarely, instantly rendered unconscious and sent flying from the stage. This was merely the beginning. Tien's training over 3 months at Korin Tower and the Heavenly Temple bore fruit. The subsequent opponents, the Invisible Man, the Mummy, the Demon Man, and even Goku's grandfather, Sun Gohan, were all defeated by Tien with a single blow. Notably, the Invisible Man was vanquished the quickest. Relying on his invisibility, he attempted a sneak attack on Tien as he entered the arena. However, for Tien, who had mastered the art of sensing energy, the Invisible Man's inability to conceal his aura rendered his stealth ineffective. Within merely 3 seconds of the battle, Tien sent him flying off the stage with a single punch, and of that time, 2.5 seconds were spent merely closing the distance to Tien. The remaining half-second marked the duration in which he was propelled through the air by a single punch from Tien Shinhan, until he collided with the boundary wall of the arena. Behold, dear fortune teller, as I have previously asserted, my prowess alone suffices. Tien Shinhan swiftly dispatched all 5 adversaries, dusting off his slightly soiled fist with a faint smile as he approached the fortune teller. Alas, I never anticipated you had grown to such formidable heights. The altered gravity of the arena had no bearing on your ability to vanquish your opponents. Nevertheless, I am not one to go back on my word. While it is indeed regrettable that I could not witness a fierce battle of equals, you have nonetheless fulfilled the condition for my involvement. You are indeed intent on seeking the location of the Fountain of Youth, are you not? The fortune teller sighed. Tien Shinhan had indeed triumphed, yet the fight concluded too swiftly. The contest overwhelmingly one-sided, leaving her unsatisfied. However, despite her avarice, she was not one to breach her promises and was naturally willing to accept her losses. Tien Shinhan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I ask you, dear fortune teller, to assist me in discovering the whereabouts of the Fountain of Youth. Chapter 21. The unique realm of the Fountain of Immortality. Upon confirming that Tien Shinhan sought divination, the fortune-telling grandmother led him and Jiaozi back into the grand hall of the palace. Having previously perched upon the crystal ball, she gracefully descended and stood beside it, arms outstretched. As she conjured her extraordinary abilities for divination, she elucidated the matter to Tien Shinhan. The location of the Fountain of Immortality does not reside on Earth. Rather, it exists within a unique realm that is tethered to our planet. Before seeking my guidance, you must have inquired with my brother, Master Roshi, about the fountain's whereabouts, correct? It is perfectly understandable that he cannot recall its location, as the special realm housing the fountain shifts periodically. Furthermore, the entrance to the passage connecting it to Earth also alters with the movement of this unique space. What I am about to divine for you is the current location of the entrance to the realm of the Fountain of Immortality. Upon hearing this, Tien Shinhan felt a wave of clarity wash over him. No wonder, in his recollections of the Dragon Ball saga, Goku and the other martial artists from Earth had never partaken of the fountain. On one hand, they had little obsession with immortality. On the other, the fountain's inherent peculiarity played a significant role. The characteristic of the entrance's relocation every so often significantly diminishes the number of individuals who might inadvertently stumble into it. On Earth, it seems only a being like the fortune-telling grandmother, who possesses the ability to divine all, could uncover the fountain's location. How fascinating. I wonder how long the entrance revealed by this divination will remain fixed. When Jiaozi and I enter this unique realm, shall we return by retracing our steps? Tien Shinhan continued to inquire about the specifics of the Fountain of Immortality. Jiaozi, astonished, had never imagined such a wondrous place existed on Earth. However, his concerns were not as numerous as Tien Shinhan's. Wherever Tien Shinhan went, he would follow, and however Tien Shinhan returned, he would accompany him. In his heart, Tien Shinhan was an unwavering source of reliability. Do not fret, I am still in the midst of divination. As for your return, simply retracing your steps will suffice. The realm of the Fountain of Immortality is fraught with challenges, but given the prowess you displayed earlier, these trials should pose little difficulty. When Master Roshi first drank from the fountain, he collaborated with Master Crane to overcome the challenges within this unique space. Today, your strength far surpasses that of Master Roshi and Master Crane combined. The fortune-telling grandmother continued to channel her energies into the crystal ball. At long last, the orb radiated with increasing brilliance, ultimately revealing a breathtaking panorama from an elevated perspective. Within this vision, dense mists enveloped a towering peak, atop which a silvery light portal flickered, clearly connecting to an extraordinary realm. However, the remote location of this portal, shrouded in obscurity, had spared it from attracting any attention. Not far from the peak, Tien Shinhan spotted a somewhat familiar small hill. Could it be that the entrance to the Fountain of Youth appeared atop the Bun Mountain? The divination results indeed pertain to Bun Mountain. But how did you come to know this? Have you perhaps visited Bun Mountain? Based on my earlier calculations, you should have been training alongside Master Rashi prior to this martial arts tournament, and thus never ventured to Bun Mountain. Tien Shinhan's premature deduction left the fortune-telling elder somewhat taken aback. Oh, isn't Goku the one who grew up on Bun Mountain? That I certainly know. Tien Shinhan refrained from directly disclosing how he acquired this knowledge. However, his statement held no fault in itself. The fortune-teller momentarily failed to recognize Tien Shinhan's diversion, assuming instead that Goku had informed him about Bun Mountain. Considering Tien Shinhan had trained with Goku for over 3 months, the elder did not delve deeply into the veracity of the matter. Since you are aware of the location of Bun Mountain, this simplifies matters considerably. I initially intended to extract a map for you using my crystal ball, but it seems that will no longer be necessary. If you have no other matters to attend to, you may proceed directly. According to the divination results, the entrance's location will shift again in 3 days. 3 days? Tien Shinhan was taken aback by the entrance's imminent relocation. However, it was ample time for him to make the journey. Thank you, dear fortune teller. You have been immensely helpful this time. With only 3 days remaining, I shall set off immediately and will not trouble you again for a while. After pondering for a moment, Tien Shinhan resolved to embark on the journey with his companion, Dumpling. Such charming words. Yet you are still here seeking assistance without a genuine purpose, are you not? Nevertheless, I cannot be bothered with trifles. You may return, but a divination fee will be required. The fortune teller felt quite gratified by Tien Shinhan's gratitude, though her habitual grumbling persisted as she watched him and Dumpling take flight. Oh, what a commendable young man. It was not until Tien Shinhan and Dumpling had soared far into the distance and vanished from view that she turned and returned to her desert palace. It must be said, the art of flight is an exceedingly convenient martial skill. Even without Goku's Nimbus Cloud, Tien Shinhan and Dumpling could traverse the skies by means of this technique. Moreover, the speed of the art of flight does not adhere to a fixed limit like that of the Nimbus Cloud. The greater the martial artist's strength, the higher the potential speed of their flight. In contrast to ordinary individuals who might require 10 days to traverse the desert in an off-road vehicle without losing their way, Tien Shinhan and Dumpling managed to soar across it in merely half an hour. After departing the desert, 2 hours later, they caught sight of Bun Mountain and the luminous portal revealed by the crystal ball not far ahead. The entrance to the Fountain of Youth appears remarkably close to the Baozi Mountain, suggesting that there exists a probability for the little Sun Wukong to inadvertently stumble upon it and partake of its rejuvenating waters. It is indeed fitting that Wukong, as the protagonist of Dragon Ball, finds himself intertwined with various extraordinary adventures across the Dragon Ball universe. Nevertheless, Wukong will inevitably miss certain fateful encounters, while I, possessing knowledge of the narrative and purposefully seeking these serendipitous moments, can seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Tien, reflecting on this, unhesitatingly entered the light portal alongside Kairatsu. Whether they could conquer the challenge of the super divine water hinged upon the effectiveness of the Fountain of Youth. Upon stepping into the light portal, a dazzling white brilliance enveloped Tien and Kairatsu, akin to being unexpectedly dazzled by the solar flare. In the midst of this temporary blindness, a deadly aura suddenly surged around them. However, for Tien, who had learned to perceive ki and remained vigilant, such tactics could only be deemed trifling. You wish to kill me? Perish. With a resounding thud, Tien unleashed a powerful punch to either side, obliterating the lethal threats aimed at him and Kairatsu alike. As his vision returned to clarity, Tien beheld 2 monstrous birds with gaping holes in their chests. Within this peculiar realm, numerous other gigantic birds circled ominously in the air. It was evident that these creatures were part of the trials associated with the Fountain of Youth in this extraordinary space. Chapter 22. Such strength, yet still holding on? Annihilate. Obliterate all who stand in the way. Within the confines of a peculiar realm, Tien Shinhan, accompanied by the Dumpling, rampaged with impunity. The monstrous birds and various fiends that lingered in this extraordinary space may have posed a challenge to the once formidable Master Rashi and Master Shun. However, before the overwhelming might of Tien Shinhan, they were but mere trifles, easily vanquished. With a mighty fist unleashed, who could rival him? With a sweeping palm, who dared to obstruct? Be it monstrous birds or fiends. Even the elusive phantoms that sought to hinder Tien Shinhan's path were effortlessly dispelled, leaving behind mere illusions. After sweeping aside all trials and tribulations, the enigmatic fountain of immortality finally emerged before Tien Shinhan, unmasked and vulnerable, akin to a lamb awaiting sacrifice. Gazing upon the pristine waters, starkly contrasting the murky ambience of the peculiar space, Tien Shinhan recognized this was indeed the fountain he had sought. Even as he approached the fountain, he could feel an invigorating vitality emanating from it. No wonder Master Rashi and the others were able to extend their lives beyond that of ordinary men after partaking of its waters. Although this fountain may not grant true immortality, its effects in prolonging life were undoubtedly remarkable. The immense life force contained within the spring was irreplicable. Regrettably, by the time Master Rashi and Master Shin drank from the fountain, they were already aged. Otherwise, they might have preserved their youthful appearances for much longer. Faced with such a miraculous fountain of immortality, Tien Shinhan hesitated no longer. He beckoned the dumpling, and there remained but one course of action. Drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Oh, how delightful. Refreshing. After indulging in the invigorating waters, Tien Shinhan discovered that the fountain not only harbored immense life force, but also possessed a crisp, refreshing taste. However, after consuming 2 substantial bowls, he realized something peculiar. Under normal circumstances, a person would reach their limit after drinking a single large bowl. Any additional consumption would merely be wasteful. Moreover, the waters accumulated slowly, and the small basin had already diminished significantly after he and the dumpling had their fill. Rather than a basin, it was more akin to a small puddle formed upon a stone platform. Fortunately, the fountain was not depleted, as it continued to replenish after their consumption. Let this suffice. Further indulgence would yield little benefit. The remainder shall be left to accumulate anew. Tien Shinhan observed the dumpling had also quenched his thirst, and he attempted to procure a cup to take some of the fountain's water with him. However, he found that once the water left the small basin, it quickly lost its unique vitality, leading him to abandon the idea. His purpose had been fulfilled, and this opportunity would be left for those fortunate enough to encounter it in the future. Retracing his steps, he noticed that distant monstrous birds and fiends still wandered nearby. Having merely encountered the terror while searching for the Fountain of Youth, none dared to impede Tien Shinhan's departure. Within just half a day, he had entered a special space and emerged once more. Gazing at the familiar Baozi Mountain not far from the exit, Tien Shinhan nodded in acknowledgement. The return to Corinne Tower from this vantage point was relatively close. After imbibing the Fountain of Youth, Tien Shinhan felt an invigorating surge of vitality within him, even surpassing the strength he possessed prior to his wish on the Dragon Balls that had halved his lifespan. Now, he was endowed with formidable physical strength, mental fortitude, and vitality. He was poised to perfectly harness the potential of the super divine water. With renewed confidence, Tien Shinhan swiftly returned to Corinne Tower with the dumplings in tow. Coincidentally, Goku, who had also departed from Corinne Tower a day earlier, was returning at that very moment. However, while he had left alone, he returned accompanied by 2 others. In addition to Krillin, who had just completed his rigorous training under Master Rashi and was now ready to challenge Corinne Tower, there was another unexpected guest for Tien Shinhan. It seemed that the troublemaker, having transformed into a golden-haired version of herself, insisted on seeking him out. Yet, since she had arrived, she expressed her willingness to assist in their daily lives. She had brought along tea-making tools and cooking utensils, requesting not to be dismissed. Before Tien Shinhan could respond, the blue-haired launch, adorned with a pink ribbon and exuding a gentle demeanor, was the first to offer her apologies for her earlier antics when she sneezed and turned into her golden-haired alter ego. Her sincere attitude effectively blocked any notion Tien Shinhan might have had of sending her away. One does not strike a smiling face, especially when Launch's current demeanor was far more genuine and respectful than a mere smile. Perhaps Tien Shinhan should consider allowing her to stay? It is not my intention to speak ill of Master Rashi, but would you truly feel at ease letting a girl who harbors affection for you reside with such a lecherous old man? In contrast to the innocent Goku, Krillin possessed a high emotional intelligence among the martial artists and had already discerned Launch's fondness for Tien Shinhan. Observing Launch's bashful expression, he surmised that she too held considerable feelings for Tien Shinhan, prompting him to offer a word of encouragement. If Tien Shinhan had been his former self, he might have been too much of a stoic. However, now, having fused with the essence of a traveler, he embraced the pursuit of martial arts while also embracing a touch of modern romance and adaptability. The fierce heart can indeed appreciate the delicate rose. Martial prowess and affection are not mutually exclusive. Moreover, Krillin's words held merit. Master Rashi's persistent affliction over the centuries undoubtedly raised concerns. Very well then. I shall rely on you in the future. Launch. Tien Shinhan graciously expressed his gratitude, signifying that she could remain. Of course, as he acquiesced. He cast a glance at Master Corinne, inquiring whether Launch would indeed be safe residing within Corinne Tower or the Heavenly Palace. After all, This is the domain of Master Karen and the celestial deity, so Tien must inquire with the owner. I certainly have no objections here. In fact, if she wishes to learn martial arts, I would be willing to instruct her out of respect for you. However, you will need to consult the celestial deity on that matter. Yet, considering the regard the celestial deity has for you and Goku, I doubt there would be any opposition. Master Karen nodded, showing no sign of refusal. He had tolerated the presence of Midgey's B, who loitered around Karen Tower, so how could he possibly refuse Lan Chi? However, due to Tien's intervention, the supply of Senzu beans at Karen Tower had been depleted, and Midgey's B had already descended to the surface to wander, practice, and hunt, leaving no opportunity to remain at the tower for sustenance. That's splendid. Thank you, Tien, for allowing me to stay, and thank you, Master Karen, for your hospitality. Allow me to brew you a cup of tea, Lan Chi exclaimed. Oh, and I also brought some dried fish. I heard from Goku that you surpass ordinary folk in appearance, Master Karen, and I believe you might find this delightful. Upon receiving such a response, the blue-haired Lan Chi immediately expressed her gratitude to Tien and Master Karen. As she spoke, she retrieved a bag of dried fish from her belongings and presented it to Master Karen. The mention of the fish brought a smile to Master Karen's face, as he even reminisced about the dried fish from the surface. Meanwhile, Goku, overhearing Lan Chi's words, scratched his head in confusion. Had he actually claimed that Master Karen looked better than ordinary people? He distinctly remembered telling Lan Chi that Master Karen resembled a large white cat and was even shorter than himself. At this moment, Krillin also felt a twinge of annoyance. Shouldn't you be thanking me as well? I did persuade Tien to let you stay, he interjected. Fortunately, although Lan Chi did not verbally acknowledge him, she did not forget to pour him a cup of the tea once it was ready. Chapter 23. The opportunity to grow stronger. The formal challenge of the divine water. As a cup of fragrant tea was savored, the spirits of the group were considerably calmed. Tien Shinhan, have you located the fountain of youth you were searching for? We can now challenge the divine water, can't we? Goku, already enamored with the prospect of the strength-enhancing divine water, had been eagerly anticipating this moment. However, Tien Shinhan had yet to prepare, so Goku resolved to wait for him to join the challenge. The divine water you mentioned yesterday on Turtle Island. Is it the kind that can awaken one's latent potential? Krillin's eyes sparkled at the thought. He could not afford to miss out on anything that could enhance his abilities. After all, he was already weaker than Tien Shinhan and Goku, and if he delayed in confronting the divine water, the gap would only widen. Indeed, Tien Shinhan and I had promised to challenge the divine water upon our return, Goku acknowledged, revealing no secrets. I would also like to partake and see for myself. As it is a treasure that can bestow strength, Krillin expressed with a hint of envy, akin to a child yearning to join in on the fun. Yes, both Jiaozi and I have already drunk from the fountain of youth. Now we can challenge the divine water, Tien Shinhan replied, nodding in agreement with Goku. Then turning his attention to Krillin. Master Karen had previously mentioned that the potential-enhancing effects of the divine water were only effective upon the first consumption and that it contained a deadly toxin. If you wish to try it, Krillin, it would be wise to train at Karen Tower and the Heavenly Temple for a while first. This will ensure the divine water's potential-enhancing effects are maximized, while also minimizing the risks posed by its toxicity. Krillin was momentarily taken aback. While Goku had told him about the water's ability to awaken his potential, he had not mentioned its toxic nature. Oh, I see. If it is indeed poisonous, I must possess greater strength to withstand it. Tien Shinhan, you have prepared for 3 months to drink the divine water. I think it wise for me to prepare adequately as well. Krillin was not obstinate. He understood the risks and did not wish to recklessly leap into danger. Moreover, with the examples set by Tien Shinhan and Goku, he saw no need to rush into the challenge without proper preparation. Allowing himself more time would ensure he could make the most of this rare opportunity. Since that is the case, today it shall be Tien Shinhan, Jiaozi, and I who challenge the divine water. Master Karen, please present the divine water. Goku did not intentionally withhold the information about the toxicity from Krillin. It had simply slipped his mind. Hearing Tien Shinhan's advice, he suddenly realized the wisdom in it and agreed that it was indeed sensible. Rather than pressuring Krillin to join him in consuming the divine water immediately, it was preferable to allow Krillin time to prepare fully. Well, I am pleased to see you ready to challenge the divine water. However, it is not in my possession, Master Karen replied, scratching his furry head. What? Did you not say that besides the previously deceiving super holy water, you also possess the divine water? Why is the super divine water no longer in your possession? Wukong expressed his bewilderment, harboring suspicions that Master Karen might be deliberately toying with him. Upon hearing Master Karen's explanation, Tien Shinhan recalled the intricacies surrounding the super divine water. Although it belonged to the temple and was associated with Karen Tower, it was, in truth, hidden deep within a glacier labyrinth in the far northern regions of Earth. To acquire the super divine water, Tien Shinhan and Wukong, along with their companions, would have to embark on a journey to retrieve it. The notion of venturing into the glacier labyrinth was unexpected for young Wukong, who had hoped for immediate access to the super divine water. However, considering the remarkable effects of the water, he swiftly dismissed this minor impediment. In comparison to the prospect of gaining unparalleled strength, navigating a labyrinth was a trivial challenge. Tien Shinhan shared this sentiment. The super divine water was a precious artifact capable of unlocking latent potential, and no distance would deter them from obtaining it. Furthermore, the glacier labyrinth posed little challenge to the current capabilities of Tien Shinhan, Wukong, and their allies. After all, in the narrative, Wukong had traversed the glacier labyrinth even before consuming the super divine water. Now, with their significantly enhanced power levels, locating the super divine water in the labyrinth was a mere formality. Without hesitation, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Wukong, and Krillin resolved to form a party and set forth. Observing their determination, Master Karen pointed towards a jar in a corner of the grand hall. The jar contained no substance, but served as a direct conduit to the entrance of the glacier labyrinth. The four of them passed through the jar's connection and soon found themselves within the icy maze. Surrounding them was an expanse of snow and ice, with biting winds that could potentially injure an ordinary person. However, for Tien Shinhan and his companions, each possessing combat power exceeding 100, the frigid conditions of Earth posed little threat. They pressed on, heedful of Master Karen's guidance, delving deeper into the labyrinth. Along the way, snow creatures made of ice attempted to ambush them, but with Tien Shinhan and Wukong's formidable strength, these creatures posed no real danger. With a single punch, Tien Shinhan unleashed a force that obliterated the colossal snow creature before them. Time and again, they encountered snow beasts of increasing size. Yet each was no match for Tien Shinhan's might. Ignoring the distractions posed by these monsters, their exploration of the glacier labyrinth proceeded with remarkable efficiency. The internal pathways of the labyrinth were not particularly intricate. The challenges faced by others stemmed from the interference of the snow creatures during their exploration. For Tien Shinhan and his allies, the difficulty was significantly diminished. Thus, after merely half a day, they had successfully navigated a round trip within the glacier labyrinth. The four returned along the same route, re-emerging through the jar's passage into the grand hall of Karen Tower. "Oh, so soon?" Master Karen remarked, having just taken a moment to savor a piece of dried fish, reminiscing about his days as an ordinary cat. Before I had the chance to express my gratitude to Lan Chi for the dried fish once more, everyone had already returned. Indeed, the glacier maze was far less complex and perilous than Master Karen had portrayed. The snow monsters were quite feeble. Initially, it was Tien Shinhan who took action, followed by myself, and ultimately, even Jiaozi and Krillin were capable of handling them with ease. Goku recounted the entire exploration process, harboring a slight grievance towards Master Karen for his exaggerated descriptions of the glacier maze. Master Karen had previously painted a rather terrifying picture of this labyrinth. Yet upon their arrival, Goku realized that it posed no significant danger to them. "Alas, I had forgotten that your abilities far surpassed those martial artists I had encountered in the past. Nevertheless, the super divine water has been successfully retrieved, has it not?" Master Karen gazed at the earthen jar positioned among them, which contained the long-anticipated super divine water for Tien Shinhan and Goku. "Indeed, without further ado, let us commence the challenge." Upon hearing this, Tien Shinhan nodded, and, disregarding the debate between Master Karen and little Goku, he scooped an entire cup of super divine water from the jar. Given that little Goku, with a battle power below 300 points, could consume a full cup, it would hardly be surprising for me to do the same with my current strength, wouldn't it? Chapter 24. Never have I witnessed such a tenacious martial artist. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Tien Shinhan raised his cup and swiftly downed an entire glass of super divine water. A searing sensation surged through his chest instantaneously. No wonder the character Mijirbi Bei in the story writhed in agony after merely tasting a drop. Even Son Goku, after consuming a glass, found himself teetering on the brink of death. Tien Shinhan was uncertain whether the super divine water was indeed poisonous. Yet the intense stimulation it imparted to his body was undeniably profound. Had he not previously imbibed the fountain of youth to replenish his vitality, nor spent 3 months training in the heavenly temple to enhance his combat prowess, the immediate effects of this liquid might have rendered him unconscious. However, for Tien Shinhan at this moment, a single glass of super divine water was not his limit. He poured himself another. No sooner had he filled his second glass than Son Goku, unable to contain his eagerness, seized the large ceramic jug to serve himself a portion as well. Despite having lost to Tien Shinhan in the current World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku was already plotting to surpass him in the next competition. He could not bear to watch Tien Shinhan alone grow stronger from the super divine water. Gulp, gulp. Without hesitation, Goku downed his entire glass of super divine water. Wow, it's so spicy. As the liquid entered his stomach, Goku exclaimed in shock, beads of sweat instantly forming on his brow. Fortuitously, his combat abilities had improved significantly since 3 months prior. Otherwise, a single glass would have sent him tumbling to the ground, on the verge of death. Observing Tien Shinhan's unflinching demeanor after consuming his glass, Goku initially believed the super divine water posed little threat. It was only through his own experience that he truly comprehended the terrifying intensity of the burning sensation. At that moment, having finished his second glass, Tien Shinhan could no longer contain the tumult within. The excruciating burn from the double dosage of super divine water was enough to elicit cries of agony, even from a man of his fortitude. Humph. If Tien Shinhan is having a second glass, so shall I? Gritting his teeth through the overwhelming pain, Goku tenaciously poured himself a second glass of super divine water. The intense discomfort caused his arm to tremble uncontrollably, yet he persevered, managing to spill only a minimal amount. Gulp, gulp. Watching Goku's strained efforts and Tien Shinhan's determined struggle, Master Karen felt his centuries-old perspectives on martial arts being profoundly challenged. Over the past few hundred years as Master Karen, he had encountered numerous exceedingly talented martial artists, as well as many whose perseverance was nothing short of remarkable, whether endowed with extraordinary talent or possessing remarkable perseverance. Possessing either of these qualities is sufficient to ascend to the ranks of elite martial artists in any given era. Presently, both Tien Shinhan and Wukong not only exhibit a talent that far surpasses any martial artist previously encountered by Master Karen, but their unwavering determination is also unprecedented. They are, quite frankly, mad. Such geniuses, who are willing to risk their very lives in pursuit of higher realms of martial prowess, transcend the mere definition of genius. They are truly the mad geniuses, the pinnacle of talent. Haha, Tien Shinhan, I've had 2 cups, and so have you. I shall not be left behind, Wukong declared. After consuming the second cup of super divine water, a fleeting smile of relief appeared on his face before he ultimately succumbed to the excruciating pain and fainted. Initially, when Jiaozi witnessed Tien Shinhan drink a cup of super divine water without flinching, he had intended to challenge himself by drinking a cup as well. However, upon observing the evident agony on Wukong's face after he drank the first cup, Jiaozi reconsidered. The challenge of the super divine water carries significant risks. It is not a decision to be made lightly. Wukong's eagerness to match Tien Shinhan by consuming the second cup stemmed not only from a desire to compete, but also from his own formidable constitution, which ranks just below Tien Shinhan in terms of combat power. Although Jiaozi had trained alongside Tien Shinhan for 3 months, his current combat strength was merely a slight notch above Krillin, who had yet to receive guidance from the gods. His prowess paled in comparison to Wukong's, let alone Tien Shinhan's. Even with the benefits of the Fountain of Youth, challenging an entire cup of super divine water was still a daunting task for him. After careful deliberation, Jiaozi ultimately filled his cup with 3/4 of super divine water, which was the maximum he felt capable of confronting. Moments later, he drank the super divine water, writhing in agony as the intense pain coursed through his body. In that instant, among the 3 who had dared to challenge the super divine water, only Tien Shinhan remained upright, occasionally letting out a roar to alleviate the searing sensations consuming him. Krillin observed the spectacle of Tien Shinhan and the others, each one howling in distress, rolling in pain, or losing consciousness, all rendered helpless by the potent toxicity of the super divine water. This only reinforced his belief in the wisdom of Tien Shinhan's earlier advice. If he were to challenge it now, barely managing to consume half a cup without succumbing would be considered fortunate. Perhaps it would be best to wait until he had trained further in the sacred temple and become stronger before attempting the challenge. As Krillin contemplated this, Master Karen quietly monitored the trio's condition from his vantage point. While he had confidence in their abilities, he remained vigilant, prepared to intervene if necessary. Even for a martial artist, the toxicity of the super divine water was exceedingly potent, and there may be circumstances beyond his ability to remedy. Nonetheless, he remained poised, ready to address any unforeseen complications that might lead to regrettable outcomes. Tien Shinhan, you must persevere. Nearby, the blue-haired launch silently cheered for Tien Shinhan, careful not to disrupt his focus with her voice. However, amidst the crowd, Only 3 individuals remained to endure the exhilarating challenge brought forth by the super divine water. Tien Shinhan, breaking free from his previous statue-like stillness, extended his hands once more. In one hand, he held a kettle, while in the other, a cup, seemingly preparing to tackle a third cup of the super divine water. "Are you out of your mind, child?" someone exclaimed. "No one has ever succeeded in challenging even 1 cup of super divine water. You and Wukong have already defied the odds by surviving 2 cups. Attempting a third could very well lead to your demise." Master Karen, maintaining an outward composure throughout the trio's challenge, appeared unfazed and calm. Yet, witnessing Tien Shinhan's reckless behavior, a blatant gamble with his life, shattered his stoic facade. A fervent desire to grow stronger is commendable, but allowing greed to overshadow it could lead to dire consequences. Believing that Tien Shinhan was blinded by the allure of the super divine water as effects, Master Karen raised his voice in admonition, disregarding his usual demeanor. To his surprise, Tien Shinhan's response, though strained and gritted through clenched teeth, was surprisingly composed. "Do not worry, Master Karen. I know my limits." With that, he tilted the kettle once more, pouring the super divine water into his cup. This time, however, he demonstrated discernment, filling only half of the cup, 2.5 cups. This was the extent of power and vitality Tien Shinhan believed he could challenge. Gulp. With the last half cup consumed, he succumbed to an overwhelming surge of burning stimulation, collapsing to the ground. To onlookers, he appeared to have fainted, much like Wukong. Yet, perhaps due to the fusion of their spirits, Tien Shinhan's mental fortitude remained intact. Although his body lay unconscious, his consciousness remained alert. In this state of clarity, he distinctly sensed the potential within him, gradually being awakened by the 2.5 cups of super divine water he had imbibed. Chapter 25. The remarkable effects of the super divine water. Unlike the ordinary human physique, Tien Shinhan, having shattered the limitations of humanity, possesses an inexhaustible reservoir of potential within. The first facet of this latent power to be awakened stems from the training accumulated during the battle against the demon king Piccolo and the rigorous practice over the past few months. As this cultivated potential was fully unleashed, Tien Shinhan successfully emerged from his unconscious state. Upon opening his eyes and sensing his current physical condition, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, far more potent than before his fainting spell. If his combat power prior to losing consciousness was approximately 1,100 points, at this moment, it had evidently escalated to an astounding 3,000 points. This nearly tripling of his strength can undoubtedly be attributed to the effects of consuming 2.5 cups of super divine water. Moreover, beyond the immediate release of potential, Tien Shinhan sensed that the medicinal properties of the super divine water continued to operate within him. This sustained enhancement of latent power allowed his combat prowess to increase exponentially following the breaking of his limitations. In this state devoid of any further training, the rate at which his strength augmented had doubled compared to before. Under such conditions, Tien Shinhan could feel that the effects of the super divine water he ingested had not yet been entirely realized. Should he manage to fully unleash and absorb this medicinal potency, the automatic increase in his strength could potentially amplify even further. Have I truly awakened from my unconsciousness? Just as Tien Shinhan pondered how to expedite the complete activation of the super divine water's effects within him, an astonished voice from nearby broke his thoughts. Clearly, little Goku had also triumphed over the super divine water, successfully awakening his inner potential. Unlike Tien Shinhan, Goku's Scion physiology had proven to be even more advantageous. Following his recent near-death recovery, the strength gained from consuming 2 cups of super divine water had elevated Goku's power even more significantly than Tien Shinhan's own increase. Prior to challenging the super divine water, Goku's combat power was roughly around 500 points. Now, having undergone a challenge and subsequent recovery, Tien Shinhan could sense that Goku's energy was nearly on par with his own. Given that Tien Shinhan's combat power stood at 3,000 points, it was likely that little Goku had already reached approximately 2,500 points. The potential-enhancing effects of the super divine water, combined with Goku's Scion traits, had enabled him to amplify his strength to an astonishing 5 times that of his previous state. This outcome was far superior to Tien Shinhan's mere tripling of power. Had Tien Shinhan remained the same as before, he might have once again faced the humiliation of being surpassed by Goku and subsequently left behind. However, for the current Tien Shinhan, such concerns were of no consequence. Having shattered his limitations, he possessed boundless potential. Although his strength increment from this awakening was not as formidable as Goku's, he still retained residual medicinal potency from the super divine water yet to be absorbed. With the extraordinary breakthrough characteristics gained from the absorption of medicinal power, the enhancement of combat strength occurs automatically, doubling its effects with every passing moment. There is no need to envy Goku's ability to grow stronger in the face of death. Haha, Tien, I feel significantly empowered. Shall we engage in a match right away? Swiftly, little Goku enthusiastically flexed his fists and feet, each punch and kick producing a sharp sound that sliced through the air. Sensing the formidable strength surging within him, he felt that the gap between himself and Tien had narrowed considerably. He believed he was now worthy of challenging Tien once more. Haha, I share your sentiment. Tien readily agreed. For him, sparring had only positive aspects. Conversely, as Goku's power level approached his own, it would afford him even greater training opportunities during their battle. The more rigorous the training, the stronger the effects of his extraordinary breakthrough characteristics, and consequently, the faster his combat prowess would escalate. To grow stronger without fighting, and to become even more formidable through battle. That is the essence of Tien after shattering the limits of humanity. In the next moment, Tien and Goku locked eyes, their shared combat intent sparking like two bolts of lightning in the air. However, they did not engage immediately. Instead, they waited until the rolling dumpling had also successfully challenged the super divine water and gained some strength before officially commencing their battle. A rush of wind swirled as Krillin blinked, astonished to find that both Tien and Goku had simultaneously vanished from his sight. What incredible speed! To what level have their powers ascended? Clenching his fists, Krillin marveled at the duo's formidable strength. Solidifying his resolve to diligently train in the heavenly temple and subsequently challenge the super divine water to catch up with them. Bang, bang, bang. Due to the sheer velocity of their movements, the azure-haired launch could no longer perceive their figures. All that could be heard within the halls of Korin Tower were the resounding thuds of their fists connecting with flesh. Korin, who had always kept his eyes narrowed, now opened them wide, straining to discern the actions of the two fighters. Truly, the youth are formidable. Tien and Goku have transcended the realm of ordinary earth martial artists. Even the gods might not stand a chance against these two lads. Although Korin was aware of the relationship between the gods and the demon King Piccolo, he still held a deep respect for the divine beings. Thus, even though Tien and Goku's actual combat abilities had long surpassed those of the gods, he had never entertained such thoughts until now. It was only upon witnessing the fierce battle ignited by the super divine water that this realization dawned upon him. With power like theirs, even several young demon kings would likely be easily defeated by them now. Korin silently pondered, letting out a sigh. Beside him, Dumpling stood dumbfounded. Having also consumed the super divine water, he had reaped numerous benefits as well. Even as he had just risen from the ground, he was still basking in the pride of his doubled strength, contemplating how he might flaunt it before Tien and Goku. However, in light of the significant enhancements Tien and Goku had achieved, his modest increase paled in comparison, leaving him feeling rather sheepish about showcasing his progress. Tien, you truly are formidable. Your strength has surged immensely. And Goku, you too are impressive, managing to hold your own against Tien. Boom. Ultimately, Tien's advantage of 500 points in power was no mere trinket, and with both combatants possessing similar experience, Tien emerged victorious over Goku. You're just a tad behind me, Tien, Goku remarked, but with a reassuring tone, he added, rest assured, I shall train diligently, and in 3 months, victory will surely be mine. The defeated Goku maintained a commendable attitude, despite being slightly outmatched by Tien. He quickly regained his footing and promptly declared his intention to surpass Tien after the next phase of training. Haha, Goku, you are indeed a formidable opponent. But do you truly believe I will grant you the opportunity for a comeback? Tien responded, exuding confidence. This confidence was not unfounded, for he had already conceived a potentially swift method to absorb the medicinal energy within him. However, this approach carried considerable risk. Yet, in the pursuit of ultimate strength, one must seize opportunities, even if it entails embracing a measure of danger. While a methodical approach to training might be the conventional path, Tien understood that to strive for the pinnacle of power, one must embrace the extreme. The extreme is characterized by total commitment and unwavering focus. What is a little risk in the face of such ambition? Chapter 26. The Great Sage of the Dragon Ball, at Wuxing Mountain? Tien Shinhan, do you really need to leave again? I thought you were about to embark on your next phase of training. After the competition, Goku learned that Tien Shinhan was to make another trip to the Korin Tower. However, you must exercise caution if you are away for too long. My progress in training may surpass yours. Goku chuckled, not overly concerned about the reasons behind Tien Shinhan's departure. And count me in. I too shall begin my training at the Korin Tower. Tien Shinhan, do be wary, lest I catch up to you. Krillin's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, eagerly joining the spirited rivalry of martial pursuits. Tien Shinhan smiled confidently in response. My journey is not merely for leisure. However, if you wish to chase, then pursue away, so that when I return, I won't be far behind. Sharpening the blade does not hinder the woodcutter's work. Tien Shinhan planned to dedicate time to swiftly absorb the divine water's potency within him, enhancing his potential for a breakthrough. This lays a solid foundation for his long-term martial development. Moreover, he did not believe that his strength would stagnate during this venture. Achieving the conditions for this method would require enduring several trials. Brother Tien, do you truly not need me to accompany you? Even if there is danger, I am unafraid. Dumpling, upon hearing of Tien Shinhan's solitary departure, felt a twinge of reluctance and inquired. After all, they had shared years of companionship, training, and camaraderie. Now, with Tien Shinhan embarking on a solitary adventure, he felt a sense of discomfort and concern. Yes, I am well aware of your fearlessness. However, you have already completely absorbed the divine water, rendering this adventure unnecessary. My circumstances differ from yours, which is why I must undertake this journey. Wish me luck. May everything unfold as I anticipate. Tien Shinhan nodded at Dumpling, urging him to focus on his training and avoid unnecessary risks. Return swiftly, Tien Shinhan. As Lan Shi's voice echoed, Tien Shinhan waved farewell and descended from the Korin Tower. The method was in his mind. Yet it was merely a conjecture based on the narrative he recalled, leaving the success of it uncertain. A few hours later, Tien Shinhan arrived once more at the desert palace of the fortune-telling old woman. Why have you returned to seek me again after merely 2 days? Is there truly so much you wish to divine? The fortune-telling old woman, upon seeing Tien Shinhan again, felt a flicker of joy. After all, she spent her days in solitude, with only a few servants for company, and it was rare to encounter a promising young individual like him. However, her inner joy could not mask the sharpness of her words. Haha, to grow stronger, one must contemplate more, indeed. This is just the second time. It so happens that our paths have crossed again so soon. Tien Shinhan naturally understood that the fortune-telling old woman, though sharp-tongued, harbored no real malice. After a brief explanation, he promptly produced the 10 billion yuan he had obtained from selling the airship to Bulma. Here, please accept this as your fortune-telling fee. A mountain of banknotes emerged from the universal capsule, causing the fortune-teller's mouth to water with anticipation. Her avaricious nature was fully unleashed in that moment. She leapt from her crystal ball, embracing the mountain of bills with delight before realizing Tien Shinhan was still watching. Clearing her throat, she said, "What would you like to inquire about this time? Given your generous offer, I shall allow you multiple questions on the same matter. Feel free to ask all related inquiries." With a slight cough, the fortune-teller regained her composure and settled back onto her floating crystal ball. Can you ask your questions clearly? Tien Shinhan's eyes lit up at the unexpected fortune of being allowed to ask more than one question. Initially, he had been uncertain about which query was most crucial, but the fortune-teller's understanding nature encouraged him to seek clarity. The prowess of a diviner was indeed formidable. Could it be that she had already sensed his purpose for visiting? This 10 billion yuan was well spent. With the fortune-teller's assurance, Tien Shinhan boldly began to inquire. Is there a method at Taishang Laojuan's place that allows me to quickly absorb the potency of the super divine water? Indeed, the fortune-teller replied, somewhat astonished that Tien Shinhan was aware of Taishang Laojuan's existence, yet she promptly proceeded to divine an answer. How can a living person reach Taishang Laojuan at the Five Elements Mountain? Tien Shinhan's question further astonished the fortune-teller. This young man not only knew of Taishang Laojuan, but also his location at the Five Elements Mountain. After your demise, you can petition King Yanma to retain your corporeal form by invoking your good deeds in vanquishing King Piccolo. Then, traverse the Serpent Road to the space where the realms of Yin and Yang converge, which leads to the summit of Five Elements Mountain where Taishang Laojuan resides. Is there a method that doesn't involve suicide? Indeed, I can directly transport you to the convergence of Yin and Yang, but it will only be to the foot of Five Elements Mountain. If you wish to ascend and seek Taishang Laojuan, you must make the journey yourself. However, this method carries its own risks. Should you be slain by the various spirits and phantoms at the mountain's base, you would meet the same fate. As the fortune-teller elaborated on the two methods to reach Five Elements Mountain, she grew increasingly intrigued by Tien Shinhan. This young man seemed to possess considerable knowledge about the affairs between the realms of Yin and Yang. One method was certain death, while the other posed a risk of mortality. With my abilities, I should have a chance of ascending the Five Elements Mountain alive, Tien Shinhan internally assessed. After posing those questions, he confirmed that his suspicions were indeed correct. In the realm of Dragon Ball, There indeed exists a method for expeditiously absorbing the potency of the super-divine water, as revealed by the revered Taishang Laojun. However, the journey to reach Taishang Laojun atop the Five Elements Mountain is fraught with considerable peril. This affirms his earlier conjecture, validating the feasibility of his approach. Naturally, upon confirming the viability of this method, Tien Shinhan could not resist inquiring further. Are there any other means on Earth that would allow me to swiftly absorb the essence of the super-divine water? No, replied the fortune-teller, gently caressing her crystal ball before providing a definitive answer. If there existed a solution that did not entail risk, Tien Shinhan would certainly not seek out danger recklessly. Yet, with the fortune-teller's response in hand, venturing to the Five Elements Mountain in pursuit of Taishang Laojun now appeared to be his sole recourse. Thank you, wise fortune-teller. I have no further queries. With the singular method established as feasible, Tien Shinhan refrained from pressing for additional information. Given your numerous inquiries regarding Taishang Laojun and the Five Elements Mountain, it seems you are resolute in your decision to embark on this journey. Now, choose your path. Will you opt for the first method, which entails a fatal sacrifice to traverse the Serpent's Route, or the second, which involves ascending from the base of the Five Elements Mountain? The fortune-teller nodded, aware that regardless of Tien Shinhan's choice, she had subsequent matters to attend to. I shall choose the second option. I prefer to undertake this journey as a living being, Tien Shinhan declared without hesitation. Should he choose the path of self-destruction? Even if he could be resurrected through the Dragon Balls later, he would still have to endure a waiting period of nearly 9 months for their powers to regenerate. On the warrior's path, stagnation equates to regression. He was unwilling to squander such precious time awaiting revival following a self-inflicted demise. Chapter 27. Tempering the body with the 8-trigram furnace before him lay the entrance to the Five Elements Mountain, and beyond it, the foot of the mountain. Whether he could survive the ascent was uncertain, and the old woman could not guarantee his safety. Soon, Tien Shinhan, having utilized the special passage opened by the fortune-telling matron, arrived at the entrance of the Five Elements Mountain. I appreciate your assistance, dear matron. Reaching this point is already a considerable favor. He expressed his gratitude once more. Despite the exorbitant fee of 1 billion yuan for the divination, she had indeed rendered him significant help. To an ordinary person, such wealth might hold great value. Yet for a martial artist of his caliber, it was negligible. With his current prowess, acquiring money on Earth, within the Dragon Ball universe, was a trivial matter. He need not resort to criminal acts like bank robbery. Simply confronting a criminal organization akin to the Red Ribbon Army would easily yield 10 billion yuan. The reason Goku was summoned by Chi-Chi to farm for money was merely that he never considered financial gain. Otherwise, not only would he have become the wealthiest man in the world, but he could also have effortlessly lived as a billionaire. I only acted upon receiving your payment. There is no need for thanks, she remarked, though it was evident that she would not hinder him from pursuing his risky venture. However, should you fortuitously succeed, returning alive will not pose a concern. You may either retrace your steps or find any exit after descending the Five Elements Mountain, albeit the precise location on Earth remains uncertain. If Laozi finds you to his liking, he may even devise means to assist your return. Before Tien Shinhan could inquire further, the fortune-telling matron continued to elaborate on the methods of returning from the Five Elements Mountain to Earth. Although she feigned indifference, it was clear she harbored hopes for his success in this venture. Understood, dear matron. Tien Shinhan nodded in response, then resolutely stepped into the entrance of the Five Elements Mountain. As the matron observed his figure vanish into the entrance, she softly murmured, "An intriguing young man. Do exercise caution, and may you return safely from this journey." Unbeknownst to Tien Shinhan, the matron's sentiments lingered outside the entrance, for at that moment, an immense azure mountain loomed before him, its peak obscured from view. Was this the Five Elements Mountain? The legendary barrier that separates the realms of Yin and Yang within the Dragon Ball universe. The living souls within this realm might hail from various planets, universes, and even time periods. However, all who perished in the Dragon Ball world shared a singular destination, the realm of the deceased. The Five Elements Mountain's ability to sever the connection between these realms underscored its extraordinary nature. As for the malevolent spirits he would encounter on his ascent, he required no external reminders, for he could already behold them with his own eyes. At the mountain's base, the spectral entities, solidified to the point of near opacity, embodied the very essence of those malevolent beings. The arrival of Tien Shinhan seemed akin to a drop of cold water inadvertently splashed into a pot of hot oil. In an instant, a multitude of malevolent spirits surged towards him like a boiling tide. Among these phantoms, many were formed from the souls of ordinary people. Although these spirits possessed slightly greater strength than in their mortal lives, their battle power rarely exceeded 10 points. Such entities were abundant and posed no threat to the current Tien Shinhan. A smaller portion of the spirits, however, was derived from the souls of martial artists, exhibiting a broader spectrum of power fluctuations. Some of the more formidable ones could surpass a battle strength of 100 points, while others lingered at a mere 10 or 20 points. Unperturbed by the overwhelming wave of spirits akin to crashing surf, Tien Shinhan pressed onward towards the summit of Wuxing Mountain. He ascended dozens, then hundreds, and finally thousands of meters, swiftly breaking through the encirclement of malevolent entities to reach the mountainside. The higher he climbed, the sparser the spirits became. However, those that roamed at elevated altitudes generally possessed greater strength than their counterparts at the base. Despite their might, none approached the 200 points threshold, remaining significantly weaker than Tien Shinhan, whose battle power had reached an extraordinary 3,000 points. In the face of such overwhelming strength, the spirits attempting to impede his ascent were no more than a collection of insignificant pests. Within less than a day, Tien Shinhan had successfully scaled the nearly 10,000-meter peak of Wuxing Mountain. What would be a perilous endeavor for other martial artists was merely a risk-free climbing expedition for him. Not only did he emerge unscathed during this journey, but his battle prowess also increased as he engaged and vanquished monsters along the way. As he neared the summit, Tien Shinhan immediately sensed a distinct and intense heat. In the distance, a massive furnace blazed, unmistakably the Bagua furnace from his recollections. In the narrative, a leak from this furnace had resulted in the engulfment of the castle belonging to Goku's father-in-law, the Bull Demon King, in flames. Yet, as time was still on his side, it seemed the furnace had yet to encounter any issues. You, the one who just climbed up from the foot of the mountain? Just as Tien Shinhan was scrutinizing the Bagua furnace, the overseer, Taishang Laojun, emerged from a large house nearby. Following him was Sun Wukong's grandfather, Sun Gohan, whom Tien Shinhan had previously bested in a contest with the fortune teller. Unlike the traditional portrayal of Taishang Laojun, the version from the Dragon Ball universe was a strikingly beautiful tall woman, adorned in an opulent cloak and gown, complete with a conical crown. Her every gesture exuded an air of grace and dignity. Indeed, I am Tien Shinhan. May I inquire if you are Taishang Laojun? To avoid unnecessary explanations, Tien Shinhan feigned ignorance. Meanwhile, he greeted Sun Wukong, who stood nearby. After all, this was not their first encounter, especially with the connection they shared through Sun Wukong. Indeed, over the years, I have never witnessed a living soul ascend the 5 Elements mountain directly. You are the first, he declared. Yes, I am the Supreme Lord Laozi, and your determination to climb the 5 Elements mountain to seek me out is commendable. In light of your perseverance, do share your purpose. The Supreme Lord Laozi placed one hand on his hip while gracefully gesturing with the other, expressing his admiration for Tien Shinhan's displayed tenacity. Yet, Tien Shinhan's expression turned somewhat peculiar upon hearing this. Although he possessed great determination in martial arts, the ascent had been rather effortless for him, requiring little of that tenacity. However, Tien Shinhan was not foolish enough to dismiss the other's appreciation. Instead, he seized the moment to articulate his intentions. So, you have even dared to confront the legendary poison, the super divine water? Your unwavering pursuit of martial arts exceeds my expectations. Regarding your inquiry, I may indeed possess a solution. The flames within the Bagua furnace not only refine the soul and separate the realms of yin and yang, but also serve to strengthen the physical form. Of course, this is contingent upon whether your body can withstand the flames within, while there are no prior examples. I believe the flames of the Bagua furnace could aid in accelerating the absorption of the super divine water's potency. After contemplating Tien Shinhan's purpose with a furrowed brow for a moment, the Supreme Lord Laozi provided a response. To temper the physical body with furnace flames? Tien Shinhan was taken aback, yet he found the proposition not entirely devoid of reason. Chapter 28. The 5 Elements Pill, the treasure missed by Wukong. Very well, I shall refine it. Should I simply leap directly into the Bagua furnace? Tien Shinhan contemplated for but a moment before resolutely preparing to jump into the furnace. Wait. Taishang Laojun observed Tien Shinhan's eagerness and, without a hint of hesitation, became increasingly convinced that Tien Shinhan's obsession with martial arts had reached an extraordinary level beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. With such unwavering dedication to martial pursuits, who else could claim the title of martial arts master? With this thought, Taishang Laojun felt even more certain that Tien Shinhan was a rare talent, prompting him to intervene and add, "You truly are a madman willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of martial cultivation." However, It is precisely such madness that I admire. Since I have already resolved to assist you, let me fully embrace this role. Taishang Laojun regarded Tien Shinhan with a gaze filled with contemplation, as if a significant decision had been made. Fully embrace this role? Could it be that the Bagua furnace offers benefits beyond merely facilitating the rapid absorption of the divine water's medicinal properties? Tien Shinhan's eyes subtly shifted, as he began to grasp the implications of this revelation. In the next moment, Taishang Laojun continued to speak, confirming Tien Shinhan's suspicions. I have managed this Bagua furnace for tens of thousands of years. As long as the flames within it continue to burn, the barrier between the realms of Yin and Yang remains impenetrable. Any souls attempting to transition from the Yin realm to the Yang realm, or those lingering in the Yang realm for various reasons, shall be incinerated into ashes by the flames of the Bagua furnace. Although the ashes produced by each soul's incineration are minuscule, over the years they accumulate and condense at the bottom of the furnace. Thus, a 5 elements pill has formed there. This pill, a distillation of the essence left by the burning of souls, significantly enhances one's mental fortitude and perception. This perception, of course, encompasses the understanding of martial arts as well. Should you possess the ability to descend to the bottom of the Bagua furnace and retrieve this 5 elements pill, it would greatly aid you in mastering various martial techniques. A 5 elements pill? Such a treasure exists? Tien Shinhan recalled the moment when Wukong had come to the Bagua furnace to assist in mending the furnace's base. However, he had no recollection of the 5 elements pill. Perhaps it was because Wukong's visit to Taishang Laojun had occurred nearly 3 years later, thus causing him to miss out on the 5 elements pill. Upon reflection, this seemed plausible, for at that time, the base of the Bagua furnace had been severely damaged, and it was entirely possible that the 5 elements pill had been destroyed or lost during that process. Now, having arrived nearly 3 years ahead of schedule and earning Taishang Laojun's admiration, the discovery of the 5 elements pill was indeed a delightful surprise. As for whether he could withstand the flames of the Bagua furnace, Tien Shinhan felt no trepidation. After all, his current strength far surpassed that of Wukong 3 years hence. If Wukong, with a battle power of less than 1,000, could achieve such feats, then with his own battle power exceeding 3,000, it was certainly within his capabilities, provided he exercised caution. Thank you, esteemed Laojun, for bestowing this treasure upon me. I shall undoubtedly procure the 5 elements pill. Tien Shinhan respectfully expressed his gratitude to the young woman who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Laozi furrowed her brow, for she detested being referred to as an old woman or a spinster. Although Tien Shinhan had not directly touched upon this sensitive matter, the term Lao in her title was indeed a reference to age. Consequently, she promptly interjected, "What do you mean, Laojun? My name is Ning. You may address me as Lady Ning." "Of course, Lady Ning," Tien Shinhan replied, and without further ado, he leaped directly into the Bagua furnace. The Supreme Laozi nodded in satisfaction at Tien Shinhan's swift correction of address. As for the 5 elements elixir, while it did possess the remarkable properties she described, to her, it was not a treasure. Rather, it was merely a source of ash that required diligent cleaning. Not only would this allow Tien Shinhan to obtain a precious item, but it would also relieve her of the burden of clearing ash from the furnace, preventing damage from excessive accumulation. The Supreme Laozi felt herself akin to a genius for devising such a flawless plan that yielded dual benefits. Alas, she suddenly realized she had forgotten to inform him not to remain in the Bagua furnace for more than 10 minutes. The intensity of the flames within the furnace was not constant. Staying longer than 10 minutes would exponentially increase the burning intensity. However, she reasoned, he was not bound, nor was the furnace lid closed. If it became unbearable, he would surely leap out. Yet, upon reflection, the Supreme Laozi did not consider her failure to issue this warning a grave mistake. After all, she was the Supreme Laozi. How could she err? With this thought, she turned and made her way back to her grand abode, having only consumed half a bowl of her beloved noodles during her earlier meeting with Tien Shinhan. The crimson flames roared and surged. Even from a distance, the heat radiating from the Bagua furnace was palpable. Now, within the furnace itself, Tien Shinhan was engulfed in an inferno of unparalleled intensity. The ferocious flames were akin to molten lava, threatening to scorch his hair to ashes. Fortunately, Tien Shinhan was bald, thus escaping the flames' wrath. Gritting his teeth, he harnessed the energy within him to bolster his physical resilience against the searing heat. As he descended, he endured the onslaught of flames surrounding him. This ordeal was tormenting, yet amidst the turbulent waves of heat, Tien Shinhan sensed a transformation within himself. The residual potency of the super divine water was rapidly absorbed by his body as he fell. Furthermore, the flame's caustic embrace ignited his capacity for extreme breakthroughs. His combat power surged rapidly, 3,100 points, 3,200 points. By the time the potency of the super divine water was fully absorbed and he landed at the bottom of the Bagua furnace, his combat power had soared to an impressive 3,500 points. In this elevated state, the flames that had previously compelled him to endure now appeared far less daunting. He had acclimated to the searing flames that scorched both flesh and spirit. In the face of formidable challenges, Tien Shinhan adapted to the intensity of the 8 trigrams furnace's fire, feeling the complete absorption of the medicinal energy within him. He had achieved the original purpose of his journey. Naturally, having descended to the depths of the 8 trigrams furnace, he would not relinquish the opportunity to acquire the precious 5 elements pill. Thus, he commenced his search throughout the vast expanse of the furnace's bottom. Although the area was extensive, Tien Shinhan's searching speed was commendable. Despite the 5 elements pill being no larger than a chicken egg, he successfully located it within mere minutes. Holding the inconspicuous, unremarkable gray pill in his hand, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could this truly be the 5 elements pill? Was it not merely a deceptive trinket? However, after a moment's hesitation, Tien Shinhan resolved to trust the words of the Supreme Elder once more. One must not judge by appearances, and the 5 elements pill should not be judged by its exterior either. Perhaps its unassuming appearance belied an extraordinary efficacy. With determination, Tien Shinhan promptly placed the 5 elements pill into his mouth. The taste was reminiscent of incense ash, dry, pungent, and slightly irritating to the throat. The flavor of the 5 elements pill was far from delightful. Yet, almost instantaneously, its potent effects of enhancing the soul and elevating comprehension erupted within him, prompting Tien Shinhan to exclaim in his heart that it was indeed remarkable. Chapter 29. The Path of Tien's Extreme Martial Arts. With a significant enhancement of mental fortitude, Tien felt an unprecedented clarity of mind. Were he to pursue academia like Nobita, he would likely emerge as a prodigy in a new scientific domain in no time. However, Tien's focus lay firmly on martial arts, and the most immediate benefit of his heightened mental acuity was a profound increase in his martial understanding. What once required considerable time and immense physical exertion to prepare, a Kamehameha, now unfolded in his mind with innovative and refined concepts. The prototype of a new Kamehameha and its foundational improvements vividly manifested in Tien's consciousness in an instant. This newfound insight extended beyond the Kamehameha. It encompassed all the martial techniques he had mastered, revealing potential avenues for further refinement. The 4-body fist, for demon fist, solar fist, Dodon Ray, Kamehameha. These techniques, imparted to him by Master Roshi, were already within his grasp. However, after consuming the 5-element pill to enhance his martial comprehension, Tien found himself devising personal improvements to these learned skills. He could amplify their power, shorten their charge time, and reduce physical expenditure. Each technique could be enhanced in some aspect. Was this the effect of the 5-element pill? It felt as though it had been meticulously crafted for a martial artist like him. In this moment, Tien was overwhelmed with excitement. Fully convinced that his journey had been worthwhile, he and Goku shared an unwavering passion for martial arts, yet their paths diverged. Goku's strength lay in relentless power augmentation, while technique refinement was not his primary focus. He continued to employ techniques like the Kamehameha and Spirit Bomb throughout his evolution into a universal powerhouse. In contrast, Tien's innate talent for mastering and innovating techniques had always eclipsed Goku's. Now, with the enhancement from the 5-element pill, Tien felt his unique advantage magnified. A martial artist who possesses formidable strength while also creating various techniques to further augment that power is undeniably more formidable than a mere powerhouse. In terms of combat prowess, Tien was fearless and embraced the extreme path of martial arts. In terms of skill, he now possessed an immeasurable insight. This was his ultimate martial journey. As Tien contemplated his condition, he realized that after a series of adventures and strategic planning, he had finally pieced together the puzzle of extreme martial arts that could rival the Super Saiyans. Without the aid of a system, he had relied solely on his memory to assimilate the serendipitous encounters from the narrative. From this moment onward, Tien felt a newfound confidence that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Super Saiyans. Though the pinnacle of martial arts in the universe still seemed distant, he had, for the first time, glimpsed the path ahead. The 5-elements pill is the accumulated soul ash from the 8 trigrams furnace, possessing immense medicinal power that surges like a tempest. Tien Shinhan realized that after consuming the 5-elements pill, he had not yet absorbed its effects even after several minutes. Seizing the moment, he decided to remain in the fiery embrace of the 8 trigrams furnace, believing that the flames would accelerate the absorption of the pill's potency. Previously, he had utilized the furnace's heat to hasten the absorption of the super divine water, so why not apply the same principle for the 5 elements pill? Thus, he chose not to depart the furnace's base immediately. 5 minutes passed, then 10, 15. When the esteemed Taishang Laojun returned from his meal, he found no trace of Tien Shinhan. What could be the matter? Had the lad departed without so much as a farewell? Surely, he must not know how to return to the mortal realm directly. Such rudeness. Taishang Laojun had intended to escort him, yet now he would have to make the arduous journey back alone. Assuming Tien Shinhan had left the 8 trigrams furnace without a word, he lamented the boy's lack of courtesy. However, Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, who had not entered the room, soon clarified the situation. My lord, Tien Shinhan, he is yet to emerge. In truth, nearly 10 minutes after Tien Shinhan had entered the furnace, Sun Gohan had been calling out for him to hurry and come out. Unfortunately, the vastness of the furnace and the roaring flames rendered his voice inaudible within. Anxious, he could not bear to watch his father's comrade perish inside. In haste, he called for Taishang Laojun to come outside. Regrettably, the elder had closed the door, engrossed in his meal, and did not hear the cries for help. By the time Taishang Laojun finished his meal and stepped out, 15 minutes had already lapsed since Tien Shinhan had entered the furnace. What? He still had not emerged. Upon hearing this, Taishang Laojun's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a promising martial artist, and I had hoped to spar with him upon his exit. It seems that opportunity has now slipped away. With a heavy sigh, he reflected on the situation. If Tien Shinhan had remained inside for 15 minutes, the intensity of the flames would have undoubtedly doubled. Taishang Laojun mused that if the intensity had merely increased by a factor of 1, Tien Shinhan might still endure. However, with the flames now at double strength and 5 minutes having passed, it was likely that Tien Shinhan had already been reduced to ash. Alas, had I known, I would have advised him to limit his stay to 10 minutes at most. This reckless youth should have felt the unbearable heat and promptly exited, yet he remained undeterred. Was he truly willing to risk his life for the sake of martial advancement? The line between genius and madness is indeed perilously thin. Yet now, it was too late for reflections. Only ashes remained. Sigh. Taishang Laojun lamented once more. It was a rare sight to behold a young man, not only a martial artist, but a living being who had ascended the 5 elements mountain. Alas, he was consumed by flames. What a pity. Little did Taishang Laojun and Sun Wukong anticipate that at this moment, Tien Shinhan had not been reduced to ashes. After more than 10 minutes, the suddenly intensified flames indeed rendered Tien Shinhan somewhat beleaguered. His martial arts uniform, which had been enveloped in an aura of protection, was incinerated. However, his physical form and spirit rapidly adapted and grew stronger amidst the surging intensity of the flames. Adversity breeds strength, and he shattered his limits. In the 5 minutes following the escalation of the fire, Tien Shinhan not only avoided being reduced to cinders, but also experienced a remarkable surge in his combat prowess. 3,600 points, 3,800 points, 4,000 points. Just as Taishang Laojun and Sun Wukong lamented outside, Tien Shinhan had surpassed the formidable threshold of 4,000 points in this harsh and demanding environment. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 30. What? Should I perish? Time continues to elapse. Half an hour, half a day, a full day, immersed in the refinement of his martial arts and the absorption of the 5 elements elixir's potency. Tien Shinhan remained at the bottom of the Bagua furnace for an entire day and night. At this moment, the intensity of the flames within the furnace had escalated tenfold from its original state. With a long exhale, Tien Shinhan released a breath of relief. After a day and night of fiery enhancement, he had completely absorbed the essence of the 5 elements elixir. Techniques such as the 4-body fist, for demon fist, and the sun fist had been perfected and tailored to his unique style throughout this process. Take the sun fist, for instance. While it had previously demonstrated commendable effectiveness, Goku had effortlessly countered it during the martial arts tournament using Master Roshi's sunglasses. However, after Tien Shinhan's refinements, the brilliance unleashed by the Sun Fist now exceeded the limitations of mere sunglasses. Enemies struck by the Sun Fist would experience intensified ocular pain, with prolonged periods of temporary blindness. Moreover, during his 3-month training at the Heavenly Temple, Tien Shinhan recognized that this technique was ineffective against opponents capable of sensing energy. Consequently, in this latest enhancement, he ingeniously integrated the manipulation of energy into the technique. When unleashed, the Sun Fist now emanated not only blinding light, but also a powerful wave of energy that disrupted the opponent's perception. With this dual assault, Even those adept at sensing energy would struggle to pinpoint Tien Shinhan's location. He dubbed this improved technique the new Sun Fist. In addition to this, he also completed enhancements to the new 4-body fist, new 4-demon fist, and new hole punch wave. It was not merely a matter of convenience in naming. The title new was inspired by a legendary technique known as the new energy cannon from his memories. Each of these newly named techniques boasted enhancements in both effect and power, far surpassing their original counterparts. These innovations represented Tien Shinhan's significant gains in martial arts during his day and night of training. Beyond this, he experienced a remarkable surge in combat power points, estimating them to be at 8,000. Even when faced with the Scion Raditz, or Nappa, who were destined to arrive on Earth several years later, Tien Shinhan felt confident in his ability to confront them with ease. As for the Scion Prince Vegeta, although he still held a gap in power points, Tien Shinhan's various improved techniques afforded him a viable chance in battle. With the complete absorption of the Super Divine Water and the 5 Elements Elixir, both his limit-breaking attributes and martial comprehension had seen considerable enhancement. This journey through the 5 Elements Mountain had proven to be immensely rewarding. After spending an entire day and night within the Bagua Furnace, Tien Shinhan felt it was time to emerge. After all, it was the Supreme Old Lord who had opened the furnace's lid for him. It would be quite inappropriate to leave it ajar indefinitely. With this thought in mind, Tien Shinhan decided to leave the depths of the furnace. He leaped gracefully, soaring through the blazing flames to a height of 10,000 meters. For an ordinary person or a typical martial artist on Earth, such a feat might seem exaggerated. However, with a battle power of 8,000, obliterating a planet was hardly a challenge, let alone reaching a mere 10,000 meters. There was no need for flight techniques. A simple jump was sufficient for Tien Shinhan to reach the furnace's exit. To his surprise, he found the lid of the furnace closed. Tien Shinhan had assumed that the Supreme Old Lord would still have the lid open, waiting for his return, but was taken aback to discover it had been shut. This was not something that should have occurred. Although puzzled, he thought he could inquire about it later after exiting. The immense lid of the Bagua furnace was designed to be opened with a specialized pulley system, requiring considerable strength. It would be nearly impossible for anyone outside to lift it without a few hundred points of battle power, let alone someone trapped inside. Yet for Tien Shinhan, this posed no challenge. He merely employed his flight technique at the furnace's exit, and with a gentle flick of his finger, he sent the enormous lid soaring skyward. Was he perhaps too forceful? It appeared that his heightened battle power required a slight adjustment to control it at a more human level. Despite his efforts to minimize the force, he had inadvertently sent the lid flying. Nearby, Sun Wukong noticed the sudden ascent of the lid and quickly alerted the Supreme Old Lord. Lady Anning, it seems the Bagua furnace is about to explode. The lid has taken flight. What? The Supreme Old Lord, who had not closed the door this time, immediately heard Sun Wukong's exclamation and rushed out in astonishment. In fact, the loud thud of the lid launching into the air had already caught her attention. What was happening? Staring at the enormous lid soaring thousands of meters high, the Supreme Old Lord was utterly bewildered. After managing the Bagua furnace for several millennia, she had never encountered such a scenario. Could it truly be, as Sun Wukong had shouted, that the furnace was on the verge of explosion? Worry began to creep in. If the furnace were to explode, the balance between the realms of yin and yang would be disrupted, plunging the world into chaos. Fortunately, in the next moment, they realized it was merely a false alarm. However, what they witnessed was even more astonishing. Rather than witnessing the destruction of the Bagua furnace, they beheld Tien Shinhan, whom they had presumed to be reduced to ashes, appearing alongside the soaring lid. In an instant, he caught the lid high in the air and deftly placed it back onto the Bagua furnace, securing it once more. Even after meticulously sealing the Bagua furnace, Tien Shinhan circled around its top several times to inspect it closely. Fortunately, it had not shattered. The lid remained intact. Otherwise, finding a replacement for such a large pot lid would have been quite the challenge. As he murmured his relief, he brushed the dust from his hands and approached the two figures of Laozi and Sun Wukong, who stood in a moment of stunned silence at the sight of Tien Shinhan, seemingly at a loss for words. What is the matter with you two? Why do you gaze at me so peculiarly? Suddenly, Tien Shinhan realized something significant. His martial arts uniform had been accidentally incinerated in the Bagua furnace. His face flushed at the thought, and he quickly retrieved a spare martial arts uniform from his universal capsule to don. I apologize for the inconvenience. It seems the flames in the furnace intensified unexpectedly, and my lack of experience led to the unfortunate burning of my clothes. Tien Shinhan assumed their astonishment stemmed from his charred attire. However, Sun Wukong's first words, after regaining his composure, left Tien Shinhan perplexed. You didn't die? Huh. Should I have died? Do you wish for me to perish for your viewing pleasure? Tien Shinhan responded, his expression one of utter confusion. Chapter 31. Transformation into the Gigantic? I witnessed it, I mastered it, ha ha ha. What an amusing lad. It's fortunate you survived. The rhetorical question posed by Tien Shinhan momentarily startled Sun Wukong, while the Grand Supreme Elder erupted into hearty laughter nearby. After a brief pause, Sun Wukong elucidated the misunderstanding between them, explaining how they had erroneously assumed he had been reduced to ashes by the furnace's flames. Ah, so that was the case. Tien Shinhan's realization dawned upon him as he chuckled and recounted his experiences within the Bagua furnace. It was only at this juncture that he comprehended the furnace's flames possessed an inherent tendency to intensify with time. Previously, he had perceived the flames growing stronger at intervals and thought it an anomaly. Thankfully, he had adequately prepared for this venture, entering the furnace with a formidable battle power of 3,000. Otherwise, he might not have had ample time to acclimatize to the fluctuations of the flames. Remaining within the furnace with only a few hundred in battle power, unaware that the flames would become increasingly fierce within 10 minutes, would indeed have posed considerable peril. Fortunately, all threats had been navigated safely, and Tien Shinhan not only avoided danger, but also maximized his gains from this unexpected ordeal. The efficacy of the 5 elements pill is remarkable, and I must extend my gratitude to Lord Anning for bestowing such a precious treasure upon me. Only those martial artists who have ingested the 5 elements pill can truly grasp the terrifying potential it holds in enhancing martial prowess. The improvement of techniques already mastered is merely the tip of the iceberg of Tien Shinhan's current martial aptitude. The speed at which he learns new techniques is astonishing. In the heat of battle, he could even swiftly adopt techniques demonstrated by others and utilize them on the spot. Hiki, this is not a gift from me. It is something you retrieved from the very depths of the Bagua furnace. The searing heat within the furnace does not daunt the Grand Supreme Elder due to her unique status. However, upon entering, she still experiences overwhelming warmth. This is precisely why she has been reluctant to personally enter the furnace over the years. Otherwise, the ash from the 5 elements pill would not have accumulated at the bottom for so long, had Tien Shinhan not taken it upon himself to address the situation. The Grand Supreme Elder would never have ventured down herself. Only if the base of the Bagua furnace were to suffer a substantial breach from the ash accumulation, or if the balance of the yin and yang realms were to be disrupted, would she reluctantly intervene. Now, although Tien Shinhan has reaped benefits from the 5 elements pill, he has inadvertently aided her in completing a much-needed cleansing of the furnace's interior. The Grand Supreme Elder could hardly contain her amusement, feeling no need for Tien Shinhan to express gratitude. However, she would not overtly display her satisfaction in front of him, suppressing a smile that threatened to escape her lips as she cleared her throat and added, "Ahem, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, it would be better to engage in a spar with me. I am eager to see the extent of a martial artist who is so willing to risk their life in pursuit of mastery and possesses such extraordinary talent." As he spoke, a gleaming guandao materialized in the hands of the Supreme Old Lord. Such a formidable weapon, combined with her striking attire befitting a valiant female general, instantly ignited a surge of vigor within Tien Shinhan. However, my strength has recently surged dramatically, and I am still struggling to temper it. Should I inadvertently strike too hard? I hope Lord Anning does not suffer injury as a result. While speaking, Tien Shinhan began to reign in his power. He could sense the aura emanating from the Supreme Old Lord. If she had not deliberately suppressed her energy, her combat prowess should exceed 300 points. Such strength is formidable, especially for Tien Shinhan, who had just claimed victory at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament a little over 3 months ago. Yet now, he must control the newly acquired power to avoid accidentally harming her. Ha ha ha, injure me? Even the King of Hell or a celestial being from Earth would hesitate to make such a claim, she retorted confidently. Very well, since you are so assured, I shall unleash my full strength against you. Tien Shinhan, you must be cautious. With that, the Supreme Old Lord's body suddenly expanded to a height of 100 meters. The guandao in her grasp also grew in proportion. In an instant, the colossal weapon whirled above her head, creating a roaring wind that swirled through the air. Observing this spectacle, Sun Wukong was left agape. Lord Anning, you must not be serious. With that strike, do you truly intend to slay Tien Shinhan? Though it was indeed astonishing that Tien Shinhan had spent an entire day and night in the Bagua furnace, the strength of the Supreme Old Lord was deeply ingrained in Sun Wukong's mind. Coupled with her sudden transformation, it was no wonder he instinctively worried for Tien Shinhan, especially when comparing the towering 100-meter figure to Tien Shinhan's mere 2-meter stature. Could this be a transformation? According to his recollections, it might be referred to as heavenly law and earthly phenomena. However, given that this is Dragon Ball, such terminology seems somewhat out of place. Witnessing the Supreme Old Lord's transformation before him, Tien Shinhan's formidable martial arts talent stirred within him, urging him to rise to the challenge. He faintly grasped the essence of this extraordinary technique. Transformations were not alien to him. The 4 demon fists and the 4 body fists were, in essence, methods of transformation. These techniques, however, did not result in an increase in size, but rather an elongation, providing additional arms or creating more clones. Moreover, Tien Shinhan had innovated upon the 4 demon fists and the 4 body fists, developing the new 4 demon fists and new 4 body fists, thereby gaining a profound understanding of the key elements of transformation. Now, witnessing the manifestation of this grand transformation technique, Tien Shinhan swiftly connected it to the principles he had mastered, rapidly assimilating the skill. Enlarging oneself, he had learned it. If it cannot be called heavenly law and earthly phenomena, then let us name this technique Heavenly Phenomenon Fist. With a gentle smile, Tien Shinhan suddenly elevated himself, growing larger before Sun Wukong's astonished gaze. Clang! Before the formidable blade wielded by Taishang Laojun, Tien Shinhan, transformed to a height of 100 meters, restrained his strength and gently prodded with a single finger. Bang, bang, bang. The mighty weapon was astonishingly disarmed by merely the touch of Tien Shinhan's finger. Nevertheless, the recoil emanating from the blade compelled Taishang Laojun to retreat several steps to dissipate the force. How is it possible for you to undergo such a transformation? Moreover, how can your strength be so immense? Taishang Laojun gazed incredulously at the giant Tien Shinhan before him. Initially, she anticipated an intense battle between them. Yet after just one move, Tien Shinhan, merely employing a finger, had effectively compelled her to surrender. There was no longer any necessity to continue the conflict. I apologize, Lord Anning. As for my transformation, I must confess I just learned it from you. Do you believe me? After his singular display, Tien Shinhan swiftly reverted to his original size. Recognizing Taishang Laojun's lack of intent to prolong the fight, he voluntarily returned to his normal form, offering her a graceful exit. Observing Tien Shinhan's voluntary reversion, Taishang Laojun also diminished back to her original stature. As for the claim of having recently acquired such a technique from her, had it been anyone else, I would have found it utterly implausible. However, you are different. I have witnessed firsthand that for a martial artist who embodies both madness and genius, nothing is beyond the realm of possibility. Taishang Laojun sighed, her face brimming with admiration for Tien Shinhan. Such a martial artist was a rarity she had not encountered in millennia. It appears that the potential of Earth's martial artists is poised for a significant elevation. Chapter 32. The Abstract, Taishang Laojun. The Strong Return. Flattery, flattery. Tien Shinhan was taken aback by the high regard in which Taishang Laojun held him. However, coincidentally, he shared the same sentiment about himself. With boundless possibilities stretching ahead, he felt invigorated. After the battle, Tien Shinhan, Taishang Laojun, and Gohan engaged in a lively conversation, during which Tien Shinhan relished a meal of Taishang Laojun's favorite noodles. As time passed, he realized it was time to return to his training. His adventures with Taishang Laojun had reached their conclusion, and Tien Shinhan had further plans for his cultivation. Aspiring to catch up to the Super Science, his training regimen was filled with intricate strategies. Are you really leaving? Taishang Laojun inquired. For a martial artist like yourself, training is indeed paramount. Nonetheless, although your strength would allow for a safe return, I shall streamline your journey. With that, Taishang Laojun brandished his blade and traced a circle in the air before them. In an instant, an exit to the 5 Elements Mountain appeared suspended in the air. This is the exit to the 5 Elements Mountain. You may depart from here. Grateful, Tien Shinhan prepared to step through the portal when a thought struck him. Wait, this exit leads back to Earth, right? I wouldn't want to end up on Snake Way. He sought confirmation, just to be safe. Oh dear, Taishang Laojun exclaimed dramatically. Surely, it can't be an exit to Snake Way. Tien Shinhan's expression turned grave. Had he not asked, he might have unwittingly ventured into the underworld. Surviving the ascent of 5 Elements Mountain and the trials of the 8 trigrams furnace only to perish on a supposedly safe path would be a tremendous loss. A chill of apprehension washed over him. Haha, I was merely jesting. This exit leads directly to Earth. Do you truly believe I would make such a novice error? Taishang Laojun quickly stifled a laugh, revealing that her earlier exclamation was a playful prank aimed at Tien Shinhan. Since Tien Shinhan's arduous climb up 5 Elements Mountain, he had maintained an air of invincibility. Taishang Laojun simply wished to frighten him for amusement. Indeed, Tien Shinhan had his fears, particularly the thought of squandering precious training time, which was something he dreaded above all else. Tien Shinhan was left speechless. He had not anticipated that this ancient being, who appeared as a youthful maiden, could harbor such a whimsical side. As for whether she would commit such a blunder, he could not be entirely certain. After all, her duty was to oversee the 8 trigrams furnace, and within Tien Shinhan's recollections, she had been oblivious to a gaping hole in its base until the castle of the Bull Demon King was ablaze and Goku came seeking her. Perhaps she was aware of the furnace's damage but merely reluctant to endure its searing heat for repairs. Naturally, these thoughts remained confined to Tien Shinhan's mind. Were he to voice them, the abstract Taishang Laojun would surely become incensed. Haha, Master Anning would certainly not make such a mistake. It is merely that this jest is rather frightening. Tien Shinhan responded to the other party and, without further hesitation, stepped into the spatial exit. Simultaneously, he heard Sun Gohan's voice calling out from behind him. Tien Shinhan, once you return to Earth, please inform Goku that I am doing well here. And even if he gathers all the Dragon Balls, he should not wish for my resurrection. Upon hearing this, a smirk appeared at the corner of Tien Shinhan's mouth. Indeed, Sun Gohan is truly the disciple of Master Roshi. To be able to spend every day alongside a beautiful old lady, he is even unwilling to be resurrected. Shaking his head, Tien Shinhan reflected on how different individuals possess their own choices and paths. Moreover, the pursuit of martial arts does not conflict with the presence of beauty. Just like himself, having Lan Shi in the Heavenly Temple is quite a visual delight. Not to mention, Lan Shi can switch between 2 personality modes, making her capable in both the parlor and the kitchen, adept with a machine gun, and skilled at bank heists. One word, versatile. Shortly thereafter, Tien Shinhan emerged from the passage. And not far ahead stood the towering Karen Tower. He had not anticipated that the exit devised by the Supreme Master would be so accurately positioned, directly connecting to the vicinity of the Karen's sacred land. This not only saved him the time descending from the 5 Elements mountain, but also eliminated the need for him to fly on Earth. Tien Shinhan mused to himself that despite the Supreme Master's earlier abstract antics, this exit was indeed quite reliable. The only regret was that he could not inform the fortune-telling granny of his return to Earth. However, he quickly shook his head again. With the extraordinary divination abilities of the fortune-telling granny, it would not be long before she knew of his safe return, thus rendering his notification unnecessary. Casting aside the distractions related to this adventure, Tien Shinhan's gaze fixed upon the Karen Tower. Meanwhile, the god of the Heavenly Temple suddenly widened his eyes. A remarkably powerful aura had suddenly appeared on Earth, if it belonged to a villain. Oh, this aura is from Tien Shinhan. In just a few days, he has become so strong. What trials and training has he undergone? The god felt a powerful presence manifest on Earth, and his heart was filled with concern. The intensity of this aura far surpassed his own, even overwhelming Son Goku, who had already surpassed him. If such a formidable presence originated from an evil being, Earth would likely face annihilation. However, upon closer perception, the god quickly confirmed that this powerful aura indeed emanated from Tien Shinhan. Though Tien Shinhan's combat prowess had previously been considerable, at this moment, his aura had nearly doubled in strength compared to a few days prior. This sudden revelation transformed the god's previous anxiety into joy. With such a potent warrior on Earth, not even the resurgence of King Piccolo could threaten the planet's fate. This further intensified the god's earlier inclination to step down and pass on his position. Observing the formidable young martial artist Tien Shinhan, one cannot help but reflect on one's own aging self. He finds himself increasingly eager to pass on the mantle of Earth's deity to Tien Shinhan. Not only the deity, but also Krillin and Goku, who have begun their training in the Heavenly Temple, are now acutely aware of Tien Shinhan's overwhelming presence. Tien Shinhan, you have returned. After a brief moment, Tien Shinhan, having greeted Master Karen at the Karen Tower, ascends to the Heavenly Temple accompanied by Lan Shi and Jiaozi, who have been waiting for his return. Upon entering the Heavenly Temple, before the deity could broach the subject of transferring his position, Goku and Krillin eagerly approached Tien Shinhan, their faces brimming with anticipation. It was evident that they harbored an impulse to engage in a friendly match with him. Although Goku had previously mentioned catching up to Tien Shinhan in 3 months, this did not imply that he would refrain from seeking an opportunity to spar in the meantime, particularly now, sensing that Tien Shinhan's energy has grown significantly stronger in just a few days. Both Goku and Krillin found it impossible to suppress their desire to test their skills against him. Well then, let us observe the unfolding of their duel. The deity, witnessing this scene, could only momentarily postpone his own intentions. Moreover, for him and Bobo, this opportunity to closely examine Tien Shinhan's current strength is indeed quite advantageous. Chapter 33. A sparring match? I'm ready to take on 5. If you wish to battle, let us engage. Your intentions are clearly etched upon your faces. Although Goku and Krillin have yet to openly express their desire to spar with the current version of themselves, the God of Earth can discern such thoughts at a glance. And naturally, Tien can also perceive the unspoken challenge in their expressions. Haha, it seems you've caught on, Tien. Goku and I are indeed quite curious about your present strength. However, having just returned from your journey, shouldn't you take a moment to recuperate? Krillin chuckled, rubbing his smooth scalp, feeling a bit bashful as Tien recognized the subtle intentions he shared with Goku. Despite their eagerness to engage in combat, Krillin found himself contemplating the need for rest. Such thoughtfulness and empathy displayed by Krillin showcase why he is indeed a triumph in the world of Dragon Ball. With the strongest brother by his side, being the mightiest human on Earth, blessed with a beautiful and formidable wife, and even having grown a luscious head of hair while welcoming a delightful daughter, one would think these fortunes were merely the result of his repeated offerings as sacrificial material. Yet, it appears that beyond luck, Krillin's character and demeanor play a crucial role in his successes. Rest assured, Krillin, my return has not drained my stamina at all. I do not require any special recovery. Moreover, it's not just you who is curious about my current strength. I am equally intrigued by yours. Tien gestured to Krillin to ease his mind, emphasizing that beginning the battle would be entirely fair for both parties. In that case, I feel reassured. Goku, let us prepare. Upon receiving Tien's affirmative response, Krillin turned to the restless Goku, whose fighting spirit intensified at the prospect of finally commencing their sparring match. Tien assessed the energy levels of the two. In actual combat, the final outcome cannot be solely determined by the comparison of energy levels. However, one can intuitively gauge their power indices based on their energy signatures. From Tien's perspective, Goku's current power index is nearing 3,000, while Krillin has just crossed the threshold of 200. Such power indices signify considerable progress for both, yet they still fall short when compared to Tien's current capabilities. As the two prepared for battle, Tien turned his gaze toward the dumpling-shaped fighter behind him. Dumpling, you should join Goku and Krillin in their endeavor. I wish to observe the extent of your combined strengths. 1 against 3. Had it been anyone else, Krillin and the others might have deemed Tien's confidence as arrogance. However, the martial artists present could sense Tien's formidable aura, leading them to regard his words with respect. Very well, Tien. I shall temporarily join them in challenging you. Dumpling nodded obediently. When the disparity in strength between the two was not as pronounced, Jiaozi was generally compliant with Tien Shinhan. However, now that Tien Shinhan's prowess had significantly outstripped that of Jiaozi, the latter found himself wholeheartedly convinced and dutifully submissive to Tien Shinhan. Observing Goku, Krillin, and Jiaozi gearing up for battle, Tien Shinhan pondered for a moment, feeling that the gap in their abilities was still rather considerable. He then turned his gaze toward the deity and Mr. Bobo, who stood nearby. Great deity, Mr. Bobo, I hope you will join the fray as well. I wish to take on 5. As Tien Shinhan's eyes shifted toward him, the deity felt an ominous premonition. Upon hearing Tien Shinhan's declaration, he internally exclaimed in disbelief. No, I am the deity. I had intended to quietly observe and enjoy the spectacle, yet here I am being drawn into this. This young man truly seemed to regard the Earth's deity with diminishing respect. Moreover, as if it were not enough to involve himself, why must Mr. Bobo also be included? In an instant, the deity's face turned a shade of green with indignation as he chastised Tien Shinhan's audacity within himself. Yet, hearing the earnestness in Tien Shinhan's tone and witnessing his solemn expression, the deity realized he was not jesting, but rather quite serious. Alas, it was settled. After all, he was preparing to pass on the mantle of deity to Tien Shinhan. What harm could there be in serving as his sparring partner just once before relinquishing his position? Faced with a resolute Tien Shinhan, the deity had no desire to refuse, and so he consoled himself internally. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Do I have to as well? Mr. Bobo, still in a state of bewilderment, had not even had the chance to express his refusal before the deity had already agreed to Tien Shinhan's request. Indeed, with this lineup, the numbers are starting to balance out. Tien Shinhan nodded slightly as he observed the 5 prepared individuals. However, even with their combined strength, they were still significantly outmatched by Tien Shinhan. Thus, he did not intend to unleash his full power against them. Instead, he sought to use this opportunity to test a new technique he had perfected in the furnace of the 8 trigrams. With a swift motion, combat was imminent. Goku launched the first strike, sweeping toward Tien Shinhan's calf with remarkable speed. Krillin, seizing the moment, skillfully coordinated his attack, targeting Tien Shinhan's hind leg immediately after Goku's strike. The duo's seamless collaboration revealed a ferocious assault from 3 fronts. Impressive speed, however, it is still lacking. Return to your previous positions. Both their attacks were executed with great swiftness and considerable force. Yet, to an ordinary martial artist, their pace would have seemed astonishing, while to Tien Shinhan, it appeared almost in slow motion. With a mere flick of his hand, he adeptly neutralized their swift and precise strikes. As Wukong's legs were expertly seized by Tien Shinhan, he was subsequently hurled like a pancake, spun a full 180 degrees before being launched into the air. Despite the vast expanse of the Divine Temple's plaza, the force of the throw nearly propelled both of them beyond its boundaries. For the two, who had yet to master the art of flight, the perilous drop beyond the plaza represented a dizzying height of nearly 10,000 meters. Even if they were not destined to meet their demise upon impact, the sheer altitude would undoubtedly induce a sense of trepidation. From the moment Wukong and Krillin coordinated their surprise attack to the instant they were nearly flung outside the Divine Temple's plaza, the entire sequence, though seemingly intricate, transpired in less than 5 seconds. Concurrently, Chaozu attempted to employ his psychic abilities against Tien Shinhan, seeking to immobilize him or, at the very least, momentarily hinder his movements. However, Tien easily broke free from this attempt, not because he possessed the ability to negate supernatural powers, but due to the stark disparity in their combat strengths. With Tien's formidable power level of 8,000, it was exceedingly difficult for Chaozu to restrain him for even a fleeting moment. As Tien felt the abrupt surge of Chaozu's psychic force, he merely expanded his own formidable aura. With a sharp crack, an invisible barrier, akin to glass, shattered around him, indicating that Chaozu's psychic confinement had lasted less than a second. To an onlooker, it appeared as though Chaozu had merely gestured towards Tien, his attempt to exert influence proving utterly ineffective. This illustrates the overwhelming effect derived from the stark contrast in their power levels. Interesting. We have already repelled 3 of them so swiftly, Mr. Popo. It seems we must exert ourselves further in this battle, remarked Tien. Mr. Popo nodded in agreement. In the next moment, the Divine Being and Mr. Popo coordinated their efforts to launch an assault against Tien Shinhan. Chapter 34, The Siege. The unassailable war god officially rises. Both the celestial deity and Mr. Bobo have attained a profound mastery over the manipulation of energy, particularly Mr. Bobo, who has spent significantly more time within the celestial temple than the current deity. The present celestial deity's initial understanding of energy utilization was, in fact, guided by Mr. Bobo himself, much like how he instructed Tien Shinhan and Goku over 3 months ago. Consequently, both individuals have honed their ability to harness their energy with remarkable finesse during their assaults, while the celestial deity channels his energy to enhance his speed and offensive capabilities. He emits almost no extraneous energy. In Tien Shinhan's perception of energy, he can only discern a faint, blurred afterimage of the celestial deity's movements. Nevertheless, from the moment he began to master energy perception, he consciously refrained from excessive reliance on it. Thus, when faced with this situation, Tien Shinhan remains entirely composed. Even if energy perception proves challenging, he still possesses the ability to observe directly with his eyes. Moreover, to Tien Shinhan, the speeds of these 2 adversaries appear almost akin to slow motion. Mr. Bobo, standing nearby, has achieved an even more profound level of energy containment. Tien Shinhan can scarcely sense his location through energy perception alone. However, despite their adept control over their energy, they cannot escape Tien Shinhan's observational prowess. Even with both eyes shut, he can clearly perceive their approach from either side. Not to mention, at this moment, all 3 of Tien Shinhan's eyes are wide open. Here I go. Confronted by the 2 who have stealthily encroached upon his side, Tien Shinhan swiftly extends his palms outward to either side. His hands form a horizontal line, palms naturally pushing outward. Though it appears he exerts little force and employs a moderate speed, this unassuming lateral push sends both the celestial deity and Mr. Bobo hurtling away. They had just surged towards him from either flank, and now Tien Shinhan has sent them back along the very path they came. This, even with their energy concealed, they cannot disrupt him. The celestial deity, propelled backwards several dozen meters, manages to steady himself, astonished. The tactic of ambushing Tien Shinhan using concealed energy was a strategy he and Mr. Bobo had only recently devised. Although Tien Shinhan's energy is undeniably formidable, with an astonishing combat index, the celestial deity had reasoned that being a young man, he must still lack certain experience in training and combat. This deficiency, he surmised, is a common pitfall for martial artists who initially grasp energy perception, often leading to an over-reliance on it. Even if Tien Shinhan's martial prowess is nearly flawless, there should be some minor imperfection lingering. However, the current outcome reveals that Tien Shinhan has indeed achieved perfection, without a single flaw. Not only does he possess immense combat strength, but he also adeptly sidesteps common pitfalls. His prowess extends far beyond mere energy strength. It lies in his relentless pursuit of perfection. Despite being effortlessly sent flying by Tien, the god of heaven found himself devoid of any sense of embarrassment. Instead, his heart swelled with astonishment, coupled with a burgeoning sense of pride and fervor. A martial artist capable of such formidable strength, both in combat and spirit, would undoubtedly be the perfect successor to the title of God of Heaven. In contrast to his own journey, which required him to sever ties with his darker self to assume the role, Tien exhibited no such flaws. How formidable he has become. Indeed, it seems that during these past few days, Tien has grown significantly stronger. I had initially intended to catch up to you, yet it appears that the gap has only widened. At this moment, Goku and Krillin, much like the god of heaven, were equally astonished and elated. Even though both had been flung away by Tien grasping their legs, such a minor setback was insufficient to deter their resolve. Even if victory seemed unattainable in this sparring match, they were determined to exert their utmost effort. Observing the ineffectiveness of their previous close-range assaults against Tien, Goku and Krillin exchanged knowing glances. The next moment, they made a unanimous decision to consolidate their energy. Kamehameha. The two, hailing from the same master, simultaneously gathered their energy to unleash the Kamehameha, ready to contend with Tien. After all, the shockwave generated by the Kamehameha could unleash a more potent assault based on their foundational combat prowess through a more refined energy release. Their original energy levels were inferior to Tien's, and given the futility of close combat, this was the only option they had left. Of course, both Goku and Krillin prepared themselves mentally. Should Tien prove unable to withstand their combined Kamehameha, they would immediately adjust its trajectory to prevent him from sustaining serious injury. Meanwhile, the god of heaven and Bubbles, observing the scene, shared a mutual understanding. They were equally curious to ascertain the extent of Tien's current strength. In terms of close combat, even if all five of them attacked together, they would still be no match. However, what about facing a highly concentrated energy wave with enhanced attack power? Godly Finger. The god of heaven promptly concentrated a highly compressed energy wave at his fingertips and unleashed a divine version of the Kamehameha towards Tien. Bubbles Beam. Beside him, Mr. Bubbles immediately gave Tien a thumbs up, albeit directed toward him. A similarly highly compressed energy beam swiftly shot from the tip of Mr. Bubbles' thumb toward Tien. Naturally, like Goku and Krillin, both the god of heaven and Mr. Bubbles shared the same intention. Should Tien be unable to withstand their assault, they would swiftly redirect their attacks. What is going on? Why is everyone directing their energy waves at Tien? Dumpling, who had just been effortlessly freed from Tien's grasp, found himself momentarily at a loss upon witnessing the actions of the other four. However, he recalled Tien's words to him before the battle commenced. As the anticipated sparring battle commenced, Jiaozi was instructed not to show any mercy and to fully cooperate with the other four in their assault against me. Should I discover that you were holding back out of concern for my well-being, it would signify a lack of faith in my abilities. Fear not, unleash your full power. Recalling this special directive, Jiaozi cast aside any hesitation and joined the others in their fervent attack. Dong Wave. With Jiaozi's participation, 5 energy waves surged toward Tien Shinhan from various directions simultaneously. Each energy blast significantly enhanced the combat strength of the 5 fighters. Notably, Goku's Kamehameha, originally possessing a power level exceeding 2,000, now surged past 3,000 with this attack. Coupled with Krillin's Kamehameha, the combined force escalated to nearly 4,000. Such devastating power was more than sufficient to breach Tien Shinhan's defenses if he stood idly by without any resistance. However, instead of faltering in the face of this onslaught, Tien Shinhan felt an exhilarating thrill. This intensity of attack seemed just right to test the efficacy of his new ultimate move, New Four Demons Fist. In the next moment, a transformation took hold of Tien Shinhan. Whereas his original 4 Demons Fist involved growing an additional pair of arms from his back, his improved version was markedly different. Not only did he unleash his attack with greater speed, but he also sprouted 6 additional arms, culminating in a total of 8 arms, 4 pairs in total. Once transformed, Tien Shinhan found himself adeptly managing the barrage of energy waves. Each of his arms struck out in different directions. Boom. The sheer force of his punches created a violent gust, obliterating the Kamehameha, the Godly Finger, the Pobo Beam, and the Dong Wave in a single, mighty blow. With 8 arms unleashed, his prowess was akin to an indomitable titan, shattering the energy waves of the 5 fighters effortlessly. Dominant, formidable, invincible. In that moment, whether it was Goku, Krillin, the Supreme Kai, Mr. Bobo, or even Jiaozi standing aside. They all beheld the magnificent figure of Tien Shinhan, adorned with 8 arms, resembling an invincible warrior. Wow, such masculinity. I begin to understand why another version of myself was so quickly captivated by him. The blue-haired Lanqi's eyes sparkled with wonder. Although she had harbored some fondness for Tien Shinhan, she had struggled to comprehend why her golden-haired counterpart was so relentless in her pursuit of him. However, witnessing the scene before her, she finally grasped it. The allure of his serious combat charisma was irresistible, whether to her blue-haired self or her golden-haired self. Tears of excitement welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Lanqi felt grateful that her golden-haired counterpart had persistently followed Tien Shinhan to this moment. Otherwise, she would have missed witnessing the rise of this unparalleled warrior. Chapter 35. Mr. Bobo, I shall call you the supreme support. How extraordinary! Exclaimed Wukong and Krillin, witnessing their Kamehameha being effortlessly obliterated by a single punch. They could not help but marvel in genuine astonishment. Their energy had nearly been depleted from the recent clash, and they promptly sank down onto the ground. On the other side, Tien Shinhan and Bobo, though not sitting down, were equally taken aback by Tianjin's remarkable prowess. They had anticipated Tien Shinhan's strength upon sensing his aura, yet they never imagined he would possess such formidable power. This sparring session shall conclude here, Tien Shinhan declared. Observing the exhaustion etched upon the faces of the 5 fighters, he recognized that continuing the bout would serve no purpose, especially since he had already achieved his objective. Tian, you are truly impressive, Dumpling exclaimed as he rushed to Tianjin's side, showering him with praise. In the past, Tianjin had always exuded a sense of reliability, but now, Dumpling felt an unwavering steadfastness emanating from him, akin to the immovable mountains. Haha, this is merely a temporary lead. The path of martial arts is long and arduous. You all must continue to strive. Tianjin replied with a gentle smile. His effortless victory against 5 opponents only strengthened his conviction that his aspirations of becoming a powerful warrior were attainable. Both Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God were not entirely out of reach. One day, he would stand alongside them at the same altitude, perhaps even surpassing them through his martial prowess. Tianjin, your strength is truly commendable. There is a matter upon which I wish to seek your counsel, the God of Earth. Having regained his composure from the shock, approached Tianjin with what he hoped was an amiable smile. However, Tianjin could discern the discomforting expression on the goddess' face and began to surmise his intentions. Sure enough, the next moment, the god led Tianjin aside to discuss the matter of passing on the position of deity. In the goddess' view, Tianjin would undoubtedly accept such an offer, after all. It was the role of the Earth's deity, granting immense authority and a prestigious status over the entire planet. I'm afraid I must decline, Tianjin replied, surprising the god with his unexpected refusal. In the face of the goddess' proposal of relinquishing his position, Tianjin resolutely turned it down. Why? Did you not grasp the significance? Becoming the deity of Earth would elevate your status immensely, along with corresponding powers of governance. You could manipulate natural phenomena, controlling when it rains or shines, the god insisted, struggling to comprehend Tianjin's firm dissent and elaborating further on the advantages of the deity's role. Apologies, but I have no interest in calling forth the winds or rains. What truly captivates me is the path of martial arts, Tianjin declared, his determination unwavering, in stark contrast to any confusion. Moreover, with his formidable strength, he could effortlessly summon the winds and rains with a mere wave of his hand. There was no need for him to rely on the unique abilities conferred by his position. Becoming a celestial deity on Earth was merely a fleeting notion. Observing Tien Shinhan's unwavering resolve, the deity finally realized that his intentions would remain unfulfilled. Sighing, he acknowledged that with Tien Shinhan's talent and inner drive, it was not particularly surprising that he chose to focus on martial arts. The deity relinquished the thought of passing on his title to Tien Shinhan. Casting a glance at Goku, he noted that although Goku had surpassed him and was also a commendable successor, he was still rather young. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until that egg matured before making any decisions. The deity shook his head, reflecting on his eagerness to pass on his title, which was part of his plan to perish alongside the formidable demon king Piccolo once the egg hatched. He believed it was worthwhile to take down the demon that had come into existence on Earth because of him, a responsibility he felt compelled to shoulder. However, since Tien Shinhan was unwilling to accept the title, he could only take one step at a time until a suitable successor was found. Unaware of the deity's thoughts, Tien Shinhan was indifferent to the affairs concerning the demon king Piccolo. For him, Piccolo's threat had long since become a relic of the past. Seizing the opportunity, he approached the deity and Bobo with a request. Lord Deity, Mr. Bobo, Are there any other special training facilities within the deity's temple that could be made available to us? Training solely in the main plaza has yielded diminishing returns for my current level of strength. Are there any equally matched opponents on the ground that could facilitate my improvement? If I remain in this state without suitable challengers for an extended period, my progress will inevitably stagnate. Tien Shinhan's inquiry bore the semblance of a rhetorical question. He possessed a clear recollection of the deity's temple and had, in fact, made this request to gain access to those specific training facilities. He simply preferred not to divulge the source of his knowledge regarding these places, hence his deliberate questioning. The spirit time room or the time machine, the origins of which were unknown and placed within the deity's temple, were two exceptional training venues that Tien Shinhan deemed essential for his plans. The spirit time room could be utilized once his strength increased further. After all, before reaching the third level of Super Saiyan, the usage of the spirit time room was limited. A single individual could enter for a maximum of 1 day, while a year would pass within the room. However, once one attained the third level of Super Saiyan, the prior limitations ceased to exist, as they could breach the spatial barriers of the spirit time room with their strength. Nevertheless, the level of Super Saiyan 3 was still a distant goal for him, making the time machine in the deity's temple his immediate objective. In his recollection, the time machine had the extraordinary ability to transport its user to the temporal realm where their adversaries resided. The narrative had previously showcased instances where characters like Tien and Krillin utilized this time machine to journey back to confront ordinary Saiyan warriors. In his youth, Goku, guided by Bobo, had also employed this machine to return to the era of Master Roshi's youth, where he witnessed the martial prowess of the turtle school technique firsthand, thereby deepening his understanding of energy manipulation. It can be asserted that this time machine represents a pivotal element in Tien's quest for strength. If employed judiciously, even while training in the Heavenly Temple on Earth, Tien would not lack suitable opponents for combat. Special training grounds? Both the Heavenly God and Bobo fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Indeed, while Tien's previous remarks bore a hint of the loneliness often associated with invincibility, the two who had personally experienced his prowess understood the truth in his words. Given Tien's current capabilities, merely practicing in the plaza would not yield optimal results. Alongside rigorous training, ample combat experience is an indispensable aspect of the path to becoming a martial arts master. No true warrior has ever achieved greatness solely through unyielding practice without engaging in real battles. After a moment of reflection, Bobo, who had resided in the Heavenly Temple longer, suddenly brightened. With his wise eyes wide open, Mr. Bobo's response aligned perfectly with Tien's aspirations. Indeed, within the Heavenly Temple resides a hyperbolic time chamber, equipped with a time machine. If you seek suitable opponents to enhance your martial arts training, perhaps this time machine could precisely fulfill your current needs. Simply envision the adversary you desire, and the time machine can transport you to a realm where such opponents exist, be it in the past or the future. As Tien absorbed Mr. Bobo's fortuitous suggestion, he silently gave a thumbs up. Mr. Bobo, I shall regard you as the ultimate ally, Tien thought to himself, realizing that this response was akin to a pillow offered to one in need of rest, perfectly tailored to his requirements. Chapter 36. The Time Machine. Teleportation. With the assistance of Mr. Popo, Tien's plan to utilize the time machine seamlessly fell into place. Shortly thereafter, Tien, Goku, Krillin, and Kaiatsu accompanied the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo to the chamber housing the time machine. Surprisingly, in addition to the 4 eager martial artists, the blue-haired Launch, who typically shunned combat, expressed an unexpected desire to join them. Despite Mr. Popo's warning that the journey through the time machine could pose fatal risks, Launch remained resolute. Rest assured, I will keep myself safe. If things get dicey, I'll simply hide far away while you all fight. Her motivation was straightforward. She simply did not wish to miss witnessing Tien in battle. The others, seeing her determination, refrained from further objections. Moreover, during the past 2 days leading to Tien's journey to the 5-element mountain realm, Launch had been studying the fundamentals of martial arts with the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo. Although she was still a novice, she believed she could find a secure spot before the fighting commenced. Tien did not oppose this notion too vehemently. The impending battle on Namek would involve the fully powered Frieza and the Super Saiyan Goku. In such a high-intensity conflict, Bulma, with her power level of merely 2, managed to survive. Thus, Launch, despite her weakness, was certainly stronger than Bulma. Furthermore, Tien had faith in his abilities, even if the battlefield was perilous. He did not foresee his own failure. After all, he was growing stronger with each passing moment. The adversary who matched him in strength just a second ago would surely not pose a threat the next. If you wish to go, then go, Tien encouraged Launch. With Tien's endorsement, the others had no further objections. The time machine within the Supreme Kai's temple was not limited to just 1 or 2 users. Rather, everyone present in that chamber could simultaneously utilize the time machine and be transported to the same temporal location. Here we are, the chamber of the time machine, Mr. Popo announced. With a click, he turned to Tien and the others, then opened the door. As the bright corridor light flooded through the doorway, it was almost entirely obstructed. The interior of the room was dim, even to the point of being pitch black. Yet, in this obscurity, they could perceive various clock-like patterns adorning the ceiling and walls. Some of these designs maintained a perfect circular form, while others were slightly distorted into elliptical shapes, and some took on irregular, sinuous patterns. Mr. Popo offered no explanation for these clock motifs. Since he began residing in the Supreme Kai's temple, the time machine and this room had already existed. Even the ancient and enigmatic Mr. Popo was unaware of who had left behind this time machine chamber or how it had come to be. Do ordinary clocks, oval clocks, and warp clocks symbolize the normal, deviant, and chaotic states of time and space? Although he retained vivid images in his memory, Tien Shinhan was nonetheless awestruck by the enigmatic ambience of the time machine room upon witnessing its arrangement firsthand. While Bulma's invention of the time machine was indeed remarkable, the existence of this time machine room now appeared even more unfathomable. Alright, if everyone's purpose this time is to seek formidable opponents, let us collectively focus our thoughts on identifying suitable adversaries. There is no need to worry about the differences in individual ideas. The time machine will perceive the commonalities in your thoughts and subsequently transport you to the most appropriate time and space. Mr. Bobo instructed everyone on the preparatory tasks before using the time machine, emphasizing the importance of concentrating on a shared objective, finding suitable enemies. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement and immediately began to concentrate on their thoughts. In Tien Shinhan's mind, the concept of a fitting adversary was quite clear. He envisioned opponents from the Scion race, well suited for his current combat capabilities. Meanwhile, Goku and Krillin, while also contemplating suitable foes, conjured up rather peculiar images in their minds. Goku envisioned a colossal dinosaur, far mightier than any he had vanquished in his childhood. This would not only provide him with a worthy opponent, but also reward him with a sumptuous feast of the dinosaur's succulent tail after its defeat. Krillin, on the other hand, imagined a powerful and beautiful adversary, ultimately picturing a strikingly attractive and formidable young woman. Even if he were to be bested in battle, at least he would have the pleasure of gazing upon her beauty. However, he quickly shook his head, realizing that he had prematurely succumbed to thoughts of defeat even before the journey began. Blame it on Master Roshi. He had corrupted him to the point of fantasizing about turning his enemies into beautiful maidens. Krillin swiftly adjusted his mental image, transforming his envisioned foe into a creature resembling King Piccolo. Dumplings and Lan Shi shared similar thoughts to Krillin's revised self-reflection. Dumplings also pictured an adversary akin to King Piccolo. Although Lan Shi had never seen King Piccolo in person, she had witnessed the massacre of Dambalin at the martial arts tournament. Thus, in her mind, a suitable enemy took the form of Dambalin. This recollection prompted a slight blush as she remembered how easily Tien Shinhan had dismantled Dambalin's wings. Is everyone ready? I am about to activate the machine, Bobo announced, adjusting the time machine's controls to exclude himself from the transport process. Observing that Tien Shinhan and the others had closed their eyes and focused intently on their suitable enemies, he spoke up. Ready. The group responded in unison. All right. In the pitch-black environment of the room, only his thick lips and a pair of white eyes were visible. Upon hearing their response, he pressed the time machine button. Much like an invisible man. In the next moment, a brilliant light suddenly emanated from the floor of the time machine's cabin, enveloping the 5 companions of Tien Shinhan. In an instant, they were engulfed by a sensation akin to the world spinning wildly around them, as if reality itself had begun to tumble uncontrollably. Fortunately, this disorienting whirl came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Before they could succumb to nausea, the transmission was complete. As their vision cleared, they found themselves in the midst of a modern metropolis. Their abrupt arrival immediately drew the attention of the passers-by. Wow, these individuals are rather short. Even shorter than I am. Before the onlookers could inquire, Goku, seizing the moment, exclaimed with the astonishment of one who has discovered a new realm. Krillin, upon hearing Goku's words, quickly observed the expressions of the surrounding crowd. Their initial surprise swiftly morphed into visible anger. Goku, you shouldn't speak so candidly. They must be extraterrestrials. Such height is undoubtedly normal for them, Krillin cautioned, attempting to mitigate the potential ire of these alien beings. What is this? Tien Shinhan pondered, perplexed. The adversary he had anticipated was the Scion race, Yet here he found himself amidst these diminutive extraterrestrials. However, as he scrutinized their stature and their unique pale blue-tinged skin, a conjecture began to form in his mind, linking them to the Psions. Could it be that these aliens are, simultaneously, the surrounding extraterrestrials, or more accurately, the indigenous inhabitants of this planet, fixated on Goku and began to shout warnings. Scion, the savage monkeys have returned. The Zephyrians will never be enslaved. Monkeys, leave planet plant. With a loud bang, a signal flare shot into the sky, and coupled with the outcry of the crowd, Tien Shinhan realized his suspicions were indeed correct. These peculiar humans were, without a doubt, the Zephyrians, a race long since annihilated by the Psions, as etched in his memory. Goku's appearance had clearly led them to misconstrue him as a warrior of the Scion race, returning to wage war once more. Chapter 37, Calmness? Physical cooling. Goku's appearance bore the unmistakable traits of a Scion, with his distinctive hairstyle and the tail that swayed behind him, instantly recognized by the Zephyrians. Are these creatures truly our adversaries? Krillin mused, glancing at the Zephyrians, sensing they differed significantly from the foes he had previously conjured in his mind. Moreover, in terms of energy perception, these beings did not exhibit formidable combat prowess, being only slightly stronger than ordinary Earthlings. This cannot be right, but given the current circumstances, a direct explanation seemed futile. Perhaps it was best to act and bring them to a state of calm. Tien Shinhan shook his head. His intended opponents in this skirmish were supposed to be the Scion clan, yet observing the Zephyrians raising their weapons towards them, he was not one to remain passive. Whoosh! Tien Shinhan's figure vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, Goku and Krillin, upon hearing his words, also sprang into action. However, since Tien Shinhan merely suggested calming them down, they refrained from employing lethal force. New four-body fist. Moments later, Tien Shinhan reappeared, employing his self-improved new four-body fist. Although the name retained four-body fist, it was merely Tien Shinhan's reluctance to devise a new name for his ultimate technique. To the incredulous gazes of the Zephyrians, the re-emerged Tien Shinhan descended from above. Yet, when he landed, it was not just a single Tien Shinhan, nor even four. There were 10 of him. Clearly, the new four-body fist had been enhanced in terms of the number of clones. The choice to utilize this technique was not due to a deficiency in his strength, but rather an expedient method to pacify the Zephyrians with greater swiftness. And how does one achieve calmness? By employing physical force, of course. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of sharp sounds, all the weaponry in the hands of the Zephyrians was sent flying by Tien Shinhan and his companions. The Zephyrians stared, wide-eyed, at their suddenly destroyed weapons, panic seizing them. They had not anticipated that this group of unexpected arrivals would possess such might, particularly the bald figure with 3 eyes. Just as they braced themselves for a brutal slaughter, Tien Shinhan and the others abruptly halted. Their power is too feeble. Such strength is hardly suitable for adversaries. Is it? Could there have been a malfunction in the machine? Goku surveyed the swiftly vanquished Zephyrians with a hint of confusion, pondering the possibility of an error in the time machine's transport. Now, can you believe we harbor no ill intentions? If we had wished to harm you, you would already be dead. Tien Shinhan, noticing the Zephyrians' astonished expressions, recognized it was time to clarify the situation. Whether Earthling or extraterrestrial, establishing understanding necessitated a foundation of sufficient strength. The mightier the fist, the easier the explanation becomes. Initially, it was inconceivable to believe the explanations provided by Tien and others regarding the Psions, given Goku's appearance. However, after witnessing Tien and his companions effortlessly defeat the foes without taking their lives, the intense animosity that once surged within subsided. Although doubts lingered about Tien's origins and intentions, there was a growing conviction that they bore no ill will, for if they truly harbored malice, there would be no need for deceit. They could simply have acted. Thus, Goku found himself willing to accept that their intentions were benign. Yet, he could not shake the notion that he was, indeed, a Scion. While still in his formative years, the inherent brutality and warrior spirit of the Scion race remained unchanged. The Zephyrians, having encountered Scions on numerous occasions, were well aware of their true nature. Despite Goku's youthful appearance, they could not fully lower their guard. Scion, are they referring to me? I am from Earth, not a Scion. Goku pondered, having noticed the Zephyrians fixating on him, persistently mentioning the term Scion. His confusion compelled him to directly inquire with Tien, hoping he could affirm his identity as an Earthling. However, Tien's response took Goku by surprise. Indeed, Goku was a Scion. How could this be? Goku exclaimed in disbelief, while Krillin, Yamcha, and Launch mirrored his astonishment. all eyes turning to Tien. Yet, Goku's Scion identity differed from that of his kin, as he had been raised on Earth, devoid of the inherent cruelty and combative nature typical of other Scions. To put it simply, one might describe him as a benevolent Scion. Tien chose not to conceal this truth. There were matters Goku and the others needed to know, and it was not a significant secret. As for their subsequent inquiries regarding Tien's source of knowledge, he had already devised a response. The fortune-telling old woman could serve as a scapegoat, as she was known for her insights in uncertain situations. With such a versatile figure on Earth, and having had previous interactions with her, it seemed reasonable to attribute some of the unfolding events to her. The only risk lay in the potential for the old woman to foresee this scapegoating. However, her primary concerns revolved around financial gain and her penchant for martial arts spectacles. She would hardly abandon her desert palace to seek vengeance over such trivial matters. The notion of a kind Scion was challenging for the Zephyrians to reconcile. However, they had indeed heard of Earth, a remote asteroid in the cosmos, where its inhabitants exhibited little aggression. If this Scion had truly been nurtured on Earth, it appeared plausible that he might differ from his fellow kindred. The Zephyrians furrowed their brows, grappling with the peculiar combination of descriptors Tien had presented, a benevolent Scion. However, upon witnessing the current state of Goku, who gazes with wide eyes and an expression of utter bewilderment, they ultimately chose to believe Tien's words. Very well, it seems we have misjudged you. Yet, what brings you so unexpectedly into our city? Having dispelled the misunderstandings between the two parties, the Zephyrians expressed their curiosity. We have come with a time machine. Before Tien could respond, the straightforward Goku had already spoken the truth. Fool, how could you just blurt that out? Krillin quickly covered Goku's mouth, but alas, words once spoken are like water spilled. It was clearly too late. Just as Krillin feared that the Zephyrians might react with hostility, they instead nodded in realization, responding quite normally. Is it truly possible to create a time machine? It seems Dr. Likey's earlier hypothesis was correct. However, has Earth's technological prowess advanced to such an extent? It appears that Dr. Likey's inventions have fallen behind those of Earth scientists. The Zephyrians possess advanced technology, surpassing that of contemporary Earth by a considerable margin. Although they have yet to successfully construct a time machine, the concept has indeed been proposed by their scientists. Leading these scientists is Dr. Likey, the chief scientist of the Zephyrians. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Amidst their conversation, a large group of Zephyrians on hovering motorcycles approached from a distance. Among them was an elderly man clad in a white lab coat, with white hair and a white beard, wearing a peculiar pair of glasses. Tien recognized those glasses. They must be the power scouters that later became widespread in Frisia's army. It seems they were taken after the Zephyrians were annihilated by the Scion race and subsequently adopted by Frisia for broader use. Chapter 38. Unprecedented Power. The Scions have arrived. Beep, beep, beep. As Dr. Riki activated the power detector while awaiting the arrival of Tien and his companions, his gaze shifted to Krillin, and the numbers on the device began to fluctuate rapidly. What started as a mere 2-digit reading swiftly escalated to 3 digits, stabilizing at a remarkable 208 points. A combat power of 208? What is the origin of this little bald fellow? This is considerably stronger than many of the brutish monkeys. Dr. Riki was inwardly astonished. He had not anticipated that the seemingly harmless Krillin possessed such formidable combat prowess. His attention then turned to the dumpling, who appeared equally non-threatening. Beep, beep, beep. The readings on the power detector fluctuated once more, ultimately settling at an astonishing 302 points. A combat power of 302? This seemingly dim-witted child boasts an even higher power index? Dr. Riki was taken aback, even beginning to doubt the integrity of his newly invented power detector. This invention was specifically designed to measure the combat strength of the Scions, and this was its inaugural use, yielding such outrageous results. However, upon observing that most of the Zephyrians had only 2-digit power levels, Dr. Riki confirmed that the machine was functioning correctly. At last, when his gaze fell upon launch among Tien and the others, the detector's readings plummeted once more, descending directly from over 300 points to a single-digit figure. This further solidified Dr. Riki's confidence in the detector's accuracy. A combat power of 5 points? That seems more reasonable. It appears this woman is indeed normal. Just then, Launch was inadvertently tickled by her own hair, causing her to sneeze. Achoo! In an instant, the originally demure Launch with blue hair transformed into the fiery-haired, tempestuous Launch. Meanwhile, in Dr. Riki's power detector, her power index surged from 5 points to 10 points, successfully crossing into double digits, no longer weaker than the average Zephyrian. How could this woman's power index suddenly double? Is this a transformation ability? Shaking his head, Dr. Riki found the fluctuation from 5 to 10 points significant for launch. Yet it merely piqued his curiosity. However, in the next moment, as his expression returned to neutrality, Dr. Riki's eyes widened in shock. How is it possible? 1, 10, 100, 1,000. 1,203 points. This creature is a savage monkey still in its growth phase, and its power index has exceeded 1,000. If it continues to mature unimpeded, it could become a formidable adversary akin to the Scion leader. No, I must seize this opportunity to eliminate it. In the midst of his astonishment, Dr. Riki's mind raced with plans to preemptively extinguish Goku. Prepare to attack. Upon conceiving this idea, he promptly commanded the surrounding throngs of Zephyrians to encircle and launch an immediate assault. Wait, Dr. Likey, there has been a misunderstanding. Fortunately, before the multitude of Zephyrians, who had just arrived, initiated their attack, the very group that had been persuaded by Tien Shinhan swiftly intervened to halt the impending conflict. Initially, it was this group of Zephyrians that had signaled for help. Now, they asserted that a misunderstanding had occurred, compelling Dr. Likey to pause and listen to their account. As they recounted the prior events to Dr. Likey, he remained skeptical. However, when his gaze shifted to Tien Shinhan, whom he had not thoroughly observed earlier, the power detector emitted a series of frantic electronic alerts. Beep, beep, beep. Boom. It exploded. The newly invented power detector, with a testing capacity capped at 5,000 points, had just witnessed Tien Shinhan's power surge beyond that threshold, resulting in the machine's catastrophic failure. An overwhelming power reading of over 8,000 points was, for Dr. Likey, an astonishing revelation. Recognizing the extraordinary might of Tien Shinhan and glancing at the surviving group of Zephyrians, Dr. Likey finally accepted their narrative. With such staggering power, if the Zephyrians were not truthful in their claims of distress, they would likely not have survived to this moment. Alas, it appears to indeed be a misunderstanding. My earlier haste was somewhat offensive. I kindly ask the esteemed martial artists to forgive my error. Dr. Likey, demonstrating a commendable level of humility, did not attempt to mask his misjudgment. Instead, he respectfully apologized to Tien Shinhan and the others, offering to show them around the Zephyrian city and their scientific advancements as a form of recompense. A tour, you say? Splendid. I am eager to witness the extent of your technological progress, Tien Shinhan readily agreed. Goku, on the other hand, was looking forward to the culinary delights of the Zephyrians, while Blonde Ranchi, despite wielding a submachine gun, expressed a keen interest in the weapons held by the newly arrived Zephyrians. Ranchi was less concerned about other technological advancements. However, the sophistication of Zephyrian weaponry clearly exceeded that of Earth. She believed that acquiring a Zephyrian weapon would significantly enhance her offensive capabilities. Zephyrians. Planet Plant is essential to our Scion King, and it shall be renamed Planet Vegeta. While we remain unengaged, I suggest you promptly vacate this planet. Otherwise, we shall be forced to unleash a relentless slaughter. Just as Tien Shinhan and the others prepared to follow the Zephyrians, who had clarified the misunderstanding, a brazen voice pierced the air. No, the Zephyrians will not be driven from the planet where we thrive. It is you Scion monkeys, the latecomers, who audaciously seek to claim what rightfully belongs to us. It is you Scion monkeys who should take your leave. Planet Plant is the rightful domain of the Zephyrians. As the youthful King Vegeta led his Scion warriors into the fray, Dr. Raichi stood his ground, unwilling to be outmatched in spirit. The tension between the two factions erupted the moment they clashed, an intense confrontation brewing. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Battle was evidently imminent. Upon witnessing this, Tien Shinhan promptly alerted Goku and Krillin. These Scion warriors seem to be the worthy adversaries we have been transported to confront. Upon hearing Tien's words, Goku felt a surge of excitement. Finally, suitable opponents have emerged. They too are Scions, yet I shall not hold back. Goku's fighting spirit soared as he sensed the varying energies within these Scion warriors. He contemplated testing his abilities against them to discern the distinctions between a Scion raised on Earth and the ordinary Scions, to determine who is superior. The appearance of genuine foes ignited not only Goku's enthusiasm, but also that of Tien Shinhan and the others, each feeling their combat fervor intensify. Especially Tien who, confronted with these formidable training partners, sensed his own power about to ascend. Already at peak strength? Then let us continue to transcend those limits. Chapter 39. To oppose me is your bravery. A group of individuals oblivious to the vastness of the universe shall soon witness the glory of the Scion race, renowned as the foremost warriors in existence. At the zenith of his youth, King Vegeta gestured decisively, intent on imparting a harsh lesson to the fiercely resistant Z-fighters. Though this was not the Scion's inaugural encounter in vanquishing Z fighters, the scale of this assault, nearly encompassing their entire clan, was unprecedented. Previously, Scion incursions against the Z fighters were executed in small squads comprising merely a handful of warriors. However, this time, over 300 Scions gathered beyond the urban confines of the Z fighters, a strikingly significant majority given that the total Scion population barely exceeded 500. Excluding the young and the elderly, the present contingent represented nearly all the elite combatants of the Scion lineage. Regrettably, the primary power detector had malfunctioned, leaving only a temporary backup. Dr. Reiki lamented this misfortune, recalling that the device capable of measuring power levels up to 5,000 had been rendered inoperative due to Tien's explosive energy. Now, he could only retrieve an alternative device with a maximum capacity of 2,000. Upon returning, he vowed to enhance the power detection limits of his equipment. As he donned the backup detector, he cast his gaze over the Scion warriors surrounding King Vegeta. He dared not directly assess King Vegeta's power, suspecting it to lie somewhere between 2,000 and 5,000. Utilizing the backup detector on King Vegeta would likely yield an off-the-charts reading. Beep 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 as Dr. Reiki's eyes swiftly scanned the Scion warriors. Varying power levels flashed across his detector screen. 130 points, 201 points, 58 points, 35 points, 833 points, 1,350 points. Upon completion of his survey, Dr. Reiki noted the staggering disparities in power levels among the Scion warriors. Among them, the weaker adult Scions were categorized as lower-class warriors. The least formidable of these lower-class fighters barely surpassed the average capabilities of the Z fighters. In confronting these lower-class warriors, the Z fighters need not harbor excessive fear. 4. In contrast to the Scions who relied solely on their power levels, the Z fighters could leverage advanced technological weaponry to amplify their lethality. A mere adult Z fighter with a power level of 10, armed with a nanoscale laser gun, possessed a considerable chance of inflicting serious injury upon the weakest lower-class Scion. Certainly, the proportion of the weakest lower-class warriors within the Scion race is not particularly high. Among lower-class warriors, there exist some formidable individuals possessing combat powers exceeding hundreds, or even reaching into the thousands. It is this segment of more powerful lower-class warriors that constitutes the largest portion of the Scion populace. These lower-class warriors cannot be easily countered by mere armaments wielded by a Zephyrian. Fortunately, the number of Zephyrians far surpasses that of the Scions. If groups of 10 or even dozens were to attack simultaneously, they could indeed withstand the might of these formidable lower-class warriors. However, even a multitude of ordinary Zephyrian weaponry would only suffice against the lower-class warriors. When faced with mid-class warriors boasting combat powers in the hundreds, or those nearing or barely surpassing 1,000, along with the rare, yet significantly stronger elite Scion upper-class warriors, the ordinary weapons would prove utterly inadequate. Nevertheless, the technological prowess of the Zephyrians should not be underestimated. In addition to their convenient nanoscale laser weaponry, they also possess larger laser cannons and high-energy cosmic ray missiles, albeit less user-friendly, yet far more destructive. Armed with these specialized weapons, and bolstered by their numerical and logistical advantages, the Zephyrians have historically managed to repel attacking Scion squads. However, in the face of this large-scale Scion incursion, Dr. Reiki felt a twinge of uncertainty, questioning whether their previously effective weaponry would hold up this time. As Dr. Reiki grappled with his concerns, over 300 Scion warriors charged towards the Zephyrian urban enclave with reckless abandon. Not only that, but they unleashed a barrage of energy blasts devoid of finesse, causing violent explosions throughout the city. Buildings crumbled, and casualties mounted, with many Zephyrians unable to escape, becoming trapped beneath the rubble. Smoke filled the air, flames danced mercilessly, and the flow of blood heralded the formal onset of battle. Simultaneously, as the Scion offensive inflicted considerable casualties upon the Zephyrians, numerous Zephyrian squads began to pull the triggers of their firearms in response. Beams of highly concentrated laser energy, imbued with advanced technological might, were fired towards the Scion ranks. Those lower-class Scion warriors with combat powers in the Mirtins, unfortunately caught in the front lines, were swiftly targeted and annihilated by the concentrated fire of laser energy. Both sides engaged simultaneously, resulting in mutual casualties. In an instant, a raw clash of primal force and high-tech civilization erupted before them. A temporary stalemate formed between the lower-class warriors and a multitude of ordinary Zephyrians. New casualties emerged continuously. Yet, for the moment, neither side succumbed to collapse. Amidst this deadlock, the might of the mid-class and upper-class warriors became increasingly evident. The barrage of ordinary laser beams inflicted no harm upon them, while their retaliatory energy projectiles consistently wounded or killed numerous Cypher individuals. If their wanton destruction were to continue unchecked, the numerical advantage of the Cypher would swiftly be eradicated. Without their overwhelming numbers, the lower-tier warriors would encounter significantly less resistance, leading to a decidedly unfavorable outcome for the Cypher. Fire. In light of this predicament, Dr. Likey had already established contact with the Cypher King, stationed securely in the rear of the city. At the opportune moment, the Cypher King commanded the launch of specialized weaponry. Massive laser cannons and high-temperature cosmic ray missiles soared through the sky, each equipped with a remote targeting system, accurately bombarding the mid-tier and upper-tier warriors. Confronted with such formidable attacks from these specialized weapons, the mid-tier and upper-tier warriors could not afford to be complacent. They could only dodge as best as they could before being struck or release energy blasts to mitigate the impact. Golden-haired Lanchi, witnessing the gunfight initiated by the Cypher, had long since scavenged 2 nano-level laser guns from the vicinity of fallen or crushed Cypher warriors. In the next moment, she wielded 1 laser gun in each hand, unleashing a barrage of fire upon several lower-tier Scion warriors. Her ferocious output of firepower rivaled that of a squad of 4 or 5 Cypher attackers. Simultaneously, Goku, Krillin, and Dumpling, having discerned the strength of their adversaries through their key sensing, chose opponents among the Scions whose power levels were comparable to their own. As for Tien, his selection process was far less intricate than that of Goku and the others. With his prowess, he could regard any Scion present, save for King Vegeta, as a potential foe. Thus, upon noticing that Lanchi had secured a safe output point, Tien descended upon the Scion warriors like a tiger among sheep, wreaking havoc among them. 200 power level. Trash. 500 power level. Novice. 1000 power level. Still too weak. Pathetic. The proud Scion race, known as the universe's foremost warriors, boasted not a single competent fighter. As for King Vegeta, he would naturally remain for last. After Tien dispatched dozens of mid-tier and upper-tier warriors within a mere 5 minutes, his gaze settled upon King Vegeta, who had been observing the battlefield with arms crossed. You have the potential to be my opponent. Vegeta's eyes locked onto Tien, finally uncrossing his arms and extending a finger in a provocative gesture toward him. Ah, an opponent? Should I commend your audacity for daring to stand against me? Tien disregarded Vegeta's taunt, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he boldly returned the Scion King's gaze, unyielding in his resolve. He is not arrogant. Rather, he possesses a profound awareness that the version of himself who has transcended his limits and consumed the 5 elements pill will embody a nightmarish presence for any adversary. Even if King Vegeta's aura is, in fact, slightly more formidable than his own at this moment. Perhaps it is precisely this marginal advantage in power that allows King Vegeta to maintain his confidence, even while confronting Tien Shinhan. Chapter 40. A special encounter with Goku. Tien alone faces the challenge. Ha ha ha. Young man, I admire your audacity. Alas, you are not a warrior of the Scion lineage. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to welcome you as my subordinate. Upon hearing Tien's audacious retort, King Vegeta tilted his head back and let out a hearty laugh. Unfettered by the oppressive reign of Frieza's army, King Vegeta was brimming with ambition, aspiring to elevate the Scion race to unparalleled heights. Encountering a formidable opponent like Tien only fueled his excitement and ignited a spark of appreciation for talent. The very notion that Tien could defeat him never crossed King Vegeta's mind. He recognized that Tien was not a Zephyrian. Yet the origin of Tien's strength mattered little to him. For they, the Scions, are the mightiest warrior race in the cosmos, and he, King Vegeta, stands as their illustrious monarch. In this battle, King Vegeta felt assured of his superiority, convinced of an inevitable victory. At the same moment, as Tien and King Vegeta faced off, Goku and his companions had just triumphed over their chosen adversaries. The energy of the Scion leader was astonishingly more potent than that of Tien. Goku, Krillin, let us join Tien in battle. Krillin, recognizing the significant disparity in strength between himself and the opponent he faced, was the first among Goku's group to step forward. Realizing that King Vegeta's power surpassed Tien's, Krillin swiftly proposed that he, along with Goku and Kaiatsu, assist Tien before it was too late. Under normal circumstances, Goku adhered to the principle of one-on-one combat among martial artists. However, the current conflict was not a duel but a chaotic melee against numerous adversaries. Moreover, the intensity of King Vegeta's energy was indeed remarkable, prompting him to readily concur with Krillin's suggestion. All right, let us act together. A glimmer of excitement lit up Goku's face, as he felt not only the urge to aid Tien, but also a thrill at the prospect of facing such a formidable opponent as King Vegeta. Let us not delay. Tien certainly needs our assistance. Kairatsu, upon hearing that they would aid Tien, was eager and impatient to join the fray. Goku and Krillin, who had not previously mastered the flight technique, had successfully learned it during their time at the Heavenly Temple. United in purpose, the three of them soared towards Tien's location. Yet, as the two most powerful warriors of their respective factions, the clash between Tien and King Vegeta did not go unnoticed by the Saiyans. As the trio neared their destination, 3 Saiyans intercepted their path. He dares to challenge King Vegeta. He is truly courting death. In a one-on-one scenario, no one could rival King Vegeta. As proud Saiyan warriors, we shall not permit you to interfere with this battle. Let that young fool pay the rightful price for his arrogance under the formidable power of King Vegeta. Unlike Goku and his companions, who were concerned about Tien, the Saiyan faction possesses unwavering confidence in King Vegeta. To them, Tien stands no chance against the might of King Vegeta. Now that Tien has chosen to confront King Vegeta, he must face the consequences of his insolence. All that Goku and his friends need to do is to obstruct or defeat the trio of Saiyan warriors, allowing them to witness Tien's inevitable defeat at the hands of their King Vegeta. As Goku and his companions sensed the intensity of the energy emanating from the 3 Saiyan warriors before them, their brows furrowed in apprehension. They were unaware of the warriors' ranks. Yet the power levels were undoubtedly formidable. Even the weakest among the 3 boasted a power index nearing 300, while the strongest could potentially exceed 2,000. It was evident that these 3 were not adversaries Goku and his friends could easily contend with. Faced with such formidable opposition, breaching their defenses to assist Tien would be a daunting task. What astonished Goku and his companions even more was not merely the high power levels of these warriors, but the striking resemblance of the strongest among them to young Goku himself. Upon seeing that familiar visage, Krillin and Yamcha felt as though they were gazing upon a grown-up version of Goku. At that moment, Goku felt an odd sensation, unable to tear his gaze away from the Saiyan's appearance, repeatedly touching his own head in disbelief. "Hey, why do you look so much like me?" Goku exclaimed, pointing at the Saiyan's face in astonishment. For the battle-hungry Saiyans, the appearance of their enemies was typically of little concern. However, Goku's exclamations drew the attention of the Saiyan warrior, who suddenly became aware of the uncanny similarity. "Indeed, how is it that you resemble my younger self so closely?" "I am Bardock. What is your name?" he inquired, noticing Goku's tail. "Wait, you are also a Saiyan? Why would a Saiyan betray his own kind? Whose child are you? To lack the courage to stand with your brethren?" Bardock was astonished to discover not only the resemblance to himself, but also that Goku was indeed a Saiyan. Had he been married, he might have even assumed this young Saiyan was his offspring. More importantly, he had witnessed Goku's recent battle, noting the remarkable strength exhibited by such a young warrior. Yet, how could this powerful young Saiyan so brazenly obstruct the actions of their race? Initially, Goku was still reeling from the surprise of his likeness to Bardock, but upon hearing Bardock chastise him, a rebellious spirit ignited within him. A surge of inexplicable anger, rebellion, and defiance arose within him. "I am Goku. Though I am a Saiyan, I am no traitor. The slaughter of cities that infringe upon others' lives by Saiyans is inherently wrong. You have no right to lecture me." The air between Bardock and Goku crackled with tension. Beside them, Krillin observed the scene, a shrewd expression flashing across his face. The resemblance between the two was striking, and given that this time period predated their own, could it be that this Bardock was, in fact, a relative or even Goku's father? Shaking his head, Krillin dismissed the absurd speculation. As the battle between Goku and Bardock loomed, the Saiyan warriors before Krillin and Din had already made their aggressive advance, fists raised in attack. This was dire. Goku and his companions were obstructed, and Tien alone would be no match for King Vegeta. Should they request His Majesty to allocate a portion of special weaponry to aid Tien in combat? Dr. Briefs, while orchestrating the battle formations of the Zuful warriors, surveyed the battlefield with keen eyes. He harbored little confidence in Tien's prospects against King Vegeta, not due to a lack of faith in Tien, but because Vegeta had previously demonstrated a terrifying prowess that lingered in their minds like a psychological shadow. Before Tien's power level had shattered the scales, Dr. Briefs had mistakenly assumed it would not exceed 5,000 points. Now he realized his error. If Tien's true power level were indeed close to 8,000 points, then based on their past encounters, Vegeta's actual power level likely approached 10,000 points, far exceeding the earlier miscalculation of 5,000. An 8,000 point power level against nearly 10,000 left little room for hope. Glancing to the opposite side of the battlefield, Dr. Briefs noted that only a full-force assault from the special weapons could contain the remaining mid-level and high-level warriors. If he were to divert some of these special weapons to assist Tien, the entire Zufel defense could collapse. Faced with such a grave situation, and seeing all special weaponry engaged with other Scion warriors, Dr. Briefs abandoned the thought of reallocating any support for Tien. In this moment of helplessness, he could only place his hopes entirely upon Tien himself. May he bring forth a miracle. The ever-faithful advocate of technological might, Dr. Briefs could do naught but silently pray for Tien's success. Chapter 41. Practice makes perfect. Learning is key. I beg your pardon. I have no interest in being anyone's subordinate. If you wish to retract your decision, I shall grant you one final opportunity to withdraw immediately. Otherwise, once the battle commences, you shall be met with a nightmarish ordeal. The duration of this nightmare shall be dictated solely by my will. Calmly, Tien Shinhan rejected King Vegeta's misguided affections. In stark contrast, reflecting on the terror he now faced in combat, he benevolently offered King Vegeta yet another chance to concede. However, King Vegeta scoffed at Tien's goodwill. How utterly arrogant. Do you intend to stall for time, awaiting assistance from your companions or the weaponry of the Zenkai? Dream on, for they are utterly incapable of aiding you. Upon finishing his words, King Vegeta erupted in fury, unleashing an energy sphere directed at Tien Shinhan. In his estimation, such a mere energy sphere would suffice to leave Tien in disarray. Yet, to his astonishment, Tien calmly sidestepped, evading the attack with ease. Very well. Unwarranted kindness breeds only misunderstanding and ingratitude. Since you do not cherish this final chance to retract your decision, I shall respect your choice. Having evaded the energy sphere, Tien's form suddenly flickered and appeared less than 10 meters to King Vegeta's right side. Given King Vegeta's combat prowess, he was naturally able to perceive Tien's movement. Thus, as Tien materialized at his flank, Vegeta's gaze swiftly followed. Little did he know that Tien's rapid maneuver was executed solely to draw his attention. New Sun Fist. In an instant, a brilliant white light surged forth, accompanied by a powerful wave of energy that struck at King Vegeta. A scream erupted, only to be abruptly silenced moments later. The searing pain in his eyes brought forth tears that streamed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Coupled with the accompanying forceful energy wave, it even caused his nose to run uncontrollably. Suddenly beset by the piercing pain in his eyes and a dizzying sensation, he instinctively let out a cry of despair. When rationality finally regained its hold, he struggled to suppress the half-uttered scream in order to maintain his regal image. Yet, blinded and disoriented, he remained oblivious to the fact that his anguished cry had already drawn the attention of numerous Scion warriors, who were now keenly observing his predicament. The once exalted and formidable king of the Scions now found himself with tears and snot marring his countenance, utterly devoid of dignity. Having always relied on absolute power in battle, King Vegeta had never encountered such a cunning approach as Tien's initial disruptive technique. Yet, for Tien, this was merely the beginning. At this moment, he was filled with exhilaration. Though he had previously offered King Vegeta the chance to concede, deep down, he did not truly desire to see the king surrender outright. Fortunately, King Vegeta did not concede defeat directly. This presented Tien with an opportunity to utilize such a formidable opponent as a resource for his training. With a flourish, Tien unleashed his self-invented technique, the new Four-Demon Fist. After employing the new Four-Body Fist, he immediately exhibited another of his original moves, transforming his form to manifest 8 arms. Tien swiftly approached King Vegeta, launching a barrage of punches with remarkable speed. Aura, 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 aura. The thunderous blows rained down upon King Vegeta in rapid succession. Though King Vegeta lacked the ability to sense energy and had not encountered many intricate combat maneuvers, his vast experience in battle endowed him with formidable instincts. Even without specialized techniques, his years of honing his skills had cultivated an extraordinary sense of combat intuition. Moreover, aided by sound, he successfully discerned Tien's position. In response to Tien's relentless flurry of punches, King Vegeta relied on his combat intuition to engage in a counterattack. Boom, 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 boom. One cannot deny the accuracy of King Vegeta's instincts. In the fleeting moments before his vision returned, he struck out blindly and connected with Tien's fists with remarkable precision. Against an ordinary opponent, such a blind counter would have been flawless. Even with impaired vision, he would have emerged unscathed. Regrettably, he faced Tien. Despite executing a precise exchange of blows, King Vegeta found himself battered and bruised. The truth lay not in his accuracy, but in the fact that he was only countering 2 of Tien's fists. Meanwhile, the other 6 fists that Tien had conjured were relentlessly pounding on King Vegeta as the two engaged in their fervent exchange. The stark reality of being accurately countered yet still suffering a beating left King Vegeta deeply frustrated. Fortunately, after the recent clash, his vision, momentarily obscured by Tien's solar fist, was finally restored. However, sometimes the truth is less than pleasing. Witnessing Tien's unsportsmanlike behavior, anticipating their fist exchange, and summoning 6 additional arms, left King Vegeta on the verge of tears. The harsh reality was simple. Tien's fists outnumbered his own. How despicable. Could you not engage me in a fair and straightforward battle? King Vegeta felt a lingering apprehension from Tien's continuous, unconventional tactics. One moment, he dazzled him with blinding maneuvers, and the next, it was a contest of who had more fists. After so many years of combat, he had always believed that the might of one's fists dictated the outcome. Yet now he learned a new lesson. Those with more fists also hold sway. Despicable. Perhaps it is your lack of diverse techniques that is to blame, or the monotony of your fighting style. If one is lacking in skill, let them practice more. If one is foolish, let them learn diligently. If one is without techniques, let them strive to master more. The illustrious king of the formidable warrior race, surprisingly, resorts to insults when faced with defeat, branding others as despicable. It appears that the honor of the universe's premier fighting nation is merely a boastful facade. Tien Shinhan shows no mercy, refusing to grant Vegeta any semblance of dignity. It is evident that Vegeta's reckless fighting style has led to his downfall, yet he hypocritically accuses Tien of being unscrupulous. Tien will not coddle him simply because he currently resembles a battered fool. The nightmare has only just begun. The bruised and battered Vegeta is left speechless by Tien's retort. Gulp. Such a scene unfolds before Goku and the others, who were also engaged in battle nearby, causing them to involuntarily swallow hard. They had initially worried that Tien might not be a match for Vegeta, but upon witnessing their confrontation, it becomes clear that Vegeta is consistently at a disadvantage against Tien. In this moment of disarray, he bears little resemblance to the heroic figure he once was. Rather, he appears more akin to a vagabond. We must exert ourselves further. If Tien can gain the upper hand against the Scion leader, we cannot allow him to lose face. The 3 warriors engaged in battle find little time to dwell on Tien's situation, but upon observing the current state of affairs, their fighting spirit is reignited as they continue to battle their respective opponents. Observing the battlefield as a whole, Dr. Raichi is overwhelmed with excitement, his hands trembling in disbelief at the spectacle he has just witnessed. There should have been a significant disparity in power levels. Yet Tien manages to secure such a remarkable advantage. His opponent is none other than the fearsome Vegeta. Could it truly be that, as Tien suggested? The difference lies in their techniques and fighting prowess? While Vegeta boasts a higher power level, Tien not only matches this prowess, but also wields an array of techniques uniquely suited to his combat style. Perhaps it is this very distinction that enables Tien to achieve such miraculous feats. Reflecting on Tien's previous playful manipulation of Vegeta in battle, Dr. Raichi muses that one cannot simply categorize it as mere fighting skill. It might be more appropriate to deem it an art of combat. Tien has truly mastered the craft. At that moment, Dr. Raichi becomes aware of the commotion on the battlefield. Previously, the Z-Fighters and Goku were anxious during Tien and Vegeta's encounter. Now, as Vegeta is reduced to a pitiful state, the Scion warriors witness the unfolding drama. The dynamics have shifted dramatically. Seeing Vegeta potentially outmatched by Tien, they prepare to launch a coordinated attack. Regrettably, the Z-Fighters had previously been able to restrain Dr. Raichi's forces and their specialized weaponry. Now, as the Scions attempt to assist Vegeta, the Z-Fighters and their special weapons are equally capable of hindering them, preventing any interference in the clash between Tien and Vegeta. The Scions can only watch anxiously as the fierce battle continues, fixated on the struggle between their king and Tien. The situation appears to have taken a turn. Now it is your Scion warriors who wish to assist you, yet find themselves unable to extricate themselves from the fray. The tumult of the battlefield has not escaped Tien's keen gaze. However, in their preliminary skirmish, he has already tested his new technique on King Vegeta, confirming its effectiveness. Rather than continuing to suppress his opponent with an array of techniques and agile tactics, Tien perceives that engaging in a straightforward, brute force confrontation could yield greater pressure in battle. Such heightened pressure implies a more substantial enhancement of his combat capabilities. Thus, even though King Vegeta finds himself at a loss for words, Tien merely offers a faint smile as he discards his 4 witches fist transformation. Your recent insults toward me are utterly baseless. Yet, to render this battle more intriguing, I shall acquiesce to your brazen request for a straightforward clash. Let us engage. With that, Tien lets out a fierce shout, fully unleashing his energy in a magnificent display. Chapter 42. I have adapted to your limit of combat power. In the fleeting moment, King Vegeta found himself vexed by the incessant and peculiar techniques of Tien Shinhan. To his astonishment, the tide turned as he willingly embraced a head-on confrontation. A sense of relief washed over him. Had he continued to be toyed with by Tien's myriad of tricks, he might not have faced defeat. But his dignity as the Scion King would have been irrevocably tarnished. Although he had already lost face in the earlier exchanges, Tien's willingness to engage directly rekindled Vegeta's confidence to reclaim the honor he had momentarily forfeited. In an instant, the once detestable Tien Shinhan began to lose his repugnance in Vegeta's eyes. Humph. In a direct clash, I refuse to be bested by you. With a swift motion, King Vegeta wiped away the remnants of tears and mucus, steeling himself for the impending battle. The simultaneous surge of energy from both combatants enveloped the battlefield in an overwhelming aura of pressure. This is perplexing. He could easily subdue his opponent with his extraordinary techniques, yet he insists on a brute confrontation. Dr. Briefs, observing the shift in the battle, felt a twinge of frustration. Nevertheless, he refrained from directing his ire towards Tien. Perhaps this was the code of the martial artist, a principle that eluded the understanding of a scientist like him, yet commanded his respect. What he remained unaware of was that Tien's choice, while partially rooted in the ethos of martial arts, was not solely defined by it. To relinquish an advantage merely for the sake of principle would betray a narrow-mindedness unbefitting a true martial artist. For Tien Shinhan, the essence of martial arts embodied a relentless pursuit of strength and resilience, devoid of trivial self-imposed constraints. The singular aspiration driving Tien's decision to alter his combat style was to grow stronger. This was the crux of his transformation. With resolute determination, Tien propelled himself towards King Vegeta, unleashing a barrage of strikes with unyielding fervor. His fists and feet moved with the ferocity of relentless waves, crashing down upon Vegeta. Yet, the Scion King, as the mightiest of his race, met Tien's unrelenting assault with deft precision, countering each strike with remarkable ease. This face-off became a direct contest of power, speed, and agility, attributes intrinsically linked to their combat prowess. In these foundational aspects, Tien found himself slightly outmatched. Ha ha ha, you have witnessed the might of the Scion King. This is the glory of the universe's premier warrior race. As the confrontation unfolded, Vegeta not only adeptly parried Tien's aggressive strikes but also leveraged his superior power to seize the initiative, gradually forcing Tien into a defensive retreat. Bang, bang. With each clash of fists and feet, a terrifying sonic boom erupted between them, as King Vegeta transitioned from a reactive stance to one of dominance, compelling Tien to fight on the back foot. The battle between the two forces, one boasting nearly 10,000 in strength and the other exceeding 8,000, unfolded as expected. The tide of combat was shifting towards the direction King Vegeta had originally envisioned. At this moment, as he regained an advantage against Tien Shinhan, a flicker of confidence ignited within him. However, this newfound assurance caused him to overlook a crucial detail. Despite being slightly overpowered, Tien did not exhibit any signs of defeat. On the contrary, as the battle progressed, the disparity between them began to diminish at an astonishing rate. What say you, Tien Shinhan? Do you now regret relinquishing your previous advantages? But do not lament. The temporary edge gained through unorthodox methods was never destined to secure a lasting victory. The current state of the battle is precisely what should transpire between us. King Vegeta laughed with exhilaration, his rekindled confidence propelling his fists to strike with renewed vigor. In a sudden clash, Tien appeared unable to evade a powerful blow, which landed squarely upon his face. Witnessing this, King Vegeta's eyes glowed with intensity. This was the first time he had truly struck Tien. Victory seemed tantalizingly close. Yet, after enduring the blow, Tien revealed a fervent smile, a hint of blood trickling from his lips. Is this truly your limit? Apologies, but I have already adapted. It turned out that during the earlier confrontation where King Vegeta had the upper hand, Tien's unique ability to transcend his limits had been fully activated. The rate at which his power surged surpassed the usual incremental enhancements by a factor of 1,000, if not 10,000. Strength begets strength. The more he fought, the stronger he became. King Vegeta, whose power was nearly 2,000 points above Tien, had exerted considerable pressure during their direct engagement. Faced with such intensity, Tien adopted an offensive stance, denying King Vegeta a single opportunity to land a decisive blow. Until that recent strike, when Tien was indeed hit, it did not signify weakness or negligence on his part. Rather, it indicated that Tien's strength had unknowingly reached a level remarkably close to that of King Vegeta. In this newfound equilibrium of power, King Vegeta inadvertently unleashed a punch that exceeded his own speed limits, which ultimately connected with Tien. Yet, while such a breakthrough was serendipitous for King Vegeta, it was an inevitability for Tien. The punch that had landed was not one that King Vegeta could replicate consistently. But within the crucible of pressure, Tien's strength had ascended to surpass even King Vegeta's limits. 10,000 points of power, once an unattainable aspiration for Tien. Yet within the mere span of 10 minutes of their fierce confrontation, he had successfully transcended that threshold. Adaptation, do not feign complexity. The truth is that my battle power surpasses yours. King Vegeta felt a chill run down his spine as he caught the predatory gaze of Tien Shinhan, bringing forth memories of their previous encounters where he had been toyed with. Was it possible that not only in combat agility, but also in the realm of battle power, where he believed he held the advantage, he would be crushed by Tien? Impossible. Victory is destined to be mine. His power was lower than mine. Had we not just proven that in our recent clash? King Vegeta frantically reassured himself. Yet the flicker of confidence he had just built crumbled under Tien's unyielding stare. Is a mere 2,000-point difference truly insurmountable? I have made myself clear. I have already adapted to your power limits. Tien smiled faintly, his already formidable aura surging once more. This time, his energy was not only on par with King Vegeta's, but appeared to surpass it slightly. As the brief respite came to an end, their clash resumed anew. And this time, the tide of battle shifted once again. King Vegeta, who had previously managed to keep Tien on the defensive, now found himself at a distinct disadvantage. With a thunderous impact, Tien unleashed a powerful punch that exceeded King Vegeta's defensive reactions. The sheer force of the blow struck Vegeta's abdomen, bending him over like a shrimp. Following that, Tien unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Amidst this onslaught, King Vegeta became acutely aware of a terrifying reality. He was growing stronger. Each punch and kick delivered by Tien was faster and more forceful than the last. Was he human or demon? What manner of being was this that could grow more powerful with each strike? In this moment, King Vegeta finally grasped the gravity of Tien's earlier inquiry. It was no mere bravado. Engaging in combat with a being of his caliber was indeed a nightmare. Now, King Vegeta felt as if he were sinking deeper into that nightmare, with the cessation of this torment seemingly resting solely in Tien's hands. Chapter 43. He is cheating. The nightmare is endless. Alas, he realized it too late. The continuous strengthening of Tien was not a recent development. It was merely that, when he initially held the advantage over Vegeta, the joy in his heart blinded him to this fact. Now, every punch and kick from Tien struck him with undeniable force, making it nearly impossible to ignore the palpable increase in Tien's power. The more Vegeta perceived Tien's escalating strength, the deeper his despair grew. In the face of such a formidable adversary, Vegeta might have dared to dream of triumphing after breaking through his own limits. However, confronting an opponent who was not only powerful but also perpetually surpassing their own limits was utterly demoralizing. This was, without question, a form of cheating. The combination of immense strength and constant breakthroughs rendered Vegeta utterly helpless. When Tien was weaker, it was bearable, but now that Tien had surpassed him in battle prowess, it meant that Vegeta would never have the opportunity to catch up or defeat him. The speed at which Tien was growing in strength far exceeded that of Vegeta, the Saiyan King. It was an unsolvable predicament. This battle was beyond resolution. Against an opponent who seemed to have an unfair advantage, victory was impossible. Nevertheless, as a proud Saiyan, he possessed a trump card, the transformation into a great ape. With this thought in mind, Vegeta relinquished any pretense of defense as Tien launched another attack. Bang! Tien's subsequent punch sent Vegeta flying. Seizing this moment of being hurled away, Vegeta immediately conjured a small, unique energy sphere above his head. This energy sphere lacked destructive power. Its sole purpose was to emit intense light waves within a limited range to facilitate the Saiyan transformation into a great ape. Roar! Beneath the rays of the energy sphere, Vegeta's form rapidly expanded, soon transforming into a colossal great ape nearly 100 meters tall. Moreover, due to the unique nature of his bloodline, his transformation differed from Goku's black gorilla. He became a golden great ape. Originally, Vegeta had intended to reserve this ultimate technique for the night of the full moon on Planet Plant, where he could catch the entire Zephyrian race off guard and wipe them out. Yet, faced with the nightmarish battle brought forth by Tien, he had no choice but to unleash this ace in the hole prematurely. Only by resorting to such extraordinary measures could he hope to contend with an equally extraordinary foe. Otherwise, he found no chance of escape. At that moment, Dr. Lecky, who had been exhilarated by Tien regaining the upper hand, was taken aback as Vegeta unveiled such an incredible technique. In an instant, Vegeta's power surged to nearly 100,000 points. The terrifying aura he emanated caused the entire battlefield to descend into a state of paralysis. The Scions gazed in astonishment at the great ape that Vegeta had become, realizing that Tien had forced their Scion King to resort to this ultimate last resort. However, since King Vegeta has employed this technique, it signifies to them that Tien's demise is inevitable. Meanwhile, Goku, who had been engaged in a fierce battle with Bardock, also took note of the suddenly appearing great ape. Astonishingly, it too could transform into a great ape, yet it was broad daylight, and the moon was nowhere to be seen. Goku panted heavily, casting a puzzled glance at the golden giant. Bardock wiped the blood from his face, clutching his chest to prevent exacerbating his injuries. Humph. The golden great ape, transformed by King Vegeta, is unlike the ordinary transformations of regular Scions. Only those with a sufficiently pure and noble Scion lineage can achieve a form that retains its rationality. Although Goku is somewhat of a special Scion, Bardock had come to acknowledge Goku's strength to a certain extent after their recent skirmish. Retaining rationality? That spells danger for Tien. Nearby, Krillin, who had just vanquished his opponent, leaned on his knees and gasped for breath. Upon hearing that the golden great ape could maintain its intellect, he immediately grasped the dire implications. He vividly recalled the chaos wrought by Goku when he transformed into a mindless giant, and the thought of this golden great ape possessing awareness sent shivers down his spine. Be careful, Tien. That great ape might still have its wits about it, unlike Goku's mindless transformation. Krillin shouted urgently. Goku, overhearing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, it was true that he had acted like a mindless giant upon his transformation. Tien, of course, was well aware of King Vegeta's ability to transform into a golden great ape. In fact, his relentless assault on King Vegeta had been a deliberate strategy to provoke this powerful form. It was not for any other reason, but rather because a formidable opponent would expedite his own ascent in strength. In essence, Tien was actively seeking to intensify his combat experience. After all, King Vegeta, whose power level had once soared into the tens of thousands, had now diminished in comparison to Tien's current capabilities. However, facing a golden great ape with nearly 100,000 power, Tien could not recklessly engage with his own mere 11,000. A single misstep could lead to his swift demise. New Four Bodies Fist. Thus, before continuing his battle with King Vegeta, Tien immediately unleashed his perfected new technique. Although called the New Four Bodies Fist, Tien was now capable of manifesting more than just 4 corporeal clones. As the newly transformed golden great ape sought to reclaim its pride by attempting to crush Tien underfoot, it was met with the astonishing sight of 10 Tien clones surrounding it. Moreover, while each clone's power was slightly inferior to that of Tien at full strength, they each boasted nearly 10,000 in power. Most crucially, King Vegeta was unable to discern which Tien was the original. His massive fist swung violently toward the Tien directly in front of him. Bang! Under a foundation of nearly 100,000 combat power. The speed was beyond the reach of this Tien. After a single blow, Tien was reduced to a mere puddle of blood. Witnessing such a scene, King Vegeta, transformed into a golden great ape, opened his maw wide and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Tien, at my current strength, crushing you is as effortless as squishing an ant. Yet, in the next moment, his laughter abruptly ceased. For, alongside the obliteration of that Tien, he keenly sensed that the remaining 9 Tien had inexplicably grown stronger. Moreover, the other 9 Tien did not exhibit any fear in light of the prior event. Instead, they simultaneously launched an assault on the golden great ape. The great ape, upon seeing this, frantically swung its massive arms, attempting to annihilate each Tien one by one. However, despite the relentless onslaught of its colossal limbs, these Tien, while evading, continued to grow stronger amidst this high-stakes battle on the brink of life and death. Growing stronger, they were indeed becoming more powerful, and each of the duplicates was enhancing its strength. King Vegeta took note of the rising aura surrounding each Tien. Astonishingly, even amidst the continuous assault and evasion, they were still growing stronger. 10,000, 11,000, 13,000. In a mere half hour, Vegeta was horrified to discover that each of the remaining 5 Tien had amassed approximately 15,000 combat power. No, this cannot continue. Realizing that he might entirely become a mere training partner for Tien, the seeds of retreat began to sprout in King Vegeta's heart. He had initially believed that transforming into a golden great ape would put an end to the nightmare brought forth by Tien. Yet he found himself still ensnared in that very nightmare. Chapter 44, Surge in Combat Power. Lady Zerv's Laboratory. Realizing the dire situation, King Vegeta abruptly swung his arms. Sweeping through the air, his powerful limbs forced the remaining 5 Tien Shinhan to retreat, creating distance. Withdraw. Upon seeing Tien Shinhan fall back, King Vegeta promptly commanded his Scion comrades. Though his great ape form possessed the strength to suppress Tien Shinhan, he found no direct opportunity to eliminate him alone. Continuing the battle would only allow Tien Shinhan to grow stronger as the fight progressed. Aware of this unfolding scenario, King Vegeta was unwilling to witness Tien Shinhan's ascendancy. Thus, he resolved to temporarily retreat with the Scion clan. He planned to wait for a full moon, and then annihilate both Tien Shinhan and the entire Zervian race in one fell swoop. Upon receiving King Vegeta's directive, the Scions commenced a full-scale retreat. Observing all the Scion warriors gathering around King Vegeta to withdraw, even Tien Shinhan dared not advance carelessly. After all, he was not invincible. If he rashly entered the encirclement of so many Scions, King Vegeta could very well use his comrades to restrain Tien Shinhan and strike him down. Although he could not keep King Vegeta transformed into a golden great ape as a sparring partner, Tien Shinhan's gains from this battle were already substantial. The remaining 5 Tien Shinhan vanished, reverting to Tien Shinhan's original form. His current energy intensity had more than doubled compared to before the battle commenced. Not only Tien Shinhan, but Goku and the others also made significant gains through combat. Particularly Goku. His previous battle with Bardock had left them both exhausted and severely injured. Tien Shinhan retrieved a Senza bean from his universal capsule and distributed one to Goku and the others. Upon recovering from his injuries, Goku's energy surged dramatically, rising from nearly 3,000 to almost 6,000 power level. It must be said that the Scion's unique ability to grow stronger after near-death experiences is indeed formidable. Of course, compared to Goku's inherent advantages, Tien Shinhan's strategic gains were equally impressive. In terms of growth during this battle, Tien Shinhan far surpassed Goku. In comparison, Krillin and Kairatsu also acquired a wealth of combat experience in this skirmish. However, their power enhancements were not as pronounced as those of Tien Shinhan and Goku. Even though they too would experience growth in due time, it would not be immediate. They would need to gradually assimilate the lessons learned from this battle to convert them into genuine power increases. I am immensely grateful for your assistance, Tien Shinhan, Goku, Krillin, Kairatsu, and Ms. Launch. I hope you will accept my invitation to visit our capital city of the Zervians. Had it not been for your presence, our Zervian casualties could have multiplied several times over, or perhaps we would have lost half of our population. Dr. Likey felt a twinge of apprehension. He had not anticipated that King Vegeta would audaciously lead the entire Scion race into such a fierce assault. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Tien Shinhan and his companions, this battle would have been exceedingly brutal for the Zephulians. Though the Zephulians had suffered considerable losses in the recent skirmish, the ratio of casualties compared to the Scions was not excessively disproportionate. Upon hearing this, Tien Shinhan and the others did not hesitate to offer their assistance. Tien Shinhan, intrigued by Zephulian technology, welcomed the chance to explore their advancements. I am quite famished. Could we first be taken somewhere to eat? Goku, having recovered from his severe injuries and feeling invigorated, was now ravenously hungry. Indeed, Dr. Likey replied with a slight chuckle. After such an intense battle, it is only fitting that we replenish our energy. He then led the group to a dining area. The variety of Zephulian cuisine was rather limited, lacking the diverse array of delicacies found on Earth. Their staple foods consisted of bread and compressed rations, which were not particularly palatable, yet not entirely inedible. Overall, they were sufficient to satisfy hunger, and Tien Shinhan and his companions managed to make do. This is our scientific laboratory, Dr. Likey announced as they arrived at a colossal structure reminiscent of a fortress. In contrast to the simplicity of the kitchen and dining hall, the Zephulians had evidently invested considerable effort into the construction of their laboratory. The sheer scale of the facility underscored the Zephulians' commitment to scientific advancement, which explained their remarkable technological prowess. As they followed Dr. Likey through the laboratory, Tien Shinhan and the others marveled at the various Zephulian technological creations while listening to his explanations. This is a nanometer-grade laser gun, now in mass production. Every Zephulian is equipped with at least one of these to combat the lower-ranking Scion warriors. Ranchi's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. She had personally wielded one of these laser guns on the battlefield, and they were far more formidable than any handguns, submachine guns, or rifles on Earth. If I could take a few of these back to Earth, they would certainly make bank robberies or extortion much more convenient. She mused aloud, eagerly asking Dr. Likey, "Could you spare me a few of these laser guns?" "Of course, that is certainly feasible," Dr. Likey responded with a grin. "In the recent battle, Ms. Ranchi, you wielded one of these guns to help us repel numerous lower-ranking Scion warriors. In your hands, this laser gun is even more powerful than in the hands of a Zephulian." Dr. Likey, having observed the entire battlefield, had naturally taken note of Ranqi, who had also arrived via the time machine. Although Lan Qi does not possess martial prowess as formidable as that of Tien Shinhan and others, she has exhibited remarkable performance within the combat team of the Zephyr people. Moments later, an entire crate of nanograde laser guns was delivered to the attendees under the arrangement of Dr. Likey. Haha, old man, you truly are generous. Presenting me with an entire crate, exclaimed Lan Qi with delight. This is splendid. Now, when Tien Shinhan and I go to collect protection fees, we need not worry about lacking weapons. With that, the golden-haired Lan Qi produced a universal capsule to stow away the crate of laser guns, patting Dr. Likey on the shoulder in appreciation. Dr. Likey, however, appeared somewhat speechless, casting a glance towards Tien Shinhan. If Tien Shinhan truly intended to collect protection fees, would he even require these laser guns? Dr. Likey pondered silently, yet he proceeded to introduce the instruments before them. This is a combat power detector. The previous model I set had a detection limit that was too low, and I will be revising it shortly. Currently, the combat power detector has not yet entered mass production, but once improved and produced in bulk in a couple of days, I shall ensure you receive some. Tien Shinhan nodded in agreement. If the detection range of the combat power detector is sufficiently extensive, it could indeed prove quite useful. At the very least, it would serve as a quantifiable reference until his modest goals are achieved. What is this machine? The group continued their tour, and upon reaching the end of the laboratory, a peculiar humanoid device caught everyone's attention. Chapter 45. Tien, you make us seem quite foolish. Before the humanoid machine, Dr. Likey displayed a momentary conflict in his expression upon noticing Tien. However, after a brief contemplation, he continued with his introduction. This machine is my secret weapon, the grudge wave amplification device, which I have named Hachiak. Should our Zephyrian race, regrettably, face annihilation at the hands of the Scions, Hachiak represents our hope for vengeance. Under normal circumstances, Dr. Likey would never reveal anything about Hachiak to others. Yet, Tien and his companions had recently aided the Zephyrians in overcoming a calamity, sparing many lives. They had become great benefactors to the Zephyrian people. Despite the peculiar origins of Tien and his companions, Dr. Likey ultimately decided to be forthright with them. The grudge wave amplification device. It sounds rather ominous. Upon hearing its name, Krillin couldn't help but feel that this device was far from ordinary. What legitimate machine would have any association with grudge waves? As Goku and Krillin curiously examined the still incomplete grudge wave amplification device, Tien's mind conjured memories regarding Hachiak. The grudge wave amplification device, as its name suggests, collects the resentment formed from the extermination of the Zephyrians and amplifies it to create a machine for revenge. Once fully realized, Hachiak would possess power exceeding that of a Super Saiyan at level 2. For Tien at this moment, the completed Hachiak would indeed be formidable. However, due to the presence of Tien and his companions, the casualties among the Zephyrians from this Scion assault were far less than anticipated. Consequently, the progress of collecting the grudge waves was significantly slower than originally intended. There remains a considerable distance to achieve Dr. Likey's envisioned complete state of Hachiak. Tien recalled the specifics of Hachiak while Dr. Likey openly explained to Krillin and the others the purpose behind his invention of the grudge wave amplification device. So this machine is indeed a fearsome avenger? The more Zephyrians who perish, the stronger the collected grudge waves and the power it can ultimately wield. Although it sounded terrifying, logically, it was a price the Scions should rightly pay. After all, had they chosen not to exterminate your race, this machine of revenge could never come to fruition. Once this machine is completed, it signifies that the Scions have willingly committed unforgivable atrocities, and retribution would be entirely justified. Krillin clenched his fists. After hearing Dr. Likey's explanation, he grasped the unwavering resolve of his counterpart. As for the notion of refraining from vengeance, such concepts held no merit among the Dragon Ball warriors. Even Wukong himself believes that the annihilation of the Scion race, known for their relentless assaults on other planets and their penchant for slaughter, is entirely justified. As the creator of Hachiak, I am eager to witness its formidable power upon completion. Yet, as a member of the Zuval race, I fervently hope that such a day never arrives. After all, even if the completed Hachiak were to eradicate the Scion lineage, it could never resurrect the countless kin who have already perished. Dr. Reiki sighed and shook his head. His feelings towards this revenge machine, his pride and joy, were exceedingly complex. He yearned for its swift completion, yet simultaneously dreaded the possibility of its actualization. I ponder how Hachiak collects the waves of resentment. Once these waves are gathered, how does it amplify and transform them into power? As Wukong, Krillin, Dumpling, and the now blue-haired Lan Qi fell into contemplative silence, seemingly moved by Dr. Reiki's emotions. Tien Shinhan unexpectedly posed a question regarding the principles behind the amplification machine's creation. No, you are a martial artist. This sudden inquiry about a scientific invention's principles seemed rather out of place. Dr. Reiki was equally taken aback by Tien Shinhan's curiosity regarding Hachiak's construction. However, as the chief scientist of the Zuvil, he found himself intrigued by the prospect of elucidating the invention's mechanics. Moreover, the fact that Tien Shinhan, who was expected to question the completion of such a mechanical marvel, one that was indeed his own masterpiece, was instead seeking to understand its principles, ignited a sense of pride within Dr. Reiki, a recognition of the respect owed to his scholarly endeavors. Previously, Dr. Reiki had shared so much information merely to avoid concealing anything from his benefactor, yet he still viewed himself and Tien Shinhan as belonging to distinctly different realms. He was a scientist, and while Tien Shinhan and others were not necessarily simple-minded brutes, they were martial artists who clearly lacked scientific knowledge. However, Tien Shinhan's in-depth inquiry immediately altered Dr. Reiki's perception of him. In 2 words, knowledgeable. Dr. Reiki admired Tien Shinhan's discernment, taste, and depth as he began to elaborate on the intricate principles involved. The essence of the principles was as follows. You have such high-speed machinery entering planet plant. Remember the principles I provided. As a child, I was the developer, and the principle behind this invention is the management of infernal powers. Do you understand why there is resentment for it to operate? Of course, this was a general overview that Wukong, Krillin, and the others processed through their own interpretations. After a brief listen, they felt as though they were deciphering an ancient text, utterly unable to grasp the true content of Dr. Reiki's explanation, perceiving it as disjointed. In contrast, Tien Shinhan distilled the information into a completely different version. Dr. Reiki's true introduction elucidates the principle that he employed a unique soul material, intrinsic to the existence of the planet plant, for adjustment. Following this adjustment, the wave frequency precisely aligned with the vengeful waves emitted post-mortem by the Zephyrians, thereby achieving the purpose of collection. As for the amplification effect, it is attained through a specialized rotational method of the vengeful waves within the machinery, which undergoes intense compression prior to release. This distinctive rotational technique has been aptly named by Dr. Reiki as the Armstrong-Leicester spin. Tien Shinhan nodded in understanding. He possessed no such special material, nor did he require it. From the detailed exposition of his counterpart's principles, Tien Shinhan discerned that the truly beneficial aspect for him was that unique rotational compression method. I see, Dr. Reiki. Would you allow me to operate the machine to closely observe the specific operational path of the Armstrong-Leicester spin? The 5 elements pill that Tien Shinhan consumed enhanced his comprehensive insight, allowing him to swiftly grasp Dr. Reiki's innovative manufacturing principles. However, his current inquiry left Goku, Krillin, and others in utter disbelief. Their eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? How could he articulate such an intricate and obscure term, Armstrong-Leicester spin, flawlessly? No. We are all martial artists listening to a scientist's explanation, yet Tien Shinhan has genuinely comprehended it. As fellow martial artists, only he can engage in such an eloquent discourse with the scientist, making us appear rather dull in comparison. Chapter 46. Extraordinary Insight. The creation of the Supreme Dragon Fist. In the face of the incredulity exhibited by Goku and the others, Tien Shinhan remained unfazed by his own exceptional prowess. To him, it was a matter of course. Scientific principles, in his perspective, resembled mathematical problems. One either knows them or one does not. They are not akin to the limits of martial arts, which can be transcended through a synthesis of determination, emotion, and rigorous training. Those who cannot grasp a mathematical concept are entirely unaware of the boundaries of mathematics, lacking even the direction to break through. Thus, it was entirely natural for Tien Shinhan to comprehend the principles elucidated by Dr. Reiki. While Goku and his companions' inability to understand was equally unsurprising, there was no cause for alarm. After all, with Tien's current level of insight, understanding was a foregone conclusion, reflecting a disparity in comprehension rather than a deficiency in diligence or training. Dr. Reiki, noticing Tien Shinhan's keen interest in his research and his ability to directly inquire about crucial aspects, felt increasingly respected for his work. With this thought in mind, he revealed the inner workings of the resentment wave amplification device without reservation, adhering to Tien's request by opening the device's casing and switching it from the collection mode to the compression amplification mode using a remote control. The Armstrong-Leichy spiral component, which Tien wished to understand, could be observed within this specialized delivery tube. Concerned that Tien might struggle to see clearly, Dr. Leaky proactively pointed out a transparent section of the internal delivery tube, encouraging Tien to focus on the compression and rotation occurring within that segment. Gratefully nodding in acknowledgement, Tien directed his gaze to the highlighted section of the tube. Soon, a series of faint purple gaseous streams manifested within the transparent conduit. Each stream did not merely traverse the tube. Rather, it spiraled rapidly while being transmitted. As Tien observed these swirling purple streams, his attention intensified, honing in on the specifics of their rotation. Clockwise, they spun 3 times, counterclockwise, 2.5 times. After 2.5 minutes of meticulous observation, Tien discerned a pattern among the passing purple streams, each one engaged in the same rotational cycle. Could this intricate combination of rotational loops be the key to the Armstrong-Leakey spiral? However, Tien's inquiry into Dr. Leakey's work was not driven by a genuine desire for scientific exploration. His true interest lay in understanding the principle by which the resentment wave amplification device absorbed special energy and subsequently intensified it through internal compression. Although Tien could not collect resentment waves, as a martial artist adept in the manipulation of ki, he possessed a unique form of energy within himself. Thus, he did not require external sources of resentment waves. He inherently possessed such energy. The crux of the matter was how to leverage the compression amplification principle of the resentment wave device to similarly compress and amplify the ki within him, thereby unleashing a greater destructive force. Upon discovering the principles of rotational compression, Tien Shinhan redirected his focus and commenced an experiment to control the energy within his body. Following Dr. Reikie's method of rotational compression, Tien sensed a significant enhancement in the compression of his internal energy. However, this compressed energy did not manifest as a stable state. Rather, it could only be utilized temporarily as a technique. By condensing the energy within him, he unleashed a punch of destructive power that far exceeded his usual combat capabilities. The Dragon Fist. Erupting forth, Tien recalled the Dragon Fist mastered by Goku in the latter stages of his journey. Yet, Goku's Dragon Fist was born from an immense willpower that compressed his energy to its limits. In contrast, Tien's technique was a product of his understanding of the compression principles observed in the grudge wave amplification device. Regrettably, there exists a fundamental difference between the human body and machinery. Tien could perceive that while the rotational principles applicable to the grudge wave amplification device were insightful, he had not yet achieved the ultimate compression of his energy. This pinnacle of compression would require continuous refinement and enhancement through his future training and battles. Currently, the destructive potential of the technique he had just comprehended could only amplify his power to 10 times its normal state. While a tenfold increase in combat power sounds formidable, it still paled in comparison to the true Dragon Fist. Thus, Tien refrained from directly labeling his newly discovered technique as the Dragon Fist. Instead, he dubbed it the Zhenlong Fist, signifying its proximity to the Dragon Fist, yet acknowledging its current inadequacy. Zhen embodies the essence of reaching a state of perfection, reflecting Tien's aspiration for this punch to eventually attain the power comparable to, or even surpassing, the authentic Dragon Fist. A tenfold enhancement in lethality, when juxtaposed with the 50-fold amplification of a super science combat power, remains insufficient. However, this is merely the beginning, and against the enemies they currently face, it is more than adequate. Tien and his companions initially believed that after repelling the recent Scion invasion of the Zafur people, they would be transported back to their original timeline. Yet, in the ensuing days, they felt no force returning them to their former realm. Consequently, they chose not to squander their time and diligently trained within the luxurious accommodations personally arranged for them by King Zafur. During this period, Dr. Reikie successfully completed the adjustments to the combat power detector's range. The new detector is now capable of measuring combat power up to a maximum of 100,000 points, ensuring it will no longer be easily overwhelmed. This iteration of the combat power detector represents the pinnacle of Reikie's current capabilities. Should they require measurements of even greater power, they would have to resort to a cumbersome, large-scale detector rather than this convenient, eyeglass-like device. Allow me to take a look. Upon rising this morning, the golden-haired Lanchi promptly seized the latest combat power detector from Dr. Leikie's hands and began to scan the crowd. Beep, beep, beep. As the faint electronic tones of the detector echoed, the combat power indices of everyone present were sequentially revealed, transforming into an announcer. The golden-haired Lanchi read aloud the results as she conducted the scans. Klin, 310 points of combat power. The first result announced, Klin was somewhat astonished. Compared to his status before being transported to this realm, his combat power had surged by over 100 points. Such a remarkable increase in strength was something he had never dared to envision. It was evident that the intense battle prior had bestowed him with substantial gains. Jiaozi, 398 points of combat power. In contrast to Qin's rapid advancement, Jiaozi's progress was slightly more gradual. However, due to his earlier training in the Temple of the Gods and his previous challenge of the super divine water, even after consuming less than a cup, his current combat power still surpassed that of Qin. Of course, should Qin return and successfully undertake the challenge of the super divine water, the comparison of their strengths would become uncertain. Wukong, hiss, 6,000 points of combat power. In the next moment, as Lan Shi announced Wukong's combat power index, her eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 47. The limit of combat power and the fractions of strength. All individuals had previously garnered an understanding of their combat power from Dr. Likey. Just days prior, when Goku had teleported with everyone, his power level was a mere 3,000 points. However, following the recent skirmish against the Zephyrians, he had undergone a harrowing near-death experience and subsequent recovery, coupled with intense training over the past few days, resulting in an astonishing surge in his power level to an impressive 6,000 points. This represents an increase of more than 5 times his initial strength. With such a formidable power, Goku could now effortlessly vanquish his former self. The rate of this transformation was truly remarkable. Krillin, who had previously taken pride in his own advancements surpassing that of Yamcha, found himself deflated upon witnessing Goku's rapid ascension. Why was the disparity growing so stark? At that moment, Krillin was engulfed by the same sense of helplessness that many Earth Dragon Ball warriors experienced when confronted by Goku in the original narrative. Had the story progressed as it was meant to, Tien would have echoed Krillin's sentiments regarding the widening gap. Yet, forearmed with knowledge of the plot and possessing various fortuitous encounters, Tien had already orchestrated his own advantageous position. Faced with Goku's extraordinary growth, he too would have to strive diligently to keep pace. After a considerable pause, the blonde-haired launch regained her composure and shifted her gaze toward Tien. Though enamored with Tien's masculinity, she did not believe that his rate of growth could rival Goku's, given the astonishing speed of Goku's enhancement. However, the moment she glimpsed Tien's current power index, her mouth fell open in astonishment. How much is Tien's power index? Launch, do read it out. Upon realizing the remarkable speed of his own growth, Goku felt a surge of excitement, yet refrained from becoming overly complacent. Just as Krillin viewed him as a target to chase, Goku now regarded Tien in the same light. Having made substantial gains, he was fervently eager to ascertain whether the gap between himself and Tien had diminished. Indeed, what is Tien's current power index? Launch, please read it quickly. Yamcha, too, felt a sense of urgency. Regardless of the magnitude of the power disparity, it did not diminish the bond of brotherhood he shared with Tien. Naturally, he was equally eager to learn the outcome regarding Tien's progress. Shall I read it? Krillin had initially doubted that Tien's growth could match Goku's extraordinary pace. But upon witnessing Launch's level of astonishment, he too became curious about Tien's current power index. Tien, 21, 300 points of power. Just as the group implored Launch to disclose the results, Dr. Likey, having donned another pair of power detection glasses from his pocket, announced Tien's power index. Gasp! In that instant, the group, including Goku, fell into a stunned silence. 21, 300 points. The mere fraction of power I possess is nearly my utmost limit. Gulp. Krillin silently compared his strength to that of Tien, shocked to the point of swallowing hard. In the midst of overwhelming astonishment, he realized that his maximum fighting capacity was merely a fraction of Tien's. Tien is truly extraordinary. At that moment, Chaos also widened his already round eyes, stammering in awe. Wow, Tien, you have grown so much stronger. The gap between us has widened. After witnessing this revelation, Goku couldn't help but express his heartfelt admiration for Tien's rapid growth and strength. However, in contrast to the disbelief and shock exhibited by others, Goku's reaction was relatively calm, as if he had anticipated Tien's swift enhancement all along. This was not due to any genuine foresight on Goku's part, but rather because he regarded Tien as a true rival, one who could not be easily surpassed. In Goku's eyes, Tien was a formidable competitor, both in terms of sheer power and the rate of his improvement. It seems I must strive even harder, otherwise, there will be no way to bridge the gap between us. Unlike Krillin, who was disheartened, Goku, upon realizing the disparity in strength between himself and Tien, felt invigorated, clearly intending to transform this difference into motivation. 21, 300 points? Compared to the over 8,000 points before arriving here, that's not even 3 times as much. This rate of improvement is rather mediocre. but it should suffice to confront the enemy at hand. In contrast to the astonishment of Goku and others, Tien viewed his recent enhancement as merely adequate. However, after the previous battle, it became evident that the suitable adversaries they were to face in this timeline were the Scion race, before their annihilation by Frieza. With a power level just over 20,000, coupled with the mastery of the perfected Dragon Fist, he felt adequately prepared to combat the Scions. Even though Tien was aware from Dr. Briefs that in 2 days, the planet would experience a full moon, an event that occurred only once every 8 years, he did not revel in his power. He understood that this was far from the conclusion. The forthcoming battles would serve as a stage for his further rapid advancement. Preparations were already in place. All the Z fighters would gather within the protective barrier on the night of the full moon to mount a counteroffensive and avert casualties. Dr. Briefs solemnly nodded, assuring Tien that everything had been arranged. Following the briefing on defenses, Dr. Briefs couldn't help but express his gratitude to Tien. This is all thanks to you. Had you not extracted the secret from King Vegeta regarding the Scion's ability to transform into great apes under the full moon, we would have been utterly unprepared to effectively counter the great ape transformations of the Scions 2 nights hence. Even the complete annihilation of an entire race is a possibility that cannot be dismissed. Tien Shinhan, you have conveyed this crucial information to us. For us, the Zypher people, your assistance is akin to a profound act of salvation for our entire kin. If we can endure the impending full moon 2 days hence, we, the Zypher, shall forever regard you and your companions as the heroes of our lineage. Dr. Likey expressed his heartfelt gratitude, so moved that he nearly reached for Tien Shinhan's hand. However, Tien Shinhan, disinclined to engage in such gestures, quietly evaded his outstretched grasp. Dr. Likey, you are overly courteous. My companions and I merely cannot stand idly by while the weak are oppressed and the innocent slaughtered. Furthermore, battling such merciless foes serves as a form of martial training for us. Tien Shinhan responded with a gentle smile, neither dismissing the other's gratitude nor boasting of their deeds, but simply speaking the truth. To Dr. Likey, these words only deepened his appreciation for Tien Shinhan and his companions. As visitors who traverse time and space, they could have turned a blind eye to the Zypher's plight, yet they chose to extend their aid, providing assistance that could save an entire race. Chapter 48, The Arrival of the Full Moon, The Rise of the Planet of the Apes. The chilling winds howled as the full moon hung high in the sky. 2 days hence, the once every 8 years full moon night of Planet Plant had arrived. Bathed in the silvery light of the moon, the entire Scion raced on their cloaks and emerged en masse. However, upon sighting the Ziffel urban expanse in the distance, they came to a halt. All the warriors of the Scion clan listened intently, preparing to transform into giant apes. Under the command of King Vegeta, numerous Scion warriors tore off their cloaks as they charged towards the outskirts of the Ziffel city. With the removal of their cloaks, each Scion was enveloped in the intense azure waves radiating from the full moon. Roars of fury echoed as massive black gorillas, nearly 100 meters tall, ascended into the air. Among these formidable beasts was a singular presence, distinguished by its golden fur, exuding an air of regal magnificence. King Vegeta, the sovereign of the Scion clan. Once transformed into giant apes, the power of each black gorilla surged to tenfold its original might, unleashing chaos upon their surroundings. Yet, it was somewhat lamentable that most of these black gorillas, upon their transformation, lost their rationality, acting solely on their instinct to destroy. However, due to the varying degrees of nobility in their bloodlines, these frenzied black gorillas were instinctively compelled to heed the commands of the golden giant ape. Thus, under King Vegeta's leadership, a terrifying legion of Scion gorillas thundered forth into the depths of the Ziffel urban area. The Ziffel, naturally smaller in stature compared to the Scions, seemed diminutive in the face of the towering giants. The skyscrapers of the Ziffel city appeared insignificant, easily obliterated by a mere swipe of a hand or a single stamp of a foot, reducing a villa to rubble. The landscape lay in ruins, a sight of utter devastation. King Vegeta, in his golden giant ape form, surveyed the apocalyptic scene before him, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his massive mouth. This was the price of opposing the Scion race. They were indeed the supreme warriors of the universe, not some peculiar three-eyed bald martial artist. Destruction, total annihilation, let it all be obliterated. A fervent desire for chaos consumed King Vegeta's mind. Although he retained his intellect in the giant ape form, the primal instincts of ferocity and destruction surged within him, indistinguishable from those of the ordinary Scions. Yet, after a period of relentless devastation, King Vegeta noticed something peculiar. They had nearly ravaged the outer periphery of the Ziffel urban area. Yet not a single Ziffel had emerged to resist. Could it be that the Ziffel were all asleep, unable to react before being trampled along with their grand edifices? Impossible. King Vegeta shook his head. For even so, there should at least be traces of the Zephyrian's blood upon the ground, and the air would be permeated with a pungent scent of blood. Yet now, apart from the swirling dust from the destruction of buildings, there was not a hint of any other odor. Press on. I demand to see rivers of blood. King Vegeta sensed the anomaly and refrained from allowing the other Saiyan gorillas to continue ravaging the nearby structures. Regardless of how much damage they inflicted, it would be futile. Given the advanced technology of the Zephyrians, reconstructing their homes would be an effortless task. To truly annihilate the Zephyrians and completely dominate this planet plant, their blood must be the evidence. Boom, boom, boom. Towering gorillas, each over 100 meters tall, continued their advance toward the heart of the Zephyrian city. Their frenzied instincts prevented them from moving in unison, but even amidst their chaotic advance, they were collectively heading in the same direction. This shared trajectory was the extent of the Golden Giant's command over the Black Gorillas. Any more detailed orders were beyond the capacity of the Black Gorillas, who had been reduced to mere instinct. What they craved was destruction and chaos, and the Golden Giant could merely guide them to the sites of their devastation. They have arrived. Tien and the others, along with thousands of Zephyrians, were currently within the energy shield enveloping the core of the Zephyrian city. This shield had stored solar energy for several years, capable of withstanding most assaults from the Psiots, even in their gorilla forms. Its only drawback was its limited coverage, confined solely to the palatial heart of the Zephyrian capital. Had it not been for Tien's intelligence, most Zephyrians would not have made it into this energy shield in time, falling prey to the gorillas instead. Even those already within the palace, including the Zephyrian king, could find themselves ambushed before they could even activate the shield. Should the palace fall under siege, the energy shield would be rendered inoperative. Fortunately, this shield had already been activated well in advance. Inside the shield, various specialized weapons were prepared, ready to launch a counterattack the moment the Saiyan gorillas drew closer. Why not stay inside the energy shield, Tien? Dr. Riki suggested, observing the preparations of Tien and the others. With the shield's defense and the special weapons at their disposal, he believed the gorillas could be repelled. However, such counsel was promptly rejected by Tien and his companions. They had come seeking worthy adversaries for combat. They would not cower within the confines of the shield. Moreover, while the energy shield was robust, if they solely relied on defense, it would inevitably be breached over time. To surmount this crisis definitively, they must utterly crush the Saiyan race. With a swift motion, Tien and his companions soared out of the energy shield. As they traversed through the thick clouds of dust and smoke generated by the Saiyan gorillas, they beheld these primal beings, completely liberated from their instincts. Each gorilla possessed tenfold the combat prowess of an average Saiyan, presenting quite a formidable challenge. Both Krillin and Kairatsu boasted battle powers exceeding 300. Typically, they could easily handle most lower-tier warriors, yet now, confronted by these gorillas, even the weakest among them, with mere tens in combat strength, became worthy adversaries. Fortunately, their rationality gave them an edge, while the gorillas acted purely on instinct, coupled with their vulnerable tails, allowing the two to endure the fierce clash that erupted upon their first encounter. In contrast to Krillin and Kairatsu's tenuous struggle, Goku found himself effortlessly engaging the majority of the Saiyan gorillas. Drawing from his prior experiences of losing control when transformed, he deliberately conserved some strength during the battle to avoid gazing directly at the full moon. Should he succumb to transformation, the distinction between friend and foe would vanish. Under such circumstances, only those exceptionally powerful lower-tier or mid-tier warriors, with strengths in the hundreds, could truly challenge him. Ah, Tien, how swiftly we meet again, King Vegeta remarked, commanding the two mightiest gorillas to remain by his side, ensuring Tien could not evade him as he did previously. This time, King Vegeta would not grant Tien the opportunity to grow stronger amidst the fray. Chapter 49, The Taste of the Paper Tiger's Fist, a Battle of 98,000 power levels. Within the luminous energy shield, Dr. Leaky observed the power level of King Vegeta using a power detector. Astonishingly, after transforming into a golden great ape, King Vegeta's power level approached an astounding 100,000. This remarkable index was already 4 times that of Tien's current power. Under normal circumstances, a disparity of such magnitude would render a swift defeat inevitable. However, King Vegeta's golden great ape form boasted a power level 3 times greater than that of Tien. Dr. Leaky had anticipated King Vegeta's formidable strength, Yet witnessing the power level of the golden great ape firsthand left him in awe. Confronted with an adversary possessing a staggering 100,000 power level, even their most advanced weaponry would be futile against King Vegeta alone. Recalling Tien's earlier assertion that he could handle King Vegeta, Dr. Leaky could only offer silent prayers, hoping Tien had some hidden strategies up his sleeve. He did not perceive Tien as an arrogant individual, though he struggled to fathom how Tien could possibly defeat someone with a power level so drastically superior. The cacophony of various special weapons and artillery filled the air as the Zephyrians within the energy shield launched counterattacks against the Scion guerrillas. Hearing King Vegeta's confident taunts, Tien merely smiled faintly, sensing that the nightmare of their last encounter had not yet been fully savored. Rest assured, I shall not easily allow a worthy training partner like you to perish. A power level of 100,000? I shall gladly accept that challenge. As for hiding, whoever claimed I needed to do so. King Vegeta, witnessing Tien's lack of trepidation in the face of his Scion guerrilla army, was incensed. The situation was undeniably one of overwhelming advantage, with a power level of 100,000 against Tien's mere 20,000. This disparity was not the previous 10,000 to 8,000. It was several magnitudes greater. In a scenario where he could effortlessly obliterate Tien, and with several other guerrillas boasting power levels in the tens of thousands to assist in disrupting Tien's evasion, King Vegeta could not fathom the source of Tien's audacity. Shouldn't he be concerned about his own survival? How could he dare to provoke his enemy with such bravado? Arrogance will be your downfall, deep down. You must know whether you need to hide or not, King Vegeta declared, as he and two other towering guerrillas encircled Tien completely. In this situation, evasion would be futile. Even if Tien attempted to utilize his new technique to create 10 clones, he could not escape the onslaught from multiple guerrillas simultaneously. Do not presume that only you can grow larger. To the astonishment of King Vegeta, Tien did not resort to creating clones to evade. Instead, he suddenly ascended, transforming into a colossal figure exceeding 100 meters in height. This remarkable technique, known as the Celestial Fist, was acquired from the Supreme Master in the realm of the Five Elements Mountain. How could you possibly grow to such a size? King Vegeta, now resembling a golden great ape, gazed incredulously at the equally gigantic Tien. Could it be that you are one of our Scion kin? Yet, as soon as the thought escaped his lips, King Vegeta shook his head. Although Tien had attained a stature akin to their Scion great apes, his appearance remained unchanged, still resembling a human. This was distinctly different from the transformations of their Scion lineage. This astonishing spectacle caught the attention of Dr. Reiki, who could hardly contain his excitement. I knew it. Tien has indeed prepared a countermeasure, he exclaimed, gripping the hand of King Zephyr beside him in admiration. Splendid. It appears there is still hope for us Zephyrians. King Zephyr, relieved, had felt despair when he witnessed the nearly 100,000 battle power of King Vegeta's golden great ape, and had braced himself for the annihilation of his entire race. Tien's unexpected transformation had given him a tremendous surprise. As Tien transformed into a giant, the exhilaration was not limited to Dr. Reiki and King Zephyr. All Zephyrians within the protective energy shield were equally thrilled. Brother Tien is indeed omnipotent. Meanwhile, Chaozu, continuously unleashing his Dodon wave, managed to sever the tail of a great ape with a battle power nearing 500, only to be captivated by Tien's giant form. Witnessing Tien's astonishing growth left Chaozu in utter disbelief, for even he, who had spent nearly all his training time alongside Tien, was unaware of such an ability. In that moment, Chaozu's belief in Tien's boundless capabilities deepened. How had Tien cultivated such prowess? Not only had his battle power soared to extraordinary heights, but he also mastered an array of formidable techniques. Krillin reflected on his own repertoire, which comprised merely 4 or 5 techniques learned from Master Roshi, and marveled at Tien's comprehensive strength. It was astounding to Krillin that Tien, having lived only 20 years, could have achieved such a level of mastery. Seeing you grow to such a size almost frightened me, King Vegeta remarked. However, it seems your transformation pales in comparison to our Scion racial gifts. What good is merely enlarging your form? Your presence bears no enhancement whatsoever. Even in this larger state, you are merely a paper tiger, a sizable target. At that moment, King Vegeta, who had also been momentarily stunned by Tien's transformation, sensed something amiss. Though Tien Shinhan had grown to a size comparable to that of a colossal ape, the sense of pressure he exuded remained unchanged from when he was diminutive. This realization struck him. His transformation merely altered his physical form without augmenting his combat prowess. This insight restored a sense of unwavering confidence within King Vegeta, who had initially felt a twinge of anxiety. Confronted with Tien Shinhan's peculiar metamorphosis, he felt assured of his imminent victory. The advantage still resided with him. A paper tiger? A mere target? With a subtle disdain, Tien Shinhan refrained from further words and unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at King Vegeta. Witnessing Tien Shinhan's audacity to strike, King Vegeta's lips curled into a sneer. Did this paper tiger dare to feign menace? Such arrogance. Boom. The fists of the 100-meter giant and the 100-meter golden ape collided with a resounding impact. Just as King Vegeta anticipated that Tien Shinhan's transformation would prove feeble, an overwhelming force surged back from the impact of their fists. Thud, thud, thud. Following the fierce clash, King Vegeta, now embodied as a golden ape, stumbled back several steps, unsteady. How does it feel, the punch of a paper tiger? In that moment, Tien Shinhan did not yield an inch. He had not even exerted his full strength. The tenfold destructive power of the Zhenlong fist, if unleashed in its entirety, could reach nearly 250,000 in lethality, enough to obliterate King Vegeta's golden ape form. However, Tien Shinhan, whose current battle power lingered over 20,000, was reluctant to waste such potential. Chapter 50. A wasted opportunity for an excellent sparring partner in the fleeting moment when their fists collided. Tien Shinhan skillfully employed the breath compression technique he had mastered from the resentment amplification device, the Dragon Fist. This extraordinary move allowed him to momentarily spiral and compress his inner energy, thereby amplifying the destructive power of his attack to a staggering tenfold. The golden great ape transformation of King Vegeta staggered back a few steps, but this was merely a consequence of Tien's seemingly casual punch, which had only just elevated its destructive force to a little over 100,000. The immense pressure exerted by King Vegeta's golden great ape indicated that it could catalyze a rapid enhancement of his battle prowess in response to stress. Although Tien possessed the capability to obliterate him with the Dragon Fist, he was reluctant to squander such a valuable training resource so swiftly. This rare opportunity for practice demanded that he extract every ounce of potential for strength enhancement from it. As for the two other nearby gorillas, Tien held no intention of showing them mercy. While King Vegeta remained astonished by his own repulsion, Tien unleashed two punches without hesitation. Boom, boom. Each punch struck one of the black gorillas, whose battle power was nearly 20,000, instantly obliterating their bodies. Their massive frames were punctured with gaping holes in their chests. And as the flesh disintegrated, it transformed into a crimson mist. The two black gorillas could only emit a couple of agonized cries before they collapsed, lifeless and splayed on the ground. Yet, as they fell, their gigantic forms rapidly shrank back to their original state, leaving behind two scion corpses with their chests utterly devastated. This gruesome spectacle extinguished any lingering hope in King Vegeta's heart. He had been justifying the earlier punch, convinced that Tien must have paid a hefty price to deliver a blow that had been evenly matched with his own might. However, witnessing Tien annihilate two of the strongest elite warriors of the Scion race, aside from himself, in a single strike, revealed that the force behind that punch was undoubtedly more than double the opponent's strength. Tien's earlier blow that had repelled him was no mere coincidence. Nevertheless, with the stakes so high, seeking vengeance for his kin, dismantling the Zafurian battle plans, and ensuring his own survival, King Vegeta had no choice but to continue battling Tien. Despite the previous blow being evenly matched, he believed that if he fought Tien with all his might, victory could still be within reach. As long as he emerged triumphant from their confrontation, the outcome of all his plans would still lead to success. With this clarity, King Vegeta swiftly redirected his gaze from the two slain elite scions back to Tien and launched an assault. Oh! With a thunderous roar, King Vegeta, in his golden great ape form, charged toward Tien like a colossal force of nature. Oh! Ha ha ha! Boom, 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 boom. The giant fists, as massive as boulders, and legs as sturdy as iron towers, surged forth. The clash between the two warriors remained a fierce confrontation, seemingly evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. King Vegeta, amidst his struggle against Tien, glimpsed a flicker of victory. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this perceived parity was merely an illusion crafted by Tien. Throughout this ongoing battle, Vegeta saw a glimmer of hope for triumph, while Tien experienced the exhilarating surge of his power escalating continuously. The immense pressure exerted by the golden great ape awakened Tien's potential for breaking his limits, growing stronger with each encounter. 25,000 points, 28,000 points, 30,000 points. After 2 grueling hours of combat, The intense struggle between the two titans showed no signs of abating. Aura, 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 aura. Muda, 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 muda. King Vegeta, utterly exhausted, pressed on for the faint hope of victory. In contrast, Tien was elated. To continue amplifying his power against the golden great ape form of King Vegeta, he had to stifle the urge to laugh out loud. 40,000 points. 50,000 points. 60,000 points. Finally, under Tien's relentless pursuit, King Vegeta was compelled to fight through the night. As the full moon waned into the dawn of the next day, this fierce battle reached its conclusion. Observing King Vegeta revert to his ordinary state shortly after the moon disappeared, Tien felt a sense of unfulfilled anticipation. Is that it? Can't you transform again? You still have a chance at victory. Over the course of a single night, Tien had harvested several tens of thousands of power points from King Vegeta. Now, Tien's power soared beyond 80,000 points. Although his strength had indeed increased significantly, he regretted that he had not managed to elevate it to 100,000 using Vegeta as the ideal catalyst in his great ape form. In stark contrast to Tien's lingering desire for more, King Vegeta felt as if he had endured an entire nightmarish ordeal. He had not willingly reverted to his ordinary state. Nor was it merely the disappearance of the full moon that caused the transformation. After a night of relentless combat with Tien, he was utterly drained. Lacking the strength to maintain his golden great ape form, King Vegeta was baffled, unable to comprehend how Tien possessed seemingly inexhaustible stamina. Surely, even a secret technique would require considerable energy. Regrettably, he was unaware of the miraculous effects of the Senzu beans. Nor did he grasp the vast supply Tien had at his disposal. The Zenkai attack could unleash a tenfold destructive force, which naturally took a toll. But Tien's ample supply of Senzu beans made it manageable. In that moment, King Vegeta recalled Tien's initial inquiry directed at him and silently regretted not conceding to Tien at that moment. Had he done so, he could have avoided experiencing several nightmarish episodes, ultimately confronting the same fate of defeat. King Vegeta lay supine upon the ground, trembling in terror as he listened to Tien's words, fervently shaking his head in denial. No more, no more, I truly cannot continue. Even as the monarch of the universe's most formidable warrior race, he found himself devoid of spirit after enduring the torment of Tien's relentless onslaught, compounded by his utter exhaustion. At this moment, the most vital concern for him was merely to rest, while his innate warrior instincts urged him to fight. Such instincts paled in comparison to the necessity of recuperation. In truth, King Vegeta's sole desire was to indulge in a deep slumber. Seeing King Vegeta succumb to such despair, Tien could only sigh in regret. It was unfortunate that this training partner, with untapped potential, would not be fully utilized. So be it. With that, Tien unleashed a punch without holding back. The force was terrifyingly immense, and King Vegeta was obliterated in an instant. The demise of King Vegeta signified a catastrophic defeat for the Scion race. Many Scions, who were similarly drained from the dawn's light and their own exhaustions, upon hearing of King Vegeta's fall, promptly abandoned any semblance of resistance. The active assault by the Scion race had failed, and the annihilation of the Zephyr people was successfully averted. Chapter 51. The Gratitude of the Zephyrians. The conflict between the Zephyrians and the Scions has drawn to a close. The energy shield held steadfast throughout the night, enduring until dawn, just before the last vestiges of stored light energy were depleted. Miraculously, despite facing a formidable foe, Scions transformed into mighty apes. The Zephyrians emerged with no casualties. In stark contrast, numerous Scion warriors, particularly those with power levels below 1,000, fell victim to the relentless barrage of the Zephyrians' specialized weaponry. Furthermore, with the intervention of fighters such as Tien and Goku, the more powerful Scion warriors were decisively defeated, leaving the battlefield in disarray. King Vegeta was even obliterated at the hands of Tien. In the aftermath of the battle, only a mere 30 to 40 Scions remained alive. Among them, only 2 elite warriors possessed power levels exceeding 1,000, alongside Bardock, a lower-tier warrior with a similar power level. The remaining survivors were mostly left with power levels around 100. The Scion clan's ambition to eradicate the Zephyrians had utterly failed. The fate of these remaining Scions now hung in the balance. Would they be granted mercy by the Zephyrians and allowed to elect a new leader to survive in some secluded corner of Planet Plant? Or would they descend into slavery, facing potential extinction? Such considerations were beyond the purview of Tien and his companions. Ultimately, regardless of the outcome, the Scion race, as the aggressors who instigated the war, bore the consequences of their actions. Even if the Zephyrians chose to annihilate the Scions, they would have little recourse for complaint. The Zephyrian king, observing the battlefield devoid of Scion combatants, addressed his fellow Zephyrian warriors. After swiftly organizing the surviving Scion captives, he hurried alongside Dr. Leaky to join Tien and the others. For the majority of the preceding conflict, it was Dr. Leaky who had interacted with Tien and his companions. Now, with the battle concluded, the Zephyrian king no longer needed to manage the specialized weaponry himself, and thus had the opportunity to personally approach Tien and the others. Upon encountering them, the Zephyrian king expressed his heartfelt gratitude and promised to fulfill any requests within their capability. There was no need for haste. As the great heroes of the Zephyrian race, they could take their time to contemplate their desires. Anything within their capacity would be honored. The group exchanged puzzled glances. They had traversed time and space to engage their adversaries in combat. The enhancements gained from their encounters with the Scions were, in essence, the rewards they had already received. For a moment, it seemed that no pressing needs came to mind that would require the Zephyrians' assistance. As for sustenance, the food of the Zephyrians paled in comparison to the delectable offerings of Earth. When discussing technology, although the Zephyl people possess advanced levels of scientific achievement, they are primarily martial artists. It seems implausible for them to request specialized weaponry blueprints that would hold little value for their pursuits. What purpose would such items serve? Would they donate them to Earth? That would lack significance. As for currency, while the Dragon Ball universe does have a universal currency, these martial artists appear to have little need for it. Perhaps we should request a modified power detector for each of us, Tien Shinhan mused, stroking his chin. In terms of receiving a reward for enhancing combat capabilities, he had already received the most among their group. Besides the personal gain of becoming stronger, other forms of compensation seemed somewhat trivial. After a moment of contemplation, Tien Shinhan sought the opinions of Goku and the others, ultimately deciding that the power detectors would be the most fitting request. After all, these devices would prove more practical for martial artists than any other items. That is certainly agreeable. Even if you had not mentioned it, Dr. Leaky and I had already planned to provide each of you with one. However, due to time constraints, the portable power detectors have been calibrated to a maximum detection limit of 100,000. If you are not in a rush, you may wait a few more days here. Once the latest power detectors are completed, we shall ensure they are delivered to you. Nevertheless, beyond this reward, do you heroes not desire anything else? Perhaps gold, beautiful women or handsome men, or even houses and weapons. Despite Tien Shinhan and the others having agreed on the power detectors, the Zephyl king felt they were asking for too little. Had it not been for their intervention, his people might have faced annihilation. Even if extermination had not occurred, the miraculous outcome of 0 casualties during the battle on this full moon night would have been impossible. Please, do not rush. We have agreed upon the power detectors, but I encourage you all to consider additional rewards. The Zephyl king urged Tien Shinhan and his companions to request more. Faced with this situation, Tien Shinhan and his companions found it somewhat amusing, for they genuinely felt they had no further desires. Yet, they could not resist the Zephyl king's enthusiasm. They understood that while this incident might seem like a routine battle in their martial journey, for the Zephyl people, it was a matter of their very existence. In light of such gravity, an expression of gratitude was hardly excessive. If possible, we hope to acquire additional items that would benefit our martial training, Tien Shinhan added. Representing the collective opinion of Goku and the others in response to the Zephyl king's earnest appreciation. Items that would aid in martial cultivation? The Zephyl king began to search his memory for such items. However, the Zephyl race, being primarily focused on technological advancement, had not extensively researched martial arts. Similar artifacts seemed truly impossible to find. Could they assist in martial arts cultivation? Although success is not guaranteed, I am willing to give it a try. Suddenly, Dr. Leaky's eyes sparkled with a newfound idea. Oh, Dr. Leaky, do we possess such artifacts within our clan? As the king of the Zephyr, he should certainly be well aware of the treasures in the Zephyr clan's treasury. How could Dr. Leaky think of something that even he could not recall? Not at the moment, but I could invent one. Dr. Leaky chuckled upon hearing this, then turned his gaze towards Tien Shinhan. You all should remain here and wait for a few days. Once my inspiration materializes into a tangible artifact, it may prove beneficial for your cultivation. Tien Shinhan had merely mentioned this in passing, hinting at a vague direction. To his surprise, Dr. Leaky genuinely seemed to have been inspired to invent a tool to aid their training. What could it be? In an instant, Tien Shinhan and the others, who had previously regarded the Zephyr's rewards with indifference, found themselves filled with anticipation. 3 days swiftly passed, and Dr. Leaky, accompanied by King Zephyr, returned to the residence of Tien Shinhan and his companions. This time, they were not empty-handed. Zephyr warriors were seen carrying 2 treasure chests alongside them. Chapter 52, The Wavering. Directly enhancing training with weighted burdens. After a prolonged wait, Zivil King smiled as he gestured towards the two treasure chests behind him, indicating they were a token of gratitude for Tien Shinhan and his companions. He commanded his warriors to open them. Within one of the chests lay the anticipated combat power detectors. This portable combat power detector had been further refined over the past 3 days. In addition to being constructed from lighter and sturdier materials, its detection range had been enhanced from 100,000 to 200,000. Dr. Likey extracted a rose gold combat power detector from the chest and proceeded to explain its features to Tien Shinhan and the others. Once he finished his explanation, King Zivil personally handed each of the 5 detectors to Tien Shinhan and his companions. The solemnity of the gesture left them somewhat astonished, and they promptly accepted their respective detectors. Upon receiving them, they immediately noticed that this batch of detectors was not only more aesthetically pleasing and lightweight than the previous model, but also made from more resilient materials, rendering them less prone to damage. The 200,000 combat power detection range should suffice for their needs for quite some time. Simultaneously, Dr. Likey retrieved a blueprint from the chest and personally presented it to Tien Shinhan. This is the schematic design of the combat power detector. I am uncertain if similar materials exist on Earth. However, considering the current technological advancements, such as the time machine, I believe that if Earth has yet to develop a combat power detector, this blueprint could prove invaluable. Upon receiving the blueprint, Tien Shinhan immediately thought of Bulma. With this schematic, it was conceivable that Bulma or her father could potentially manufacture a combat power detector on Earth. Thank you. I will ensure the blueprint is thoroughly examined. Tien Shinhan expressed his gratitude. The thanks should be directed towards us, the Zivil people. Besides, even if you are satisfied with our gift, the true token of gratitude lies in the other treasure chest. Dr. Likey insisted, emphasizing that it was they who should receive thanks, as Tien Shinhan and the others were merely accepting their deserved recompense. At Dr. Likey's words, the gaze of Tien Shinhan and his companions shifted towards the other open chest. Inside, 5 rings lay neatly arranged. The rings bore a silver exterior, exuding a metallic sheen, and were of moderate thickness, resembling metallic sports bands. Tien Shinhan's 3 eyes were not for naught. They quickly discerned further details. He noticed that the sides of these rings featured several embedded buttons designed to prevent accidental activation, clearly intended for some form of functional adjustment. This is the wave ring, an enhanced training aid developed from the foundation of the Grievance Wave Amplifier, Dr. Likey announced as he took one of the rings in hand to elaborate on its capabilities. As he introduced the device, a proud smile adorned his face. Before the crisis posed by the Scion race was resolved, the device for amplifying resentment waves was the culmination of his inventive passion. However, with the threat from the Scions now addressed by Tien Shinhan and his companions, the completion of his resentment wave amplification device was destined to remain elusive. Yet, he felt no regret, for the survival of the Zephyr people stood in stark contrast. Dr. Likey not only felt no remorse, but also, inspired by the principles behind his resentment wave amplification device, had innovated these wave rings as an alternative manifestation of his creative endeavor. If these rings could assist Tien Shinhan and the others, it would signify that his research had not been in vain, indeed yielding substantial benefits. The wave rings feature 2 buttons. One serves as a switch, while the other adjusts the amplitude of the waves. Given the recent battle, which resulted in the demise of numerous Scion warriors, he collected their resentment waves and combined them with previously gathered waves from the Zephyr people to create these 5 rings. Once activated, the energy within the wearer's body would experience a degree of suppression and interference. If one could maintain control over their energy amidst such constraints, then upon deactivating the rings, their mastery of energy techniques would become significantly more refined. Moreover, the internal energy might undergo training and enhancement throughout this process. As for the intensity of the training, Tien Shinhan and his companions could adjust it using the amplitude control button, based on the current energy within the rings. They should be effective for martial artists with a combat power index below 200,000. Furthermore, should they defeat any new foes, the rings would automatically collect their resentment waves, subsequently increasing the training potential of the rings. The stronger the adversary, the greater the enhancement effect derived from their absorbed resentment waves. Dr. Likey regarded the wave rings as another expression of his inventive passion. Thus, when explaining the functionality of the wave rings to Tien Shinhan and the others, he was particularly meticulous and earnest. After hearing his detailed account, Tien Shinhan genuinely felt that the wave rings warranted such thorough explanation. Indeed, as a training tool, the efficacy of the wave rings was exceedingly practical for martial artists like them. One might even say it filled a significant gap in his memories of the original Dragon Ball narrative regarding training aids. In Tien Shinhan's recollection, the only training devices available to the Dragon Ball warriors were the gravity room or the cumbersome weighted clothing they donned. These methods fundamentally relied on increasing the weight borne by the body to restrict movement, thereby enhancing training outcomes. Aside from the approach of augmenting the body's weight, it seemed there were no other training techniques available. Unfortunately, no mention was made of direct methods for refining techniques related to the manipulation of internal energy or enhancing one's ki. Weight training can indeed enhance the internal energy. Yet this is achieved through the direct exertion of the body, which subsequently fortifies the internal essence. Such enhancement of energy through exercise is indirect. It resembles scratching an itch through a boot. Although the strength of one's fingers may suffice to alleviate the itch, the effect pales in comparison to the efficacy of scratching directly. Presently, the wave hand ring, which is laid bare before the public, aptly fills the void in the previous narrative of cultivation. The vengeful waves contained within the ring represent a form of energy, akin to the internal essence residing within individuals. Upon activation, the vengeful waves directly interfere with and suppress the internal energy of the users. This method is akin to donning a weight on one's essence, proving to be more immediate than physical weight training. The extraordinarily perceptive Tien Shinhan grasped the significance of the wave hand ring in an instant. While Goku and Krillin remained uncertain about the ring's potential benefits for cultivation, Tien Shinhan proactively accepted his own wave hand ring from Dr. Brief. Activation. In the next moment, an invisible wave of energy began to disrupt and suppress the internal essence within Tien Shinhan. With a combat power corresponding to an essence of approximately 80,000, Tien Shinhan saw his essence strength diminish to around 60,000 in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, as Tien Shinhan adjusted the amplitude control button, the maintainable essence strength plummeted to roughly 30,000. After a considerable period of adaptation, he managed to elevate his essence back to about 50,000. Effective. This wave hand ring truly proves to be effective, directly influencing and enhancing the essence. Chapter 53. The effect of automatic power enhancement multiplies. Eagerly anticipating the results, Goku and Krillin, upon witnessing Tien's impressive demonstration, promptly approached Dr. Likey to acquire their own fluctuation bracelets. Even Lan Shi, who had only recently embarked on her martial arts journey, received one as well. Once they donned the bracelets, the group eagerly pressed the activation button to commence their experimentation. At the instant Goku activated the bracelet, his power level was inexplicably reduced to a mere 500 points. Why have I suddenly grown weaker? The Navi Goku, upon feeling the diminishment, initially assumed it was a decline in his own strength. However, he quickly recalled the bracelet's intended effect and realized that it was the device that was suppressing the energy within him. Indeed, the results were evident. Exercises that had previously yielded minimal benefits now proved remarkably effective under this interference. Though Goku's simplicity shone through in matters beyond martial arts, he was astute when it came to his training. He swiftly recognized the pivotal role the fluctuation bracelet played in enhancing the cultivation of martial artists. On Earth, the limitations of the training environment became apparent. As warriors' inner energy grew potent, former training methods gradually lost their efficacy. However, the introduction of this bracelet altered the game entirely. Understanding this, Goku sought to further explore the capabilities of the device. Upon adjusting the fluctuation intensity, he was astonished to discover that his energy had been compressed to a mere 50 points. What an astounding suppressive effect. In this altered state, Goku found himself somewhat disoriented, taking time to acclimate to the fluctuations of the bracelet. Meanwhile, Krillin and Kaiatsu, inspired by Goku, began to investigate their own bracelets. When they activated theirs, and, emulating Goku, pressed the fluctuation adjustment button, they were immediately thrown into a state of panic. What? Why do I feel like I've become a weakling with a power level of just 5? With their original power levels hovering around 500 points, the successive suppressions left them with a mere fraction of their strength. It felt akin to celestial beings being reduced to mere mortals, extraordinary individuals reverting to the status of the ordinary. They both reminisced about the days when they were powerless, though it had been an eternity since those times. As for Lan Shi, her original power index was a modest 10 points. The moment she activated her fluctuation bracelet, she stumbled, overwhelmed by the immense force. The powerful fluctuations rendered her incapacitated on the ground. Her energy, only slightly superior to that of an untrained individual, found the bracelet's effect too overwhelming. Consequently, she opted to deactivate the device and, after a moment of contemplation, approached Tien. Tien, could you please hold on to my bracelet for me? Once my strength is sufficient to utilize it, I would like it back. Blonde Lan Shi, under the pretense of entrusting her energy bracelet to Tien Shinhan, discreetly slipped her device into his care. To lend credence to her ruse, she deliberately reminded Tien Shinhan not to forget to return it after use. Naturally, Tien Shinhan understood her implication. The energy bracelet's efficacy is holistic, within the realm of 200,000 combat power. Wearing one bracelet is equivalent to wearing two. However, with a second bracelet at his disposal, Tien Shinhan could elevate the training threshold afforded by the initial bracelet to a formidable 400,000 combat power. Though that level still seemed distant for him, Lan Qi's gesture of providing the bracelet was indeed a prudent measure. Very well. I shall safeguard it for you and make use of it in the meantime. I hope you soon attain the strength to utilize the bracelet. Otherwise, by the time you reclaim it, it may have already seen better days, Tien Shinhan remarked with a faint smile, adorning his other wrist with the bracelet. Though he refrained from activating it. If it is worn out, I shall accept it, for it would be a sign of your use. Lan Qi muttered softly, inadvertently voicing her inner thoughts. Upon hearing this, Wukong blinked, reflecting on how Lan Qi, despite being a girl, displayed a sense of camaraderie akin to his own. Showing no remorse over the potential wear of such a fine training tool at the hands of Tien Shinhan. Krillin, meanwhile, wore an expression that was a peculiar blend of amusement and incredulity, clearly sensing the unusual bond between Lan Qi and Tien Shinhan, yet he chose to remain silent, merely enjoying the spectacle. However, upon witnessing Lan Qi's bracelet being lent to Tien Shinhan, Jiaozi felt a twinge of competitive spirit and approached Tien Shinhan. Brother Tian, do you have enough bracelets? If not, mine is also available for your use. After all, you are already so powerful, and you will only grow stronger. Even if I do not continue to improve, with you by my side, I need not fear any danger. In offering his bracelet, Jiaozi subtly proclaimed his own inclination to take a more laid-back approach. His desire to grow stronger had never been particularly fervent. He had merely become a martial artist out of habit from childhood. His previous rigorous training was merely a reaction to the threat posed by the Demon King Piccolo, spurred on by a desire to assist Tien Shinhan. Yet now, with Tien Shinhan's prowess having escalated to the point where he could vanquish even the golden great ape form of King Vegeta with a single blow, Jiaozi felt that his own efforts to train would scarcely contribute to Tien Shinhan's journey. Moreover, as Tien Shinhan's strength burgeoned, it became evident that his assistance would likely be superfluous. Thus, Jiaozi found himself adopting a more relaxed mindset regarding his own training. Go on, Jiaozi. This notion of lounging around contradicts the very essence of a martial artist. However, should you find the endeavor to be overly strenuous, it is entirely within your liberty to moderate the pace of your cultivation. As for the fluctuation bracelets, there is no need for you to provide me with additional ones. The two I possess are already ample, and it remains uncertain if I shall even require both. It would be prudent for you to retain your own fluctuation bracelet for your personal cultivation. Tien Shinhan gently tapped the head of Dumpling. A reminder that while one may forever cling to another's support, it is unwise to become overly complacent. Dumpling, playfully clutching his head which had not truly felt the tap, nodded enthusiastically in agreement. After exploring the functionalities of the fluctuation bracelet, Tien Shinhan adjusted his device to suppress and interfere with his aura to a level of 300 points. At this intensity of combat capability, he would achieve optimal results upon returning to the Earth's divine temple for his training. Moreover, a strength of 300 points is more than sufficient to handle the majority of unforeseen circumstances currently present on Earth. With the fluctuation bracelet suitably adjusted, Tien Shinhan sensed a remarkable boost in the automatic enhancement effect of his limit-breaking attributes, multiplying several times over. This signifies that even in the absence of active cultivation, simply wearing the bracelet and experiencing its interference effect allows his combat prowess to elevate autonomously. Furthermore, the rate of this enhancement has accelerated several-fold compared to before he was transported to this realm. Chapter 54. Tien's desire to exploit the time-traveling flaw. Dr. Likey, your invention of the wave ring has proven exceedingly beneficial for us, and we graciously accept this reward. After an extensive exploration, everyone confirmed the efficacy of the wave ring in enhancing the martial prowess of practitioners. Tien stepped forward to Dr. Likey, embodying the collective acknowledgement and acceptance of this reward. Haha, I was worried that my research and hypotheses might be flawed, but it is a relief to see that the wave ring indeed assists you, Dr. Likey expressed joyfully. Both he and King Zephyr sincerely wished to repay Tien and his companions with genuinely useful rewards for their immense contributions to the Zephyr people. Although the initial power detector offered some assistance to Tien and his peers, it was evidently superfluous and its benefits were not particularly significant. In contrast, The wave ring was a different matter altogether. The eagerness with which Tien and the others had begun to explore its functions clearly indicated its substantial aid. The recognition and acceptance of the wave ring as a worthy reward by Tien and his companions partially fulfilled their gratitude. Following the distribution of the two rewards, King Zephyr and Dr. Likey guided Tien and his companions toward the city square. In the square, a throng of Zephyr warriors and citizens eagerly awaited the arrival of Tien and his companions. A resounding welcome erupted upon their arrival, even before they reached the designated platform. The Zephyr people flanking the path were already brimming with excitement. Before Tien and his companions, amidst the sea of Zephyr citizens, stood a grand statue. This statue featured Tien, Kaiatsu, Goku, Krillin, and even Launch. To commemorate your great salvation of the Zephyr people, King Zephyr has summoned the finest sculptors within our tribe to create this masterpiece, announced the king. Gazing at the nearly 10-meter-tall statue, remarkably lifelike, Tien and his companions felt a surge of exhilaration. Who would have thought we would truly become heroes in the hearts of the Zephyr people? This statue will be cherished for decades, perhaps even centuries, Krillin remarked, delighting in the thought of being immortalized as a great hero. Just as he was about to ascend the platform to bask in the admiration and adoration of the Zephyr people, an unusual force of attraction suddenly enveloped him. What is this? This pull is, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Tien and Goku. Goku scratched his head, straining against the mysterious force. Yet he too was puzzled by its origin. It seems our time to return has arrived. Unlike the surprise and confusion of the others, Tien deduced the source of this compelling force. Mr. Bobo had not informed them when they would be able to return. 3 days after vanquishing the Scion clan, they remained oblivious to the means of returning and were not in a rush to depart. Now that their practical engagement had concluded and the Zephylites' rewards were duly received, it was indeed the opportune moment to return. Brother Tien, are you suggesting that this force drawing us is the power that will transport us back to the Divine Temple? Gyoza grasped Tien's implication. The others soon shared in this revelation. Consequently, they ceased to resist the sudden pull enveloping their bodies. In a mere 3 seconds, they felt the scenery around them transform entirely. Following a blinding flash of white light, when they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a room adorned with peculiar clock patterns on the walls and ceiling. In the room, Mr. Popo stood at the control panel of the time machine, gazing at them sideways. Welcome back. He greeted them with polite enthusiasm upon their arrival. Indeed, Mr. Popo. Thank you for your efforts in operating the time machine to bring us back. Tien expressed his gratitude. Mr. Popo understood that Tien's thanks were not merely courteous, but also sought a clearer understanding of the time machine's transportation protocols. Your return was indeed manually orchestrated by me. However, even if I had not intervened, you would have been automatically transported back after a maximum of 6 months spent in another time frame. Furthermore, prior to transportation, the machine can actually be set to determine the return time. For instance, if you wish to return 10 days after being transported to another time realm, you can select a return time of 10 days in advance on the machine. If you desire a return after 6 months, you can set that duration as well. It is entirely customizable. Mr. Popo recognized Tien's intent and willingly elaborated on the transportation settings and regulations of the time machine. A maximum of 6 months in another time frame? Could we not utilize the time machine to transport ourselves to another realm for 6 months of training and then return to the very second before our departure? In that case, it would be as if we gained 6 months of training in the span of a single second. Tien immediately conceived a loophole in the timing mechanism. The prospect of training for half a year in another time realm and returning in an instant seemed even more miraculous than the hyperbolic time chamber, where 1 day outside equated to a year within. However, this loophole was swiftly dismissed by Mr. Popo. Not at all. During your journey to another time realm for 10 days, a corresponding 10 days will also pass here on Earth. Tien. The scenario you describe, arriving in another time frame for 6 months while only a moment passes here, will not occur. Otherwise, I would not have been able to manually operate the time machine to facilitate your return. Tien nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Popo's reasoning was indeed sound. If they were to spend 10 days in the other realm while merely a moment passed here, then Mr. Popo would have had to immediately transport them back after sending them forth. Such a situation would certainly be absurd. Tien Shinhan, we welcome your return. The rewards from your journey should be substantial, correct? Has the aura surrounding you been subdued? Why is it that the intensity of the aura I perceive appears significantly weaker than before your departure? At that moment, the celestial being opened the door to the time machine cabin, curiously sensing the state of everyone's auras. Upon hearing this, Tien Shinhan and Goku exchanged knowing smiles and promptly deactivated the fluctuations emanating from their bodies. In an instant, a torrent of robust and formidable auras surged within the celestial hall. As the celestial being absorbed the intensity of their current auras, he was utterly astonished, his complexion turning pale. He had anticipated that Tien Shinhan and the others would experience notable growth on their journey, yet he could not have fathomed the terrifying pace of their enhancement. Excluding Lan Qi, who had only just crossed the threshold of martial arts, even Krillin, the weakest among Tien Shinhan's group, now possessed an aura far surpassing his own. Their potential is boundless. These young ones have a bright future ahead. By the way, celestial being, this is a power detector we obtained from the Zypher people. When you don this ocular device, you will be able to see your own power index as well as that of each of us with utmost clarity. Krillin, who had initially felt a tinge of regret at being transported back before fully savoring the adoration of the Zypher people, found his small disappointment instantly alleviated upon witnessing the celestial being's astonishment. Soon after, he recalled the power detectors they had acquired, eager for the celestial being to witness their growth and strength with unparalleled clarity. Chapter 55. No more pretenses. I am truly a unique genius of martial arts. A combat power detector? Such an extraordinary device truly exists? The celestial being curiously donned a combat power detector, its green lens complementing his skin tone splendidly. Had it not been for the multitude of wrinkles adorning his face, he would have appeared quite handsome among the inhabitants of planet Mech. Beep, beep, beep. As the electronic prompts resonated, the celestial being observed the combat power indices of those around him. Dumpling, 450 points. Krillin, 410 points. Goku, 6,300 points. Tien Shinhan, 82,100 points. This is astonishing. The celestial being was momentarily rendered speechless by the combat power of his companions. His naturally green skin seemed to deepen in hue, especially upon witnessing the staggering disparity in combat power between Tien Shinhan and Goku. He had never anticipated that the gap between himself, Tien, and Goku would be so vast. After all, based on their energy signatures, Krillin and Dumpling's combat power indices should have been quite comparable to his own, if not slightly superior. Yet, these very Krillin and Dumpling possessed nearly a tenfold difference in combat power compared to Goku, and an astonishing 200-fold disparity compared to Tien Shinhan. It was unfathomable, unbelievable. Tien Shinhan, you. The celestial being wished to express whether Tien had somehow gained an unfair advantage, yet he found himself at a loss for words to convey that sentiment in the realm of Dragon Ball. Ultimately, he repeated Tien's name several times, managing only to exclaim, "Tien Shinhan, you are truly gifted." Tien nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the compliment without reservation. He had utilized the Dragon Balls to break the limitations imposed on him as a martial artist on Earth, and consumed the millennium-old 5 Elements pills within the 5 Elements Mountain, significantly enhancing his martial comprehension. Indeed, he was now a prodigy. No more pretense. I, Tien Shinhan, am unequivocally a genius, a true genius among martial arts. There is no need for humility. To become a formidable warrior, one must possess an unwavering belief in oneself. Following Tien's acceptance of the celestial being's praise, none among Goku and the others found anything amiss with this declaration. Perhaps, in their hearts, they had long since recognized this truth. Tien Shinhan is indeed the pinnacle of martial arts genius. Of course, while genius is to be acknowledged, Goku, Krillin, and the others, as equally resolute martial artists, were not easily inclined to relinquish their pursuit. Especially Goku, who, after experiencing a near-death battle during the Zenkai crisis, discovered his unique physique. He realized that as long as he fought or trained to the brink of death before recovering, his strength would undergo a remarkable transformation. This ignited an even greater anticipation within Goku for the next actual combat, preferably one that would pit him against a formidable adversary on the brink of death. Lord Ko. Mr. Bu, can we immediately resume using the time machine? I yearn to continue fighting and hasten my ascent to greater strength. Goku's fervent belief in martial arts left both Chaozu and Krillin momentarily speechless. Krillin, who considered himself diligent in his training, was now confronted with Goku's profound obsession with martial prowess. After concluding a temporal transport, any rational individual would instinctively contemplate waiting a while before attempting again. Yet, Goku boldly inquired about the next opportunity for time travel. As for Chaozu, who had already entertained thoughts of complacency, he was rendered incredulous by Goku's astonishing dedication. What are you striving for, brother? Why exert yourself so? Chaozu found himself perplexed by Goku's motivations. Conversely, upon hearing Goku's proposal, Tien's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He recognized the potential for rapid enhancement of combat capabilities through practical experience in the time travel scenario. While there were inherent risks involved, Tien deemed it reasonable to embrace them in pursuit of greater strength. If possible, he shared Goku's eagerness for a second temporal journey. In their first time travel, they faced the Scion race from the past. The question now lingered. Who should they confront next? Perhaps the Frisia Force? That seemed a bit too ambitious. Goku's suggestion had already prompted Tien to envision potential foes for the subsequent time travel. Although the enemies encountered were not solely dictated by their preferences, the time machine would select from timelines that bore some relevance. Regrettably, Mr. Bu soon shook his head. The time machine could not be used consecutively. Each activation depleted its stored energy entirely. To embark on another temporal journey, they would need to wait for the machine to automatically recharge. Tien was jolted back to reality by Bu's explanation. How long does it take for the time machine to fully recharge? Bu did not respond immediately. Instead, he began counting on his fingers, recalling the intervals from memory. Well, the time machine absorbs solar energy automatically. It typically takes about 3 months to recharge completely. After several minutes of calculation, Mr. Bu finally arrived at this conclusion. What? 3 months? Goku exclaimed, a note of dissatisfaction in his voice. He had hoped to engage in several battles against worthy opponents to rapidly catch up with Tien. After all, the World Martial Arts Tournament occurs once every 3 years. He had already trained for 3 months in the Chaos Palace, and this time travel consumed an additional 10 days. If, henceforth, one could only traverse through time and space once every 3 months, then prior to the next martial arts tournament, how many times could one teleport? Goku scratched his head, perplexed by this mathematical conundrum, unable to deduce the answer. Nevertheless, it felt to him that a 3-month interval between time-space transmissions was excessively protracted. Tien Shinhan, upon learning of this outcome, also perceived the delay to be rather lengthy. However, considering the capabilities of the time machine, which could transport them directly to alternate dimensions, its remarkable functionality, coupled with the fact that it could automatically replenish its energy every 3 months without requiring the preparation of specialized fuel, warranted a sense of gratitude. Despite Tien Shinhan's desire to teleport again immediately, he fully comprehended the reality of the situation. While practical combat undoubtedly accelerates skill enhancement, the refinement of martial fundamentals through regular training is equally indispensable. Since the time machine requires 3 months to recharge, why not utilize the intervening period for everyday training? Tien Shinhan suggested. Indeed, practical experience is vital, yet consistent martial training is equally essential. Moreover, with the assistance of the fluctuation wristbands, the pace of their daily training improvements would not be sluggish. Tien Shinhan's assertion was accurate. Both combat and routine training are integral to the path of martial arts. Solely pursuing combat strength while neglecting foundational training would inevitably hinder long-term progress. Of course, in addition to combat and training, one must not overlook the importance of rest. The deity, upon hearing Tien Shinhan's words, nodded in agreement, further emphasizing this often overlooked aspect. A balanced approach is the long-term path to martial advancement. Chapter 56. Are they even martial artists? Just a bunch of poor souls. To eat well, sleep well, and cultivate diligently. This was one of the martial philosophies imparted by Master Roshi to Goku and Krillin during their time on Kame House. It may seem like a trivial principle, yet the ability to embody it is indeed a rare virtue. At this moment, the perspective of the celestial being echoed the very teachings of Master Roshi. Upon hearing this, Tien Shinhan was struck with clarity. In the midst of intense combat and rigorous training, it is essential to incorporate appropriate leisure time as a form of balance. Otherwise, no matter how much one's combat power increases, one risks becoming a mere fighting machine, unworthy of the title of a true martial artist. Consequently, Tien Shinhan and Goku embraced the celestial being's advice, acknowledging the necessity for the time machine to recharge for 3 months. After a brief discussion, they decided to allocate 3 days from this period for rest. Once they had rejuvenated, they would return to their full dedication to training. Why don't we take this opportunity to visit Bulma and Yamcha? Krillin suggested. After all, it has been over 100 days since Yamcha's leg was broken at the World Martial Arts Tournament. They reasoned that since the tournament had concluded, Yamcha's leg should have healed by now. Not having any particularly special rest options in mind for these 3 days, they thought it wise to check on Yamcha. If his leg had indeed healed, they could celebrate his recovery together. Krillin's proposal was well considered, not only providing genuine rest, but also strengthening the bonds of friendship. Yet, he soon realized he had overlooked an important matter. Tien Shinhan, I apologize. Acknowledging his lapse, Krillin cast a sheepish glance at Tien Shinhan. He had forgotten that it was Tien who had inadvertently caused Yamcha's injury during the tournament. There's no need to apologize. If anyone should be apologizing, it is I, for my earlier ruthlessness towards Yamcha and everyone else. After all, at that time, my mind was consumed with the desire to become the world's greatest assassin. Over 100 days had passed, and Tien Shinhan had long since moved on from his actions prior to his arrival in this world. That was the former Tien's doing, not the person he had become, and he had since reformed his ways. The only thing that weighed on Tien's conscience was that after receiving the Senzu beans, he had completely forgotten about Yamcha. It was only now, as Krillin mentioned Yamcha's healing leg, that this memory resurfaced. However, this was understandable. The arrival of King Piccolo had created a sense of urgency. After defeating him, Tien had been wholly engrossed in his own journey towards becoming a formidable martial artist, allowing that incident to slip from his mind. With this in mind, Tien resolved to prepare a lavish fruit basket for Yamcha as a gesture of goodwill. Apologies, Yamcha, for my momentary lapse in memory regarding your leg injury, as I hastened to set my path towards becoming a formidable warrior. In his heart, Tien Shinhan silently offered his apologies to Yamcha. However, upon reflection, he considered that Yamcha might actually be reveling in his predicament. After all, during his recovery, Bulma, his girlfriend, frequently attended to him. In contrast, when Yamcha was uninjured, he did not receive such devoted care from Bulma. With this in mind, perhaps Yamcha himself was not in a rush to heal his leg. Let us proceed as Krillin suggested. We shall visit Yamcha and Bulma, allowing me the opportunity to personally express my apologies to Yamcha. Tien Shinhan decisively outlined the main itinerary for the group's 3 days of rest. Dumpling had no objections. He would defer to Tien Shinhan's leadership. Goku nodded in agreement, as any destination for relaxation was acceptable to him, and the chance to see Bulma and Yamcha was indeed pleasant. Krillin, who had initially proposed this idea, naturally supported Tien Shinhan's plan and readily concurred. Splendid. Bulma resides in the metropolitan area, does she not? That is truly wonderful. Only Launch, despite agreeing, appeared unusually exuberant. This destination, the metropolitan area, meant the presence of banks and, consequently, robbers. She had already devised a plan. Besides visiting Bulma and Yamcha, she aimed to persuade Tien Shinhan to accompany her in robbing a bank or collecting protection fees. That was the life she had always yearned for. Unbeknownst to Tien Shinhan, who was unaware of Launch's mischievous intentions, he noted that everyone else had no objections and promptly set off with the group. Except for Launch, who had just begun her martial arts journey. The others had mastered the art of flight, thus they naturally utilized this skill for their journey. As for Launch, who had yet to learn to fly, she was cradled in Tien Shinhan's strong arms as he carried her aloft. Hold on tight. Even if you were to fall, I could catch you, but it would be quite alarming, Tien Shinhan reminded Launch as they ascended. Enveloped in his embrace, Launch was far from her usual audacious self. Nestled against his robust chest, she felt the invigorating aura of masculinity, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as her mind succumbed to a state of blissful distraction. In this delicate demeanor, had her hair not been golden, one might easily mistake her for the blue-haired Launch. Only when Tien Shinhan's words reached her ears did she come to her senses and nod dazedly. Yes, I will hold on tightly. Hold on to what? Tien Shinhan found her response puzzling, yet he dismissed the thought. As she nodded, a faint fragrance wafted by, tantalizing Tien Shinhan's senses. Without turning, he instinctively inhaled deeply. The other members of the group, possessing considerable battle power, moved swiftly through the skies using their flight techniques. Merely an hour later, Tien Shinhan's fragrant journey had come to a close. Lan Shi was set down on a bustling commercial street near Bulma's residence, inhaling the fragrant air that wafted away from her. Tien Shinhan silently pondered whether the enhancement of everyone's strength alongside his own was entirely beneficial. They all soared through the skies with remarkable speed. And even at the pace of the slowest, Hulin, they arrived in merely an hour. However, such reflections were fleeting. Tien Shinhan's martial arts convictions remained steadfast. Stay here and do not move. I shall first procure a basket of oranges from the fruit shop, Tien Shinhan declared to his companions. Intent on preparing a gift basket to apologize to Yamcha. By the way, do any of you happen to have any money? Just a few steps into his errand. He recalled that he had given the earnings from selling the airship to Bulma for the fortune teller's services. The last of his cash had been spent on a rice cooker prior to confronting the formidable demon King Piccolo, leaving him utterly devoid of funds. The cost of the fruit basket was minimal. However, upon hearing Tien Shinhan's inquiry, Goku, Hulin, and Jiaozi exchanged glances, each assessing the other. The three strongest martial artists on Earth stared at one another in astonishment, unable to muster even enough to buy a single fruit basket. I have some. Ultimately, it was Lan Shi who generously opened her purse, retrieving a portion of the protection fees she had collected to assist Tien Shinhan in his moment of need. And you all call yourselves martial artists? You are nothing but a bunch of paupers. Tien Shinhan jestingly chided Goku and the others. Hyolyn, though aware that Tien Shinhan was merely jesting, couldn't help but feel somewhat exasperated, silently reflecting, come on, you're the most destitute among us. At least we have a few coins to our names, while you are entirely broke. Chapter 57, Deception. Continuing the deception. After a brief interlude, Tien Shinhan successfully prepared his fruit basket. Bulma's residence was quite expansive. To call it merely a house would be an understatement, as it resembled more of a grand estate. Consequently, the group did not adhere to the conventional practice of knocking on the door for a visit. Instead, they directly entered upon sensing Bulma's presence. At that moment, Bulma was busy in her yard, tinkering with the second dragon radar she had just crafted. The unique materials used for the radar were, in fact, salvage from the airship that Tien Shinhan had previously sold to her. She barely registered a faint gust of wind before Tien Shinhan and the others materialized before her. Simultaneously, Yamcha, who was sipping juice in the nearby living room, sensed their arrival and hurried to Bulma's side. Goku, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and also Dumpling and Launch. Is that you? Bulma exclaimed with surprise as she regarded the 5 newcomers, clearly not expecting their sudden visit at this moment. Having not seen each other for several months, Bulma noted, Goku, it seems you've grown a bit taller. Familiar with Goku, she gestured to his head, indicating the difference. Previously, Goku's height barely reached her waist. Yet now he was nearly at her chest level. Really? I feel like it's you and Yamcha who have gotten shorter, Goku replied. Having spent so much time with Tien Shinhan and the others that he had not noticed his height increase. However, standing before Bulma and Yamcha after a few months apart, he immediately sensed the diminished height difference. How could that be? We are hardly elderly. There is no way we could have shrunk. Bulma rolled her eyes. Yet, she had long grown accustomed to Goku's innocent lack of common sense, even finding it endearing in a peculiar way. Despite his growth, Goku remained as boisterous as ever. Yamcha, observing the assembled group and their formidable appearances, suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy regarding his own strength. Recalling his prior absence during the battle against the Demon King Piccolo, when he was incapacitated, he felt a sense of regret. It's quite embarrassing. During the fight to defeat Demon King Piccolo, I could do nothing but recuperate. Yamcha admitted with a hint of self-deprecation. Everyone's abilities must have significantly improved during this time, right? However, he quickly dismissed this fleeting regret. But now that my leg has healed, even though you all have progressed, I shall not so easily lag behind you, Yamcha proclaimed, displaying his determination. At that moment, his heart still burned with the spirit of a martial artist, unwilling to concede defeat. Krillin, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for whether to speak the truth. He admired Yamcha's unwavering spirit of perseverance, but felt that the harsh reality of his blind optimism was too cruel to convey. Upon encountering Yamcha, he swiftly utilized his power detector to assess Yamcha's combat strength, which currently exceeded just a little over 100 points. While this is commendable among Earth's martial artists, the disparity when compared to the formidable strengths of Tien and Goku is staggering. With just over 100 points of power, how could one possibly aspire to catch up to the staggering 80,000 points of their rivals, especially when those rivals train with equal tenacity? This left Krillin astounded by the nonchalance in Yamcha's tone, for the truth was undeniably harsh. Faced with such a reality, Krillin was uncertain whether to reveal the stark difference in their power levels to Yamcha, who was eager to surpass Tien. Yet, he thought that dreams are worth having. Who knows what might come to fruition? Fortunately, before he could make his choice, Tien approached Yamcha with a basket of fruit, presenting it to him. As martial artists, we must embody this relentless spirit. I support you, Yamcha. One day, you will catch up to us. Without waiting for Krillin to utter the bitter truth, Tien earnestly expressed his support for Yamcha's determination. However, to Krillin, Tien's encouragement seemed like a blatant deception. Go for it, Yamcha. I believe in you. Deception. More deception. Krillin and Kaiatsu couldn't help but worry for Yamcha, as the path he was choosing was fraught with difficulty. However, considering that even if Yamcha was being misled, it would only drive him to train harder, Krillin and Kaiatsu chose to refrain from further comments. Is that so? Tien, you have an eye for potential. Just wait. I will catch up to all of you, and then triumph in the next World Martial Arts Tournament. With Tien's support and affirmation, Yamcha's confidence soared. Ha. You can do it, Yamcha. In truth, had it not been for my earlier ignorance that caused your leg injury, you wouldn't have had to endure such a lengthy recovery. What is more, during our recent visit to Korin Tower to obtain the magical beans, I completely overlooked your leg injury. If only I had brought the beans sooner, perhaps your recovery wouldn't have taken so long. After encouraging Yamcha to maintain his resolve in training, Tien did not shy away from acknowledging his past mistakes and forgetting Yamcha's injury. For Tien, confronting issues head-on is essential. One cannot shy away due to embarrassment or difficulty. Just as one must defeat an enemy upon their emergence, one cannot falter merely because the opponent is formidable. As a true man of Dragon Ball, Tien faces challenges with unwavering resolve, whether confronting foes or reconciling with his past errors. That is all in the past. You were misled by Master Roshi back then, and we've long since reconciled, haven't we? Yamcha placed the basket of fruit on the nearby white dining table, waving his hand to indicate that the matter was long settled. As for the magical beans, I had no idea such miraculous items existed at Korin Tower until today. However, it is entirely understandable that after vanquishing the formidable Demon King Piccolo, you have devoted yourselves wholeheartedly to training, thus neglecting this matter. How goes Corinth's training? Will you return to your training afterward? Do not forget to include me. Upon the mention of the sins of beans, Yamcha was momentarily taken aback. If such beans were available, his injuries would indeed heal at a swifter pace. Yet, reflecting on the upgraded care he received from Bulma during his convalescence, he found little concern in this regard. If he were to recover too quickly, he would miss the opportunity to bask in Bulma's nurturing presence for a longer duration. All right, we wish to rest for 3 days this time. When we return, Yamcha, you should accompany us. Tien Shinhan naturally did not refuse Yamcha's participation in the training. His primary goal was to enhance his own strength, yet he welcomed the prospect of the Dragon Ball warriors growing stronger together. However, Yamcha himself seemed indifferent to the matter of sins of beans, while Bulma, overhearing the mention of them, erupted in dissatisfaction towards Tien Shinhan. What? Such a precious item exists. And you didn't present it sooner? I went through the trouble of personally caring for Yamcha for so long. Given Bulma's affluent background, she could have easily dispatched several servants to tend to the injured Yamcha. Nevertheless, to express her feelings as his girlfriend, she had devoted the majority of her time over the past few months to personally care for the immobile Yamcha. The revelation that Tien Shinhan possessed senzu beans, a miraculous healing treasure, implied that much of her arduous effort could have been rendered unnecessary. Chapter 58. Why maintain distance with those who have risked their lives for you? Merely due to a moment of forgetfulness, I have unnecessarily exerted myself in caring for Yamcha for so long. Such matters cannot be so easily brushed aside. As I noticed Bulma's frustration rising, Tien Shinhan immediately interjected to clarify. Indeed, my lapse was a serious oversight, but rest assured, the next time Yamcha finds himself injured, I shall be the first to use a senzu bean to restore him. No, to be on the safe side, I shall leave this senzu bean with you. That way, should Yamcha sustain an injury, you can directly use it to heal him. As Tien spoke, he retrieved a senzu bean from his capsule and handed it to Bulma. What? Is there going to be a next time? Are you suggesting you might break Yamcha's leg again? Bulma exclaimed, her irritation palpable. I thought you had turned over a new leaf, Tien. Yet here you are, harboring such malicious thoughts. She accepted the senzu bean, but her tone grew increasingly displeased. With her hands firmly on her hips, she glared at Tien with a fierce expression, her aura formidable, hardly distinguishable from that of a golden great ape transformed from Vegeta. Despite having faced the Saiyan warriors previously, neither Krillin nor Goku dared to step forward to defend Tien. Sighing, Tien mused that in critical moments, a true man must rely on himself. Noticing Krillin and the others standing idly by, Tien's 3 eyes darted about until they landed on Bulma's dragon radar. Ah, Bulma, is that a second dragon radar? You actually managed to create it? He exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Truly, you are the brightest prodigy among Earth's inventors. Upon hearing the mention of the dragon radar and the title of prodigy inventor, Bulma's attention shifted. In truth, she was not genuinely angry. She simply disliked Tien's attempt to trivialize the situation. Now seeing Tien acknowledge his misstep and praise her talents, her irritation dissipated entirely. Indeed, constructing the second dragon radar did not consume much of my time. The real challenge lay in dismantling that enormous airship you sold me, which proved rather time-consuming. However, once I obtained the special materials from that airship, crafting the second dragon radar was a mere trifle for this brilliant girl. With a playful smile, Bulma conveyed that creating the dragon radar was a simple task for her. Clap, clap, clap. Tien, noticing her cheerful demeanor, erupted in applause. Indeed, you are rightfully recognized as the genius of our time. By the way, Bulma, have you considered the possibility of constructing a gravity chamber? Sensing Bulma's pride, Tien seized the moment to bring up the gravity chamber. With the training wristbands ready, a gravity chamber is essential as well. This was one of the reasons he had agreed to visit Bulma and Yamcha for a respite. The intention was to seize the opportunity for Bulma to expedite the invention of the gravity chamber, a formidable tool for martial arts training. With the synergy between the wave rings and the gravity chamber, the enhancement of strength for both himself and others would undoubtedly reach new heights. The gravity chamber, an advanced technology capable of altering gravitational forces within a confined space, was already partially documented by his father, with Bulma contributing additional insights. This technology had been incorporated into the multifunctional capsule, and while they had not yet experimented with its application in a specific room, he surmised it would not pose significant challenges. Tien Shinhan was somewhat taken aback by Bulma's response. He had presumed she was relatively unfamiliar with the gravity chamber, yet she had evidently mastered the art of gravity manipulation. Upon hearing her mention its application in the multifunctional capsule, he quickly realized the implications. After all, the multifunctional capsule not only allowed for the compression and storage of items, but did so without affecting its own weight. It appeared that the capsule was indeed a fusion of spatial technology and gravitational technology. Were it solely reliant on spatial technology without the ability to adjust gravity, even if it could contain an entire house, the capsule would become as weighty as the house itself, rendering it unmanageable for an ordinary individual. It was astonishing to discover that she had already grasped the intricacies of gravitational technology. Truly, she was the most brilliant inventor in the universe. He wondered if Bulma could further explore the creation of the gravity chamber, potentially assisting in the enhancement of their training grounds. Realizing that the advent of the gravity chamber was not far off, Tien Shinhan elevated Bulma from being Earth's premier genius inventor to the universe's foremost innovator. Well, I have indeed mastered gravity manipulation, Bulma replied with a mischievous smile, having seen through Tien Shinhan's intentions of seeking her assistance without compensation. Don't think flattery alone will persuade me to assist you in developing the gravity chamber. I am not as easily swayed as Goku. Meanwhile, not far away, Goku was occupied with a bunch of bananas, munching on one while feeding another to a small monkey that had approached Bulma's home. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Goku tilted his head in confusion, blinking as he continued to eat. Hey, we're all friends, so Bulma, what do you need from me to help with the gravity chamber? He added, this chamber benefits everyone's training, not just mine. Seeing that Bulma had seen through his attempt to gain a free ride, Tien Shinhan resorted to appealing to their shared interests. Friends are friends, but transactions are transactions. Last time you sold me a dilapidated airship for 10 billion. Now, if I help you develop a gravity chamber with even greater technological sophistication, I would also require 10 billion. Surely, that is a very friendly price. What do you think of the so-called genius of the universe, the young inventor? For a mere 10 billion, she can assist you in acquiring the gravity chamber. What are you hesitating for? Hurry and part with your money. If you miss this friendly opportunity, the price may very well increase. With a mischievous smile dancing on her lips, Bulma extended her palm towards Tien Shinhan, demanding payment. Tien Shinhan was momentarily rendered speechless. He had to solicit contributions from his friends just to buy a fruit basket for Yamcha, and it was only thanks to Launch's generous heart that it was settled. Now, Bulma was asking him for 10 billion. Did she expect him to immediately embark on a mission to take down a few criminal organizations to gather the funds? Tien Shinhan turned to Krillin, only to find him hastily diverting his gaze and crouching on the ground, drawing circles. Doria checked his pockets, turning them inside out to reveal only 2 gaping holes. As for Goku, well, he was preoccupied with enjoying bananas alongside a little monkey, so he was of no help. On the contrary, the blonde Launch was brimming with excitement. Noticing that no one else seemed to respond to Tien Shinhan's plight, she quickly leaned in closer. Tien Shinhan, let us rob a bank. With your strength and my experience, we could gather 10 billion in no time. If bank robbery isn't your fancy, we could always collect protection fees. Those bandit leaders wouldn't dare to retaliate against us. With cunning persuasion, Blonde Launch sought to entice Tien Shinhan into living the life of an audacious thief alongside her. Hearing Launch's increasingly outrageous suggestions of bank heists and extorting bandits, Bulma could no longer maintain her composure. Oh, stop, Launch. Enough of that. Fine, Tien Shinhan, I'll agree to help you study the gravity chamber. She didn't genuinely wish to extract 10 billion from Tien Shinhan. She merely wanted to ensure that he didn't appear too estranged in the future. After all, they were friends who had risked their lives for one another. In situations where money was needed, he could simply ask her directly. The 10 billion was trivial to her. It seemed overly distant for Tien Shinhan to demand payment, as if he didn't consider her part of his inner circle. That was precisely why she had just playfully teased him. Chapter 59. The Mischief of a Genius Girl. After hearing Bulma's explanation, Tien Shinhan realized that he had been playfully tricked by her extravagant fee of 10 billion. It dawned on him that the fault lay with himself. Previously, He had thought that even among friends, it would be inappropriate to ask Bulma for money. To his surprise, Bulma's generosity towards friends far exceeded his expectations. In light of this, Tien Shinhan felt that his previous act of selling the airship to her was rather too aloof. Recognizing this, he candidly acknowledged the shortcomings in his prior actions. However, this misjudgment stemmed from Tien's insufficient understanding of the nature of his relationship with Bulma. Had he been in Goku's position, given the bond between Goku and Bulma, he would never have gone to such lengths to barter for money. Although Tien had vanquished Piccolo Daimao, indirectly saving Bulma's life, their relationship seemed too distant for such familiarity. Unbeknownst to him, Bulma had already considered him one of her own. Upon realizing this shift in their relational dynamics, Tien felt liberated from any psychological burdens regarding their transaction. Indeed, when you sold me the airship, I had intended to discuss this matter, he confessed. However, you left in such haste that I scarcely had the opportunity to voice my thoughts before you took off. Bulma chuckled lightly, playfully reproaching Tien for his abrupt departure. Reflecting on the past, Tien acknowledged that his urgency to acquire funds for his training plan had left no room for a proper conversation with Bulma. Consequently, his previous visit had seemed solely transactional rather than a friendly visit. Despite Tien's genuine intent to engage in a trade, Bulma had perceived it from a friend's perspective, which had caused her some lingering frustration until now. With the misunderstanding resolved, all parties were left in high spirits. Krillin no longer needed to crouch to draw circles, and Kaiatsu no longer had to rummage through the holes in his pockets. Tien's request for Bulma to develop a gravity chamber had finally found resolution. The only one left feeling somewhat regretful was Launch, as Bulma's timely intervention had thwarted her earlier attempt to entice Tien into becoming a notorious duo. Once again, I must trouble you, Bulma. Tien expressed his gratitude, recognizing the significance of the gravity chamber for their training. The sooner it was developed, the sooner they could accelerate their progress. We're already friends, yet you keep thanking me? Bulma observed, finding Tien's politeness somewhat excessive, contrasting sharply with Goku's innocent obliviousness to gender distinctions. Tien nodded, acknowledging his tendency to be overly formal, and decided to be less reserved. By the way, here is the power detector we obtained from the Zafrans, along with the design schematics. After Bulma meticulously studied the gravity chamber, she suggested that, if time permitted, they might explore further enhancements for the detector. Tien, not one to be shy, immediately shed his previous formalities, of little use to martial artists, upon realizing the nature of the situation. The current combat power limit of the detection devices stood at 200,000 points, which was sufficient for their needs at present. However, considering future applications, Tien decided to hand over the design plans to Bulma as soon as possible, allowing her ample time for improvements. Wait, Tien, I meant to say, don't be so formal. Did you really think of me as simply a research assistant working for you without pay? Bulma rolled her eyes and dramatically criticized him. Tien was left speechless. Should he be formal or informal? In terms of martial arts training, Tien had a clear and resolute plan, but Bulma's reaction left him somewhat perplexed. What was she really implying? Just as he stood there in bewilderment, Bulma, noticing his expression, burst into laughter. Haha, I was just teasing you. Hand over the design plans. I merely wanted to see the serious martial artist flustered. Don't take it the wrong way, Tien. As she spoke, she swiftly took the design plans from his hands. Scientific research and invention were her passions and specialties. The prospect of Tien presenting new designs excited her, and she certainly did not perceive it as doing unpaid labor for him. Her previous comments were merely intended to elicit an amusing response from Tien. Tien could hardly believe he had been playfully teased by this brilliant young inventor not once, but twice. He shook his head in disbelief. Sometimes, taking things too seriously can lead to one's own folly. It seemed he had inadvertently taken her words to heart, falling for her jokes twice in succession. However, witnessing Bulma's triumphant demeanor, Tien reconsidered his initial intention to immediately inform her and the others about the Fountain of Youth. After all, concern can lead to confusion. Tien felt a twinge of anticipation at the thought of Bulma's serious expression upon discovering the Fountain of Youth. Once Tien had entrusted Bulma with the gravity chamber and combat power detector matters, the group, along with Bulma and Yamcha, began reminiscing and celebrating Yamcha's recovery from his leg injury. During their gathering, they recounted the events following the martial arts tournament, including their victory over King Piccolo, as well as their training experiences at Korin Tower and the Heavenly Temple. They even spoke of their time-traveling adventure to the planet Plant, where they aided the Z fighters in defeating the invading Scion race. Such a wealth of experiences and adventures made Yamcha lament the opportunities he missed due to his leg injury. Curious about everyone's current power levels, he wished to use the power detector to gauge their strengths, but but Tien stopped him, citing the need for confidentiality. Well, no matter how much your combat power has improved, the restored version of me will undoubtedly catch up with you. After being stopped by Tien from detecting their combat power, Yamcha enthusiastically declared his training goals to everyone once again. Excellent. Such determination is essential. Tien immediately voiced his encouragement and support, knowing the true disparity in combat power. Krillin could only applaud silently, secretly pondering whether Yamcha would still exude the same confidence upon discovering the truth. On the other hand, Goku was the only one who genuinely believed that Yamcha could catch up with them, wholeheartedly applauding his efforts. Yamcha, you can do it. With the encouragement from Tien and Goku, as well as the supportive applause from Krillin and others, Yamcha's confidence grew even stronger. Indeed, what does a temporary setback matter? I am Yamcha, and I will undoubtedly catch up to and surpass Goku and Tien. Yamcha clenched his fists, motivating himself internally. The 3 days of rest were filled with joy for everyone. However, joyful moments always seemed to pass swiftly, and before they knew it, the time had come to depart. Are we really leaving now? Shouldn't we rest a little longer? After all, there are no formidable foes emerging on Earth. Bulma gazed longingly at the group preparing to return to their training. If everyone left, she would be all alone at home. Although inventing at home was entertaining for her, she would be much happier if she could continue to spend time with everyone. Waiting until an insurmountable enemy appears to intensify training would be far too late. Despite the apparent tranquility of Earth at present, Bulma's words seemed to carry some weight. Nevertheless, Tien's succinct remarks, laced with unwavering conviction in martial arts, immediately reminded everyone of the necessity to continuously pursue greater strength. Indeed, waiting until an unbeatable foe arises to commence serious training would be far too late. Chapter 60, Krillin's Divine Water Challenge. Originally feeling a twinge of reluctance, Yamcha and the others were roused by Tien's words, their resolve to train becoming unwavering. The emergence of King Piccolo was unexpected. Yamcha had been injured last time and thus did not participate, while Krillin, although present, merely waited for an opportunity without engaging in direct combat. This was a regret they harbored from their previous encounter with a formidable foe, and they were determined not to face such a shortcoming again. Should a powerful adversary arise on Earth once more, they aspired to stand as valiantly as Tien and Goku had during their previous confrontation. To achieve this, they knew they must seize the seemingly tranquil moments to enhance their strength. Tien's admonition was neither alarmist nor unfounded. Each time a new enemy appeared on Earth, their power escalated dramatically. If they did not capitalize on the peace to improve themselves, they could find themselves facing annihilation in a future crisis. The course of history had already shifted, and Tien was uncertain how the future of this world would unfold. The only course of action he could take was to continually strengthen himself and his fellow Dragon Ball warriors. However, Tien was not unsympathetic to Bulma's feelings of attachment. The Korin Tower, while enigmatic to other Earthlings, was quite familiar to them. Once Bulma developed a more advanced aircraft, it might even be possible to fly directly to the sacred world. Given their relationship with the Supreme Kai, congregating in the sacred world would be no different from gathering here. Tien spoke the truth. According to his recollections, the sacred world would indeed become accessible to Bulma's future aircraft. It seems I must improve the current aircraft alongside my research on the gravity chamber and power detector. Bulma mused. Tien, you truly know how to delegate tasks. Her words sparked a notion. Although she couldn't immediately venture to the sacred world to invent, she resolved to build her own aircraft to fly there in due time. Laughter erupted among the group as they found amusement in Bulma's playful jibe at Tien, who appeared rather like a stern taskmaster. Tien scratched his head and chuckled before officially leading everyone back to the sacred world. Yamcha, possessing one of the strongest martial arts talents on Earth, had managed to grasp the intricacies of the flight technique in just a short span during their 3-day respite. While he was not yet particularly adept at flying, he no longer required Tien's assistance, as Lan Shi did, to take to the skies. With Yamcha's presence, the journey back to the sacred world took notably longer than their initial flight, extending from 1 hour to over 3. This was understandable. Yamcha's current power level was still beneath that of Tien and Goku at the conclusion of the martial arts tournament, and his proficiency with the flight technique was still developing. Nevertheless, achieving flight under his own power within 3 hours was commendable. Let us first journey to Korin Tower. Given Yamcha's current condition, it would be prudent to commence his training under the guidance of Korin. Moreover, Krillin, with your current combat prowess, you may also attempt to challenge the ultra-divine water. Tien Shinhan did not transport everyone directly to the heavenly temple. Instead, he paused momentarily at the Korin Tower's Grand Hall. Indeed. I had previously resolved to confront the ultra-divine water upon my return through the time-space portal. At these words, Krillin recalled his own intention to challenge the ultra-divine water to enhance his potential. What is the ultra-divine water? Yamcha, visiting the Korin Tower's grand hall for the first time, curiously surveyed his surroundings. His intrigue heightened, especially upon spotting the imposing white cat wielding a staff. This is Master Korin. This is Yamcha, our fellow martial artist. He was injured previously and hence could not partake in the battle against Demon King Piccolo. I must trouble you to explain the ultra-divine water to him and assist him in his training here. Tien Shinhan promptly elucidated Korin's identity while introducing Yamcha's circumstances. Ah, so he is one of your companions. Hee, it is indeed commendable to have more exceptional martial artists like you willing to fight for the Earth. We should be grateful for your contributions to our planet. It is no trouble at all. Korin replied with a warm smile as he accepted the generous offering of dried fish snacks that Tien had brought from the ground. Having contributed to the Earth and spent considerable time training here, Tien and others had established a harmonious relationship with Korin. Is this truly Master Korin? Yamcha exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the master to resemble a large white cat. However, this was not particularly surprising, as Earth was home to various beings with animalistic features, and Yamcha had encountered many before. Master Korin, I entrust my training to you for the time ahead. Yamcha respectfully greeted Korin, who then proceeded to enlighten him about the ultra-divine water and the training he would undertake. Simultaneously, Tien did not withhold information regarding the Fountain of Youth from Krillin, sharing his journey to seek the oracle for its location. Although Krillin, with his current strength, could withstand the toxicity of the ultra-divine water through his physical endurance, vitality, and mental fortitude, possessing the Fountain of Youth would mitigate the risks involved and allow him to challenge himself by consuming more of the ultra-divine water, thereby maximizing his potential more fully and enduringly. Of course, Tien would not compel Krillin to seek the Fountain of Youth. It was a matter of personal choice, just as Goku had shown indifference towards it. Very well, then I shall certainly seek it out, Krillin responded, taken aback by the prospect of such a unique preparatory condition for his challenge of the ultra-divine water. Reflecting on Tien's experience of consuming 2.5 cups of the ultra-divine water in one go, Krillin resolved to be thoroughly prepared. Even if one cannot drink 2.5 cups in a single breath, like Tien Shinhan, one must at least strive to challenge oneself to consume more than a cup of the miraculous water. At the same time, he felt immense gratitude towards Tien Shinhan for his candidness regarding this extraordinary opportunity, realizing that Tien Shinhan truly regarded him as a trusted companion, revealing even such secretive conditions for enhancement. Even if it were solely to repay Tien Shinhan's trust, Krillin felt compelled to seek out the Fountain of Youth. Thus, in the following days, Krillin set out on his own. When he returned, he was in a state of having imbibed from the Fountain of Youth. How was the effect of the fountain? Asked Lan Shi, who had ascended to the heavenly temple alongside Tien Shinhan and had now returned to the Korin Tower. Well, after drinking it, I felt considerably lighter, as if my mind had cleared and my body had become more invigorated. As for anything else, perhaps because I am still not old enough, I don't feel much different from my usual self. Krillin candidly shared his experience after consuming the water. Is that so? It truly sounds like a wondrous spring, Lan Shi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, though she refrained from stating it outright. Tien Shinhan observed with a subtle smile, fully aware that the allure of such a treasure as the Fountain of Youth was far more potent for women than for warriors like themselves. However, since they were all still quite young, Tien Shinhan had not rushed to disclose this information, only revealing it when Krillin's training necessitated it. Rest assured, if you wish to drink it, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity in the future. With Tien Shinhan's reassuring words, Lan Shi felt as though a layer of security had enveloped her, prompting her to nod obediently without further comment. At that moment, Master Korin arrived with the remaining miraculous water that Tien Shinhan and the others had retrieved from the icy labyrinth. Here comes the miraculous water. Krillin's challenge officially commenced, and everyone, including Tien Shinhan, was curious to see how much miraculous water he could consume in one go. Chapter 61. Accumulated Strength, Surging Power. Thus, I shall commence. Krillin gazed at the divine water pot placed before him by Master Korin, casting a glance at Tien and Goku, and resolutely decided to undertake the challenge. He had thoroughly completed the necessary preparations. What remained was to see how far his physical limits could be pushed. He grasped the cup, filled it to the brim with divine water, and in one swift motion, gulped down the entire contents. A searing pain instantaneously spread through Krillin's heart. Yet accompanying it was an exhilarating awareness of his latent potential being unleashed. The energy within him surged, rapidly intensifying amidst the flames of discomfort. This was the dormant power he had accumulated through prolonged training and combat, which had yet to be fully realized. Though the pain was intense, there was a certain joy in it. Krillin gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating agony while reveling in the exhilarating rise of his strength. Is Krillin going to be all right? Yamcha, the sole observer witnessing someone challenge the divine water for the first time, inquired with concern. His worry was not unwarranted. At that moment, Krillin appeared as though he were donning a mask of suffering. Yamcha sensed that Krillin's current power surpassed his own considerably. To witness such a formidable martial artist endure such torment made Yamcha reconsider his own eagerness to challenge the divine water. Those special treasures were effective in unleashing strength. They required a foundation of corresponding power. Without adequate strength, even the most potent treasures would fail to transform one into a true warrior. Ultimately, it is the exploration of one's capabilities and the accumulation of potential through training and combat that holds the key. Otherwise, encountering a treasure that unlocks potential without sufficient groundwork would merely squander its efficacy. Yamcha's previously restless heart found calm. Initially, he yearned to hasten through Master Korin's training and catch up with Tien and the others at the Heavenly Temple. But now he recognized that each stage of training was a precious experience to be cherished and completed thoroughly. Nothing will go awry. Krillin's preparations prior to challenging the divine water were meticulous. He had consumed the elixir of immortality to enhance his vitality and undergone ample training and combat experience. For him, a cup of divine water was not an insurmountable challenge. Tien spoke calmly. Krillin's current power was over 400 points, already considered high among the three who had previously challenged the divine water. Moreover, with Tien's reminder, he felt better prepared than Goku had been during his own challenge. If Goku had successfully completed a cup of divine water, how much more capable would Krillin, whose strength was now twice that of Goku's at that time, be? As anticipated, shortly after Tien's words, Krillin raised his hand once more to grasp the divine water pot. With a swift motion, the divine water cascaded from the pot, swiftly filling his cup halfway. Krillin did not greedily attempt to challenge 2 cups of divine water at once. A cup and a half of super divine water. This was the limit that Krillin estimated he could endure. Thus, amidst Yamcha's incredulous gaze, Krillin once more raised the cup and tilted his head back to consume the remaining half of the super divine water. What? Having just endured the agony of 1 cup, Krillin was daring to challenge himself with an additional half? As the torment on Krillin's face escalated, Yamcha couldn't help but admire the unwavering resolve of his martial spirit. Remembering that Goku had faced 2 cups of super divine water, and Tien had boldly downed 2.5, Yamcha felt an even greater admiration swell within him. It was only fitting that they could grow so formidable in such a brief span. In the face of such inhuman suffering, they each managed to drink even more. Rolling about, Krillin, having finished his cup and a half of super divine water, began to writhe on the ground. In less than 3 minutes, he had tumbled from the center of the Korin Tower's great hall to the edge on one side, and then from that edge to the opposite side. He could really roll. Reflecting on Goku's previous rolling antics, where he had fainted after only a few tumbles, Yamcha was astonished that Krillin continued to roll without stopping. More astonishingly, even after such a prolonged rolling spree, he had not succumbed to unconsciousness. As Krillin continued his relentless rolling, the others decided not to waste time and returned to their training, with only Master Korin observing to prevent any accidents. It wasn't until much later that Krillin's rolling finally ceased. Fortunately, the hall of Korin Tower was devoid of dust. Otherwise, given the length of time Krillin had rolled, he would have emerged covered in grime. I did it. Though his rolling had been quite chaotic, the gains were immense. Rising from the ground, Krillin brushed off his attire, which was thankfully free from dust, and beamed with joy. Did I succeed? Achieving this was no easy feat. While Tien and Goku had returned to the Heavenly Temple to train, Yamcha had remained in the Korin Tower's Great Hall throughout the day. He had witnessed the entirety of Krillin's grueling challenge, and thus felt a deeper appreciation for the difficulty of Krillin's achievement. However, after such a formidable struggle, the fruits of his labor were unmistakably evident. Even though Yamcha had yet to master the true art of sensing energy, he could still feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from other martial artists. Before the challenge of the super divine water, he could sense Krillin's formidable presence, which, while powerful, had not instilled fear in him. But now, as Krillin unabashedly unleashed his energy post-challenge, Yamcha felt as if his very soul quivered. What a tremendous increase in strength. Experiencing Krillin's growth firsthand intensified Yamcha's desire to catch up. He understood that he currently ranked at the bottom among his peers, but he was unwilling to remain there. To do so would mean a transformation from the esteemed Yamcha to the useless Yamcha, a fate he was resolutely determined to avoid. In contrast to Yamcha, who could only perceive Krillin's enhanced strength through intuition. Tien and the others employed a power detector for a direct examination. This method of investigation provided a more precise measurement of the extent of Krillin's improvement. Remarkably, Krillin's power index reached an impressive 830 points. Astonishingly, his successful challenge against the super divine water resulted in a surge of over 400 points in his power index. In terms of enhancement, this represented a remarkable increase of more than double. This substantial elevation in strength surpassed even the small Goku from Tien's memories of the storyline. Compared to Kaiatsu, who hastily challenged the super divine water without sufficient combat experience, Krillin's results were significantly more pronounced. It is evident that the latent potential Krillin accumulated through prior training and battles is exceedingly profound, exemplifying the principle of profound accumulation leading to explosive emergence. Furthermore, beyond Krillin's own substantial foundation, Tien's guidance regarding the Fountain of Youth played a crucial role. Otherwise, given Krillin's physique, even drinking a cup of super divine water would have been a considerable challenge. This remarkable enhancement in his power propelled him ahead of Kaiatsu, transforming him from the lowest among the four into the third among the five. Naturally, everyone unanimously excluded Launch's power from their comparisons, as even Yamcha felt no shame in recognizing that a novice like Launch was beneath him in terms of strength. Chapter 62. The T-God sets a small goal. Congratulations on your successful challenge, Krillin. Your current prowess instills in me a sense of trepidation. It seems I must strive even harder if I wish to catch up to you, Krillin. And then there is Goku and Tien. Yamcha, unable to suppress his inner astonishment, rushed to Krillin to offer his congratulations. Dear Yamcha, your next target to surpass isn't Krillin, but rather I. However, as soon as Yamcha spoke, the nearby Kairatsu interjected with a grunt. Although Krillin had successfully surpassed him with his challenge, the over 400 battle points he currently possessed still represented a goal for Yamcha to chase. Right? Oh, Kaiatsu, you are indeed correct. Yamcha, reminded by Kaiatsu, was once again confronted with the reality of his current low battle power. Nevertheless, he thought, if I can rise from the bottom and ultimately become the strongest, wouldn't that be even more impressive? At that point, you all shall address me as the T-God. Quickly shaking off his earlier despondence, Yamcha declared his intention to surpass Tien and the others one by one. Go for it. I believe in you. What could Tien say? He could only offer encouragement. After all, dreams are worth nurturing. He had no desire to stifle Yamcha's aspirations at their inception. Excellent, Krillin. You have become significantly stronger. At this rate, it won't be long before you catch up to us. In contrast to Tien's kind encouragement towards Yamcha, Goku's praise for Krillin was more ambiguous. Perhaps the most genuine lies are those that the speaker has convinced themselves to believe. However, Krillin possessed a clearer understanding of his own capabilities than Yamcha did at present. Although his recent surge in strength was considerable, if he continued to grow at this pace, he might indeed not lag too far behind, as Goku suggested. Yet, he was acutely aware that this significant enhancement stemmed from long-term accumulation and Tien's assistance, and such progress could not be expected to persist indefinitely. Thus, he felt increasingly grateful to Tien for sharing the information about the Fountain of Youth. Had he not consumed it beforehand, he would not have been able to fully unlock his latent potential. Krillin, I know what you are about to say, but even if Bulma scolded me a few days ago, we are all comrades. Why do we keep expressing thanks? Witnessing everyone grow stronger together is the best outcome. Is it not? Tien interrupted Krillin's impending expressions of gratitude. The Fountain of Youth was indeed beneficial for the Dragon Ball warriors, and for Tien, there was no detriment in that. His martial way sought self-breakthrough, not to suppress others and monopolize all benefits. Why hide information when a win-win situation could be achieved? Good things are meant to be shared among comrades. Tien. If Krillin previously admired Tien's strength, this incident had deepened his appreciation for Tien's broader perspective. The spirit of unreservedly embracing fair competition, even to the extent of sharing resources, is something that Krillin believes he cannot embody. In this regard, he deems Tien to be a more genuine martial artist than himself. Initially, Krillin intended to express these heartfelt sentiments directly to Tien. Yet perhaps sensing the awkwardness of such an emotional encounter, Tien preemptively prevented it. Consequently, Krillin merely cast a deep glance at Tien and solemnly nodded. The respect of a martial artist transcends mere words. In this moment, silence conveyed a gratitude that surpassed a multitude of spoken thanks. Krillin had resolved that, in honor of Tien's martial ethos, he would dedicate himself to rigorous training, striving to bridge the gap between himself, Tien, and Goku. In a fleeting moment, everyone became engulfed in fervent training. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Yamcha successfully completed his training at Korin Tower and arrived at the sacred world of the Kais, where he initially grasped the technique of ki sensing. However, when Yamcha first employed ki sensing against Tien and others, he was immediately struck by the overwhelming realization of their strength. Without the ability to sense ki, Yamcha had only perceived the oppressive aura of Tien and his companions, feeling as if he were gazing at the moon from the depths of a well. Now, with the ability to sense ki, he directly perceived the intensity of their energy and discovered that the disparity was far greater than he had imagined. Akin to an ant attempting to shake the heavens. At this point, it was futile to conceal the truth from Yamcha. So Tien handed him a newly crafted detector from Bulma. 999000. Staring at Tien's combat power, Yamcha was left speechless in astonishment. He first learned that his own combat power stood at a mere 203. How much is 90,000 minus 203? Yamcha found himself incapable of calculating that difference. Even someone as mathematically challenged as a dumpling could discern the vast disparity in their power levels. One was a 5-digit number, while the other barely reached 3 digits. This chasm. Upon confronting this stark reality, Yamcha recalled how absurd his earlier bravado had been. Reflecting on Krillin's suppressed laughter, he realized that, in the eyes of others, he had resembled a comically incompetent jester, flailing about despite his lack of strength. Fortunately, his martial resolve remained steadfast. Otherwise, the mere truth of this power disparity could have led him to abandon all hope. After a moment of recovery, Yamcha finally regained his composure from the shock of Tien's strength and redirected his focus toward Goku. Goku, with a power level of 8,300. Well, that was indeed an astonishing figure. However, having already endured the shock of Tien's power, Yamcha's capacity for astonishment had significantly increased. So he was not overly surprised at this revelation. Krillin, with a power level of 950. This, too, was nearly a full digit higher than before. Yamcha had grown somewhat numb to his circumstances. Next came the dumplings. Dumplings with a battle power of 501. Indeed, even Dumplings surpassed his current self, and by a considerable margin. As for Launch, Yamcha found himself unable to meet her gaze. But that was all right. It was merely a fleeting moment of lag. With Bulma's rapid development of the gravity chamber, his training speed would surely accelerate. Perhaps this was an opportunity for him to surpass everyone else. After all, while the current gap seemed vast, it would not remain insurmountable for long with dedicated training. Tien Shinhan patted Yamcha on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort, simultaneously expressing admiration for Bulma's remarkable feat in creating the gravity chamber. A spacious room in the sacred land had been transformed into a gravity chamber thanks to Bulma's technology. Indeed, with the gravity chamber, the pace of training would undoubtedly quicken. The disparity in battle power, ranging from tens of thousands to thousands, could be bridged, at least. He might still have the chance to surpass others in terms of combat strength. Upon hearing this, Yamcha's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. He was destined to become the god of tea. How could he allow the apparent gap in battle power to intimidate him? While Tien Shinhan had set a modest goal of catching up to the strength of Super Saiyans, Yamcha, too, established a personal objective in his heart. The first step towards becoming the god of tea was to match the strength of the dumplings. Chapter 63. The Revenge of Tianjin Rice. The North Realm King is startled. What? Is there truly such a thing as the Fountain of Youth? While Yamcha is astonished by the disparity in strength, Bulma, who has arrived at the Heavenly Temple with her advanced aircraft, is far more intrigued by the news of the Fountain of Youth. So, you Tianjin Rice. It turns out your previous inquiry about selling airships was merely a ruse to glean information about the Fountain of Youth. Why didn't you just tell me directly? I could have accompanied you on your quest for the fountain, covering all travel expenses and divination fees. I can't believe you concealed such a significant secret from me. I truly misjudged you. As anticipated, the allure of the Fountain of Youth is indeed formidable, especially for women. While I won't mention Launch, Bulma, being particularly vain, practically glowed with excitement upon hearing the news. When I visited you last time, I wasn't even sure if the fountain was effective. It was only after I confirmed its efficacy against the super divine water that I decided to inform Krillin. Tianjin Rice sought to justify himself. Would he admit that he believed women would only distract him from his plans for strength, and thus hesitated to involve Bulma? Little did he expect that Yamcha, upon meeting Bulma, would inadvertently let slip the matter of the fountain. However, at this moment, Tianjin Rice did not perceive Bulma learning about the fountain as a misfortune. I don't care. I want to drink from the Fountain of Youth at least once. It is a travesty for that lecherous old turtle hermit to consume such a treasure. It would be far more valuable to preserve my youthful beauty. Bulma exclaimed her desire to drink from the fountain. Hearing this, A mischievous grin crept upon Tien Shinhan's face as he turned to Krillin. Krillin, did you not notice something when you drank from the Fountain of Youth? Huh? What do you mean? Krillin, initially reluctant to engage in the dispute between Bulma and Tien Shinhan, was taken aback by the sudden inquiry. Wait, did you not realize? The Fountain of Youth is only effective for martial artists. It has no effect on ordinary women. Tien Shinhan responded incredulously, as if Krillin had overlooked a monumental discovery. The fountain possesses such a characteristic? Krillin pondered, until he heard Tien Shinhan's voice echoing in his mind through telepathy. Observing Bulma's sudden change in expression and hearing Tien Shinhan urging him to cooperate, Krillin quickly grasped the situation. Oh, now that you mention it, Tien Shinhan, I do recall that there is indeed such a fact. The Fountain of Youth is only beneficial for martial artists. Krillin, feeling somewhat guilty, sought to smooth over Tien Shinhan's statement. See, Bulma, it's not that I withheld this secret from you. Rather, the Fountain of Youth is effective only for martial artists. And it holds no value for someone as delicate as you. Tien Shinhan spread his hands, exuding an air of helplessness. The expression of helplessness was so convincing that Bulma immediately believed it. What? How could this happen? Why does the Fountain of Youth have such restrictions? Bulma deflated like a punctured balloon, her spirit drooping. It wasn't just Bulma. The curious Lan Shi, with her blue hair, also pondered the situation. After all, Tien Shinhan had previously mentioned that she would have the opportunity to drink from the Fountain of Youth. If it were ineffective for ordinary women, would it hold any value for an aspiring martial artist like her? Yet, it soon became clear that her worries were unfounded. As Bulma sank into despondency, Tien Shinhan quickly interjected, Haha, I was just joking. How could the Fountain of Youth possibly have such peculiar restrictions? Seeing Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Jiaozi laughing uncontrollably, Bulma immediately realized that what she had just heard about the limitations of the fountain was merely a prank by Tien Shinhan. How infuriating! She, a genius beauty, had unwittingly fallen victim to his trickery. Nevertheless, this playful exchange left them even. More importantly, they were in the Goddess Temple. The gravity chamber that Tien Shinhan had requested to be modified was already prepared, leaving Bulma with no means to turn the tables on him. Thus, she had to force herself to feel that they were even. After some explanations and discussions, Tien Shinhan agreed that when Yamcha reached the level to challenge the super divine water, Bulma and Lan Shi would also have the chance to drink from the Fountain of Youth, thereby concluding the matter. Bulma's arrival was merely a brief interlude in Tien Shinhan and his companions' training at the Goddess Temple. After quenching Bulma's desire for the Fountain of Youth, Tien Shinhan and the others resumed their rigorous training. It must be noted that Bulma's gravity chamber provided tremendous support for their subsequent training. The effects of the gravity chamber alone were already remarkable. Coupled with the wave rings crafted by Dr. Likey, the chief scientist of the Zephyr people, which enhanced each individual's physical strength and energy, they experienced an astonishing increase in power over the following month. 100,000. Tian, your battle power index has reached 100,000. It was not until a month later that Tien Shinhan's battle power index officially surpassed 100,000. Meanwhile, Goku had also broken the 10,000 mark several days prior. Krillin, in third place, had fully activated the properties of the super divine water, raising his battle power to over 1,000. Jiaozi, equipped with his battle power detector, observed the others' current indices and exclaimed to Tien Shinhan, 100,000? With the dual training aids of the gravity chamber and wave rings, surpassing 100,000 is merely a fundamental feat. There's no need for such astonishment, Jiaozi. Tien Shinhan clenched his fists, feeling the immense energy within him. Due to the need to measure their battle power indices, Tien Shinhan and the others stepped out of the gravity chamber and turned off their wave rings. The powerful energy radiated from their bodies. The celestial being beside him, struck with astonishment, turned pale and found himself at a loss for words. The prospects of these martial artists were unprecedented during his tenure as the deity of Earth. A battle power of 100,000 in the eyes of the divine transcended mere strength within Earth. It could very well be regarded as formidable even within the vast expanse of the galaxy. Unbeknownst to him, the immense aura emanating from Tien Shinhan was sensed by the North Kai, who was leisurely basking in the sun on his chair atop the King Kai planet. The overwhelming presence instantly erased the languid expression from his face, compelling him to sit upright. Could it be that yet another powerful entity has emerged in the North Galaxy? I must personally investigate. I cannot allow another malevolent force akin to the Frisia army to surface. While the power level of 100,000 might pale in comparison to Frisia's full strength, it nonetheless marked a rarity among the strong in the North Galaxy. for the stability of this region. The North Kai wished to prevent all-powerful beings from aligning with Frisia's nefarious faction. If possible, he aspired to cultivate a cadre of righteous warriors who could assist him in maintaining order. With this thought in mind, the North Kai departed from his planet after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 64, The Blue Fatty? The North Kai's face turned a shade of blue with anger. For ordinary individuals wishing to reach the North Kai's planet, it is imperative to traverse the serpent road of the underworld. Generally speaking, the living cannot access the North Kai's planet unless they possess the ability of instantaneous movement, allowing them to traverse vast distances in a mere moment. However, the North Kai is an exception. Earth falls within his jurisdiction. He can descend upon the planets under his domain through a unique spatial passage. As he rose from his recliner, a spatial portal materialized before him. Upon traversing this portal, the North Kai found himself on Earth. Regrettably, he could not dictate his exact point of arrival on the planet. A formidable aura emanated from the temple of the gods on Earth. Could it be the chosen successor of the Earth's deity? The North Kai materialized in a desolate expanse, some distance away from the temple of the gods. Nevertheless, with his power, reaching the temple would not take an excessive amount of time. Before long, the deity's countenance shifted to one of trepidation, as if he had encountered an exceptionally esteemed figure. After Tien Shinhan and the others had tested their combat abilities and taken a brief respite, preparing to return to the gravity chamber and activate their training devices, they were taken aback by the deity's sudden astonishment. Following the deity's gaze, they beheld a short, rotund elder adorned with two antennae resembling those of a cricket atop his head. This stout figure sported a pair of small, round black spectacles and donned a garment emblazoned with the characters Kai. At that moment, the elder stood with his hands behind his back, a broad smile illuminating his face as he scrutinized the group. Excellent, splendid. It appears you have discovered a remarkable cadre of martial arts prodigies among Earth's deities. The North Kai exclaimed, nodding in approval. Before the deity could respond, Goku, feeling somewhat irked by the stranger's unabashed scrutiny and commentary, interjected, Master Deity. Who is this Blue Fatty? Why does he feel so free to point and criticize us? Blue Fatty. The North Kai nearly stumbled upon hearing this unexpected moniker. While his skin was indeed azure and his figure somewhat portly, he was the North Kai? How dare this martial artist so casually bestow upon him such a moniker? The deity and Bubbles were taken aback, their hearts racing upon hearing Goku's audacious nickname for the North Kai. This was the North Kai, a being of a higher order than the Earth's deity. The entire North Galaxy, including the humble and remote planet Earth, lay under the North Kai's dominion. Goku, how dare you? The deity exclaimed, this is the North Kai, the master of the entire North Galaxy. Fearing that Goku might utter further offensive remarks, he quickly elaborated on the North Kai's identity and origins, simultaneously using this detailed introduction to plead for Goku, suggesting that the latter had acted out of ignorance in his previous affront. The North Kai was initially perturbed by being referred to as the Blue Fatty. However, upon hearing the celestial deity's exalted and illustrious introduction of himself, his ire swiftly dissipated. Well, it is of little consequence. He was not entirely oblivious to the context. Oh, celestial guardian of Earth, pray, enlighten me about these martial artists. I shall not conceal my purpose. I have come here primarily for them. The North Kai nodded, dismissing the earlier slight, for he recognized the presence of Tien Shinhan as a significant factor. Despite his esteemed position as the North Kai, his authority chiefly pertained to the creation of planetary resources and the maintenance of order. In terms of combat prowess, he could sense the intensity of Tien's energy, which was remarkably on par with his own. Should he decide to confront Goku for his transgressions, he might find himself challenged by Tien. Upon observing this situation, the Celestial Guardian realized that the North Kai had calmed down, and the weight that had burdened his heart was finally lifted. Seizing the opportunity to introduce the others, the deity promptly recounted the journey of Tien and his companions, from their victory over the Demon King Piccolo to their current training. Indeed, they could be regarded as heroes who had once saved the Earth, with a sense of justice aimed at protecting their planet and possessing such formidable martial talents. They truly warranted dedicated cultivation. The North Kai nodded in satisfaction. Through the deity's account, he had confirmed that Tien and the others were not malevolent entities akin to the formidable members of Frisia's army. Reflecting on the previous tyranny of the Cold Army in the North Galaxy, and now witnessing the expansion of Frisia's forces, the North Kai felt compelled to take action. Admittedly, with his own strength, he could accomplish little against Frisia's army. However, he could nurture powerful warriors. With this thought, his admiration for Tien and the others deepened. A moment later, he extended an olive branch to Tien and his companions. What say you? Would you be interested in accompanying me to King Kai's planet for training? The North Kai anticipated that Tien and his peers would not decline the personal tutelage of such a formidable master. To his astonishment, Goku immediately raised a question. Celestial Lord, since the North Kai is the overseer of the North Galaxy, does that mean he is the strongest being within it? This inquiry caught the Celestial Guardian off guard. Goku's reaction led him to surmise that the North Kai was not indeed the most powerful being in the North Galaxy. If he is not the strongest, then why should we train under him? This query left the Celestial Guardian speechless, and even the North Kai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How could it be that a dignified Kai would invite mere mortal martial artists to train, yet be questioned about his own strength? After a prolonged silence, the North Kai finally addressed Goku's inquiry. Though I may not be the strongest in the North Galaxy, I possess the unwavering confidence to cultivate you into the mightiest warriors not only in the North Galaxy, but indeed across the entire universe. The North Kai, slightly boastful and somewhat impatient, declared this with fervor. Although uncertain whether he could transform Tien and Goku into the strongest, he was entirely convinced of his self-invented technique. The Kaioken. The more Goku and the others feigned reluctance, the more he anticipated their astonished expressions upon mastering his Kaioken. Lord Kai, we have arranged a practical training plan to traverse the time-space continuum, and in a month, we can resume our combat training. If we travel to King Kai's planet for training, could we possibly stay for a month this time? Tien, observing Goku's persistent questioning of the North Kai, realized that it might exasperate the blue-skinned warrior and thus proposed a solution that would not disrupt their original plans. With Bulma's invention of the gravity chamber already in existence, the training environment of 10 times Earth's gravity on King Kai's planet had lost much of its allure for Tien. However, he found himself quite intrigued by the Kaioken and the spirit bomb created by the North Kai. He had initially pondered how to seek out the North Kai for instruction, and now that the Kai had come to him, he was more than willing to learn and observe, even if he could not master both techniques. The inspiration gained from them could lead to improvements or the creation of his own unique techniques, making it a venture worth pursuing. Chapter 65. Is it possible to transmit through time and space in actual combat? What is going on? Upon hearing Tien's mention of time-space transmission, North Kai could not help but express his astonishment. Even he, as a Kai, lacked the ability to traverse time and space at will. Could it be that on such an ordinary and remote planet as Earth, there exists someone capable of such feats? North Kai was utterly amazed and turned to the adjacent deity. The deity, seeing his reaction, did not conceal anything and promptly detailed the existence and function of the time machine. It was surprising to find such a unique chamber within the Earth's heavenly temple. After listening to the deity's explanation, North Kai was filled with wonder. Although he held dominion over the planets in the North Galaxy, he was not omniscient. The peculiar arrangements within the Earth's heavenly temple were something he had only discovered through this personal visit. Could the legend concerning the Kai of Time truly be real? North Kai murmured to himself, recalling tales he had heard in the past. However, the Kai of Time was shrouded in far greater mystery than the 4 cardinal Kais. And being of a higher divine rank, North Kai had never had the pleasure of witnessing the Kai of Time in person. What did you say, Lord Kai? The deity, unable to hear North Kai's mutterings clearly, inquired for confirmation, thinking he had given an order. Nothing, just reminiscing. North Kai shook his head. The matter of the Kai of Time was merely hearsay to him, and he had no intention of elaborating further with the deity. The fact that you all aspire to engage in real combat through time-space transmission demonstrates that your strength is undoubtedly not mere luck. Indeed, the opportunity for actual combat through such a unique means of time-space transmission should not be squandered. Even if one were to diligently train on my Kai's planet, it might not compare to the efficacy of engaging in real combat through time-space transmission. Very well, 1 month it shall be. During this month, before the time machine is fully energized, you shall accompany me to my Kai's planet for training. North Kai turned his gaze to Tien, approving his proposition. Although he was confident in his teaching abilities, he humbly recognized that compared to the extraordinary training method of time-space transmission, he would yield. Moreover, he believed that a month of training would suffice for him to provide initial guidance to Tien and the other promising martial artists. Ultimately, a consensus was reached regarding their training on Kai's planet, though the tenfold gravity of that realm imposed certain physical limitations on martial artists. Those with insufficient combat power and physical endurance would not be able to venture to Kai's planet for training. Consequently, after filtering based on training requirements, it was determined that only 4 individuals could proceed to Kai's planet over the next month: Tien, Goku, Krillin, and Din. As for Yamcha, his combat power was just shy of 300 points, insufficient to meet the minimum requirements for training on Kai's planet. Thus, one can only continue to remain in the Heavenly Palace, practicing in the gravity chamber where a low-gravity multiplier has been adjusted. Only after his combat power index surpasses 400 points can he be deemed to have barely reached the threshold for training on King Kai's planet. Alas, it seems I temporarily lack the opportunity to join you on King Kai's planet for training. However, rest assured, I shall soon break through to a combat power of 400 points and catch up with your pace. Yamucha sighed, yet he was not disheartened. Although he currently ranked last among the 5 in terms of combat power, his mindset had become remarkably steady. He understood that there had always been a significant gap between him and the others from the outset. Therefore, even though he was now excluded from the threshold for training on King Kai's planet, he remained unperturbed. One must take strides step by step, and strength must be pursued incrementally. Let us set forth. King Kai of the North showed no intention of lingering. He directly opened a black portal before them. Tien Shinhan and the others followed closely behind King Kai, arriving at King Kai's planet one by one. Upon their arrival, they were immediately struck by the overwhelming difference in gravity. Although they had trained in the gravity chamber over the past month, the limited gravity chamber prevented them from reaching a higher multiplier. The highest gravity they had experienced was merely 5 times that of Earth. Now, arriving at King Kai's planet, which bore 10 times Earth's gravity, they felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, this discomfort had little effect on Tien Shinhan, whose combat power had already reached 100,000 points. It merely enhanced the effect of his previously activated ability. Tien Shinhan activated his energy ring, suppressing his aura to approximately 1,000 points of combat power, allowing him to feel some pressure in the tenfold gravity training environment. Similarly, Goku performed the same action, using his energy ring to lower his aura to a level comparable to Krillin's. As for Krillin and Dumpling, even without the interference of the energy rings, they found movement quite challenging under the tenfold gravity of King Kai's planet. Especially Dumpling. Although his combat power had reached the threshold for training on King Kai's planet, he possessed the lowest power among the 4, making him the most affected at that moment. The gravity on this planet indeed felt different from that of Earth. Blue Fatty, you did not deceive us. I wonder what kind of training you will impart to us? Goku exerted himself and leapt several meters into the air. This height was unattainable for Krillin at that moment, as Goku's combat power had reached 10,000 points. In addition to his superior aura, his physical strength far surpassed Krillin's. The same could be said for Tien Shinhan, whose training in both the gravity chamber and with the energy ring had fortified both his body and aura. Alas, I have already mentioned that I do not go by Blue Fatty. You must address me as Lord King Kai. As for instructing your training, I have my own plans. The first step you must take is to capture Babulus. The North Kai, visibly irked, once again corrected Goku regarding his form of address, while simultaneously pointing at the monkey beside him, engaged in a leisurely consumption of bananas. This monkey, named Babulus, was a pet of the North Kai. Having resided on Kai's planet for an extended period, Babulus had long since acclimatized to the planet's gravity. Naturally agile, the monkey's dexterity, combined with the varying levels of adaptation to the gravitational conditions, posed a notable challenge for the newcomers during the initial phase of their training. This was particularly true for Tien and Goku, who deliberately suppressed their own energy levels using their energy control devices. Catch a monkey? Such a trivial task as a trial? Surely, Lord Kai, you underestimate our capabilities, Goku scoffed, regarding the exercise as somewhat childish. Yet, recalling his own beginnings on Kame House, where he too engaged in seemingly simple training, Goku merely voiced his dissent while his body, betraying his thoughts, began to take action. Abruptly, he lunged at Babulus, hoping to seize the monkey in one swift motion. To his surprise, Babulus not only evaded his grasp with remarkable agility, but also demonstrated a keen awareness of energy, deftly sidestepping Goku's attempt. This revelation led Goku to consider that perhaps the North Kai's training regimen was more formidable than it initially appeared. Observing Goku's failed attempt, the North Kai wore a knowing smile and made his way to his chair. Unbeknownst to him, among the 4 martial artists present, one possessed the extraordinary ability to enhance their combat prowess under duress. Tien, after several initial misses, managed to capture Babulus by the tail on his 3rd attempt. Just as the North Kai settled into his chair, he was met with Tien's triumphant declaration, "I have completed the task of catching Babulus, Lord Kai. When may I proceed to the next stage of my training?" "What? Completed already?" The North Kai was incredulous. Yet the sight of Babulus firmly in Tien's grasp forced him to accept the reality. "This is astonishingly swift. A minute? 30 seconds? No. It has barely been 10 seconds since I announced the training task. Even faced with the undeniable evidence, the North Kai found himself momentarily speechless, staring at Tien in disbelief. Chapter 66. The Utilization, Comprehension, and Expansion of Ultimate Techniques. According to the estimations of King Kai of the North, even the most exceptional martial artist, upon their initial arrival on King Kai's planet, would require at least a day or two to successfully apprehend Bobris. Even though Tien and the others had previously trained in a low-gravity chamber, the stark contrast between 5 times and 10 times the gravity was undeniable. King Kai believed that, under these circumstances, the fastest among Tien and his companions would still need several hours to catch Bobris. Yet, to his astonishment, Tien had completed the task before he had even settled into his chair. Such an unexpected outcome left King Kai in a state of disbelief. However, it was not entirely surprising, as Tien's ability to grow stronger in high-pressure environments or battles was remarkably accelerated. The notion of becoming stronger when faced with adversity was manifested in Tien to an extraordinary extent, truly hard to fathom. After a moment of stunned silence, King Kai murmured his admiration. "Well then, since you have captured Bobris, I shall immediately begin imparting to you some of my cherished techniques." The leisurely respite King Kai had anticipated was now entirely forfeited. Faced with Tien's swift completion of the initial training phase, he had no choice but to personally guide him. Meanwhile, Goku and the others would continue their training under Bobris' supervision. "Behold, this is my self-created ultimate technique, known as the King Kai Fist. If you can master it, you will possess the potential to turn the tide in critical moments, even against foes whose strength far surpasses your own, by several or even tenfold. Moreover, theoretically, there is no upper limit to the multiplicative enhancement of the King Kai Fist. As long as your physical strength is sufficient, you can unleash even greater power through this technique. However, higher multipliers of the King Kai Fist come with their own constraints, the intricacies of which you must discern for yourself." Although King Kai was astonished by Tien's remarkable adaptability to strength, this only deepened his admiration for him. At this juncture, King Kai was generous with his knowledge, directly teaching Tien the King Kai Fist. This was precisely what Tien had hoped for. As Tien commenced his training in the King Kai Fist, the others resumed their training regimen. Days passed in the pursuit of mastery. Shortly after Goku's arrival on King Kai's planet, he became the second martial artist to successfully capture Bobris. Thus, he too joined Tien in the study of the King Kai Fist. By this time, Tien had already grasped the fundamentals of the technique. The extent to which one could unlock the multipliers of the King Kai Fist would depend on each individual's physical strength and mastery of the technique. A month of training on King Kai's planet flew by swiftly. During this month, Tien and the other 3 successfully captured Bobris in succession and engaged in the study of the King Kai Fist. Ultimately, among the 4, only 2, Tien Shinhan and Goku, mastered the Kaioken technique. As for Krillin and Chaos, it seemed that perhaps due to insufficient physical strength or the limitations of time, they had yet to perfectly grasp the control required for the Kaioken. Consequently, when the month concluded, they had not succeeded in learning the technique. Even Yamcha, who had successfully elevated his combat power to over 400 points in the Heavenly Temple before arriving on Kaio's planet to train, had also not yet acquired the Kaioken. Time was nearly up. The time machine should have accumulated enough energy. Tien Shinhan, estimating the time, spoke up. "Is it time already? I haven't learned the Kaioken yet. It seems I will have to wait for the next opportunity to continue my training," Krillin lamented, though he showed no intention of delaying the use of the time machine. He believed he had yet to find the right moment to master the Kaioken, possibly due to his current physical strength being inadequate, which made the learning process more challenging. Therefore, rather than continuing to explore the Kaioken on Kaio's planet, Krillin felt that engaging in a real battle would be more beneficial at this juncture. Indeed, a month had passed, so the North Kaio declared, "If that is the case, I shall send you back." Throughout the month, the North Kaio had little time to spare. Initially, he taught Tien Shinhan the Kaioken technique, followed by Goku, and then Krillin and Chaos. He had anticipated a moment of respite after instructing the 4, only to receive word from the Heavenly Temple that Yamcha had reached the threshold to train on Kaio's planet. Thus, he found himself occupied with fetching Yamcha and providing guidance. After finally imparting the Kaioken to Yamcha, Tien Shinhan approached him again, inquiring about any additional techniques. The North Kaio promptly began to teach his ultimate technique, the Spirit Bomb. It must be said that Tien Shinhan's martial arts talent once again left a profound impression on him. The Spirit Bomb, a technique typically easier for those with exceptionally pure hearts to master, saw Goku gain a significant advantage over Tien Shinhan, learning it in just one day. While Tien Shinhan's heart was not as pure as Goku's, he nonetheless harnessed his formidable martial arts talent to effectively grasp the spirit bomb's utilization. Although his speed in gathering energy was not as effortless as Goku's, Tien Shinhan demonstrated a more profound understanding of the technique's application. Then I must trouble you, Lord Ko. Tien Shinhan expressed his gratitude to the North Ko for sending them back to Earth. As the black portal opened, Tien Shinhan and the others passed through, departing Ko's planet and returning to Earth. The North Ko, observing their departing figures, especially Tien Shinhan's, could not help but marvel. What a group of promising martial artists. Moreover, there is one truly extraordinary talent among them. For those like Krillin and Yamcha, who have yet to master the Kaioken technique, there remains ample opportunity for guidance. Even for Goku, who has already grasped both the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, there exists potential for further instruction to refine his mastery of these formidable techniques. However, when it comes to Tien Shinhan, he feels there is little left to impart. Over the course of the past month, Tien has fully comprehended the intricacies and principles of both the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. In fact, Tien's understanding and application of these techniques have surpassed that of their very creator. Remarkably, Tien has even begun to utilize the principles and techniques of the Spirit Bomb to forge his own unique attacks, demonstrating a mastery that speaks volumes about his proficiency. While Goku may be able to condense the Spirit Bomb more swiftly and unleash a greater force, he cannot, to the same extent, innovate new techniques based on this foundation. In this regard, the North Ko acknowledges Goku as the finest practitioner of his two signature techniques, yet Tien Shinhan has advanced even further. He stands as the most insightful and pioneering interpreter of these powerful abilities. Chapter 67, The Arena for Yamcha. In the Temple of the Gods, within the Time Machine cabin. After a brief flight, Tien and his companions found themselves back in the temple. Upon witnessing the interior of the Time Machine cabin for the first time, Yamcha was utterly astonished. Unlike places that appear unremarkable yet conceal hidden wonders, the Time Machine cabin exuded an enchanting aura, both extraordinary in appearance and vibrant in essence. The pitch-black environment within the cabin, coupled with the distorted clock patterns adorning the walls and ceiling, was sufficient to evoke a sense of the extraordinary in Yamcha. Is this the room that can transport us through time and space? It certainly radiates mystery, Yamcha could not help but exclaim. Focus your thoughts on the formidable opponent you wish to encounter, and the time machine will assist in choosing the appropriate time and space for your transport, Mr. Popo explained. Primarily addressing Yamcha, who was embarking on his first journey through time. Tien and the others had already comprehensively understood the necessary precautions regarding the use of the time machine during their previous experience. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yamcha took a deep breath, centering his thoughts on the adversary he envisioned. Now, let the transport commence. At Mr. Popo's cue, a brilliant white light flooded their vision. A familiar sensation of mild dizziness enveloped him as the blinding light began to dissipate rapidly. What greeted their eyes was an expanse reminiscent of a tropical rainforest, albeit with trees that towered several times higher than those on Earth. The surrounding trees were astonishingly tall, with most reaching over 100 meters. Have we successfully transported through time and space? Yamcha wondered, gazing around at the unfamiliar surroundings and the dramatically tall trees. Furthermore, he sensed that the gravitational force here differed from that of Earth, resembling more closely the gravity of King Kai's planet. In an environment where gravity was nearly 10 times that of Earth, Yamcha was grateful for having joined the training on King Kai's planet. Otherwise, adapting to the surrounding gravitational force would have taken him considerable time. However, before he could ponder further, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. Accompanying it was a colossal creature, towering several dozen meters high, resembling a giant dinosaur. This monstrous dinosaur had spotted Tien and the others and was now roaring with its gaping maw. Upon seeing the dinosaur-like creature, Yamcha felt a surge of surprise. The formidable opponent he had envisioned in his mind had appeared with astonishing swiftness. Allow me to tackle this monster, Yamcha volunteered, stepping forward with determination. The fruits of his rigorous training were poised to manifest at this moment. Undeterred by the creature's immense size, many times larger than himself, Yamcha unleashed his signature technique, Wolf Fang Fist. In an instant, countless shadows of fists emerged before Yamcha, each one resembling a phantom wolf lunging towards the dinosaur monster. Even an ant, in great numbers, can bring down an elephant. Thus, it is no surprise that Yamcha's current combat prowess has surpassed 500 points. Each punch he delivers carries the weight of 500 points of strength, a force that a colossal dinosaur monstrosity simply cannot withstand. As he executed a series of Wolf Fang Fist attacks, the dinosaur was obliterated into a mist of blood. Observing the dispersing blood mist, Yamucha was taken aback, astonished by the sheer power of his ultimate technique, which had so devastatingly ruptured such a massive creature. This unexpected display of might bolstered his confidence immeasurably. Surely, he was inching closer to matching Tien's prowess now, wasn't he? Of course, before he could hope to surpass Tien, he first needed to achieve a smaller goal, to outshine Chaozu. Yamucha believed that through diligent training and his innate talent, he could realize this modest ambition during the upcoming skirmishes in this new realm. The first adversary he encountered here was the formidable opponent he had anticipated. Could this not be a clear indication of his potential? Unbeknownst to Yamucha, Tien and the others were oblivious to the multitude of thoughts racing through his mind, including Chaozu. They merely found it peculiar that Yamucha chose to unleash his ultimate move against such a seemingly ordinary monster. After all, for the group present, defeating this creature could have been accomplished with a single punch. Did Yamucha truly lack the strength to dispatch the creature in one blow? Naturally, even the outspoken Goku refrained from voicing such a disheartening conjecture. This benevolent silence seemed to invigorate Yamucha, prompting him to take a proactive stance during their traversal through the forest. Each time a new monster emerged, he eagerly engaged, which, while leaving Tien and the others puzzled about his penchant for using his ultimate technique against mundane foes, also spared them considerable effort. For the other four, aside from Yamucha, none had anticipated their adversaries to be mere monsters. Drawing from their previous encounters with the Scion race, including Krillin and Chaozu, they had envisioned formidable extraterrestrial beings akin to the Scions. An hour later, as they reached the edge of a vast forest, they encountered peculiar creatures, slightly smaller than themselves, but adorned with wings. "We are the elves of Nymphastar. Are you visitors from another world? Welcome to Nymphastar." In stark contrast to the menacing behemoths lurking deep within the forest, the elves displayed a warm and hospitable demeanor. They treated Tien and the others, who were clearly not native to Nymphastar, with kindness. "These elves do not fit the mold of the adversaries I envisioned. Are they what you anticipated as foes?" Yamucha, confronted with the elves' cordiality, managed to suppress his urge to unleash a wolf-fang fist upon them. The group collectively shook their heads. Which rational individual would expect their enemies to be so charming and amiable? In a moment, the crowd exchanged glances, each seeking to discern the source of this peculiar amusement. For the anticipated adversary appeared in such an unexpected guise. "Ah, the time machine shall assist us in navigating realms that bear semblance to our projected foes. However, this does not imply that every creature we encounter in this dimension is our enemy." The Zivil encountered on Planet Plant serves as a prime example of this notion. Ultimately, it was Tien Shinhan who elucidated the matter, liberating everyone from the cognitive trap they had unwittingly fallen into. Upon hearing his words, a collective epiphany emerged. Indeed, while this realm harbors entities reminiscent of their envisioned adversaries, it does not signify that all beings inhabiting this space are foes. After all, they are traversing temporal dimensions. What they currently inhabit is a tangible world, albeit one that differs in time from their original experience, rather than a fictitious construct born of their imagination. "This is our elven spring water, crafted from the morning dew of the forest of life," she explained. "As a gesture of gratitude for your assistance in alleviating the dangers within the forest, we invite you, our esteemed guests from afar, to partake." The forest of life? Does it refer to this vast woodland we see now? And the dangers within the forest, are they the colossal dinosaur-like monsters? Merely a trivial task. Faced with the enchanting elven maiden, adorned with delicate wings and modestly draped in 2 circles of leaves, Yamucha felt his cheeks flush as he accepted the offered elven spring water. Chapter 68. The marvelous use of elven spring water. Enemies appear. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Yamucha swiftly drank from the spring water, immediately revealing an expression of refreshment and vitality. Tien Shinhan observed the elven spring water intently, employing his keen sense to detect the rich life force contained within. This sensation bore some resemblance to the fountain of youth, yet it was not entirely equivalent. It was certain that the elven spring water posed no harm to them. Rather, it offered some benefit. It seemed evident that the elven folk genuinely wished to express their gratitude towards them by presenting the elven spring water. As Yamucha consumed the elven spring water, Tien Shinhan and the others each received a portion as well. After careful observation and noting that Yamucha exhibited no adverse effects, Tien Shinhan lifted his makeshift cup crafted from leaves and drank it down in one swift motion. The moment the spring water entered his body, he realized that Yamucha's earlier sense of refreshment was not merely an act. It was indeed the effect of the elven spring water. The cool spring water diffused within him, transforming into a unique flow of energy that melded with Tien Shinhan's natural aura. His physical strength was on the rise, though the enhancement was subtle. As a martial artist, he was acutely aware of his body's fortitude. In that moment, he discerned the slight increase in his physical prowess after consuming the elven spring water. While it contained life force, it was considerably less potent than the Fountain of Youth, and its effects diverged. The Fountain of Youth directly extended one's lifespan, whereas the elven spring water bolstered physical strength. Although the effect was minor for Tien Shinhan, it was because his body was already quite robust. For Goku and others, whose physical strength was comparatively lower than Tien Shinhan's, the effects were markedly pronounced. Wow, I feel as if my body has become significantly stronger, Goku exclaimed, clenching his fists and intuitively sensing the increase in his physical power even without using ki. Indeed, with this newfound strength, I believe I should be capable of employing the Kaioken now. Krillin nodded in agreement, feeling the enhancement more profoundly than Goku. He had nearly mastered the Kaioken technique during his time on King Kai's planet, but his insufficient physical strength had hindered him from successfully executing it until now. With the boost from the elven spring water, Krillin felt confident that he could easily use the Kaioken. Tien, I believe my body has also reached the threshold for utilizing the Kaioken, Kaiatsu remarked as he examined his hands. Though he had initially been quite distant from the ability to employ the Kaioken, the current enhancement left him uncertain if he could truly succeed. He could only say he had barely reached the threshold. Yamcha listened to Krillin and Chaozu, both of whom expressed their newfound belief that they could wield the Kaioken technique, leaving him somewhat astonished. Given that Tien and Goku were already significantly stronger than him, Yamcha refrained from the futile exercise of comparison. However, as the only trio who had not mastered the Kaioken on King Kai's planet, it was disheartening to witness Krillin and Chaozu make such substantial progress. The stark contrast in their abilities swiftly extinguished the elation that had graced Yamcha's countenance. How vexing it was to realize that, despite an enhancement in his physical strength, he remained unqualified to utilize the Kaioken. In contrast, Krillin and Chaozu had already achieved this milestone. This direct comparison served as a sobering reminder of the gap in their strengths. Merely having vanquished a few dinosaur-like monsters, he had foolishly basked in self-satisfaction. A thought that struck him as quite absurd. The spirits of the elf tribe extended an invitation for their esteemed guests to rest and enjoy their hospitality, assuring that their kin would offer a warm welcome. After Tien and the others drank from the enchanted spring, the elf tribe's gratitude did not wane. Rather, they continued to fervently invite Tien and his companions to visit. Very well, let us go, Tien replied, noting the eager gazes of Goku and the others, with no inclination to decline the invitation. After all, their time machine was set to automatically return them after half a year, granting them ample opportunity for exploration and socializing without much time lost. Upon receiving Tien's consent, the elf tribe's people guided him and his companions toward a different direction at the edge of the forest of life. As they ventured forth, the scenery transformed dramatically from the stifling humidity of a vast tropical rainforest to a realm filled with melodious birdsong, fragrant blossoms, and gentle breezes. This new forest bore a closer resemblance to the trees of earth, exuding an ambience akin to a meticulously curated garden. Deeper within this verdant sanctuary lay the dwelling of the elf tribe. Upon entering, Tien and his companions observed that while the number of elf tribespeople was modest, each one was strikingly handsome or beautiful, with an elevated aesthetic appeal. In terms of combat prowess, they surpassed the average earthling, even exhibiting a more formidable presence than the Sphurians encountered during their last transport. However, when compared to the Scion race's average strength, they fell short, as the elf tribe did not embody the same martial spirit as the Scions. Your Majesty, it was these guests who aided us in eliminating numerous monsters from the forest of life. From now on, it will be considerably safer for everyone to gather morning dew there, reported one of the elves who had led Tien and the others. Indeed, I am aware. Let us extend our utmost hospitality to these guests. We must not be remiss. The elf queen, adorned with a crown and draped in a delicate light blue gown, welcomed Tien and his companions with an air of calm acknowledgement. Rather, it was arranged with an air of calmness as if she had foreseen this matter. It appears that the earlier directive for the elven folk to fetch the elven spring water for Tien Shinhan and his companions was likely orchestrated by the elven queen in advance. Tien Shinhan, not wishing to decline the elven queen's generous offer, saw this as an opportune moment to glean insights about the nymph star. In his recollections, he found no impressions or knowledge regarding this planet. Just as Tien Shinhan resolved to acquiesce to the Elven Queen's plans and remain here to ascertain the situation, the Elven Queen's formerly graceful demeanor was abruptly replaced by astonishment and panic. Oh no, those fiends have returned. What have they done? The energy of the forest of life. No, the very vitality of the nymph star is being drained. The Elven Queen's exclamation left Goku and the others in confusion. However, upon hearing the Elven Queen's alarm, Tien Shinhan was deep in thought. He promptly prepared for battle and alerted the Treants, urging them to join the fray, lest their own life force be the first to be siphoned away. The Elven Queen, casting aside her composure, immediately began formulating a battle strategy. At that moment, Tien Shinhan had already deduced the cause of the disturbance. Could it be him? Tien Shinhan was taken aback to discover that their adversaries were once again Saiyans. He had anticipated an opponent stronger than King Vegeta in his transformed state, yet not overwhelmingly so. Initially, he had thought they would encounter the Jinyu Force, only to find it was that individual who was perpetually in search of life planets to cultivate the Tree of Might. Chapter 69. The Forbidden Fruit of the Spirit Tree. Tien was somewhat taken aback by the presence of Dales, their adversary this time. However, recalling the vast forests and monstrous creatures of the nymph star, which were exponentially larger than those on Earth, he found it less surprising. The existence of even more colossal forests, fearsome beasts, and treasures like the elf spring attested to the abundant vitality inherent to nymph star. Such a life-sustaining planet perfectly suited the needs of the wandering scion Dales to cultivate the spirit tree. Dales was one of the surviving scions after Frieza obliterated planet Vegeta, annihilating the scion race. Unlike Nappa and Raditz, who were absorbed into Frieza's ranks as subordinates, Dales roamed the northern galaxy as a solitary scion. He possessed the seeds of the spirit tree, which, upon being planted on a planet, would promptly take root and swiftly absorb the planet's life force. The vitality extracted from the planet would manifest as spirit tree fruits on the growing tree. These fruits were said to be consumable only by deities. Dale sought to consume the spirit tree fruits to enhance his combat prowess, which drove him to search for life-sustaining planets for cultivation. It was evident that this time, Nymph Star had become his target. Let's assist them, Tien, Yamcha suggested, observing the Elf Queen leading her kin into action. The Elf people have just welcomed us with open arms. We cannot ignore their plight. Indeed, Krillin chimed in, his mind sharp among the Dragon Ball warriors. Perhaps this calamity is instigated by the very enemies we are destined to confront during our temporal travels. Whether motivated by the desire to aid or an instinctual understanding of the impending conflict, he readily supported the proposal. All right, let's set off. Tien wasted no time in agreeing to their suggestion. After all, even without their prompt, Tien had already deduced the identity of the foe and was keen to confront Dales. Uncertain of the latter's current strength, Goku and Kaiatsu naturally expressed no objections and promptly followed suit. In no time, the five of them joined the ranks of the elf people. Dear guests, you need not involve yourselves in this battle. They are solely targeting Nymph Star. Unlike us, you are not natives of Nymph Star, and thus, you bear no obligation to share in our fate. Perhaps it would be prudent to seize this opportunity and depart early from Nymph Star. Once we, the Elf and Treant clans, have resolved this crisis, we shall gladly welcome you back as guests. It must be noted that the elves were exceptionally kind-hearted. Even as their own planet faced dire peril, they still thought of Tien and his companions, urging them to leave Nymph Star while they could. Ah, dear Elf Queen, you jest. We certainly do not intend to share in the fate of Nymph Star. We merely wish to confront these adversaries from the past, should they possess the merit of being vanquished. During their flight, Tien Shinhan responded with a smile to the Elven Queen's reminder. They had come in search of combat opportunities. There was no principle of retreat when faced with battle. Is that so? It appears you guests are quite confident in your abilities. If, at a later time we, the Elven and Treant races, find ourselves incapable of overcoming the enemy, we shall have to rely on you. The Elven Queen was taken aback by Tien Shinhan's unwavering confidence. Without even encountering the foe, he had already determined their inevitable defeat and even questioned their worthiness of being conquered. Such self-assurance was indeed reassuring. Yet one could not help but wonder if it would translate into tangible prowess, for those adversaries were certainly formidable. Perhaps it would be wise to first rely on their own strength before placing expectations on the guests. Sensing Tien Shinhan's confidence, the Elven Queen felt a flicker of hope, and her anticipation for Tien Shinhan and his companions grew slightly. Naturally, her battle strategy remained as originally planned, to first unify the strength of her kin and the Treants to engage the enemy. The elves' flight speed was commendable, as their wings flapped vigorously, nearly matching Yamcha's current mastery of flight. In a mere 5 minutes, Tien Shinhan and his companions had arrived above the heart of the life forest, following the Elven Queen. There, 5 aliens clad in distinctive combat attire hovered in midair, their faces twisted with mockery and malice, as if they were spectators enjoying a grand performance while watching the trees of the life forest wither rapidly below. What should have been the lushest part of the life forest was now marred by the sight of wilting plants. Vast expanses of barren land emerging and spreading swiftly in all directions. How infuriating! This once thriving life forest had been reduced to such desolation. The elven queen glared at the lone peculiar plant remaining amidst the wasteland, gritting her teeth in anger. While she could maintain her composure in many situations, the devastating damage to the environment of Nymph Star and the rapid loss of the planet's vitality were intolerable. Oh, it's you reckless elves again. Haven't the ones crushed last time instilled enough fear in you? Initially, I merely intended to fulfill the task assigned by my superior, Dales, and quietly await the fruition of the spirit tree. It seems I must take action and eliminate you meddlesome elves once and for all. As Tien Shinhan and his companions spotted the five, Dales' subordinates, tasked with nurturing the spirit tree, also became aware of the elves and Tien Shinhan's group. However, they instinctively overlooked Tien Shinhan and his companions, for aside from Yamucha, they all bore energy disruptors that revealed a combat power of merely around 300 points. Regarding the 500-point combat power of Yamucha, although it is considered formidable among the elven kin, it pales in comparison to that of the elven queen, rendering it unworthy of significant attention. Amando, why engage in such lengthy discourse with them? Have you been confined in the galactic prison for too long, that you now hesitate even to take a life? If you choose not to act this time, allow me to indulge myself first. After all, having spent an eternity aboard the spaceship in search of suitable life planets, I have long been deprived of battle. Days, another subordinate of Dallas, voiced his discontent, criticizing Amando for his excessive chatter with the elven folk. For such weak, insignificant creatures, it is best to eliminate them swiftly. After all, their combat power exceeds 7,000, whereas even the elven queen possesses merely 1,000. Very well, then it shall be your turn to take action. Having previously dispatched numerous elven beings, Amando decided not to contest with Days, curious to witness the efficacy of Days' claim of a clean and decisive kill. Haha, then I shall not hold back. Days' eyes gleamed with a crimson hue as he eagerly licked his parched lips, exuding an air of exhilaration. The five of them were all subordinates of Dallas, gathered from various planets in the northern galaxy, each embodying a ruthless and violent disposition, naturally drawn to battle and slaughter. Let your corpses serve as nourishment for the spiritual tree fruits cultivated by Dallas. After scanning the area with his combat power detector and confirming that none present matched his strength, Days charged towards the elven queen with uncontainable excitement. Chapter 70. The unexpectedly naive Wukong turns out to be a master of deception. During the previous massacre of the elven kin by Amando, Do's eyes had been keenly observant. The elven queen's combat prowess, rated at a mere 1,000, was not particularly formidable in their eyes. However, she possessed a unique ability that could enhance the combat strength of her allies. To ensure a more effortless conclusion to the battle and to unleash a more indiscriminate slaughter upon the elves, it was undoubtedly prudent to first eliminate the elven queen. With remarkable swiftness, Do's launched himself towards her. Yet, the elven queen was acutely aware of the peculiarities of her ability and had long anticipated his assault. The moment he made his move, she immediately began to retreat in flight. Although her speed could not match Do's charge, her prearranged elven warriors and treeman soldiers were already in action. Simultaneously, as she withdrew, the elven queen employed her special ability on the attacking warriors. Radiant threads. With a flourish of her staff, droplets of golden light encased in crystalline water swiftly transformed into shimmering threads, integrating seamlessly into the bodies of each warrior. In an instant, the aura of these warriors surged forth, elevating the once modest combat strength of a few hundred to nearly 1,000. A barrage of robust branches and elven arrows, now bolstered to near 1,000 strength, surged forth to engulf the charging Do's. Regrettably, despite the enhancement bestowed by the radiant threads, the disparity between their newfound strength and Do's staggering 8,400 points remained vast. Indeed, that vexing special ability seemed to mock their weakness, persistently clinging to the fight despite their frailty. The destructive force of nearly 1,000 was insufficient to breach Do's defenses, yet a distinction remained. He could easily disregard attacks of a few hundred points as they were merely a nuisance. But the onslaught of near 1,000 strength required him to expend a modicum more effort to withstand it. Though still incapable of breaching his defenses, such assaults were sufficient to elicit a slight sting, and under the relentless barrage, the pain began to accumulate. It was not the inability to penetrate his defenses that irked Do's, but rather the distinction between pain and lack thereof that rendered the elven queen's abilities bothersome. As for the prospect of injury from the Elven and Treeman warriors, such a concern was far beyond his contemplation. A twinge of discomfort, how infuriating. Within 3 seconds, Dai's skillfully maneuvered his arms to deflect the majority of the Treeman's branch strikes and Elven arrows, simultaneously unleashing a relentless barrage of energy blasts that decimated the ranks of warriors. Yet, some attacks inevitably slipped through the cracks, inflicting pain upon him. Feeling the sting on his back ignited his fury, prompting an even more frenzied assault of energy blasts. Cackling maniacally, he unleashed a torrent of energy, his hands moving like pistons in a fevered frenzy. With each thrust of his arm, a wave of energy, brimming with thousands of points of destructive force, surged forth. His movements appeared comical, yet the assault unleashed was akin to an apocalypse for the Elven and Treant races at this moment. Initially, Tien and his companions believed the Elven Queen possessed some means of resisting the foe, which led them to refrain from intervening immediately. However, within a mere 3 seconds, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, leaving their adversaries in complete control, mercilessly executing their onslaught. The Kamehameha, Yamcha, who had previously garnered the reverence of the elves, was the first to strike. Regrettably, even with the Kamehameha at his disposal, he could only manage to deflect a stray energy blast slightly, barely saving one elven life in the process. At this juncture, Yamcha was filled with determination but utterly powerless. His ability to sense energy made it abundantly clear that the enemy's prowess far surpassed his own. Upon donning the battle power detector crafted by Bulma, he was astonished to discover that the foe before him possessed over 10 times his own strength, an astounding 8,400 points. How could this be? Why am I so weak? Currently, Yamcha's battle power stood at a mere 500 points, and even with the enhancement from the Radiant Thread, his attack barely exceeded 1,000 points of destructive force. Compared to the elite warriors of the Elven and Treant races, he was only slightly superior, lacking the capacity to turn the tide of battle. Do not fret, Yamcha. You have simply fallen behind. You will catch up in time. We shall safeguard this place during this fight. After all, we have also partaken of the Elven spring water. Tien discerned Yamcha's despondency and frustration, realizing that the current conflict had exceeded his capabilities. Such is the lamentable reality of falling behind in power. Perhaps Yamcha had already come to understand that the colossal dinosaur-like beasts encountered in the forest were the formidable adversaries he faced upon this temporal journey. As for the foes now present, they were Tien, Goku, Krillin, and even Kaiatsu. Indeed, just as the Elven and Treant forces found themselves at a significant disadvantage, Goku and the others sprang into action. Boom! Goku, Kaiatsu, and Krillin moved with remarkable speed, while Raditz was still engrossed in his relentless assault. Their fists converged directly upon his abdomen. Simultaneously, the battle power detector revealed that Krillin and Kaiatsu's strengths had surged to over 2,000 and 1,000 points respectively. It turned out that the moment they engaged, Krillin and Kaiatsu had deactivated their power-sensing devices, revealing their true energy levels. Coupled with the amplification effect of the Radiant Thread, this resulted in such overwhelming force. In contrast, Goku, having forgotten to deactivate his device, unleashed a punch that, despite the brief surge in power, matched Kaiatsu's 1,000 points of destructive force. Nevertheless, even in this lapse, Raditz found himself doubled over from the impact of Goku's blow. Although Krillin's 2,000-point strike had yet to breach Raditz's defenses, it was more than sufficient to inflict considerable pain. It was akin to the sudden, acute pain of a ruptured appendix. Though it had not broken through his defenses, he could not maintain his composure without bending over. Well, judging by your expressions, you surely cannot be affiliated with them, can you? Are you the hired help of this woman? You have successfully provoked my ire, and I am determined to demonstrate to you what true strength entails. As Dai's recovered from the fleeting agony, his inner fury swelled with intensity. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, the other 4 individuals who had merely been spectators laughed derisively. Hey, Dai's, you better not capsize in the gutter. One taunted. If you let these insignificant ants bring you to such disarray, we will have no choice but to disavow your position as Darius's subordinate. Indeed. If you struggle even against such feeble foes, it would be a disgrace to Darius and to our brotherhood. The brothers Luis and Lacasse, awakened from the annals of time by Darius, harmonized their mockery, their bond allowing them to taunt with synchronized precision. Come on, resolve this quickly. We cannot keep Darius waiting. Interjected the half-mechanical Kakao, who had remained silent until now, his disdain palpable. Despite his reticence, he possessed the highest combat prowess among Darius's 5 subordinates, boasting an impressive power level of 13,000. Upon hearing Kakao, who typically spoke little, express himself, Douai's altered his initial intent to torment Klin and the others. Now, his foremost desire was to swiftly eliminate the three who had inadvertently caused him distress. I forgot to turn off my power ring. Just as Douai was about to unleash his true capabilities, Wukong, as if struck by a sudden realization, pressed the button to deactivate his energy ring. In an instant, the combat power readings on Douai, Kakao, and the others soared dramatically. Puff. Tien, witnessing the astonishment in Douai and the others' widened eyes, glanced at Wukong's seemingly innocent expression and found himself at a loss for words. Was Wukong genuinely oblivious, or was he simply adept at feigning ignorance? In any case, Douai and his fellow subordinates were left utterly astounded by the unanticipated revelation of Wukong's true combat strength. Chapter 71. Taking Action to Find Answers. Douai stared in astonishment at the extraordinary figure displayed on the battle power detector. Over 20,000? It nearly blinded him with disbelief. He knew that, regardless of his true abilities, he could only muster a battle power of 8 for 100 points. Yet, the detector proclaimed that the seemingly boisterous young lad before him possessed over 20,000 points of combat prowess. Was this not absurd? In truth, Goku's actual battle power was not as exaggerated as it appeared. The dazzling influence of the Fairy Queen's thread had temporarily elevated his displayed power to over 20,000. However, it dawned on Douai that Goku had indeed struck him moments ago, and yet he had only felt a mild pain. If the boy truly possessed such power, he should have been obliterated by that blow, rather than merely experiencing a slight discomfort. Frustrated, Douai concluded that the battle power detector must be malfunctioning, and he nearly fell for this foolish child's bluster. If he claimed to have forgotten to turn off his wristband to intimidate him, then Douai decided he would be the one to settle the score. Feeling insulted and enraged, Douai aimed to make Goku his first target to vent his frustration. This spectacle left Krillin and Dumpling, who were closer to him, utterly dumbfounded. They had already activated the King Kai fist in anticipation of retaliation from Douai, yet he, instead of targeting them, charged straight at Goku, who was clearly beyond his capabilities. Was it not said that one should choose the softest fruit to squeeze? Krillin and Dumpling had mentally prepared themselves to be treated as easy targets in the wake of Goku's actions. Yet here was Douai, seemingly deranged, deciding to confront the strongest among them. Tien Shinhan observed the scene in bewilderment. Why provoke Goku of all people? Among the three options, he had perfectly avoided the two correct answers. It seemed that this fellow was destined for such folly. No, Douai, stop. Amando could no longer bear to watch. Among Dale's 5 subordinates, he shared a rapport with Douai, which was why he had initially allowed him the opportunity to strike. Unlike Douai, who was consumed by rage, Amando was keenly aware of Goku's true battle power, having confirmed it with Luai's and Lacasse to ensure his machine was functioning correctly. He knew without a doubt that Goku's power was indeed over 20,000. There was no malfunction. However, Douai's speed was astonishing, and Amando could only shout a warning. Too late to intervene. Are you going to attack me? Then come on. Goku, feeling his energy return to normalcy, suddenly noticed Douai charging at him with a kick. Without hesitation, he leapt into the air and retaliated with a kick of his own. Although Goku had grown taller over the past few months, he was still merely a youth. If it were a contest of leg length, it would undoubtedly be a losing battle for Dez. Alas, this encounter was not determined by the length of one's limbs. When the two flying kicks collided, Dez's right leg, ensconced within his battle attire, shattered instantly. Following this, his entire being erupted into a mist of crimson. This gruesome spectacle evoked a vivid memory from Tien's recollections of a transcendent being. In that memory, two entities known as Ultraman engaged in a fierce confrontation. One of them, a new generation Ultraman named Mebius, displayed immense courage by daring to challenge his predecessor, Ultraman Leo, who wielded flying kicks as his signature technique. During that clash, Mebius was propelled from his Ultraman form back into his human state. Remarkably, this outcome occurred only because Leo had restrained some of his kicking force. At this moment, Goku had no intention of holding back against Dez. Thus, the 400-point Dez inevitably succumbed to the 20,000-point Goku's flying kick, exploding into a mist of blood. What a despicable trickster. That brat was merely feigning weakness to provoke Dez into a reckless assault. Amando bellowed in rage, witnessing Dez's transformation into a sanguine haze. To him, Goku's seemingly innocuous demeanor was nothing but a fade. He was deliberately pretending to be feeble, enticing Dez into a suicidal attack. What a vile, contemptible wretch. This so-called little demon was more cunning than any of their galactic criminals. Feigning weakness? Why would I do such a thing? Goku, taken aback by Dez's sudden demise, was perplexed. He had assumed that such a fierce adversary would possess considerable prowess. To his astonishment, this foe had been vanquished by a single kick. To put it in the words of Bulma from her driving days, this Dez fellow was nothing more than a fraud. Just as Goku was beginning to grasp this intricate situation, he overheard Amando accusing him of deception, which only deepened his confusion. Enough already. Doesn't he realize he must have bumped his head as a child? Always spouting such nonsensical remarks is quite bothersome. Why not simply settle this with a fight? Goku, incensed by the slander, felt his temper flare and charged towards the taunting Amando with fists raised. Rather than dwell on the accusations of deceit and villainy, he resolved to defeat this loquacious adversary first and demand an explanation afterward. Goku referred to this approach as seeking answers through action. Contemplation was not his forte. However, he excelled in taking decisive action. Enlightened by this revelation, Goku felt a surge of cleverness wash over him. Amando, initially emboldened by his distance from Goku and the presence of three allies, was unprepared for Goku's sudden advance. Is this young man truly so valiant? Does he not fear the three of them joining forces against him? Moreover, their leader, Dales, is lurking in the shadows at this very moment. Goku's direct approach in seeking answers has left Amando retreating in alarm, prompting the Razlakase brothers and Kakao to abandon their passive stance. In an instant, the trio coordinated with the retreating Amando to encircle the advancing Goku. As Goku found himself surrounded by the four, a lethal energy beam, nearly capable of inflicting 20,000 units of damage, launched stealthily from the vicinity of the roots of the spirit tree, aimed directly at him. The Dodon Ray. Just as this beam was about to strike the airborne Goku, Tien, who had been observing the battlefield, swiftly extended a finger. A Dodon Ray was instantaneously unleashed, intercepting the attacking energy beam while simultaneously piercing through Kakao, the most formidable among Dales' subordinates. Ah, so you were indeed lying in wait to launch a surprise attack? After such a long wait, you could no longer restrain yourself from striking. With that, Tien vanished from sight, instantly appearing beside Dales near the roots of the spirit tree. A combat power of 20,000? Have you forgotten to deactivate that little wristband? Dales recoiled in shock, retreating several hundred meters, astonished at the transformation of Tien, who had previously displayed a mere combat power of 300, now revealing an astounding 20,000. He had not anticipated that, aside from the individual resembling Kakarot, there existed within this group another with 3 eyes, a cunning individual who could maintain composure even better than himself, revealing his true combat prowess only when the opportunity to strike presented itself. Yet, unbeknownst to Dales, Tien's current display of 20,000 combat power was merely the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 72, A Punch That Lifts Off the Ground. Ascend to the Heavens. Suddenly, Dales let out a hearty laugh several hundred meters in front of Tien Shinhan, who observed this peculiar scene with a hint of bewilderment. Has this fellow suddenly lost his mind? I consider myself distinct from the other scions, who are brawn over brains. They willingly serve as Frisia's lapdogs, engaging in relentless battles on the brink of death to gradually enhance their power, while I can easily surpass them with intellect alone. One day, Frisia shall be beneath my feet. Yet, unexpectedly, I have encountered a worthy adversary here, one who understands the significance of seizing opportunities even better than I do. Three-eyed creature, you qualify as my opponent. State your name. Dales, noticing the bewilderment on Tien's face, realized his abrupt laughter might have seemed odd, and thus, he snorted and called out. He assumed that having earned Tien's recognition, the latter would readily respond with his name. Instead, Tien merely scoffed. Let us fight, but as for names, I can't be bothered to share. You aren't worthy to hear it. The spirit tree continues to siphon the life force from the planet Nymphu. Tien wished to prolong the battle to enhance his power, leaving no room for idle introductions. With a clash of wills, Tien advanced. Bang! Can you withstand a punch with a combat power of 20,000? Tien did not completely shut off the energy disruptor on his power ring. He merely adjusted it slightly. At this moment, his energy exuded a combat power level of 10,000, augmented by the shimmering essence of the Fairy Queen, resulting in an impressive display of 20,000. Boom! The forceful punch came crashing down. Dales, taken aback by Tien's swift strike, could only raise his right arm in defense. Crack! With a combat power of only 19,000, he found himself on the receiving end of Tien's 20,000 point punch, causing his arm to fracture slightly. However, Dales, having just faced a setback, remained unfazed. Using the recoil from the fracture, he swiftly distanced himself from Tien. You don't even deem it necessary to utter your name? It seems I have underestimated you. One with a combat power of 20,000 and another with 23,000. Do you truly believe such strength guarantees victory? Naive. Utterly naive. Dales not only remained calm, but also mocked Tien and Goku. While speaking, he furtively glanced at the spirit tree nearby, which had begun to coalesce a pale pink fruit. However, this initial form was clearly not consumable yet. Feel the dread instilled by the Psiots. After confirming this, Dales bellowed, raising his hand to launch a special energy sphere into the sky, serving as a substitute for the artificial moon. This technique of the artificial moonlight has also been mastered by him, and through numerous transformations into a gorilla, he has learned to maintain his rationality even after becoming one. With a mighty roar, a colossal black gorilla, towering at 100 meters, suddenly materialized beside the spirit tree. As it merely raised its hand and pounded its chest a few times, the shockwaves emitted were sufficient to leave the less formidable warriors dizzy and disoriented. Yamcha shook his head, struggling to persevere amidst the disorientation. He had not anticipated that this battle would escalate to such a level. Was this the formidable adversary that Tien and the others had to confront? Yamcha, with a sense of self-awareness, recognized that the ensuing conflict was beyond his capacity to partake in. Thus, he immediately set about rousing the nearby Elven and Treant warriors who had inadvertently succumbed to the shock, coordinating their swift retreat to safety. In a short span of time, the surviving Elven and Treant warriors had successfully evacuated the vicinity. Before them stood only the enormous black gorilla, the even grander spirit tree, and another battle group engaged in combat, alongside the Elven queen who remained, maintaining the effect of the radiant thread. Thud, thud, thud. After transforming into the giant gorilla, Dales charged several paces forward, swiftly arriving before Tien. Prepare to be reduced to pulp, as the price for underestimating me. Dales raised his massive gorilla foot, envisioning Tien being trampled into a mere paste. Would Tien be unharmed? Meanwhile, on the other side, Krillin and Dend, having activated their Kaioken, seized the opportunity to finish off Kakao, who had been pierced by Tien's Dodon Ray. Kakao, boasting a combat power of 13,000, was indeed the strongest among Dale's team. Aside from himself, yet unexpectedly, he fell victim to Tien's casual gesture, followed by the timely intervention of Krillin and Dend, leading to his demise. Currently, Krillin and Dend could only achieve a maximum of 3 times the Kaioken multiplier. In this state, their combined combat power, augmented by the effect of the radiant thread, reached over 6,000 and 2,000, respectively. Such a formidable assault, unleashed in conjunction with Tien's prior strike on Kakao, was more than sufficient for a finishing blow. As Krillin glanced anxiously at Tien, who was facing the gorilla Dales, he sought reassurance. Don't worry, Tien's got this, Dend replied, exuding a calm demeanor. It wasn't that he lacked concern for Tien. Rather, he had witnessed Tien's narrow escapes far too many times. Just as Goku pursued the surviving Amando and the Rezkala brothers, Tien cast a tranquil smile at the descending foot of the gorilla. Underestimate me? What price does a martial artist pay? You wish to crush me? Bring it on. He unleashed the celestial fist. In the next moment, Tien completely deactivated the interference of his wave ring and executed his self-created technique, transforming into his gigantic form. In an instant, the formidable power of Tien Shinhan, surpassing 100,000, was completely unleashed, enhanced by the ethereal radiance to nearly 250,000. Not only that, but his towering stature, comparable to the 100-meter height, combined with a strength even greater than that of the transformed giant ape, allowed Tien Shinhan to deliver a powerful punch directly onto the descending foot of the colossal gorilla, Darius. Boom. The massive Darius was sent soaring thousands of meters into the sky by the force of the blow. Yet, before he could descend, the enlarged Tien Shinhan leapt with ferocity to his side, seizing the opportunity while Darius was airborne and unable to evade. Tien Shinhan unleashed a flurry of colossal punches upon the gargantuan form of the gorilla. Aura, 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 aura. Bang, 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 bang. In midair, a breathtaking scene unfolded before the astonished onlookers. A towering giant Tien Shinhan, amidst the clouds, was relentlessly hammering the 100-meter Darius, who had become a mere punching bag. The sound of each impact reverberated like sonic booms. The striking visuals were overwhelming, and with each passing moment as they plummeted, they shattered through layers of clouds. Such a spectacle was undeniably ferocious. The cacophony was utterly devastating. The sensation was exhilarating. Yet, the Elven Queen gazed upon the scene with immense satisfaction. Yes, just like that. Do not cease, Tien Shinhan. Deliver a crushing blow to that scoundrel. The exhilarated Elven Queen even began to mimic punches and kicks in the air, revealing the latent melee dreams harbored by every mage. her composure and elegance momentarily forgotten. No one deemed her reaction inappropriate in light of such a scene. After all, those like Darius, who brazenly intrude upon others' realms and leave devastation in their wake, deserve to be pummeled into a pulp. As the barren expanses of the life forest came into view, many felt that Tien Shinhan's strikes were still insufficiently fierce. Each punch from the giant Tien Shinhan not only landed solidly upon Darius, but also struck a chord in the hearts of the Nymph Star warriors, avenging their grievances splendidly. Chapter 73, A Sudden Return to Form. How could this be? This is not how it should be. Dales was utterly incredulous about the events unfolding around him. In his original expectations, although Tien had concealed a fighting power of 20,000, revealing it only after launching a surprise attack on Goku, he believed that he himself should have been the one with the deepest secrets. In terms of innate talent, Dales, hailing from the ranks of lower-class Scion warriors, lacked confidence. Yet, when it came to cunning and craftiness, he considered himself undoubtedly the most formidable among the Scions. Although Tien had concealed a fighting power of 20,000, he possessed the ace of the Great Ape transformation. His power, after transforming, approached 200,000. So why was he still being thoroughly beaten by Tien? What of Kakarot's wristband? Shouldn't it have been disabled when Tien revealed his 20,000 fighting power? Wasn't this 20,000 the true measure of this three-eyed fellow's strength? Why did this three-eyed character now unleash a fighting power exceeding 200,000? Why could he also grow larger? Had everything he concealed already been anticipated by this three-eyed foe? Being mercilessly pummeled, Dales found himself questioning his very existence. He felt as though he had unwittingly walked into a pot, much like a turtle drawn into boiling water. In truth, it was not surprising that Dales questioned his life choices. After all, he was not facing an ordinary Tien, but one who had accurately gathered intelligence beforehand. Although Dales bore a striking resemblance to Goku, his character was insidious and despicable. Naturally, upon deducing that the enemy was Dales and his cohort, Tien had begun to exercise caution. Indeed, Dales, the cunning one, had used his subordinates to probe and discover that Goku was the strongest among Krillin and the others, intending to launch a surprise attack to severely injure Goku and gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Tien had not engaged alongside Krillin and the others, not out of indifference or weakness akin to Yamcha, but rather because he was waiting for Dales to attempt a sneak attack. The moment Dales executed his ambush, every subsequent action of his was already anticipated by Tien. The towering Tien swung his fists with unrestrained exhilaration. At that moment, Dales, in his great ape form, was several thousand units weaker than Tien, unable to retaliate while suspended in midair, merely serving as a durable target for punishment. Boom, boom, boom. Tien relentlessly rained down punches from the air upon the great ape Dales, not ceasing until he brought him crashing down to the ground. The parched earth of the life forest, unable to bear the weight, yielded beneath Dale's massive form, creating a colossal pit nearly a kilometer deep and over a kilometer in diameter. Cough, cough. Within a brief span of 1 minute, Dales had lost count of how many punches he had endured from Tien. The terrifying force of the fist, even against his robust gorilla physique, finally caused him to spew forth blood. Not only that, but under the relentless barrage of Tien Shinhan's iron fists, Darius's gorilla form was drained of energy after the bloodshed, forcibly reverting back to his original size. Gulp. Yamcha had already retreated several thousand meters alongside the warriors of the Elf and Trant clans. Witnessing Tien Shinhan mercilessly reduce the gorilla back to the stature of an ordinary man, he could not help but swallow hard. This was utterly ruthless, exceedingly brutal. Yamcha murmured softly, his legs beginning to ache. The violent and decisive display by Tien Shinhan inevitably reminded him of the moment during the martial arts tournament when his leg was shattered by Tien Shinhan's strike. However, the nearby elf warriors, upon hearing Yamcha's muttering, dismissed his sentiments. What's the big deal? I think Tien Shinhan's actions were commendable. Such a villain deserves a thorough beating. The life forest on Nymph Star covers over 80 of the planet's surface, serving as a sanctuary for various creatures, with their home so grievously damaged. Even the inherently kind and warm-hearted elves, along with the calm and composed Trants, felt that Tien Shinhan's earlier onslaught was entirely justified. Yamcha fell silent at their words. He certainly did not believe Tien Shinhan was in the wrong. Rather, the ruthless imagery of Tien Shinhan's assault evoked a psychological shadow within him. This shadow, stemming from his own experience of having his leg broken, was something he found difficult to explain to others. Unbeknownst to Tien Shinhan, his actions had inadvertently tapped into Yamcha's trauma. All he was aware of was the sheer mercilessness of his recent assault. Throughout this fervent offensive, his combat power surged due to the intense battle spirit igniting within him. Originally, Tien Shinhan's power stood at over 110,000, but with the amplification from the radiant thread, it approached 250,000. Following the recent one-sided skirmish, his power escalated from over 110,000 to nearly 130,000. With the enhancement of the radiant thread, he was capable of unleashing a combat power exceeding 250,000. There was no doubt that this battle was intense, although the situation showcased Tien Shinhan's overwhelming dominance over Darius. His fighting spirit was fiercely invigorated. Aggressively pummeling the transformed Darius, he felt an exhilarating rush of excitement and fervor. In simpler terms, he was thoroughly enjoying himself while delivering blows to Darius, and this exhilaration contributed to a rise in his combat prowess. This feeling was elusive during training sessions with Goku and others, as they were comrades, and the thrill of combat was not as pronounced. This highlighted the advantages of traversing time and space to confront formidable foes. The intense emotional fluctuations and the pressure of life and death scenarios are difficult to replicate through ordinary training. Please spare me. The fruit of the spirit tree is nearly ripe. That is indeed the legendary fruit that only deities can consume. If you release me, I can bestow upon you the fruits of the spirit tree that have blossomed this time. Dales, bloodied and seemingly on the brink of death, pleaded for mercy from Tien Shinhan, even attempting to tempt him with the spirit tree's fruit. In his eyes, such a treasure, capable of instantly elevating one's combat prowess with the mere consumption of a single fruit, was something no one would wish to overlook. Although Tien Shinhan appeared to stand on the side of justice to thwart him, did he not still harbor desires for the spirit tree's fruit? Dales was convinced that Tien Shinhan and his companions would not selflessly aid the inhabitants of this planet. In truth, he was correct. Tien Shinhan and his allies were not entirely altruistic in their assistance to the planet nymph. Their pursuit lay in the advancement of martial arts through their own rigorous training. Unlike the spirit tree fruit, which directly siphons potential to enhance strength, treasures such as the super divine water are designed to unlock a martial artist's latent capabilities. Perhaps ordinary life planets are simply ill-suited for cultivating spirit tree fruits. Even when ripe, the side effects of the spirit tree fruit are significant, potentially exhausting a martial artist's future potential and irrevocably severing their path in the martial arts. Thus, Tien Shinhan held little interest in the spirit tree fruit. His goal was to transcend infinite limits. How could he forsake future growth for the sake of such a momentary boost? I am uninterested. If you possess no other means, then prepare to meet your demise. With that, Tien Shinhan raised his fist once more, ready to deliver another crushing blow. Dales, witnessing this turn of events, became utterly flustered. Should that fist connect, his existence, stripped of the mighty gorilla form, would surely come to an end. Chapter 74, Danger. Is Klin truly a sacrificial vessel? As Tien Shinhan's fist descended, the panic etched on Dales's face abruptly vanished, replaced by a sinister grin. With a resounding crash, the onlookers witnessed Tien Shinhan striking down on the pleading Dales. Surprisingly, the impact revealed nothing but the fleeting afterimage of Dales. In an astonishing turn of events, the real Dales had been ensnared by the roots of the spirit tree, which had stealthily drawn him close to its base. This ability, honed through numerous plantings of the spirit tree, served as a double layer of insurance for Dales' earlier ambush. He had initially thought this precaution would go unused. However, the overwhelming force of Tien Shinhan had thrust him into a dire situation devoid of resistance. In that critical moment, he had no choice but to harness the power of the spirit tree, allowing its roots, which had already spread around him, to whisk him away. He had a backup plan. Dales's maneuver exceeded Tien Shinhan's expectations. It was unanticipated that this individual could channel the spirit tree's power to some extent. Although he had merely managed to shift himself back to the vicinity of the spirit tree's roots, it proved to be a life-saving measure at a pivotal moment. Regret your earlier strike, for I shall return everything to you tenfold. Upon re-establishing himself near the spirit tree, Dales wasted no time. Terrified from his recent encounter with Tien Shinhan, he disregarded the fact that the spirit tree's fruit was not yet fully ripened and hastily plucked it. At this moment, although the fruit was still immature, it had grown to the size of a dragon fruit. Yet, in Dales's hands, it was devoured in mere bites. It was not the exquisite taste of the spirit tree's fruit that prompted his haste. Rather, he feared that if he delayed, he might lose the opportunity to consume it altogether. The ferocity of Tien Shinhan's previous attack had made him acutely aware that his chance of survival, having utilized the spirit tree's roots, was at its limit. If he did not promptly consume the spirit tree's fruit to bolster his strength, that ruthless three-eyed foe would undoubtedly leave him no path to survival. How swiftly he devours. Goku. having just defeated the remaining 3 subordinates of Dale's alongside Krillin and others, observed Dale's voracious consumption. The speed at which Dale's consumed the fruit left even the gluttonous Goku feeling a twinge of inadequacy. Concurrently, Goku noted an unsettling resemblance. When assisting the Zayful people against the Scion clan, he had encountered Bardock, who bore a striking likeness to himself. Although Bardock was an adversary, he had fought honorably. Now, in their aid to the warriors of Nymph Star against Dale's faction, it was astonishing to discover that this so-called Dale's, referred to as their leader by his subordinates, bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku himself. It signifies that one has yet to fully mature. Otherwise, it is conceivable that the two individuals might resemble each other remarkably. The despicable nature of Dale's far surpasses that of Bardock from their previous encounter. Is it possible that among the Scion race, those bearing a resemblance to one another are predisposed to malevolence? Goku touched his face, pondering repeatedly how he bore an uncanny resemblance to villains, particularly insidious ones like Dale's, leading him to question whether he harbored the potential to become a scoundrel like Rot. Of course, Tien Shinhan was unaware of the self-doubt that had begun to burgeon within young Goku. Had he known, he would have undoubtedly reassured Goku that such thoughts were unnecessary. The possibility of Goku becoming a rogue like Rot might exist. Yet one critical aspect remains. He had not sustained a head injury upon his arrival on Earth as a child. For Goku, who had endured head trauma in this world during his youth, there was no cause for concern regarding his fate as a rogue. In the midst of Goku's internal turmoil, the maniacal laughter of Dale's reverberated through the skies. After swiftly consuming the fruit of the spirit tree, the intensity of his aura began to ascend rapidly. From an initial power level of 19,000, it surged to 50,000, then to 100,000, 200,000, and finally 300,000. Astonishingly, a single fruit from the spirit tree had amplified Dale's combat prowess by approximately 15-fold, and this was merely the beginning. As Dale's laughter echoed, his battle power continued to inflate uncontrollably. The spirit tree fruit indeed lived up to its legendary status as a delicacy reserved for deities, yielding a remarkable enhancement in strength. It was evident that the vitality of this life-sustaining planet, teeming with forests, was far superior to that of the previously encountered semi-desert worlds. Even the unripe fruit of the spirit tree could bestow such formidable power. Dale's boasted to the crowd of his astute choice, reveling in the overwhelming sensation of strength coursing through him as he clenched his fists. What do you think? With my current power, can you still endure? Fear not. I shan't end your life immediately. Just as you pummeled me, I shall allow you to relish the experience of being thoroughly beaten. When that time comes, I shall have you kneel and divulge your name to me. Although, I must confess, I have lost interest in your name. I merely wish to witness your pathetic state as you beg for mercy. And as for Kakarot, with the destruction of planet Vegeta, the Scion race requires fresh blood to rejuvenate its glory. Conveniently, my former subordinates have all been vanquished by you. Would you consider joining my ranks? I, Dale's, shall become the new king of the Scions. No, the new king of the universe. Amidst this surge of power, Dale's ego swelled immensely, and his mental acuity began to wane. At this moment, his combat strength had soared beyond 500,000. Yet, the oppressive aura he exuded was even less intimidating than that of Piccolo when he wielded merely a few hundred points of power. Currently, he is not a true martial arts master. Rather, he is merely a puppet controlled by an overwhelming force, devoid of any genuine aura befitting a true warrior. This may well be one of the side effects of the spirit tree's fruit, which allows for rapid enhancement of power. When an individual's core realm and combat prowess are fundamentally misaligned, they can never truly ascend to the ranks of a martial arts master. Has the barking ceased? The new king of the Scions? The ruler of the universe? Do you truly believe you are worthy of such titles? Tien, in his prime, genuinely faced King Vegeta in battle. Although King Vegeta's power may not rival that of Darius at this moment, he certainly exudes a far greater aura of strength than this inflated egotist. Barking? Huh. Have you become so engulfed in fear that you have forgotten how to beg for mercy? Your combat power is unlikely to exceed 300,000, while mine has surged to nearly 600,000 and will continue to rise towards 1 million. Currently, it would be easier for me to crush you than to squash an ant, and yet you dare to call me a barker? Enough. I shall first eliminate one of your companions, so you may witness the extent of my power. With that, Darius cast his gaze and fixed it upon Krillin. Panic. The instant Krillin felt Darius's piercing gaze, a shiver coursed through him, as though his hair might leap from his scalp. Why? If you intend to kill me to intimidate Goku, I can accept that, as he is indeed my good friend. However, If this is meant to be a spectacle for Tien, shouldn't you target Yamcha instead? Why have you chosen me? Krillin couldn't help but wonder if he had an appearance that screamed sacrifice, questioning why Darius would select him over Yamcha. Fortunately, Tien did not require anyone to be sacrificed to unleash his battle power. Despite Darius' astonishing surge in strength, it remained within Tien's capacity to confront. In the next moment, before Krillin could be offered up as a tribute, Tien activated his Kaioken. Chapter 75. The impact of a million power strike. So what? As the Kaioken technique was activated, Tien's energy began to coalesce, concentrate, and compress within him. His hands exerted a subtle force, and the definition of his exposed arm muscles became increasingly pronounced. The process of energy concentration and compression tested the limits of his physical strength. However, for Tien, the mere doubling effect of the Kaioken posed little burden on his physique. With a mere shout, devoid of the need for excessive exertion, Tien successfully fulfilled the energy compression requirements necessary for the twofold enhancement of the Kaioken. His battle power surged instantaneously, elevating from 260,000 to an astounding 520,000. What? Your power can still increase? As he witnessed Tien's battle power abruptly double, Dale's muscles twitched involuntarily. The scene felt eerily familiar. Previously, he had mocked Tien for possessing only 20,000 in battle power, only to be overwhelmed moments later by Tien's explosive display of over 200,000, which had decimated his transformed gorilla form. Now, as Tien's power soared towards the million mark, he too had escalated from 260,000 to 520,000. Although there remained a gap of several tens of thousands between their powers, Dales couldn't shake the unsettling thought. What if this three-eyed warrior continued to grow stronger? No, that can't be, he reassured himself. Doubling one's power was already astonishing enough. There was no way it could continue to rise. Yet, despite his self-soothing efforts, the fear etched across his face and his unwavering gaze fixated on Tien betrayed his inner turmoil. This moment did not escape Tien's notice, revealing Dale's trepidation. What? Are you intimidated by the most basic Kaioken? A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Tien's mouth as he continued to compress his energy after initiating the standard Kaioken. Concentrate, compress, then concentrate once more. And compress again. This time, Tien's expression showed a slight strain, but given his physical resilience, he had not yet reached his limit. Mere seconds passed before he completed the activation of the Kaioken to an even greater degree. The five-fold Kaioken. From an initial 260,000 battle power, it surged dramatically to 1,300,000. Such a level of combat prowess surpassed Dale's expectations of the pinnacle he could achieve after consuming the fruit of the spirit tree. Even with the fruit, he had anticipated his power could only reach around 1,000,000. Yet, Tien had effortlessly surpassed that threshold with a singular technique. In that moment, Dales was utterly panicked. The audacious bravado he had exhibited just moments ago evaporated, along with any thoughts of intimidating Tien further. This is impossible, an illusion. It must be an illusion, Dales murmured to himself, unable to comprehend the reality before him. Despite his escalating combat prowess, he appeared at that moment as a helpless child, uncertain whether to continue the fight or beg for mercy. Is he truly in such disarray? Tien Shinhan observed Darius's panicked demeanor with growing contempt. Such a character, regardless of their formidable strength, could never be regarded as a true warrior. There is no need to hasten. Since you have already instigated a desire to slay my friend in order to provoke me, I shall prepare a more grandiose finale for you. Activating the quintuple Kaioken, Tien Shinhan did not cease the accumulation and compression of his ki. His aura continued to strengthen, even manifesting a faint crimson sheen upon his skin. This indicated that elevating the Kaioken to such multiples constituted a significant strain on his current physical form. Klin, having narrowly escaped becoming a sacrificial offering, was moved upon hearing Tien Shinhan's words. The sight of Tien Shinhan's blood-red aura stirred something within him. He had not anticipated that Tien Shinhan would push himself to such extremes due to Darius's earlier attempt on his life. In truth, Klin had misconstrued the situation. The reason Tien Shinhan was amplifying the Kaioken was not solely to retaliate for his friend, but more importantly, he was resolute in seizing every opportunity to enhance his own combat strength during the battle. He was prepared to swiftly eliminate Darius, unwilling to allow such a cunning individual to bolster his own power. Thus, before making his move, he aimed to create as many chances as possible to augment his strength. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion exerts its full might. Tien Shinhan's current state of extreme focus was intended to maximize his power during this full-force assault. Finally, In this heightened state, Tien Shinhan unleashed a thunderous roar akin to the beloved exclamations of the Dragon Ball warriors. With this sustained cry, the intensity of his ki underwent yet another compression, elevating him to the tenfold Kaioken. The power he could originally wield at 260,000 points surged to an astonishing 2.6 million points. More accurately, as he compelled himself to achieve the tenfold Kaioken, he triggered a characteristic of extreme breakthrough, causing his strength to exceed 2.6 million points, potentially nearing 3 million, or even more. Regrettably, no power detector present could gauge such formidable strength. At that moment, Yamcha even retracted his power detector, aware that Tien Shinhan's strength had surpassed the limits of detection. To attempt to measure it would yield only an overflow result. You what manner of being are you, human or ghost? Darius, feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from Tien Shinhan, was utterly paralyzed with fear. He had initially believed that by consuming the fruit of the spirit tree, he had escaped from the iron pot that Tien Shinhan had prepared for him. It now appears that I remain utterly powerless against the ancient turtle in the iron pot of Tien Shin rice, lacking any qualifications for resistance. However, the instinct for survival and the profound fear within compel me to refuse a passive fate. Thus, as Dales reached the pinnacle of his combat prowess, soaring to nearly 1 million points, he, burdened with trepidation and unease, boldly launched a surprise attack on Tien Shin rice. With a punch embodying 1 million points of combat strength, he struck with such velocity that even Goku, the mightiest among the others, could merely perceive the fleeting shadow of Dales's movement. Yet, to Tien Shin rice, in the state of the Kaioken tenfold, this punch appeared as a slow-motion offering. What significance did 1 million points of power hold? With his 3 eyes narrowed, Tien Shin rice stepped forward, turned, and unleashed a punch, brimming with energy, directly at the advancing Dales. Death. In that moment, as Dales's consciousness plunged into boundless darkness, the final image emerged, a blood-red inscription, striking the very core of his being, as if it were a decree of fate. Bang! In a ferocious collision of fists, Dales was instantaneously crushed, obliterated by the unrestrained force of Tien Shin rice, vanishing without a trace. Moreover, the terrifying wind from Tien Shin rice's punch did not cease. It surged towards the immensely robust spirit tree. In an instant, this towering tree, so thick that it would require 1,000 people to encircle it hand in hand, followed in Dales's footsteps, disappearing without a trace in the wake of Tien Shin rice's formidable punch. Chapter 76. The legends of Dragon Balls and Wish Orbs are indeed quite familiar. With a resounding explosion, the towering spirit tree shattered and vanished before the eyes of the Elven Queen and Krillin, Yamcha, and the others. Yet, even with the spirit tree's disappearance, Tien's fierce punch did not cease. Like a razor accompanied by a frothy white mist, the powerful gale swept across the entire planet with unstoppable force, leaving behind a hairstyle reminiscent of a novice's 2.5-year training on the entire Nympho star. Tien, slightly embarrassed, turned to the Elven Queen, acknowledging that his previous punch had been a tad too enthusiastic, inadvertently causing collateral damage to the Forest of Life. The gale had carved a barren pathway through the once magnificent trees in an instant. Had the Forest of Life not already been largely desolated by the spirit tree, Tien's punch would have inflicted even greater devastation. Do not dwell on it. The true culprits are those previous miscreants, the Elven Queen reassured him with a graceful smile, her heart filled with gratitude. We should be thanking you, Tien, rather than demanding apologies. If not for you and your companions, Nymphostar could have quickly succumbed to complete lifelessness. While it may be damaged now, with a few more decades, or even centuries, it can be restored to its former glory. Hearing the Elven Queen's words, Krillin and the others snapped back to reality. They had been utterly absorbed in the sheer terror of Tien's formidable strike. Though they too possessed the capability to obliterate a planet when fully unleashed, after all, Master Roshi had demonstrated his ability to shatter the moon with the Kamehameha wave at the martial arts tournament 3 years prior. Each of them, even Yamcha, was significantly stronger than Roshi had been back then. However, the ability to destroy a planet was one thing. The fact that Tien, after vanquishing an enemy with combat power nearing 1 million and obliterating the robust spirit tree, could still unleash such planetary-level effects from a mere fraction of his power was altogether another matter. Yamcha had never regretted his 100+ days of recovery from his leg injury, having received Bulma's care during that time, which he deemed worthwhile. Yet, witnessing the stark contrast between his own strength and Tien's performance for the first time stirred a twinge of regret within him. How I wish I had healed sooner. If only I hadn't pretended my injury was still affecting me to garner Bulma's attention for an extra month. Had I trained alongside Tien, Goku, and Krillin earlier, Surely my strength would not be inferior to that of Kaiatsu now, he pondered silently. At that moment, the dumpling turned its head, glancing around as it flew toward Tien Shinhan, sensing an ominous presence directed at itself. Ah, Tien Shinhan, you have indeed grown formidable. It appears that I shall require more time to catch up with you. Unlike Yamcha, who marveled silently at Tien Shinhan's prowess, Goku wasted no time in expressing his admiration directly to Tien Shinhan. Notably, rather than feeling disheartened by Tien Shinhan's strength, Goku's excitement only intensified. His clear, sparkling eyes embodied an unadulterated pursuit of greater heights, faster speeds, and stronger abilities. Recognizing Goku's fervor, Tien Shinhan nodded in agreement. Although his own thoughts were not as simplistic as Goku's, both shared a pure dedication to achieving superior mastery in martial arts. At this juncture, Krillin joined the dumpling in flight. Despite his continuous efforts to keep pace with Tien Shinhan, every battle left him feeling that the gap between them only widened. The same could be said for Goku. Although Goku's strength currently paled in comparison to Tien Shinhan's, Krillin perceived both of them as extraordinary beings, seemingly operating on a different level altogether. Nonetheless, surrendering the chase was out of the question for him. All right. Both of you are incredibly impressive. You've certainly made it quite a challenge for us. However, this doesn't imply that those of us lagging behind lack the potential to catch up. Tien Shinhan, don't forget that we might still close the gap, aside from Goku. Of course, Krillin remarked lightheartedly, fully aware of the slim chances, but using it to uplift the atmosphere. After a round of mutual flattery among the five, they returned to discussing the situation mentioned by the Fairy Queen. Would it truly take decades, or even centuries, for Nymphu Star to recover? If only Dragon Balls existed here. For once gathered, a wish could restore the devastated Nymphu Star in an instant, Krillin sighed. Though they had only recently arrived on this planet, the warm hospitality of the fairy folk had left them with a positive impression. Witnessing the once vibrant and flourishing forest of life transform into a desolate expanse of yellow sand would evoke a sense of melancholy in any reasonable person. It was akin to witnessing something beautiful being shattered before one's eyes, and any normal individual would wish for its restoration. Dragon Balls, they need to be collected, right? Is it true that one must gather all 7 to make a wish? The Fairy Queen's expression shifted slightly at Krillin's side, and she inquired with a hint of anticipation. Indeed, on our home planet, gathering all 7 Dragon Balls summons the Eternal Dragon to grant a wish. Unfortunately, we have no idea how far Nymphu Star is from our world. Otherwise, we could have used the Dragon Balls to wish for the planet's restoration directly, Krillin confirmed. Elaborating further on the status of the Dragon Balls. Is that so? Then perhaps I know where Dragon Balls might exist. However, on that planet, they are referred to as wish orbs, she replied. However, the specifics of the wish beads mirror those of the Dragon Balls. It is said that gathering all 7 will grant one's wishes. At this juncture, the Fairy Queen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to address the surviving members of her kin. My dear kin, are there any brave souls willing to accompany me to the nearby planet Namek in search of the wish beads? I intend to harness their power to swiftly restore our homeland to its former glory. The Fairy Queen appeared tranquil and composed, yet when faced with a challenge, she exhibited remarkable decisiveness. Although she had only heard tales of the wish beads, upon inadvertently learning of the similar effects of the Dragon Balls from Klin, she immediately commanded preparations for the journey to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls. It was a swift decision, almost impulsive. Klin had not anticipated that his mere contemplative sigh would so profoundly influence the Fairy Queen to issue a command for interstellar exploration. Your Majesty, while the wish beads and Dragon Balls may sound alike, their effects might not be identical. Perhaps it would be prudent to arrange for further investigation before making a decision? Klin, concerned that his offhand remark might lead to a misjudgment on the part of the Fairy Queen, hastily urged caution. There is no need for further inquiry. Namek is not far from our nymph star, practically a neighbor in the vast cosmos. We have long heard the legends of the wish beads, but have never had the opportunity or necessity to verify them. Now that we possess a glimmer of hope to expedite the restoration of Nymph Star, there is no reason to hesitate. I shall personally lead the expedition. The Fairy Queen's audacity took Klin by surprise. In light of the circumstances, he realized that further persuasion would likely be futile, and he could only acquiesce to her steadfast resolve. Chapter 77. If I depart and do not return, then so be it. I apologize for not being able to personally welcome you. During my journey to Namek, Tien, you may indulge in the highest hospitality among the elven kin, remaining as long as you desire. Even the tree folk and other allied races will regard you as esteemed guests. Should I return successfully and have the honor of seeing you again, I shall personally make amends for this missed greeting. Once the call of the Elven Queen was issued, A number of the mightiest elves promptly volunteered. Even amongst the tree folk, who had previously fought alongside us, several warriors were eager to join. After all, Nymphostar and the Forest of Life are not only the homeland of the elves, but also of the tree folk. Moreover, members from other allied races expressed a desire to join the exploration team, although their combat prowess is generally inferior to that of the elves and tree folk. As a result, they had not participated in the previous battle against the Dorith faction, and they certainly would not qualify for this journey across planets in search of the Dragon Balls. This exploration is no mere excursion. It inherently carries risks, necessitating the involvement of stronger individuals. Clin was taken aback by how swiftly the Elven Queen had organized everything. With preparations for the ship already underway, ready for immediate departure, he turned to Tien, uncertain whether they should remain among the elves or make other arrangements. Their time for the dimensional transfer was set for an automatic return in 6 months. Despite the intensity of the previous battle, less than a day had elapsed since their arrival at Nymphostar. Should they remain for the remaining 5 months, awaiting new adversaries to emerge? Your Majesty, we too wish to journey to Namek, Tien declared, making the next decision before Clin could seek counsel. Upon hearing the Elven Queen mention the Dragon Balls in Namek, Tien had already resolved to join the expedition. Remaining on Nymphostar would likely mean that only Yamcha could continue battling formidable foes in the coming months, as the monstrous reptiles of the Forest of Life could pose a challenge to his current strength. For the rest of them, however, there were no adversaries worthy of that title left on Nymphostar. On the contrary, venturing to Namek would likely present many worthy opponents. Although not entirely certain, Tien speculated that they might encounter the Frisia force upon arriving at Namek. The thought of the Jinyu force and the formidable Frisia caused a slight tremor in his fists, not from fear, but from exhilaration. This time, apart from the formidable opponent known as Bick the Great Demon, Tien Shinhan felt that he might once again encounter a truly worthy adversary. If things went awry, facing this enemy could very well lead to death. After all, Frisia represented a level of power that was almost unattainable for him now, a perilous situation indeed. Yet, it was precisely this danger, this confrontation with the imminent threat to life that ignited a thrilling excitement within Tien Shinhan. This battle could very well be his last. But what of it? If I were to embark on a journey from which I would never return, then so be it. Without the courage to confront life and death, how could one speak of martial arts at its highest level? How could one aspire to the pinnacle of martial prowess? Tien's heart surged with passion, the flame of a warrior burning brightly within him, swaying in anticipation of the formidable foe he might soon face. My dear Tien Shinhan, you and your companions are esteemed guests of the elf clan and our benefactors. You need only to remain here to accept our tribe's gratitude, said the Elven Queen. Moreover, you have already assisted us, the Elven clan, and the planet nymph much. How could we possibly continue to impose upon you? The Elven Queen's words stirred her heart. After all, the strength of Tien and his companions was indeed formidable. If they could join in the exploration, the likelihood of finding the Wish Pearl would undoubtedly increase. Yet, she felt a pang of guilt, for she was not a greedy individual, and how could she repeatedly trouble Tien and his companions? Haha, dear Queen, you need not concern yourself with such matters. We are, in truth, martial artists seeking practical experience. More combat is something we ardently desire for our martial cultivation. It is hardly a burden. In fact, if you were to resolutely deny us participation, it would be a regrettable loss of invaluable combat opportunities. Tien Shinhan perceived the Elven Queen's hesitation and candidly expressed their intentions. They feared not the abundance of battles, but rather the scarcity of them. After all, once they utilized the time machine for transportation, they would have to wait 3 months for recharging. If they squandered subsequent chances for real combat, it would be a significant loss. Naturally, considering the possibility of encountering Frisia on planet Namek, Tien did not unilaterally decide for his companions. He turned his gaze towards Krillin, Yamcha, and the others. This journey to planet Namek was fraught with uncertainty, and it was conceivable that they might face foes beyond their abilities to defeat. This meant that each one of them could very well meet their demise on this expedition. Even so, Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu, do you all wish to accompany me? Tien's sudden and solemn inquiry caught Goku and the others off guard, who had previously paid little heed to the gravity of the situation. They would have followed Tien's lead without a second thought. This was a conclusion Tien had anticipated. However, he was acutely aware of the formidable enemies that lay ahead, while Goku and the others remained blissfully unaware of the challenges that awaited them. Thus, Tien Shinhan deliberately inquired about their intentions, urging them to make a judicious assessment of their own mortality, rather than merely acquiescing to his decisions out of habit. Naturally, the prospect of battle inherently carries the risk of death. After all, Was it not the case during the confrontation with the formidable Piccolo? Goku swiftly provided his response. Perhaps as a result of earnest contemplation, or perhaps from minimal consideration. Absolutely. To keep pace with you, I must not succumb to cowardice. Krillin's expression grew serious, and after careful deliberation, he arrived at a similar conclusion. Yet, following his decision, Krillin bashfully scratched his smooth head and, his face slightly flushed, added, "Just in case we encounter Tien Shinhan, I would appreciate a helping hand to ensure I do not find myself in a dire situation. After all, I have yet to hold a girl's hand." This statement, though somewhat timid, resonated with the audience's humanity, eliciting laughter from all. Upon hearing this, Tien Shinhan grinned and patted Krillin on the shoulder. "Rest assured, Krillin, I will not allow you to become mere fodder for sacrifice." Fodder for sacrifice? What does that mean? Krillin nodded, somewhat perplexed, a shiver of unease momentarily coursing through him. Nevertheless, although he did not fully grasp the implications of being fodder for sacrifice, Tien Shinhan's assurance provided him with a semblance of comfort, prompting him to chuckle. "It's good to avoid being fodder for sacrifice. That's quite reassuring." Chapter 78, The Nectar of the Elves. Enhancement of Physical Strength. As Klin made his decision, both Yamcha and Chaozu expressed their desire to join the exploration of Namek. Through prior battles and observations, Yamcha had come to a profound realization of the disparity in strength between himself and Tien, among others. Thus, despite the potential dangers of this expedition, he was resolute in his intention not to miss out. His aspiration to catch up to Tien and his companions surpassed any fear of peril. Chaozu, on the other hand, did not deliberate as much, regardless of the risks involved. Unless Tien explicitly forbade him from going, he was wholly willing to accompany Tien wherever he ventured. Given this, it seemed that all of Tien's group intended to embark on the journey to Namek. The Elven Queen was taken aback to find that none among Tien's 5 companions were deterred by fear of danger. The Elven vessel had a limited capacity, and the inclusion of Tien's group meant that 5 individuals from the previously established list of explorers would have to withdraw. However, the potential for success in the exploration, with Tien and his team aboard, was evidently greater than that of the 5 who would be stepping aside. The Elven Queen had just witnessed Tien and his companions' formidable strength, and even the warriors who would be bowing out had long since acknowledged their superiority. Though they harbored a deep yearning to accompany the Elven Queen to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, they held no reservations upon realizing they were being replaced by Tien's group. To them, the prowess of Tien and his companions was indisputable, far exceeding their own capabilities. After some deliberation, the Elven Queen finalized the roster for the journey. In addition to Tien and his 4 companions, and the Elven Queen herself, there were also 10 warriors from the Elven and Trant tribes. Together, this brought the total to the ship's capacity of 16 individuals. Upon seeing that the list of warriors was complete, Tien turned his gaze toward the spacecraft that would soon be transporting them. The Elven vessel bore a striking resemblance to a pink bud enveloped in a green leaf. While it appeared modest in size, the interior was spacious enough to accommodate all 16 passengers. Just as Tien prepared to embark with the others, the Elven Queen halted their advance. "Since we are already asking for your assistance, let us be adequately prepared," she declared. "Originally, I intended to wait until my return to personally host you, but let us utilize it now." The Elven Queen raised her hand to pause Tien's entry into the spacecraft, and then turned to command an elf. "Please bring forth the nectar of the elves for our esteemed guests." Nectar of the elves? Tien paused, intrigued, as he had not anticipated that the Elven race possessed such hidden treasures. He had previously thought that the Elven spring water was remarkable enough, enhancing one's physical constitution upon consumption. To my astonishment, this time we have the Elven honey. Merely hearing its name suggests that its effects surpass those of the previous Elven spring water. Elven honey is the essence that our Elven kin have meticulously extracted from the Elven spring water. Consuming it enhances one's vitality to a certain degree. Please enjoy. Shortly thereafter, the Elven warriors who ventured to procure treasures returned with several shimmering glass vials. Inside these vials was a translucent, pale blue liquid, unmistakably the Elven honey. As the Elven Queen explained the effects of this Elven honey to Tien Shinhan and the others, she graciously distributed a small vial of Elven honey to each of them. This privilege was exclusive to Tien Shinhan and his 4 companions during this expedition. The other accompanying warriors were not deemed worthy of such a gift. It is possible that the Elven honey was scarce and could not be allocated to everyone, or perhaps the other warriors had already partaken of it in the past. Nevertheless, the truth of the matter was inconsequential to Tien Shinhan and his companions. What truly mattered was that the Elven honey represented yet another opportunity for them to enhance their martial potential. Much like the various challenges presented during the trial of the super divine water, the The foundation of a martial artist's strength lies in their physical stamina, mental acuity, and vitality. The elven honey could bolster their life force, thereby augmenting their latent potential. Tien Shinhan nodded in gratitude, eschewing any insincere pleasantries. When preparing for formidable foes that may arise, there was no room for hesitation. Thus, Tien Shinhan decisively consumed the elven honey. Gulp! In a mere moment, he had swallowed the entire vial of elven honey. Due to the haste of his consumption, he barely savored the taste. All he could discern was a fleeting sweetness as the elven honey glided past his tongue. Following this brief gustatory delight, he felt a surge of vitality replenishing him. Unlike the swift passage of the swallowing process, Tien Shinhan focused intently on the sensations coursing through his body after consuming the elven honey. Much like the experience of drinking the fountain of youth, a familiar warm current spread throughout his being, nourishing every part of him. This sensation of revitalization was reminiscent of his previous encounter. However, unlike the fountain of youth, the life force embedded within the elven honey did not translate into a mysterious extension of lifespan, but rather manifested as a palpable enhancement of his physical strength and mental clarity. Tien Shinhan's already well-defined physique further tightened after the infusion of life force from the elven honey. While the visual change suggested that his robust muscles had become somewhat leaner, the actual increase in muscular explosiveness far surpassed any superficial alteration. Tien Shinhan can distinctly perceive that his muscle explosive power has surged nearly 50% compared to before he consumed the elixir of spirits. Such a remarkable effect is evident even for someone with the highest body strength like Tien Shinhan. When the revitalizing life force within him was fully absorbed, Krillin felt as if his physical prowess had nearly doubled. The limits of his Kaioken multiplier, which had previously reached its peak, seemed to beckon for further challenges. Goku and Kaiatsu also experienced their unique enhancements in physical strength. However, the most pronounced improvement was observed in Yamcha, who had previously ranked lowest among the 5 in combat power. According to his estimations, after drinking the elixir of spirits, his physical strength has escalated to nearly 3 times its original capacity. The Kaioken, which he had been unable to utilize before, may soon become a viable option in the forthcoming battles. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Yamcha's eyes. The ability to employ Kaioken in combat would significantly alter the dynamics of power disparity. Even with a combat power of merely a few hundred, he could partake in battles with power levels exceeding 1,000, rather than merely standing on the sidelines as he had done previously. Chapter 79. Is the young elven queen an old woman? The voyage begins. With the anticipation of engaging in battles of a higher caliber, Yamcha felt a renewed hope of catching up to the likes of Tien and Goku. Without further ado, let us embark on our journey. Uncertain of the duration required to traverse from Nymph Star to Namek, it is prudent for us to set forth early to ensure a timely arrival. Upon observing that everyone had successfully absorbed the effects of the elven nectar, Tien proposed their departure. Although they had nearly 6 months remaining until the conclusion of their time-space transfer, interstellar travel would inevitably consume a significant amount of time. Tien was keen to avoid being abruptly transported back to their original timeline before even reaching Namek. At this juncture, Tien also sought to inquire about the flight duration of their vessel. The last time someone journeyed from Nymph Star to Namek, it was during my father's reign as the Elven King, when I was merely a young girl. If the distance between the 2 celestial bodies has not changed drastically since then, the flight would likely take around 3 months. The Elven Queen recalled and promptly provided a remarkably accurate estimate. 3 months, indeed, affords us ample time. Tien nodded in agreement, reassured that this travel time was manageable. It appeared that the adversaries on Namek were indeed categorized as formidable foes by the Time Machine's automated selection. This further affirmed the necessity of their expedition to Namek for a complete time-space transfer. If the Elven Queen was just a girl when her father last visited Namek, then it must have been over a decade ago. Given that time span, even if the distance in the cosmos had shifted, it would not be significantly altered. However, as Tien's gaze inadvertently fell upon the Elven Queen, he suddenly became acutely aware of her ethereal lineage. To be cautious, he decided to confirm the details once more. Your Majesty, though this inquiry may seem somewhat redundant, I must ask again. How many years ago did your father last visit Namek? Krillin and the others exchanged puzzled looks at Tien's question. Surely, it had only been a matter of a decade or so since the Elven Queen was a child. Was further confirmation truly necessary? Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, the Elven Queen extended her hand, displaying 5 fingers, and replied with an air of certainty, well, it was approximately 500 years ago. The shock was palpable as Krillin and the others widened their eyes at this revelation. The Elven Queen appeared to be in her early 20s. How could she have been a child 5 centuries prior? Yamucha and Chaozu stood agape, equally astounded. It was evident that they had not anticipated the Elven Queen's youthful, yet somewhat naive appearance belied her age of over 500 years. So, it turns out you are quite the elder, Elven Queen. Upon realizing the age of the Elven Queen, Wukong could not help but exclaim loudly. The sound of his astonishment reached the ears of the Elven Queen, and her previously smiling visage was instantly overshadowed by a frost of displeasure. Old, elderly crone? The Elven Queen clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in wrath. Had Wukong not been one of the benefactors who recently aided the nymph star, she might have unleashed her fury without hesitation. Elves, by nature, possess a lifespan significantly longer than that of other races. Coupled with the abundant vitality of nymph star, the average longevity of the Elven kin is even more remarkable. Throughout the years, although the Elven Queen had encountered some races on nymph star with shorter lifespans, this was the first time she had ever been referred to as an elderly woman. Our average lifespan is around 3,000 years, and I am not yet 600. I am still quite youthful, not the crone you claim. After a strenuous effort to contain her indignation, which turned her fair cheeks a deep crimson, the Elven Queen finally restrained her impulse to retaliate. Of course, beyond Wukong's status as a benefactor of the Elven race, another reason for her restraint was that she was simply unable to overpower him. Thus, despite her mounting frustration, she had no choice but to attempt a patient explanation. However, Wukong was oblivious to the concept of average lifespan and the proportion of one's current age to their total lifespan. In his mind, 600 years represented merely a fifth of 3,000 years. To him, the mere notion of being 600 years old equated to being an old woman. Yet, Wukong remained steadfast in his characterization of her as an elderly lady. Fortunately, Tien Shinhan, observing the misunderstanding, promptly offered a more comprehensible explanation. Wukong, just think of the Elven Queen as being akin to a 20-year-old in human terms. Look at her appearance. She resembles a young woman of that age, does she not? Upon hearing this, Wukong's eyes brightened with understanding. So she is akin to a 20-year-old. With this newfound clarity, he dismissed the complexities of average age and 600 years. After all, he thought, did he not hit his head as a child and become a bit daft? All right. If you are the equivalent of a 20-year-old human and do not appear aged, then I shall concede that you are a young lady, he declared, placing his hands on his hips in a manner that conveyed his acceptance of the Elven Queen's youthfulness. The Elven Queen rolled her eyes in exasperation but managed a strained smile as she replied, well, thank you for your acknowledgement. I can finally be regarded as a young lady once more. Having finally corrected Wukong's perception of her as an old crone, the Elven Queen let out a weary sigh and turned to express her gratitude to Tien Shinhan. He waved his hand dismissively at her thanks. There is no need for concern. Wukong simply lacks some common knowledge. Clarifying it was but a small effort. The last journey to the planet Namek occurred 5 centuries ago. Therefore, the duration and even the trajectory of this voyage may likely experience discrepancies. I recommend, Your Majesty, that you ensure a more ample supply of energy for the spacecraft to prevent depletion during the journey. While 500 years may seem a brief span in the context of the cosmos and celestial bodies, the environmental differences between the two planets could be substantial. While the confrontation on Namek is undeniably crucial, adequate preparations for the interstellar voyage are equally imperative. It would be a tragedy to perish in the vastness of space due to a mishap, having encountered no peril in battle. Indeed, this was a lapse on my part. I had only prepared 3 months' worth of energy for the ship. The Elven Queen quickly grasped the situation and, upon being reminded by Tien Shinhan of her oversight, promptly instructed her kin to make the necessary preparations. Soon after, once the Elven fleet's energy reserves were adequately stocked, Tien Shinhan and the Elven Queen officially boarded the spacecraft. The journey commenced. Destination, the planet Namek. Chapter 80. Are we cursed with addiction? The bud-shaped spacecraft commenced its journey towards the planet Namek. Despite the majority of Nymph's surface being cloaked in forests, as if its inhabitants belonged to a primitive era, the technological prowess of the Elven race in operating bud-shaped vessels was indeed remarkable. After a skilled Elven warrior set the ship's destination, it entered an automatic navigation mode, eliminating the need for further manual control unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Consequently, the occupants of the ship found themselves at leisure, free from the burdens of piloting. The pre-stored energy reserves merely served as a supplementary resource. Under illuminated conditions, the bud-shaped vessel could harness light energy for propulsion. Soon, the 16 individuals aboard began to engage in light-hearted camaraderie, particularly the 10 Elven and Treant warriors accompanying the Elven Queen. Previously, They could only observe the skirmishes between Tien Shinhan and the Dallas gang from a distance. Now, aboard the bud-shaped craft, they finally had the opportunity to interact closely with the heroes who had saved the planet Nymph. Don't fret, one at a time, everyone will have their turn, Yamucha exclaimed, reveling in the adoration as he was surrounded by warriors clamoring for autographs and embraces, relishing the feeling of being regarded as a great hero. Of course, Tien Shinhan had already enjoyed similar attention before Yamucha. After completing his rounds of signatures and embraces, he approached the Elven Queen. With the journey expected to last several months, he was determined not to squander this precious time. While the wave ring he carried enhanced his training, he inquired whether the ship possessed a training area akin to a gravity chamber. A gravity chamber? What is that? The Elven Queen replied, her curiosity piqued by Tien Shinhan's inquiry. He proceeded to elucidate the principles of how a gravity chamber could assist in training. Oh, I understand your point now. It's akin to weighted training, but instead of just adding weight to the warriors, the entire training environment undergoes gravitational changes. Upon further reflection, the Elven Queen recognized that training in a gravity chamber indeed posed a greater challenge than mere weighted exercises. After all, adjusting gravity would not only increase the weight borne by the warriors, but also test their bodily resilience, including the endurance of their internal organs. The Elven Queen quickly grasped Tien Shinhan's meaning, discerning the similarities and differences between a gravity chamber and simple weighted training. Yes, Your Majesty. The gravity chamber is precisely what I described. It's a pleasure to converse with someone so astute. There's no need for repetitive explanations. Haha, Tien Shinhan, previously on Nymph. It was essential to uphold the Queen's authority as the citizens were observing. Now that we are all companions embarking on this adventure together, there is no need to refer to me as the Lady of the Elven Queen. Simply call me Nymph. The Elven Queen smiled playfully, her delicate, azure locks framing her face, while her slender elven ears fluttered slightly. In this moment, she bore no resemblance to the elegant and mature figure she had once portrayed on Nymph Star. Rather, she radiated the charming essence of a neighborhood girl. Nymph? Nymph Star? Vegeta? Vegeta Star? Tien Shinhan was somewhat speechless. It was evident that the older generation of kings had taken a rather casual approach to naming their children. King Vegeta conquered Planet Plant, renamed it Vegeta Star, and named his child Vegeta. Similarly, the previous Elven King of Nymph Star named his daughter after the planet itself, directly calling her Nymph. One wonders whether they named their children first and then changed the planet's name to match, or if they altered the planet's name before naming their child. Regardless of the sequence, it is clear that their naming conventions lacked a certain creativity. Very well, Nymph. Is there a gravity chamber aboard this ship? Or is it possible to create one? Despite Nympha's endearing nature, Tien Shinhan remained preoccupied with his training. For a martial artist, becoming stronger was the utmost priority. Everything else was merely a seasoning of life. It might be challenging to find a gravity chamber in an open environment. However, within this enclosed spaceship, I can indeed create a similar atmosphere to facilitate your training. Upon realizing that Tien Shinhan knew her true name, Nymph did not falter but continued to inquire about the gravity chamber, rolling her eyes in mild exasperation. Nevertheless, she answered his question with a resigned candor. What could she do? His passion for training was undeniable, perhaps one of the reasons for his formidable strength. With a quiet sigh, Nymph gathered her energy and unleashed a crimson wave of light. Cursed Halo. As the red wave enveloped Tien Shinhan, he instantly felt the gravitational force around him intensify significantly, surpassing the tenfold gravity that the spaceship had originally maintained. Is this gravity sufficient? Nymph inquired, observing Tien Shinhan under the influence of the cursed halo. This technique was relatively slow to execute and lost effectiveness in open spaces. Moreover, if the cursed individual possessed significantly greater strength than her, they could easily break free, making it somewhat impractical in combat. Thus, Nymph had refrained from using this technique against the Drellis gang previously. However, now that Tien Shinhan mentioned the need for a gravity chamber environment for training, she recalled this ability, which unexpectedly turned into a perfect skill to assist him. Yes, precisely. But could you possibly increase the gravity even further? Tien Shinhan's face lit up with excitement under the curse's influence. On the spacecraft, devoid of a gravity chamber, Tien Shinhan was well aware of the circumstances. His inquiry directed towards Nymph was motivated by a desire to ascertain whether she possessed any extraordinary techniques akin to her previous display of radiant threads. After all, as the Elven Queen, it was reasonable to assume she might wield other exceptional powers. To his delight, his question proved fortuitous. You wish to enhance it further? Very well. I shall bestow upon you a second layer of the cursed halo. Do not attempt to break free. I am not particularly adept at this technique. and any disturbance could lead to its failure. With that, Nymph promptly unleashed another wave of crimson light, layering it upon Tien Shinhan. As the effects of both light waves converged, Tien Shinhan felt the gravitational force intensify to an astonishing 50 times. However, this augmented gravity posed no challenge to Tien Shinhan, whose combat prowess had already surpassed 150,000. Not enough. Let us add another layer, shall we, Nymph? Initially concerned that Tien Shinhan might not withstand the effects of 2 layers of the cursed halo, Nymph closely observed his expression, prepared to caution him to break free if necessary. The disparity in their power levels was significant. Should he choose to escape, he could do so with ease. To her astonishment, after being subjected to the additional layers of the cursed halo, Tien Shinhan displayed no signs of struggle. Instead, he grew increasingly exhilarated and even urged her to further augment the curse. Was this fellow becoming addicted to the curse? Chapter 81. Gravity 200 times. This is the true challenge of limits. As the Queen of Elves, Nymph had encountered many who relentlessly pursued strength through rigorous training. Yet she had never before witnessed someone as reckless as Tien Shinhan. With the addition of the forthcoming curse halo, the gravitational effects endured by the cursed would indeed double. In other words, should a third layer of the curse halo be stacked, Tien Shinhan would face a gravitational force equivalent to 100 times that of Earth's gravity, or 10 times that of Nymph's home planet. Such an overwhelming force was difficult for Nymph to fathom. She pondered the dire consequences should Tien Shinhan be unable to withstand it. Would he be instantaneously crushed into a mere paste by the staggering gravitational pressure? Perhaps, Tien Shinhan, it would be wise to reconsider. The compounding effects of the cursed gravity would indeed be exponential. Even for you, the prospect of doubling the current gravitational force could prove perilous, wouldn't it? Out of concern for Tien Shinhan, and purely as a precaution against danger, Nymph urged him once more. Fear not, just add it. I can still endure. Tien Shinhan replied, dismissing her concerns. He was acutely aware of the inherent dangers of excessive gravity. Yet, he was certain that 50 times the gravity was far from his physical limits. Even 100 times the gravity, given his current strength, was not a true test of his capabilities. Hearing Tien Shinhan's confidence, Nymph sighed, cautiously preparing to release another wave of crimson light. However, she remained vigilant, closely monitoring Tien Shinhan's condition. The moment she perceived that he might be unable to cope, she would be ready to retract the curse halo. Though he might still suffer severe injuries, there would remain a chance for him to survive. And she could then devise a means to heal him. Buzz. With 3 layers of the curse halo accumulated, a visible ring of red light enveloped Tien Shinhan's body. At this moment, he was indeed enduring a gravitational force elevated to 100 times that of Earth. The immense weight caused his brows to furrow slightly, yet it was merely a fleeting reaction. True to his own understanding of his limits, 100 times the gravity posed no threat to him in his current state. Cough, Nymph. Add another layer. Tien Shinhan proclaimed. He understood that from Nymph's perspective, challenging 100 times the gravity was bordering on madness. Nevertheless, in his quest to truly test his limits and grow stronger, he was unwilling to halt his progress based on someone else's inaccurate assumptions. What? You wish to add more? Have you lost your mind? Nymph had just exhaled in relief, grateful that Tien Shinhan had successfully withstood the weight of 3 layers of curse halo. To her astonishment, he now requested to increase the curse effect further. Madness. Tien Shinhan must be out of his wits. However, upon seeing the determination in his eyes, she could not help but inquire. Are you certain you wish to add another layer? The gravitational force you will endure will increase by half again. Each layer of the curse aura produces distinct effects upon accumulation. Although the 4th layer of the curse aura does not double the gravitational effect, augmenting the already formidable gravity of Earth by half results in an astonishing total of 150 times Earth's gravity. Is it merely an additional half? However, upon hearing Nymph's explanation, Tien Shinhan expressed disdain, feeling that the gravitational enhancement from the 4th layer was insufficient. His predetermined limit to challenge was 200 times the gravity. Thus, upon learning that the next layer of the curse aura would only elevate the effect to 150 times, he found no reason to hesitate. Add it immediately. After this layer, I want to add another. I aim to challenge 20 times Nymph's planetary gravity. Tien Shinhan urged decisively, even requesting to continue with an additional layer following the 4th. 20 times Nymph's planetary gravity? Nymph, lacking a concept of Earth's gravity, was unaware that this equated to 200 times Earth's gravity. However, merely hearing the figure of 20 times was enough to instill doubt in her mind. Nymph's exclamation attracted the attention of Goku, Krillin, and others. including an additional 10 warriors who gathered around. Upon learning that Tien Shinhan intended to challenge 200 times Earth's gravity, their astonishment rendered them speechless. Tien Shinhan, wouldn't it be better to remain at 100 times Earth's gravity for now? Krillin advised with concern. 200 times Earth's gravity is exceedingly perilous. Should you falter, the result could be instant obliteration, perhaps even before you can consume a senzu bean. Terrifying images of Tien Shinhan being crushed into pulp filled Krillin's mind. Indeed, Tian, perhaps it would be wise to acclimate to 100 times gravity for a while, then gradually challenge higher levels. Directly confronting 200 times gravity seems far too dangerous. Dumpling echoed, equally worried about Tien Shinhan's safety. Even Yamcha and Goku, standing nearby, voiced their concerns. However, Goku, after offering a few more words of caution, adopted a different perspective. While it is undoubtedly risky, I believe Tien Shinhan has the confidence to pursue 200 times gravity, so ultimately, the decision rests with you. Despite sharing the concern for Tien Shinhan, Goku held a profound faith in him. Just as Goku said, I am confident, there is no need for concern. Tien Shinhan reassured them. Nymphu, let us increase the intensity. Despite the majority expressing their apprehensions and attempting to dissuade him from his challenge, upon hearing Goku's trust, Tien Shinhan reiterated his resolve. His tone was unwavering, conveying to those around him that no further argument would alter his decision. Thus, even though they remained anxious, Nymphu cautiously proceeded to add the curse aura as Tien Shinhan desired. For layers of curse aura, the gravity exerted upon Tien Shinhan has escalated to 150 times that of Earth's. The immense gravitational force causes his muscles to tense slightly, requiring considerable effort to resist the compressive effects of this gravity. The fifth layer of the cursed aura, a staggering 200 times Earth's gravity. As such an overwhelming force is applied to Tien Shinhan's body, he immediately feels himself sink under the weight. Every muscle within him tightens completely, bracing against the sudden surge of formidable gravitational pressure. Despite his efforts, a trickle of blood escapes from the corner of his mouth, and he stands firm, reminiscent of a diamond subjected to the relentless pressure of a hydraulic press. Do not remove the curse. I can endure. Just as the blood appears at the corner of Tien Shinhan's mouth, Nymph is about to retract the recently added fifth layer of the cursed aura, but is timely interrupted by Tien Shinhan's plea. After a brief moment of adaptation, he recovers from his previous rigidity and wipes away the crimson stain at his lip. Observing the vivid scarlet on the back of his hand, he confirms that this is indeed the most suitable environment for his ultimate training. The 200-fold gravitational force makes him feel as if thousands of ants are gnawing at his insides, seemingly intent on bursting forth with his very blood. This sensation is far from pleasant, yet as he experiences the full activation of his limit-breaking potential, his combat prowess escalates rapidly with each passing moment. Tien Shinhan believes that all of this is worthwhile. How could a martial artist, with a mortal body striving to catch up to the divine, achieve such feats without the audacity to challenge their limits and embrace the path of ultimate struggle? Chapter 82. This group of individuals harbors peculiar hobbies? Indeed, this is the feeling. Tien Shinhan experiences a surge in combat power, a rapid enhancement brought on by the high-pressure training, as if his very blood were boiling. This is the acceleration in cultivation he has longed for. Under such an enhancement rate, the duration of the spaceship's voyage is genuinely being utilized for his training. And the wave ring. After acclimating to the effects of the 5-layer curse aura, which subjects him to a gravity equivalent to 200 times that of Earth, Tien Shinhan activates the wave ring once more. With both methods in play, every muscle and breath within him is simultaneously tested under immense pressure. While this training regimen would be deemed extreme for an ordinary person, for Tien Shinhan, it is the epitome of ideal training. Of course, he trains fiercely, but he does not wish to court death. Hence, when reactivating the wave ring, he initially refrains from setting the interference level too high. He plans to adjust the intensity of the breath interference once his combat power further develops during training. After all, the spaceship will be in transit for several months. Has he truly withstood it? Is this a mere illusion I am witnessing? Queen Nymphu, seeing Tien Shinhan's lips bleed, was poised to withdraw the curse aura to prevent any accidents. To her astonishment, Tien Shinhan proactively stopped her, demonstrating that he could indeed endure the effects of the 5-layer curse aura. The notion that someone could simultaneously withstand the effects of 5 layers of the curse aura was something Nymphu had never even dared to imagine until today. On one hand, the success rate of utilizing the curse aura is exceedingly low, especially with the stacking of multiple layers. A slight struggle from the enemy can easily result in the complete dispelling of the curse aura. It is Tien Shinhan's voluntary acceptance of the layered curse aura that makes it feasible. Otherwise, merely ensnaring an individual with 5 layers of the curse aura is an immensely arduous task, nearly impossible in practical combat scenarios. On the other hand, the effects of the 5-layer curse aura are terrifying, generating unimaginable gravitational forces. It seems my estimations were accurate. This level of gravitational intensity is indeed my current limit. Nymphu, how long can these curse auras be sustained? Tien Shinhan smiles lightly, having further acclimatized to the 200 times Earth gravity effect, and inquires of Nymphu regarding the duration of the curse aura's effects. Training is not a transient endeavor. It is this sustained high-pressure training environment that Tien Shinhan hopes to maintain as his ideal state. If you do not actively struggle against it. These curse auras can automatically sustain their effects for 10 days to half a month without issue. Nymphu, still reeling from the shock of Tien Shinhan withstanding 200 times Earth gravity, momentarily struggles to respond to his inquiry, instinctively providing an answer. Yet within her heart, she could not help but exclaim in secret that Tien Shinhan was undoubtedly a madman, a fervent devotee of martial arts, reckless in his pursuits. However, what she did not anticipate was that today she seemed to have stumbled upon a den of lunatics, with Tien Shinhan leading the charge as the first great fool. Others quickly followed suit. That is, will you, the Queen of Sprites, not use that red beam of light on me, the same way you did with Tien Shinhan? Is it not more effective than training in the gravity chamber? Please grant me this boon. Nymphu had just responded to Tien Shinhan's inquiry when Goku, who had been eager since earlier, approached her, astonishingly requesting her to bestow upon him the cursed aura as well. What? You wish to be cursed too? One Tien Shinhan was already absurd enough, and now Goku is also asking her to place a curse upon him. Young man, this is a curse, not a supermarket clearance sale. Is this cursed aura truly something that others would dare to emulate? Moreover, what do you mean by not being the old hag's queen? If you are young, simply declare that this queen is youthful. Yet in the next moment, Nymphu witnessed that this cursed aura, akin to a supermarket clearance, not only attracted imitators, but also incited a frenzy of demand. Please, add me to the list, O Queen of Sprites. And I too. I want to be included. Since Tien Shinhan and Goku are participating, I cannot be left behind, just as if it were a supermarket sale. Upon Goku's declaration of wanting to emulate Tien Shinhan by adopting the cursed aura to enhance his training, Krillin, Dumpling, and Yamcha eagerly followed suit without hesitation. This group of individuals must surely have some peculiar affliction. Each one seemed to desire a curse. As she listened to Goku and the others sequentially present their strange requests to receive the cursed aura, Nymphu transitioned from astonishment to numbness, contemplating that perhaps these benefactors possessed some unique quirk. Though such a quirk was indeed odd, she ultimately acquiesced unconditionally to the requests of Goku and the others. After bestowing a circle of cursed auras upon them, Nymphu found herself exhausted, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Tien Shinhan bore 5 layers of cursed aura, enduring a weight of 200 times that of Earth's gravity. Son Goku possessed 3 layers, enduring 100 times the gravity. Krillin had 2 layers, withstanding 50 times the gravity. Dumpling received 1 layer, facing 20 times the gravity. As for Yamcha, whose current combat power was below 1,000 points, he immediately collapsed with a broken leg upon receiving the first layer of cursed aura, kneeling on the deck of the spacecraft. Fortunately, Tien Shinhan promptly provided him with a senzu bean, healing his injuries instantly. However, for him, it was still premature to attempt training with the cursed aura. At present, Yamcha was better suited to continue his training under the existing 10 times Earth's gravity aboard the spacecraft to enhance his strength. In order to ensure that Yamcha does not fall behind completely, Tien Shinhan removed his own energy ring and lent it to him. Meanwhile, he chose to retain the energy ring that Lan Chi had previously given him for his own training. Now, the task at hand falls to you, Nymphu. We may need to invoke the curse halo every 10 days. Tien Shinhan glanced at the perspiring Nymphu and graciously expressed his gratitude. The repeated use of the curse halo seemed to take a significant toll on her. Alas, while I still struggle to comprehend your desires, it suffices that you find joy in them. Who truly enjoys being cursed? And not just 1 or 2 individuals, but an entire group willingly embracing such a fate. Nymphu remained perplexed by Tien Shinhan and the others' eagerness to be cursed for the sake of martial arts training. Nevertheless, what could she say in response to the requests of her benefactors? She merely waved her hand, indicating her willingness to cooperate punctually. Casting her gaze back at Yamcha, she noted with some surprise that he appeared disheartened for being the only one among the 5 not subjected to a curse. Truly, They are an odd yet formidable bunch. As for the bewilderment expressed by Nimfu and the members of the Elven and Treant tribes, Tien Shinhan and the others paid it no mind. The time devoted to training was both enriching and fleeting, with an environment for training that far exceeded the effects of the gravity room. The progress of Tien Shinhan and his companions accelerated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 4.5 months had passed since the spaceship commenced its voyage. Chapter 83, The Exchange of Martial Arts. True strength lies beyond the individual. The time of arrival is drawing near. By this time tomorrow, we shall touch down upon the planet Namek. 10 days prior, Nimfu had once again bestowed the curse aura upon Tien and his companions. When the previous curse aura had waned, Tien and the others returned to seek Nimfu's aid anew. She revealed to them the imminent arrival on Namek. 4.5 months, is it? It appears that our journey has extended by an additional month and a half compared to the 3 months of 5 centuries ago. Tien quietly calculated the duration of their voyage. Yet the mere thought of 4.5 months stirred within him a peculiar resurgence of faith. Why not 2.5 months? Shaking his head, Tien was perplexed by the emergence of such strange notions in his mind. Could it be that the abstract figure of 2.5 concealed some significant message? Tien sensed that while his memories had intertwined with those of the traveler, fragments remained elusive. Fortunately, the most crucial recollections regarding the Dragon Ball narrative were vividly intact, encompassing various adventures and treasures associated with the Dragon Balls. It was this memory, coupled with his unwavering martial spirit, that had forged his current prowess. Not wishing to dwell further on the duration of 4.5 months or 2.5 months, he resolved that since their arrival was confirmed for tomorrow, there was little need for continued training during the remaining day. Although every moment of cultivation was precious, upon landing on Namek, they might encounter adversaries at any moment. Thus, it was imperative to rest and attune their states to perfection before their descent, ensuring that the fruits of their 4.5 months of training could be fully realized in combat. Though the journey spanned 4.5 months aboard the spacecraft, it had already surpassed the duration of Tien and his companions' prior training in the Heavenly Temple and King Kai's planet. Furthermore, with the assistance of the curse aura's high-gravity conditions and the suppressive effects of the fluctuation rings, their enhancements were indeed remarkable. Tien's combat power surged to nearly 150,000 points after vanquishing Dales, through the relentless pressure of high-intensity training over the past 4.5 months. Tien's combat prowess had transcended the detection limits of the 200,000 point power detector. To achieve a more precise measurement, a detector with a higher threshold would be required. Goku's combat power had also seen astonishing growth, nearly matching Tien's pace during this period of training. Tien had achieved a characteristic of extreme breakthroughs through his meticulous planning, while Goku possessed the Scion trait of becoming stronger upon the brink of death. Under the strain of 100 times gravity, Goku inadvertently set his fluctuation ring too high on one occasion, nearly leading to his obliteration during training. Fortunately, Tien promptly administered a Senzu, swiftly restoring him from a state of profuse bleeding. During the process of near-death recovery, his combat power surged remarkably from a mere 15,000 to an astonishing 90,000. Such a rate of enhancement defies conventional reasoning. It transcends mere multiplication. This transformation signifies not merely a doubling, but rather a staggering increase to over 6 times its original value. It can be asserted that prior to his ascension to Super Saiyan, the Saiyan race's ability to recover from near-death experiences was truly formidable. However, after his transformation into a Super Saiyan, this trait appeared to diminish in prominence. The rapid escalation of Goku's combat prowess left Krillin and the others utterly astonished. Could it be that a single brush with death could so drastically enhance one's strength? Yet, when Yamcha previously sustained a broken leg under a cursed aura and subsequently healed, there was no evident spike in his combat power. Despite their astonishment and confusion, Krillin and his companions devoted themselves to diligent training over the past 4.5 months. Although their advancements were not as monumental as those of Tien and Goku, they were nonetheless significant. During this period, Krillin managed to withstand gravity increased from 50 times to a remarkable 100 times. Perhaps having faced multiple doses of the super divine water played a role, as he had yet to fully absorb its effects. Consequently, his potential was further unlocked, elevating his combat power from just over 1,000 to more than 4,000. Then, having also faced the Super Divine Water Challenge, although his talents leaned more towards psychic abilities, also experienced commendable growth, increasing from under 1,000 to 1,500. Yamcha, who had yet to attain the strength required for the Super Divine Water Challenge, and initially could not endure the cursed aura to aid his training, found his rate of improvement to be the slowest. Fortunately, Tien lent him his energy control ring, enabling him to reach the threshold necessary to train under the cursed aura, preventing him from falling too far behind. Presently, his combat power has just reached 1,000. Upon returning from this combat experience and subsequently facing the super divine water, it is certainly plausible that he could surpass Den's combat power. However, that is a matter for the future. For now, Yanxia remains at the unfortunate bottom of the power scale. Sighing, he reflected on the relentless efforts of his peers and how challenging it is to surpass them. At least he now sees a glimmer of hope to overtake Den. Yanxia sighed again, recalling his earlier bold proclamations of surpassing everyone. He realized how naive and arrogant he had been at that time. Merely reaching a stage where overtaking Den seems feasible has left him somewhat exhausted. Nevertheless, although his current combat power is the lowest, it may yet prove advantageous in upcoming battles. After all, with Tien's collaboration in developing their special techniques, perhaps he could still play a pivotal role. Though Yanxia is acutely aware of his current standing as the weakest in terms of combat prowess, he does not believe he will merely be a bystander as he was during his previous encounters with the Dallas gang. Over the past 4.5 months, they have not solely focused on training in extreme conditions to enhance their fighting abilities. Each time the curse aura effect imposed by Nympha dissipated, Tien would dedicate a day or two aboard the spaceship to engage in martial arts exchange sessions. During these gatherings, everyone concentrated their attention on mastering existing techniques at a deeper level and developing new ones. Under Tien's deliberate guidance, Yamcha successfully devised the energy ball technique during this period, while Krillin innovated the chi slash. Goku and Kaiatsu, on the other hand, expanded upon the foundations of the Kamehameha and Dodon Ray, respectively, and, with Tien's guidance and discussions, developed the Super Kamehameha and Super Dodon Ray. Tien himself, having consumed the 5 elements pill which elevated his martial arts talent beyond that of his peers, naturally mastered all of the aforementioned techniques. Furthermore, during this process, he engaged in martial arts exchanges with the fairy Queen Nymphu. While on King Kai's planet, Tien had already begun to explore further development of the energy ball and to create his own techniques, although his initial focus was primarily on individual combat. However, after witnessing the team-boosting effects of Nymphu's radiant ribbon, Tien temporarily set aside his individual technique development. Instead, during these 4.5 months, he combined the principles of the energy ball and the radiant ribbon to prioritize the creation of a technique suitable for enhancing team combat effectiveness. Reflecting on his memories of the Dragon Ball storyline, Tien realized that techniques aimed at team combat enhancement were virtually non-existent, regardless of how formidable the adversary. The Dragon Ball warriors typically engaged in one-on-one duels, rarely coordinating their efforts. Even when they did, it often resulted in a group of lagging warriors charging in only to be swiftly eliminated by the enemy. Now, with the creation of his new technique, Tien has filled this void. True strength is not merely individual prowess. It lies in the ability to uplift one's companions alongside oneself, fostering collective growth and strength. This newly conceived technique, Tien has named the God of War Energy Ball. Chapter 84, The Refinement of the Jinlong Fist. Arrival at Planet Namek. The effect of the God of War's energy bomb is unique. It does not serve as a direct offensive technique. Instead, upon its utilization, it bestows a certain degree of enhancement upon the warriors affected by it. The magnitude of this enhancement is contingent upon the quantity of energy contained within the God of War's energy bomb, as well as the number of warriors requiring amplification. Naturally, when the number of enhanced warriors does not exceed 5, the amplification effect of the God of War's energy bomb remains relatively negligible. In addition to this remarkable technique, during this period, Tien Shinhan further refined his Jinlong Fist by integrating it with the energy compression techniques of the Kaioken. Originally capable of an instantaneous explosion of 10-fold power, the Jinlong Fist can now unleash an attack nearing 20-fold, drawing closer to the essence of the true Dragon Fist. Conversely, the expenditure of stamina required for Tien Shinhan to execute a full-power Jinlong Fist has escalated significantly. Thus, this technique should not be employed lightly unless absolutely necessary, as it may swiftly deplete a substantial portion of his stamina, even more so than the new Kamehameha. Of course, this is under normal circumstances. When it comes to a life-or-death battle, Tien Shinhan would not hesitate to use it repeatedly. He has previously utilized the new Kamehameha even without Senzu beans, let alone now that he carries a considerable supply of them from Korin Tower. On the final day before the arrival of the capsule spaceship at Planet Namek, Goku and the others adhered to Tien Shinhan's decision and refrained from training in their maximum states. in preparation for the Wishorb adventure on Namek, and to celebrate the conclusion of Tien Shinhan and his companion's special training retreat, Nimfu arranged for a sumptuous feast. A lively celebration ensued aboard the spaceship, where they indulged in food and drink to replenish their stamina. After satisfying their appetites, Nimfu orchestrated the playing of soothing and leisurely music within the spaceship. The mantra was simple: train diligently, eat heartily, and sleep well. As the spaceship descended with blue flames billowing beneath, gradually slowing as it approached the atmosphere of Namek, Tien Shinhan and his companions awoke naturally, refreshed and alert. Tien Shinhan yawned and stretched, then turned to inquire if Nimfu and the others had arrived at planet Namek. This yawn seemed to be contagious, instantly spreading to Goku, Krillin, and the others, who had just awakened as well. One by one, yawns echoed, signaling the awakening of each individual. Are we there yet? Where are the enemies? Goku raised his arm to rub his eyes, excitement surging through him as he shifted from a state of slumber to eagerness, directly inquiring about the foes they would face. After months of escalating his combat power, Goku could hardly contain his anticipation for a real battle. If his power had surged so rapidly during training, surely it would amplify even more swiftly in actual combat. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Goku was fervently eager to seek out a worthy adversary to engage in battle. As Klin and the others emerged from their slumber, still enveloped in drowsiness, they found themselves intrigued by Goku's inquiry. They too wished to ascertain whether they had indeed arrived, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to showcase their prowess in the forthcoming adventure. At that moment, the azure flames beneath the spacecraft flickered and extinguished. The vessel, despite its smooth descent, generated a considerable commotion. The sound reverberated in their hearts, affirming their arrival. They had reached their destination. However, the presence of adversaries was far from guaranteed, and it would be preferable if none appeared at all. Let us first meet the Namekians, Goku suggested. My father spoke highly of them as a peaceful extraterrestrial race. If they could secure the assistance of the Namekians, their quest for the Dragon Balls might proceed with greater ease. While Goku and his companions were eager for a confrontation, Nimfu naturally hoped for a tranquil expedition. Would it not be better to effortlessly acquire the Dragon Balls and restore vitality to Nympha's star? Upon hearing Nympha's sentiments, Goku and the others recognized their own impatience. While practical combat was indeed significant, yearning for turmoil during their expedition was misguided. One should not engage in battle merely for the sake of conflict. Such a mindset did not embody a true martial artist, but rather a warrior who disregards peace. My apologies, Nymphu, Goku said, reflecting on his earlier fervent desire for combat. If confrontation necessitated sacrificing peace, he would choose not to fight. His prior encounter with King Piccolo had instilled in him an appreciation for the value of world peace. Tien Shinhan, observing Goku's swift realization of his prior error, nodded in approval. This was the Goku he admired, undaunted by battle, passionate about martial arts, yet not one to deliberately instigate chaos or long for disorder. He recalled the plot from Dragon Ball Super, where Goku's request for the Omni King to initiate the Tournament of Power led to the annihilation of universes. Such behavior was incomprehensible to Tien Shinhan. Although the universes obliterated by the Omni King were later restored through the Super Dragon Balls, Goku's willingness to provoke conflict for the sake of combat seemed foreign to Tien Shinhan. Perhaps the Goku from Dragon Ball Super belonged to a distinct timeline, one that did not entirely align with Tien Shinhan's perception of him. The Goku before him, who quickly recognized the flaw in his thinking, was the Goku Tien Shinhan was more familiar with. Nonetheless, Tien Shinhan understood that regardless of their hopes for the absence of foes, they were likely to encounter conflict on Namek. He grasped that their arrival did not instigate battle. Rather, the battles on this timeline's Namek were preordained, and the time machine had merely transported them to this juncture. Conflict was an inherent aspect of this timeline, and they were merely interlopers drawn into its narrative. It's all right, Tien Shinhan reassured. You were simply voicing your thoughts. It won't truly affect our adventure. Let us embark on our journey. According to my father, the tribe of the Namekians should be situated not far from this vast plain. After numerous adjustments during our voyage, Nymphu finally succeeded in having Wukong call her name without the peculiar prefix of old lady. Upon hearing Wukong dutifully utter her name this time, Nymphu, in light of this progress, chose to overlook his previous remarks. Upon disembarking from the spacecraft, the sight of a broad planet unfolded before us, almost devoid of towering trees, covered instead by verdant grasslands and pale yellow soil. The gravity here is quite similar to that of Nymphu's home planet, which proves advantageous for us, accustomed as we are to training under high gravitational conditions. Yamcha, feeling the tenfold gravity of Namek, found his body remarkably lighter, having already endured a significant duration of 20-fold gravity training aboard the ship. Consequently, the gravity of Namek felt significantly easier to bear. With a casual leap, he effortlessly soared several meters into the air, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Indeed, how light it is. However, at that moment, beside him, Jiaozi nodded and performed a gentle jump, astonishingly reaching double Yamcha's height, causing the smile on Yamcha's face to falter. Ah, enough with the jumping. Let us fly instead, he hastily suggested, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Nymphu, did you not say we were to meet the Namekians? Please, lead the way. His initial enthusiasm for further jumping was swiftly extinguished by Jiaozi's unexpected display. Chapter 85. The T-Deity of a Second. Fleeing after the setup. Oh, let us embark at once. Nymphu discerned that Yamcha was eager to escape the awkwardness, yet she harbored no objections to departing immediately. Under Nymphu's guidance, Tien Shinhan and the other warriors commenced their flight towards the nearby plain. However, shortly after taking off, Tien Shinhan and his companions, utilizing their keen sense of aura, detected two formidable presences not far ahead, along with numerous weaker auras congregating together. Enemies likely lay ahead. Tien Shinhan promptly relayed this information to Nymphu. Although the intensity of those two auras paled in comparison to his own, they were nonetheless considerable threats to Nymphu and her warriors. Upon receiving the alert, Nymphu nodded resolutely, commanding her warriors to heighten their vigilance and prepare for battle at a moment's notice. A monkey remains just a monkey. That rascal Vegeta is surely en route to this planet. Does he truly believe he can conceal his quest for the Dragon Balls from Lord Frieza? He is utterly oblivious. If we manage to procure the Dragon Balls for Lord Frieza and eliminate Vegeta in the process, we can expect ample rewards, no doubt. Xiaoyi babbled with his sausage-like mouth, a smug grin adorning his blue visage, as though he had already secured a great achievement for Frieza. Humph. Do not underestimate that monkey. After all, the Scion race bears the title of the universe's mightiest warriors. Even in extinction, Lord Frieza still regards Vegeta with particular importance. Sabo, stroking his silky green locks, possessed a handsome visage unmarred by transformation, waking each day to the splendor of his own beauty. He took great pride in his striking appearance, typically opting not to transform to preserve his allure. TCH, how could Vegeta's power possibly exceed mine? I currently boast a power level of 19,000. Even if I cannot rival Mr. Sabo, dispatching that monkey will be a trivial task. When Vegeta arrives, Mr. Sabo, you need not lift a finger. I have long harbored disdain for that monkey. Previously, I obeyed Lord Frieza's orders to spare him, but now he foolishly seeks to betray Lord Frieza. I shall personally eliminate him. Xiaoyi sneered, harboring a deep-seated jealousy over Vegeta's undeserved regard from Frieza, seizing this opportunity to unleash his pent-up resentment under the guise of serving Frieza. Very well. I shall leave that monkey Vegeta to you. However, it would be dreadfully tedious to wait idly. I shall entertain myself with these Namekians for the time being. Sabo, again lost in admiration of his own flowing locks, resembled a gentleman of graceful demeanor and amiable disposition. Yet, as he spoke, his fingers carelessly gestured towards a nearby Namekian. A brilliant emerald beam of light shot forth from Sabo's fingertips. Before the surrounding Namekians could comprehend the unfolding events, the luminous ray had already struck one of their kin. Although green is a hue that symbolizes life and hope, in this instance, it heralded destruction and death. The Namekian, with a mere combat power of 100, was obliterated into ashes by that single strike. Sabo, in his untransformed state, possessed a staggering combat power of 22,000. The disparity in strength was several hundredfold, allowing him to effortlessly deliver a fatal blow. Confronted with such a harbinger of death, the peace-loving Namekians had never encountered anything like it. Witnessing their fellow beings dispatched with a mere gesture ignited a surge of fury within them. However, the Namekians inhabiting this village were primarily of the agricultural class, spending their days farming or tending to flora. Despite the planet's gravity being 10 times that of Earth and the elders aiding in the development of their latent potential, their combat skills remained rudimentary. Even while cultivating crops, they generally possessed combat power exceeding 100 points. Yet, they were utterly untrained in battle. In the face of such righteous anger, the nearby Namekians either stood paralyzed with fear or rushed at Sabo wielding their hoes. How pitifully weak they were. Not only were they diminutive in stature, but they also lacked the capacity for combat. Sabo had initially hoped to incite the others by swiftly dispatching one Namekian, thereby igniting a warm-up skirmish leading to a broader massacre. However, these Namekians were incapable of even a semblance of resistance. rendering the anticipated conflict profoundly uninteresting to him. With a sigh of disappointment, Sabo raised his finger once more. This time, rather than casually unleashing beams of light to eliminate each Namekian, he began to concentrate a sphere of energy at his fingertip, imbued with far greater power. He could not be bothered to deal with these non-combatants individually. Instead, he resolved to annihilate them all with a singular energy punch. Whoosh! The concentrated energy orb was successfully launched, aimed directly at the cluster of Namekians in the village. Just then, Yamcha intervened at the opportune moment. His spirit ball could be unleashed instantaneously and was capable of precise control over its trajectory. Thus, even as Krillin was in the process of gathering his energy for a technique, Yamcha seized the opportunity to strike first. Guided by the convergence of his two fingers, his spirit ball accurately veered in from the side. Given the immense disparity in combat power between him and Sabo, the spirit ball could not hope to negate Sabo's energy orb. However, this precise lateral approach was sufficient to deflect Sabo's energy attack off its intended path. Boom! The powerful energy orb erupted in a terrifying explosion. Yet, due to the interference of the energy sphere, he narrowly brushed past the village of the Namekians before ultimately striking a distant hill, shattering it into fragments. The explosion unleashed a shockwave that swept back from the hill, conjuring a fierce wind. Amidst the tempest, Yamcha's bangs were wildly tousled, yet his body remained steadfast, maintaining the pose of remotely controlling the energy sphere. For a moment, to the rescued Namekians, Yamcha appeared as a divine savior, exuding an aura of undeniable charisma. However, after striking that dashing pose, the self-aware Yamcha immediately executed 3 backflips, landing behind Tien and Goku. How infuriating! He had once thought that surpassing a combat power of 1,000 would afford him some utility in the ensuing battle. Little did he anticipate that the first 2 adversaries he encountered would possess overwhelmingly powerful auras. It seemed that in the forthcoming skirmishes, he would likely revert to the role of a mere spectator, cheering from the sidelines. Yamcha could distinctly sense the formidable energies of Kairatsu and Sabo. His earlier eagerness to engage alongside Krillin was fueled by the understanding that this might be his sole opportunity to contribute meaningfully to the fight. Should he confront Sabo directly, he knew it would be tantamount to a certain demise. As for the current predicament, Yamcha could only muse that executing a flashy display before retreating felt utterly exhilarating. At least for that fleeting moment, he was regarded as a god among the Namekians.